At the same time, Zuin said lightly, "All right, get up." When Muling wiped her tears and stood up respectfully by his side, leading her to a high platform, Zuin said calmly, "Speak. What happened after I left?" When Muling smiled bitterly, "I'm not entirely sure what happened. The only thing I know is that the fall of the Lord of the Underworld is related to the aristocratic families in the Central Ghost Realm. But as for who instigated it?" When Muling shook her head, "I'm sorry. Forgive my lowly strength. Despite my efforts to investigate, I still know nothing." Central Ghost Realm, Zuin muttered softly, a cold light flickering in his eyes. When Muling nodded, "Yes." She then looked at Zuin hopefully, cautiously saying, "Sir, regarding the Lord of the Underworld." Zuin smiled, "I understand. Rest assured, even if we temporarily can't find out who instigated this, these people won't get away, and if necessary, they will all be killed." While Zuin was smiling as he said this, the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to conceal. When Muling shuddered at the heavy killing intent emanating from Zuin, but soon a look of joy appeared on her face. "Thank you, even if the Lord of the Underworld is not aware." When Muling's voice choked up again, "Zu," and waved his hand, "Enough, stop crying. He's not dead. There's no need to cry." "Huh?" When Muling's eyes widened instantly, staring blankly at Zuan. You mean, Zu?" and nodded, "I know him too well. With his strength, how could he perish so easily?" A flame of hope suddenly ignited in Wen Muling's heart, which had been previously filled with despair, but she cautiously asked, "However, currently, there is no trace of the Lord of the Underworld's sole existence being discovered, right, Zu?" and smiled. "Don't forget what your Lord of the Underworld does. He is an expert in manipulating souls. How can those idiots easily find him?" When Muling's tears fell again, over the years, she had always thought about avenging the Lord of the Underworld. Sometimes she would even privately fantasize that the Lord of the Underworld had not died, but was just hiding in some corner. However, as time passed, this thought gradually faded away, eventually plunging her into utter despair. But now, upon hearing from the Divine Fire Ghost Lord, who was as close a friend as the Lord of the Underworld, that he was still alive, she couldn't help but rekindle hope. "I knew it. Oh, Lord of the Underworld, it's so wonderful that you're not dead." When Muling choked out the words, Zuin did not rush her. He knew that this woman bore a heavy burden, and at this moment, it was best to let her vent. After a long while, when Muling finally stopped crying, seeing Zu, and smiling at her with a smile, her face blushed, and she hurriedly bowed. "I'm sorry, sir, Zuin waved his hand. "All right. No need to say more. I have another question for you now." "Please ask, sir." When Muling's expression instantly turned serious. "With your strength, how did you manage to escape the pursuit of those aristocratic families in the Central Ghost Realm and hide so perfectly here?" This was a question that Zuin had since he discovered Wen Muling's identity. He could easily gauge her current strength. Although he considered the aristocratic families in the Central Ghost Realm insignificant, given Wen Muling's limited abilities, it was impossible for her to escape their pursuit. That was why Zuin asked this question. Upon hearing Zu An's words, Wen Muling's face changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, then lowered her head and softly said, "Sir, even if you didn't ask, I would have told you this. It's just that this matter is of great importance." "Oh, tell me now." Zuin waved his hand, projecting a barrier to isolate them from the others. Taking a deep breath, Wen Muling slowly raised her head, saying in a low voice, "Sir, do you believe that there are good people among the high-ranking members of the ghost race?" This question made Zuin slightly surprised, but he soon smiled, nodding. "Although it is less likely, every group has good and evil sides, and of course, there are good people among the ghost race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become friends with your lord." When Muling nodded, "What I'm about to say now involves a matter concerning the high-ranking members of the ghost race. My life was saved by her, and she was also very sympathetic to the Lord of the Underworld's plight. I don't want to involve her, so I had to be cautious." Through Wen Muling's account, Zuin understood the general course of events. After he suddenly left the ghost realm under certain urgent circumstances, the Lord of the Underworld fell into a period of depression. Following that, a series of events occurred, ultimately resulting in the Lord of the Underworld disappearing without a trace. His subordinates were not spared and were attacked collectively by the powerful families of the Central Ghost Realm and the deep regions of the Ghost Realm. Wen Muling was naturally present at that time, but her strength was too low, and she could only helplessly watch as her usually kind senior brothers and sisters were eliminated one by those aristocratic families. At that time, Wen Muling suffered a series of blows, which caused some problems with her memory. For a period of time, she couldn't even remember who she was, but she did not face any danger. On the contrary, during that time, she lived happily and well, because she was in a very strange place. Speaking of this, a look of nostalgia appeared on Wen Muling's face as she softly said, "I never thought there would be such a place in the world, where the ghost clan and human clan coexist peacefully, and everyone works hard for their own little lives. Even many ghost clan girls prefer to seek the scholar gentlemen of the human clan, creating many well-known stories." With that, Wen Muling looked at Zuan and softly asked, "Do you believe what I am saying?" "Sir." Zuan's face showed a strange expression, then he nodded and said, "I do." Wen Muling smiled and continued, "Later, my memory gradually started to recover. Although life there was comfortable and pleasant, I wanted to find Lord Mingjun and avenge my master brothers and sisters. So I began looking for a way to leave that place. In the end, I met someone." Respect shone in Wen Muling's eyes as she spoke. Although I only saw her back, I knew she must be an exceptional woman. She told me that she was the ruler of that dimension, and she was the one who saved me. I was very grateful to her at that time, but she said she only intervened because she couldn't stand the actions of the prominent families in the Central Ghost Realm, and admired Lord Mingjun's character, so she helped me. After my repeated requests, she sent me to the location of this peripheral ghost realm, and before she left, she told me that this path was chosen by me. She couldn't help much. She could only send me here. After recounting these events, Wen Muling looked nervously at Zuan. Zuan pondered for a moment and then chuckled lightly. "Interesting. So, can you still communicate with that dimension?" Wen Muling hesitated slightly, then made up her mind and took out a small copper mirror from her bosom. "The lady told me that if I wanted to find her, I could return through this copper mirror." Zuan took the copper mirror, gently stroked the tadpole-like runes on it, and remained silent. "Sir, what are your plans next?" Wen Muling asked softly. Zuan smiled and then handed the mirror back to Wen Muling. "Regardless, the person who saved you must know a lot. So, what I need to do now is to find her." Wen Muling became nervous, but, will this affect my benefactor? It was clear that Wen Muling held high respect for this person who saved her and whose name she didn't know. "Don't worry, I just have some questions to ask her. I won't expose her whereabouts." And Zuan didn't finish his sentence. He just looked meaningfully at Wen Muling. But at this moment, Wen Muling was too elated to notice any discrepancies. "But sir, you have killed people from the Ren family and Tan family. If you leave like this, won't it endanger the people here if members of those two families come to this dimension later?" Wen Muling worriedly expressed. Zuan smiled softly. "I have already thought about it. Before killing those two, I have used my divine sense to seal all information and disguised information about their survival. And before leaving, I will temporarily seal off this dimension. So, worrying not." Wen Muling nodded. "Sir, when do we depart?" Zhu, and glanced at the sky and said lightly, "I'm going to see a friend first. You should arrange things here too." "Understood." Wen Muling nodded, but when she looked up again, Zuan was nowhere to be seen. She was stunned, as were Aching, Song Jingyu, and others who had survived. They naturally could not hear the conversation between Zuan and Wen Muling just now, but they just found that Zuan, who had been standing there a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared, leaving them all puzzled. At the same time, Wen Muling took a deep breath to calm herself and then waved at Aching and the others in the distance. Come over here. I have something to tell you. Just as when Muling was arranging her subordinates, on an official road, Jinju, leading a ghost youth, his only disciple, suddenly stopped walking forward. Master, what's wrong with you? The ghost youth was surprised, but before he could finish speaking, his attention was drawn to a white-clad youth not far ahead. Out of his instinct as a member of the ghost clan, he felt an extreme danger emanating from this white-clad youth. It was as if he was not facing a youth but a hungry tyrannosaurus. It made him shiver all over, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. There was clearly no one in front just now. When did he appear? At that moment, Jinju remained composed, clasped his hands together, and said, "Donor, we meet again." Zuin said leisurely, "Yes, we meet again." With that, his gaze swept over the ghost youth, causing the youth to feel a tremor all over, almost on the verge of collapse. "Is this your new disciple, Zu?" and asked slowly. "Yes." Jinju nodded. "That's right." Zuin smiled. "Your remarks are also good." "Oh?" Zuin was surprised. "You also think it's good? Are you very surprised?" Jinju remained calm, a little surprised because ordinarily, shouldn't you be expressing repentance and thinking that my actions were too extreme, Zu? And said leisurely, "That might have been the case before, but now I feel that many things seem to only be resolved with blood." Jinju said solemnly, "TSK, that doesn't sound like something you would say." Zuin chuckled. Jinju also smiled. "I didn't expect the donor to have such great power. With one sword, you sweep everything. How heroic." As soon as these words were spoken, the ghost youth finally understood what was going on and instantly felt his scalp tingling. It was this white-clad youth who delivered that earth-shattering blow just now. Zuin looked at Jinju with some curiosity. "It seems like you've changed a lot in a few days, Master." Jinju clasped his hands together. "The Buddha has 3,000 methods. I will use whichever benefits sentient beings. Not to mention, to kill evildoers is to have good intentions. Even the Buddha has the wrathful deity. Always being merciful will only harm more people." Zuin lightly applauded and praised. "Well said." Jinju remained composed. "Are you leaving, donor, Zu?" and nodded, then winked at Jinju. "I just want to ask you now, what do you want me to say to your counterparts in other dimensions?" Upon hearing these words, Jinju fell silent, speechless, simply looking calmly at Zuan. It wasn't until a while later that he whispered softly, "So, the benefactor already knew." Zuan smiled faintly. "I forgot to tell you, I have a friend who is a Buddhist practitioner. So I have witnessed the means of cultivation used by your fellow Buddhists." Speaking of this, Zuin gazed keenly at Jinju, manifesting countless forms in the world. "This is a technique that only the bodhisattvas of the 7th ground or higher among your Buddhist practitioners possess, right?" Jinju shook his head, honestly replying, "No, I am only at the present bodhisattva level now, one step away from reaching the formless land. Therefore, my manifestations are not complete, and I cannot reach the level of instantaneous presence throughout the universe." Zu, and felt a slight stir in his heart. Among the Buddhist practices, there are countless methods, but the most widely known is the Bodhisattva path. This Bodhisattva path is further divided into 10 grounds: the ground of happiness, the ground of removal of defilements, the ground of light, the luminous ground, the difficult to conquer ground, the present ground, the formless ground, the ground of no regression, the ground of good wisdom, and the ground of the cloud of doctrine. This hierarchical division differs greatly from that of the heavenly realms, but the standards are quite similar. The formless ground is the 7th ground Bodhisattva, whose power is equivalent to that of the celestial kings among the heavenly beings. But because of the special methods of Buddhist cultivation, at this level, one can already manifest countless forms. Now that Jinju openly admitted that he is above the 6th ground, but has not yet reached the 7th ground, he should be considered a half-step celestial king by that standard. One shouldn't underestimate this level of cultivation, as within the Buddhist realm, such a powerful individual is already considered exceptionally rare. At what point did the benefactor see through my identity? Jinju asked curiously. Zhu An's face showed a faint smile. Actually, the first time we met, I didn't notice anything special. I just felt you, this monk, were quite dull and stiff. But just now, my sword intent enveloped the entire world. Yet I couldn't see through your spiritual nature, which made me suspicious. Jinju sighed softly. Indeed, I am still lacking in completeness. Zhuan inquired with curiosity. Has your current manifestation already spread throughout the entire ghost realm? Jinju shook his head. No, I haven't ventured into those powerful regions of the ghost race deep within the ghost realm. Even if I wanted to enter the central ghost realm, I wouldn't be able to. A glint flickered in Zhu An's eyes. So, you should have a presence in the other dimensions. Jinju nodded. That's correct. Zhu An smiled. That works out perfectly. I am about to head to other dimensions. Is there anything you'd like to say? Jinju replied calmly. I appreciate the benefactor's good intentions, but since we are both manifestations, our starting points are aligned. The Buddha has 3,000 methods, and what we need to do is to find a path suitable for this realm among them. The methods and processes may vary, but the goal remains the same. Oh, what if you can't find it? Zhu An suddenly asked. Jinju fell silent for a moment, then calmly said, Then I will continue searching until I find it. Zhu An gazed quietly at Jinju, his eyes shining brightly, while Jinju remained unruffled, facing Zhu An's gaze with equanimity. After a while, Zhu An lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, But I think you suit my taste better. So, if the version of you in other dimensions doesn't meet my expectations, I might eliminate them. Jinju remained silent, clasped his hands together, and said, Well said, benefactor. You possess great power, and whatever you choose to do, I cannot intervene. Zhu An chuckled, then patted Jinju's shoulder heavily. I love your solemn demeanor. I have now cleared this realm. It's even a gift for you. Let's see if you can transform the worldly into a pure land. With that, Zhu An soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Jinju watched quietly, without saying a word. The young ghost clan member tremblingly approached. Master, Master. Jinju glanced at him, then lowered his eyes and said, Let's go. Yes. However, this time, Jinju's steps became more resolute, and the clarity in his eyes shone brighter. At the same time, Zhu An had returned to the city of fate. Now, on the high platform, not only were there Aching, Julu, and other women, but also disciples like Wenling, Kui, and Songjing of the Moon stood there, along with all the surviving individuals huddled in one corner of the high platform, their faces filled with fear. This fear was partly due to Zhu An's awe-inspiring display of his sword sweeping the world earlier, but mainly because these people realized that they could no longer leave, no matter how they arrived. All means were now ineffective. At this point, these people were all dumbfounded. When Ling Kui also had a pale face, her expression changing constantly, unsure of what Zhu An intended to do. On the contrary, Songjing of the Moon was secretly delighted, thinking that it was a good thing they couldn't leave. This way, I can see him more often. Songjing of the Moon thought silently. Just then, Zhu An returned. When his figure landed on the high platform, there was a restless commotion among the crowd. Many of them showed expressions of fear. Zhu An, on the other hand, paid no attention to these people, only nodding slightly to the approaching Wen Muling. Is it taken care of? Wen Muling nodded, respectfully saying, Sir, my subordinates will remain here to guard this realm. However, due to your sealing off of this plane, what should be done with these? Zhu An turned to survey these people, and as his gaze passed over them, no one dared to lift their heads, all bowed down. Then Zhu An said calmly, Since they cannot leave, then let them stay here. I believe they will behave themselves this time, right? With a smile on his face, Zhu An's words at the end seemed to be light-hearted, but this smile appeared terrifying in the eyes of these people, prompting them to bow in a flurry, all saying in unison, Sir, rest assured, we will definitely behave ourselves. Of course, we will cooperate completely. Amid these shouts, Zhu An shrugged slightly at Wen Muling and Aching, See, problem solved. Anything else? Nothing more? Wen Muling hurriedly replied. Well, then let's set off now. Oh, okay. Wen Muling nodded somewhat dazedly, full of question marks in her mind. Easy. Just as Zuin was about to step into the spatial crack, Song Jing of the Moon finally gathered her courage and called out, Sir, thank you for saving my life that day. Zuin paused, turned to look at Song Jing in the crowd, then smiled and nodded. It was just a small favor. No need to thank me. With that, Zuan, along with Wen Muling, strode into the spatial crack and disappeared. At the same time, those gathered in the corner looked at Song Jing and Wen Lingkui, and their gazes changed completely. After all, for these people, Zuin was now the one holding the power of life and death over them. There were many women in the crowd, all strategizing on how to approach Zuan, but none dared to take any action. And seeing this moment, that Song Jing of the Moon actually knew Zuan. This made these people shocked and envious. Even when Lingkui was taken aback, her face full of doubt as she asked, Jingyue, what favor does he owe you? As Zuan said, the entire ghost realm is like an onion, with various dimensions closely connected, without any difficult to cross barriers in between. And even if there were any, they wouldn't deter Zuan. The most challenging part is actually determining the coordinates of the dimension one wants to go to. Otherwise, one would have to traverse one dimension after another like this. Fortunately, the person who saved Wen Muling attached the true coordinates to the ancient mirror given to her, so Zuin easily found this dimension. But when the two of them emerged from the spatial fissure, Wen Muling couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because what appeared in front of them was an already abandoned town. It was evident that this town had been deserted for a long time, and only through the buildings peeking out from the overgrown weeds could one vaguely recognize the former prosperity of this town. Zuan, however, paid no attention to this and instead raised his hand, carefully scrutinizing for a moment, before saying lightly, Dimensional suppression. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Wen Muling snapped out of her daze and felt the peculiarity of this place. It seemed as if a tremendous force had descended upon her, forcibly suppressing her abilities, leaving her with virtually no power to use. Feeling this scene, Wen Muling's face instantly turned pale. How could this be? Zu, and clasped his hands together slowly and calmly said, Did you experience this kind of suppression when you were in this dimension before? Wen Muling shook her head. Absolutely not. At that time, this place was the same as the other dimensions in the ghost realm, and the spiritual energy was so rich that it could even compare to the powerful dimensions deep within the ghost realm. A flash of light appeared in Zuan's eyes. So, does this mean that this suppression from the dimension itself has only recently emerged? Wen Muling shook her head in confusion. I don't know, but at least, this kind of place would never have appeared before. Although Wen Muling's abilities were weak, she could still sense the eerie and ghostly atmosphere contained within this deserted town. This was completely different from the peaceful and beautiful feeling she had experienced when she was in this dimension before. Could it be that something had happened to this place? And what about her savior? Had something happened to them too? With this thought, Wen Muling's heart grew heavy. But just then, Zuin took a step forward and walked towards the desolate town. Sir, Wen Muling was startled and couldn't help but call out. In this uncertain situation, the eerie town revealed a sense of strangeness everywhere. Ignoring Wen Muling's exclamation, Zuin continued, Let's go. I can sense that the coordinates corresponding to your mirror are here. With that, he had already stepped into the town. Seeing this, Wen Muling clenched her teeth, looked around at the eerie and disconcerting environment, feeling the darkness exuding strangeness, and hurriedly followed him. But as soon as she followed Zuin into the town, in the shadows of the darkness, giant roots silently roamed, eventually disappearing into the ground. Upon entering the town, the inside appeared much better than it looked from the outside. Apart from the overgrown path covered in grass, the buildings were mostly intact. However, the entire town was filled with an undispellable eerie atmosphere. Zhu didn't linger, but continued to walk towards the center of the town along the street. Finally arriving at an open space in the center of the town, they saw a towering ancient tree, its branches and leaves so lush that they covered most of the square. When Mu Ling gradually widened her eyes and stared blankly at this towering ancient tree, about to say something when Zuan's voice appeared directly in her mind. Don't speak. Keep silent. When Mu Ling immediately closed her mouth and obediently stood behind Zuan. Then a gust of eerie wind howled, and a few dark figures appeared on the square. As they revealed their forms, they were actually several grotesque and bizarre ghosts. Upon seeing Zuan and when Mu Ling standing not far away, they were also taken aback, then began to grin strangely. Ha ha ha, someone actually arrived earlier at the ghost market today than us. Heh heh, look at that young lady. She's really delicate and pretty. I can't help but drool. These ghosts spoke shamelessly, but Zuan stood in the darkness, waiting quietly. With each eerie wind, more and more ghostly figures appeared on the small square. Although many were curious about Zuan, the focus of their discussions was on tonight's ghost market. I wonder what good things there will be this time. Last time, I encountered a top-notch female ghost, but missed the chance. It's truly regrettable. In the midst of these discussions, when Mu Ling sneakily glanced at these ghosts, feeling her heart tighten. This was not how it was before. When she was in this dimension before, although there were ghost tribes, they were all kind and good beings, without these grotesque and wicked creatures. What was going on here? A dark wind blew, and a figure appeared on the square, followed by a pale-faced, handsome young man. The sight of this combination caused a commotion in the crowd of ghosts. Oh, just mentioned encountering a top-notch female ghost last time and missed the chance. Now there's an even prettier one again this time. A ghost-like creature that looked like a toad laughed strangely. Heh heh. It seems like those unreliable fellows have come again. Another ghost sneered. Regardless of what these entities said, the young girl remained silent, quietly standing there. The young man behind her was pale, keeping his head down and dare not even look at the ghosts in the courtyard. In this situation, the large tree in front suddenly began to sway, its branches extending outward and roots emerged from the ground, lifting everyone upward. Finally, when everything slowly returned to calm, ghostly fires suddenly lit up, illuminating the platform as if it were daytime. And on the trunk of the tree, a figure slowly emerged. In an instant, a gruesome ghost in a green robe walked out. Greetings, Lord Tree King. Many ghosts bowed and saluted in unison. The stern ghost just chuckled, waved his hand, and said, "No need for pleasantries. Let's begin." With those words, the faint ghost fires gradually faded, revealing all kinds of things, including a woman sleeping soundly with her hands clasped around her knees and dark hair covering her beautiful body. At the same time, a floating ancient mirror was quietly floating there. Then, the toad-like ghost pointed at the sleeping woman, greedily saying, "That female ghost, I want her." When the young nobleman saw the sleeping woman, he cried out in sorrow, "My lady," and then tried to rush forward, but with his strength, he couldn't even take a step and was pushed back by the force, and when he tried again to move forward, the young girl stepped forward to block him. The green-robed Tree King chuckled mockingly, "My lady, so, you are here for this young miss. What, planning to snatch in my territory?" The girl took a deep breath, shook her head, and said, "We have no such intention." "No intention? Then what do you mean?" The girl fell silent for a moment and slowly said, "We are willing to bid and compete." "Bid and compete? Ha ha ha, alright. Let's see what you can offer." The green-robed Tree King sneered. The frog-like ghost beside him smirked and said to the Tree King, "Lord Tree King, I am willing to offer 5 secret treasures for this young lady." As he spoke, 5 ghostly auras appeared around him, each containing 5 eerie and sinister secret treasures. The green-robed Tree King's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well." The girl's face grew paler, and the young nobleman standing behind her showed a look of despair and anger, trembling all over as he said, "To treat my lady as merchandise for sale. You will not end well." But despite his angry reprimand, no one paid any attention to his words. To these ghosts, the benefits gained were the most important, and anything else was just nonsense. The green-robed tree king smirked at the girl with long hair. See, they are now offering 5 secret treasures. What price do you plan to offer? The girl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly removed a hairpin from her hair, and her knee-length hair cascaded down instantly. The girl said in a solemn tone, I offer myself. This answer immediately silenced the entire crowd, and the young nobleman was also stunned, then exclaimed in despair, Yuan Niang. No! His shout was drowned out by the laughter from the ghostly crowd. Very well. Truly deserving of being from this native ghost clan realm, sacrificing oneself to benefit others. The green-robed tree king sighed in admiration, but his eyes were full of mockery. Yuan Niang remained calm, and said casually, Are you done talking? The green-robed tree king's laughter gradually subsided, and he stared at her playfully. Yuan Niang pointed at the woman still in a coma and coldly said, Once you finish, release her and let them go. How do you know I will agree? The tree king sneered. You will agree. Yuan Niang's voice was calm, because I am worth more than her. With that, a ball of blue energy appeared above Yuan Niang's head. Indeed, upon seeing this blue energy, the surrounding ghosts all showed expressions of surprise and greed. Yuan Yin energy. This young lady is an extremely rare Yuan Yin body. Ah, pure and unsullied, truly remarkable. The value of this young lady is indeed immeasurable. The tree king's breathing seemed to grow heavier, gazing deeply at Yuan Niang, and finally nodded. All right then, I agree to your terms. With that, he lightly clapped his hands, and the woman bound by him fell to the ground. The young nobleman rushed forward, picking her up from the ground and calling out repeatedly, Kianer, wake up. After a few calls, the woman slowly opened her eyes and then shouted angrily, How dare you? She attempted to self-destruct, but the young nobleman held her back, tears streaming down his face as he said, It's me, Kianer. I am Kaiken. Zuan, standing in the shadows, wore an extremely peculiar expression upon hearing these words. Kaiken, Kianer. Why did these names sound so familiar? At the same time, sensing the familiar presence, the young Chen finally began to regain consciousness and started wailing loudly while embracing Ning Kaiken, who was also crying like rain, but now was not the time for tears. He looked up, gazed sadly at the girl. Just then, the little Chan in his arms also realized something was amiss and lifted her head, looking around before also freezing in shock. Yuan Niang. Yuan Niang's face was pale, but she smiled slightly at the two of them. You two. Leave quickly. Leave. Then the young Chan saw Yuan Niang's hair cascading down and the blue energy above her head, suddenly understanding. No, we are not leaving. Chan said firmly. Exactly. If sacrificing yourself to save your own life, what meaning is there even if we survive? Ning Kaiken also spoke angrily, but before they could finish their words, a round of applause interrupted them. Ah, truly touching camaraderie? The green-robed tree king clapped, sneering mockingly. You! Chen glared at him. She remembered vividly the tree spirit who abducted her from her hostel, and she held deep hatred for him. Heh, enough talk. I always do things reasonably. This little girl is willing to die for you. So, you two can leave now. The tree king said coldly. In fact, he was not being reasonable at all. He just didn't think it was worth provoking a female ghost with a Yuan Yin body. If they lost sight of the bigger picture, it would be a huge loss. Just as Nizi Chan and Ning Kaiken were about to say something, Yuan Yang shook her head at them. Go, the sooner, the better. Don't mind me. But, the two hesitated. I told you to go. Didn't you hear me? Yuan Yang suddenly shouted in anger. The two trembled, then slowly got up, looking back at Yuan Yang with complex emotions, and eventually supported each other as they left the space enveloped by the Tree King. As soon as they left, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became heated. The frog-like ghost rubbed his hands together and said to the Tree King, Lord Tree King, I am willing to offer 10. No, 15 treasures for this young lady. Look at. Before he could finish, the green-robed Tree King chuckled. Enough talk. I'm not willing to sell this little girl. He waved to Yuan Niang. Come here. Yuan Niang shivered, then walked forward without hesitation. The Tree King seemed impatient and said, All right. How much are you all willing to offer for these items next? Hurry up and speak, or I'll call it a day. Before the remaining ghosts could speak, a cold and magnetic voice interrupted them. Wait a moment. Upon seeing the human boy, Yuan Niang was momentarily stunned, then a look of disdain appeared in her eyes. For the ghost tribe who had once experienced a beautiful era, naturally, they looked down upon the humans who traded with evil spirits. The green-robed Tree King assessed Zuan with a few glances, and then coldly said, Okay, but what kind of price can you offer? Price ... Zuan smiled. How about the lives of everyone here? What? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent at first, then erupted into an uproar. Yuan Niang, who had been averting her gaze, couldn't help but shudder, then looked at Zuan in astonishment. What was he planning to do? Could it be that she had misjudged him, and he wasn't a renegade human siding with evil spirits? But this statement was too audacious. It seemed like he had offended all the ghosts in the room. Indeed, the entire crowd of ghosts became enraged. Where did this human come from, daring to speak such arrogant words? I think he's looking for death. Hey, the woman behind him is quite attractive. Don't try to compete with me later. Amidst these discussions, the green-robed Tree King stared fiercely at Zuan and said menacingly, Boy, do you know what you're saying? Zu? And nodded, smiling ambiguously. Of course I do. So, you dare to go against us? The green-robed Tree King roared. However, Zuan completely ignored his threats and instead looked at Yuan Niang beside him, giving a faint smile. Please ask, do you know anyone besides Ni Shao Qian and Ning Keicheng, such as Ying Ning? Yuan Niang was struck as if by lightning, exclaiming, You know little Yang. A strange look flickered in Zuan's eyes, and he murmured softly, Interesting indeed. After saying that to Yuan Niang, Zuan glanced at the furious green-robed Tree King and all the ghosts in the room, and leisurely said, Now tell me, do you agree to my offer? Seeking death, several angry ghosts rushed towards Zuan with the intention to kill. To them, a mere human was nothing remarkable. But the next moment, they paid the price for their actions. Just as these ghosts reached Zuan, he didn't even move, just gave them a glance. Bang! After a few explosions, these ghosts all burst apart simultaneously, meeting an untimely end. Hissing, this scene made all the ghosts in the room gasp in shock. Even the countenance of the green-robed Tree King became incredibly solemn, because he realized he couldn't see through this young man before him. Especially this stunning and unexpected blow shook him to the core. Yuan Niang was also caught in surprise. She had planned to exchange her sister Ni Shao Qian and reunite the couple before sacrificing herself to accompany the evil spirits. She had had enough of this life, so she might as well go out with a bang. But unexpectedly, a mysterious human youth appeared suddenly. At this moment, the complexion of the green-robed Tree King changed several times but eventually eased, as he spoke in a deep voice, Friend, isn't this ancient mirror what you want? It's yours now. With that, a glow carried the ancient mirror to Zuan. Zuan took it casually, weighed it in his hand, threw it to Wen Muling behind him, and then looked at the green-robed Tree King with a smile. The green-robed Tree King was disturbed by Zuan's smile, couldn't help but speak coldly, Friend, if you wanted this ancient mirror earlier, I have given it to you. If there is no other matter, please leave. For the ghost tribe, who thrived on schemes, they naturally knew what could cause trouble and what to avoid as much as possible. Although the green-robed Tree King couldn't see through Zuan's background, the more this was the case, the more cautious he became. Therefore, willing to suffer some losses, he wanted to calm things down. Moreover, acquiring that ancient mirror was quite easy for him. It wasn't worth stirring up a big fuss over it, but judging from the current look of the human youth, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Just as the green-robed Tree King was full of fear, Zuan calmly said, I naturally need to take the item, but I have mentioned that I am a reasonable person. So, the price I offer, whether you want it or not, You will have to accept it. The eyes of the ghost widened instantly. What does he mean? The item has already been given. What else does he want? The green-robed Tree King was furious, but the last bit of reason calmed him down, and he said coldly, "Friend, are you trying to exterminate us all?" Zhu, and clapped his hands abruptly, praised, Yes, that's exactly it. I was thinking of the right words to describe it, but couldn't recall. Thank you for reminding me." Boom. The room was filled with furious ghosts, although they were intimidated by Zhu An's actions a moment ago. Now that the situation had escalated, there was nothing left to say. Therefore, the ghosts exchanged glances and then rushed towards Zhu An together. Seeing this, the green-robed Tree King smirked even more. "There is a road to heaven that you refuse to take." And his words abruptly ceased because at that instant, all the charging ghosts trembled and silently began to disintegrate. Zhu An slowly emerged from the dissipated black mist, and with a slight smile at the terrified green-robed Tree King, he said, "Did you mean to say, when there is no door to hell, you force your way in?" The green-robed Tree King exclaimed in surprise, then grabbed Yuan Niang without hesitation and retreated. He thought once he returned to his true self, no one could stop him. The green-robed Tree King had planned it well in his mind. Yet, before his figure could reach the tree, Zhu An was already there. He looked up at the twisted snake-like tree and softly said, "I don't like this tree. Not at all." With that, Zhu An suddenly reached out, grabbed the trunk, a flash in his eyes, and commanded, "Rise." In an earth-shattering roar, the ground trembled. Then the strange tree slowly rose in the terrified eyes of the green-robed Tree King. The tree was shrouded in black mist, and cries of agony emanated, as the Tree King's true form was trying to save itself. Nevertheless, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't hinder Zhu An in the slightest. Zhu An's figure rose slowly, and a large pit was already pulled out of the ground. The roots of the tree that emerged writhed like snakes, relentlessly thrashing towards Zhu An, attempting to stop him. However, these roots, no matter how powerful, couldn't even touch the hem of Zhu An's clothes, shattering instantly in midair. When the roots completely left the ground, the towering tree seemed to be like a fish leaving the water, its momentum weakening rapidly. The once lush branches gradually withered, and most of the roots hung down softly, losing vitality. In this state, the green-robed Tree King's form also began to sway violently. With his main body suffering such heavy damage, his avatar naturally couldn't bear it. His body rapidly became transparent, letting out a cry of despair. "No!" But at that moment, Zhu An gave him a slight smile. "Die!" With that, Zhu An clasped the huge tree with both hands and swung it towards the ground. With a crack, along with loud noises, the tree exploded as if ignited by a bomb, bursting open. The green-robed Tree King let out a wail, and his form completely perished along with the tree's death. After doing all this, Zhu An clapped his hands, landed back on the ground, and gave a slight smile to Yunyang, who was in a daze. "Hello, I'm Zhu An. Nice to meet you." Although she didn't know why this human teenager named Zhu An looked at her strangely, his displayed strength had deeply impressed the ghost girl. Coming out of her astonishment, Yunyang nodded somewhat confusedly. I'm called Q Wen Yuan. Nice to meet you too." Zhu, and nodded and then gestured to Wen Muling. "Collect all the things dropped by these ghosts." "Yes," Wen Muling hurriedly replied. Zhu An then turned to Q Wen Yuan with a slight smile. "What is happening here? Can you tell me?" "What is happening?" Q Wen Yuan was still somewhat confused. "It's just, why did so many evil spirits suddenly appear?" Q Wen Yuan looked at Zhu An in astonishment and finally shook her head desolately. "I don't know either. But it wasn't like this before. Both the ghost clan and the human clan used to get along well. But it seems that these evil spirits suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the strength of all of us suddenly plummeted." After listening in silence for a moment, Zhu An nodded. "All right. But where do you come from? Can you take us there?" Q Wen Yuan looked at Zhu An's smiling face and nodded without hesitation. "Of course. If Sister Ying knew that a skilled person like you joined us, she would be very happy." "Really, Zhu?" and smiled and muttered to himself. Strange indeed. Meanwhile, in a village 1,000 miles away from the abandoned town, Ni Shaoqian and Ning Kaiken rushed back at the fastest speed possible. Two ghost teenagers were responsible for guarding the entrance, and upon seeing them, they quickly opened the way. The two did not dare to delay at all, almost running all the way towards the town hall in the center of the village. Bang! The door of the town hall was pushed open heavily, and everyone inside was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in unison, "Shaoqian, Miss Ni and Mr. Ning, great, they are back." However, the two paid no attention to these shouts and called out urgently to the girl sitting in the middle. "Sister Ying, Yunyang, she is trapped in the clutches of the Tree King in the town. We must go save her. Otherwise, it may be too late." This statement caused a commotion, and many people rose from their seats. "What? Yunyang is actually trapped there? No, we must go and save her." Amidst the clamor, the reactions of several young men were the most intense, almost reaching a point of great indignation. But in this situation, Yunyang sat unmoved on her seat. "Sister Ying." Ni Shaoqian couldn't help but take another step forward, her face full of anxiety. Yunyang forced a wry smile and waved her hand. "There is no need to say any more. Yunyang told me before doing this." "What?" Ni Shaoqian's eyes widened instantly, then she exclaimed in shock and anger, "You agreed? Can you sacrifice another person just to save me?" "Yes. This is not fair to Yunyang at all." Several men were even more furious. Yunyang's face was full of sadness. "I told her the same thing back then, but Yunyang told me she was prepared for the worst, because she wanted to completely eliminate the Tree King that frequently attacked our village." The whole place fell silent instantly. They naturally knew what the worst-case scenario meant. Ni Shaoqian's face turned pale, standing in place blankly, tears streaming down continuously. "Silly Yunyang, why are you so silly?" The news spread, and for a while, the entire village was shrouded in sadness. Yunyang had always been very popular in the village. Many elders liked this little girl, and many of the young men of the same generation admired her very much. But no one expected that this seemingly soft and gentle girl would act so bravely, even willing to sacrifice herself to fight the enemy. And now, even if they sent someone to rescue her, it was probably too late. Just as everyone lamented this, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the village. Everyone was stunned. Then they looked towards the light as if facing a formidable enemy. Yunyang immediately ordered, "Be ready." Both human and ghost clans quietly prepared at this moment. But then, a joyful female voice sounded. "Sister Ying, Sister Shaoqian, I am back." Everyone was stunned, even doubting if they had heard correctly. But upon closer observation, the light dissipated, revealing the figure of Qu Wenyuan. When everyone saw this girl, their eyes gradually widened. What was going on? However, all attention was soon drawn to the two humans who were next to her. When Qu Wenyuan and Zuan and the others landed on the ground, everyone gathered around. Yunyang looked solemnly at Zuan. "What is going on?" Qu Wenyuan chuckled. "Sister Ying, let me introduce you. This is my newly acquainted friend, Zuan. He saved me from those ghosts." Following that, Qu Wenyuan recounted the course of events. After hearing it, everyone showed amazement, because it sounded too incredible. But with Qu Wenyuan swearing by it and bringing a root of the strange tree, no one dared not believe it. At this moment, Zuan gave a slight smile to Yunyang. "Nice to meet you, Sister Ying." Despite having many doubts in his mind, since Zuan was Qu Wenyuan's savior, he was naturally a benefactor of this small village. Especially Ni Shaoqian and Ning Kaiken, one human and one ghost, were extremely grateful to Zuan. And with the Tree King that often troubled this place being eliminated, it was considered to have removed a major enemy. So that evening, the small village was lit up with decorations, hosting a grand banquet. As the most honored guest, Zuan naturally received the highest treatment. However, Zuan didn't say much throughout, only occasionally showing a hint of curiosity upon hearing the names of the others. Heng Niang, Din 13 Niang. These names made Zuan deeply suspicious. Did the writer of that book from the Hua clan come to this plane? Or did the controller of this plane read the book Liaodrai? With these questions in mind, the banquet finally ended. Although Qu Wenyuan wanted to exchange a few more words with Zuan, she eventually left with reluctance. Wang Gaoxing stood on the town square with a grim expression on his face. In front of him was a huge pit, with tree trunks and branches scattered all around the edge of the pit. No one dared to speak, and all his attendants behind him kept their heads down in silence. Who did this? Wang Gaoxing's voice was as cold as ice. The attendants looked at each other, and finally, the one standing closest to the front stepped forward and whispered, "We haven't found out yet." Bang! With a dull sound, this attendant was directly knocked away and fell into the dust, unable to get up for a while. Who did this? Wang Gaoxing's tone was full of endless anger. Everyone began to tremble. For these ghost clan members, those in higher positions had the power of life and death, so they were powerless to resist. Just then, a cautious attendant approached and said, Young master, although we haven't found out who did it yet, we can smell the presence of humans who have been here before." Humans. Wang Gaoxing slightly frowned. "That's correct. Humans." The attendant nodded. "Very well. I didn't expect these humans to still not recognize reality and stir up trouble. Huh?" Wang Gaoxing gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Then he suddenly looked up and said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Since it was done by humans, they probably haven't gone far. Immediately search the surroundings for any places where humans might have gathered." "Yes." The attendants roared in agreement and quickly disappeared into the darkness to search. Wang Gaoxing stood in front of the tree pit, squatting down slowly, looking at the withered tree roots in the pit, his face showing a cold expression. "Whoever you are, you're doomed this time." As someone from another plane who had become a prominent member of the wealthy families in Shuzhou City, Wang Gaoxing did not come for a mere tree king. What he was after was the ancient mirror from that side. Initially, this ancient mirror was in Shuzhou City, but for various reasons, it ended up lost and fell into the hands of the tree king in this small town by a stroke of luck. However, this small town tree king couldn't perceive what it was and didn't pay much attention, simply leaving it aside. But Wang Gaoxing knew the value of this ancient mirror. Thus, he used all means to track down its whereabouts and finally follow the trail of the mirror to this place, only to find that he arrived a step too late. The tree king of the small town was dead, and the ancient mirror naturally disappeared. This infuriated the usually high-strung Wang family scion. The attendants he brought with him for this expedition were all elites of the family. So shortly, one of the attendants returned with urgent news. "Report to the young master. There is a small village 1,000 miles away with signs of human activity, and many indigenous ghost clan members are there." Wang Gaoxing's eyes lit up at this news. "Oh, indigenous ghost clan members?" "Yes." Wang Gaoxing grinned oddly. "These bunch of losers aren't all dead yet. Well, I'll clean them up together as well. How dare they go against me with such bad luck? Lead the way." "Yes." Meanwhile, in the settled village, Yining spoke in a deep voice. "Your Honor, are you sure everything you said is true?" Qu Wenyuan nodded. "Of course, it's all true." The room fell silent. There were both human and ghost clan members present, all elites of the entire village. After the feast, Zuan went to rest, but Yining gathered the crowd and then carefully asked Qu Wenyuan again about the details of the incidents. Although it wasn't the first time they heard it, everyone felt a bit uneasy. Pulling up a tree spirit that had already become powerful with just one hand. How terrifying a power that must be. Seeing the atmosphere in the room becoming heavy, Qu Wenyuan and Yining, who looked pensive, couldn't help but ask, "Yining, what's wrong? Is there something off?" Yining shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Not that there's anything off, but I can't figure it out." "Can't figure out what?" "Can't figure out where this Lord Zhu is from, and what he intends to do." Qu Wenyuan's eyes widened. "Is that important?" Yining nodded. "Of course it is. As you said, the power of this Lord Zhu has reached a terribly terrifying level, even surpassing our strength before the decline. But here's the problem. If he's so powerful, why hasn't he had any reputation before? This question made Q Wenyuan also a little puzzled. Yeah, why hasn't he had any reputation? Could it be? Q Wenyuan suddenly understood, looking at Yanning in horror. Yanning nodded. That's right. I suspect he also comes from outside the plane. This revelation shocked everyone, and they all couldn't help but be horrified. Coming from another plane? Although it sounded somewhat unbelievable, it was currently the most reasonable explanation. So, what if he's from another plane? Q Wenyuan muttered softly. Yanning shook her head and smiled bitterly. Of course, coming from the outside is not a bad thing, but our situation here is extremely complicated now. The Ghost Clan from outside has been encroaching on our territory, the indigenous Ghost Clan, and eventually turned the tables, forcing us to retreat to this remote wilderness. And now, a person of unknown origin has appeared. Naturally, we have to think carefully. With that, Yanning's expression became more serious. Otherwise, who knows what might happen? Just as she finished speaking, a soft laugh came from outside the room. Well said. There was a low murmur among the crowd. Turning to Sizu, and entering the room leisurely, with a smile on his face and saying lightly, although a bit too cautious, what you said does make some sense. Yanning's face changed several times, but she finally stood up slowly, saluting. Lord Zhu. Zhuan waved his hand, saying lightly, I didn't come here to eavesdrop intentionally, just happened to come over to say something and ran into this. With that, he revealed a faint smile. Actually, you don't need to be so nervous, because I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you on Anyang earlier. Q Wenyuan's cheeks blushed slightly, but she boldly looked at Zuan. Yanning nodded. We understand this naturally. It's just worried about my purpose in coming here. Zhu? And smiled, then looked out the window at the sky, saying lightly, Are all your people here? Are there any who haven't returned yet? Yanning was taken aback, then shook her head. No, everyone is here. The formation naturally attracted the attention of all the people in the village. Yingning and the others had a change in expression, and all came outside. When Wanga Oxing saw Q Wenyuan Ni Shaoqian, as well as the many beautiful ghost clans, he was slightly stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Good. It seems that my luck is really good. I actually encountered so many stunning ghost clans here. If captured back to Chuzhou City, it will definitely fetch a good price. Wang Gaoxing said as he unabashedly sized up Q Wenyuan and the others. This arrogant attitude naturally stirred up anger. Q Wenyuan was the first to be furious, pointing angrily and shouting, Hey, where did this dog come from? Dare to speak to this lady like that? Rude. Wang Gaoxing's followers behind him scolded angrily and were about to step forward. Wang Gaoxing raised his hand to stop them, then stared greedily at Q Wenyuan, sneering, What a spirited girl, but this young master likes it. Q Wenyuan coldly snorted. Bah, have you ever looked in the mirror before speaking? Based on your appearance, would this lady even look at you? These words were very vulgar, causing many people to struggle to hold back their laughter. Wang Gaoxing's expression gradually darkened, sneering, a spirited filly, but speaking to the young master of the Wang family like this, do you not think about the consequences? The Wang family. After hearing this name, many people gasped, raising the temperature in the area. It was not that they were timid, but the Wang family had a fearsome reputation. They were not native ghost clans but had crossed over from other planes. Despite their short time here, they had firmly established themselves in the largest city in this realm, Chuzhou City. Moreover, the Wang family's massacres of native ghost clans were the most brutal, solidifying their fearsome reputation. Hearing that it was the Wang family's young master, many people were naturally shaken. However, soon after, everyone's eyes were filled with anger. The irreconcilable blood feud was about to erupt. The native ghost clans and these crossover ghost clans were naturally at odds, making them enemies with the Wang family. Q Wenyuan's face was covered in frost, staring at Wang Gaoxing with extreme coldness in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Wang family, Wang Gaoxing enjoyed this feeling, chuckling, "That's right. I come from the Wang family that has killed the most of you losers. I initially planned to capture and annihilate you all before coming here, but now I've changed my mind." As he spoke, Wang Gaoxing pointed at Qu Wenyuan, Ni Shaoqian, and the other women, saying, "As long as you all obediently come with me, I wouldn't mind letting the people here go." The scene became restless. "Bastard, shameless," Ni Shaoqian and the others angrily rebuked. Qu Wenyuan did not curse but spit fiercely on the ground. Wang Gaoxing's expression turned cold instantly. "Very well. Since I gave you a chance and you don't appreciate it, then don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he sneered and multiple shadow figures appeared beside him. In an instant, these shadows transformed into his likeness, overwhelming the sky and mocking the people below. "Witness my evil shadow clones." With that, these shadow figures in the likeness of Wang Gaoxing raised their hands and struck the ground. Faced with this attack, many people's expressions changed. Some even felt despair. It was then they realized the vast gap in strength between them and these outsider ghost clans. Wang Gaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement and cruelty. He had no intention of killing everyone with this strike. In fact, he used this power-draining strike to control the situation. Normal human or ghost clans were dispensable and could be killed directly. However, these women were precious wealth and couldn't be harmed. His plan, though sounding brilliant, was thwarted in the next moment. At that moment, a faint sword light, casual yet arrogant, flew across the scene. Despite its ease, the sword light cut through Wang Gaoxing's attack without question. Along with it, many of Wang Gaoxing's evil shadow clones shattered. After several dull thuds, Wang Gaoxing grunted, took a step back, and bellowed in shock and rage. "Who goes there?" At the same time, a light sigh sounded. "Ah, this sword strike came a bit early. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to dodge it." With that, Zhu Xiang walked out casually, standing proudly with a slight smile. "But I believe next time, you won't be so lucky." At the sight of Zhu Xiang, Wang Gaoxing's pupils contracted, subconsciously sensing bone-chilling coldness. It felt as though he was being targeted by a prehistoric behemoth, causing his scalp to tingle. "This person is very dangerous." That was Wang Gaoxing's first thought. In fact, for these ghost clans, the first priority was to identify the most formidable threat in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. Who is he? Why would such a powerful person appear here? Could it be a trap set by other families against me? These thoughts flashed through Wang Gaoxing's mind. Simultaneously, when Mulan followed Zhu Xiang out, her strength was not exceptional, but Wang Gaoxing immediately noticed the ancient mirror she held. Yes, that was the ancient mirror he had been desperately seeking. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Gaoxing unexpectedly did not fly into a rage, but spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you exactly? And what's the deal with that ancient mirror?" "Me? I'm Zhu Xiang. As for this ancient mirror, I just acquired it." Zhu Xiang smiled sincerely. Indeed, the Tree King in that small town died at their hands. Zhu Xiang was also unfamiliar to Wang Gaoxing. At least, he had not heard of him. However, this did not stop him from continuing. "What? Do even the human powerhouses intend to get involved in this mess?" Zhu Xiang smiled. "You're mistaken. I have no intention of meddling in anything." Wang Gaoxing breathed a sigh of relief internally, but the next moment, Zhu Xiang's words made his hair stand on end. "Because I only intend to kill you." Zhuan looked at him coldly. When Gaoxing's followers only woke up from their daze at this moment. Young master, I'm here to save you." Amidst these shouts, the followers attempted to rush forward. Zhuan didn't even turn his head, but calmly said, "Anyone who takes one step forward, his head will bid him farewell." The footsteps of the many followers instantly stopped, and when Gaoxing hysterically shouted, "Bastards, who let you come forward? All of you retreat. Without my orders, no one is allowed to step forward." The many followers simultaneously stopped, and then when Gaoxing finally smiled obsequiously at Zhuan, "Sir, are you satisfied with this, Zhu?" and nodded. You are sensible. Wen Gaoxing felt an infinite sense of humiliation and resentment, but his smile became even more sincere. Sir, I dare say there must have been some misunderstandings between us. So what we need most now is to sit down and have a good chat, not to resort to violence? What do you think? Chat. What to chat about? How? Zhuan said calmly. Sir, judging by your appearance, you must have come from another dimension. Regardless of your intentions, information about this world is definitely needed. I can tell you everything. How do you feel about that? Wen Gaoxing said sincerely. Zhuan looked at him for a while, then said calmly, You are clever. Wen Gaoxing's eyes lit up, knowing he guessed correctly, and quickly said, Moreover, I am the young master of the Wan family, a prominent figure in this world. Our Wan family loves to befriend heroes from all over the world. I guarantee that if you spare me, not only will you gain valuable information, but you will also acquire the friendship of our Wan family. It will double your success in whatever you want to do. What do you think? The expressions of Yingning and others changed. Even they had to admit that Wen Gaoxing's proposal was tempting. That sounds pretty good. Wen Gaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, his smile becoming even more pronounced. Of course. Before he could continue, Zhuan coldly smiled. But I disagree. Zhuan said slowly, because what I want to know, I can still find out even if I kill you, so there is no need for the extra step of asking through you. Wen Gaoxing's face instantly turned as white as paper, lips trembling. You. Moreover, Zhuan leaned in and whispered in Wen Gaoxing's ear, What I am looking for is the controller of this realm. Upon hearing this, an expression of infinite horror appeared in Wen Gaoxing's eyes. This human powerhouse was here for the controller of this realm. What did he want to do? Various thoughts flooded Wen Gaoxing's mind, leaving him dumbfounded. At the same time, Zhuan's palm gradually tightened. Although the physique of ghost tribes was vastly different from humans, even if their heads were cut off, they could be unharmed. However, in Zhuan's hands, it was not that simple. Wen Gaoxing felt all his connections with the outside world being severed one by one, a feeling similar to suffocation. This made Wen Gaoxing extremely fearful because he knew that if this continued, he might truly die with his soul destroyed. Therefore, he exerted all his strength and roared, What are you waiting for? Kill him. Although his followers were also terrified, they had no choice. Their lives and livelihoods were firmly controlled by the Wan family. If Wen Gaoxing died, they would have no chance of survival. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and collectively rushed forward, ready to fight to the death with Zhuan. However, as they took the first step, Zhuan caught Wen Gaoxing with one hand and lightly snapped his fingers with the other. Snap! A sharp sound rang out, and a sword light spiraled through the air like a dragon. After several muffled noises, the followers froze in place, then crumbled into pieces silently. This scene almost made Wen Gaoxing's eyes pop out, but it was also largely due to him being pushed to the limit. Infinitely terrified, he screamed hysterically, You think you can solve everything by killing me? My family will definitely avenge me. You will die when the time comes. In the midst of Wen Gaoxing's ranting, Zhuan said calmly, Who said your death will lead to your family avenging you? Huh? Wen Gaoxing was stunned. Then he strained to smile viciously. I know what you're thinking. You intend to kill me and escape. But let me tell you, it won't work. Once I die, my family will know, and the one who kills me will be marked by karma. So, you can't escape. Ha ha. In his triumphant laughter, Qu Wenyuan couldn't help but feel contempt, waving his fists wanting to beat Wen Gaoxing to death. Yingning and others' eyes, however, showed a hint of dismay, because they knew that what Wen Gaoxing was saying was true. For these prominent families, such methods of protecting direct heirs were essential. But at that moment, Zhuan smiled as well. In his laughter, his tone was as cold as frost. Why should your family know if you die? After all, I have many uses for your identity. You. Wen Gaoxing's laughter abruptly stopped. At the same time, shadows floated around Zhuan, and in an instant, Zhuan's appearance became almost identical to Wen Gaoxing's. Wen Gaoxing's mouth gradually widened as he stared dumbfounded at this scene. He had never thought that such secret techniques existed in the world. What was he planning? This sudden thought made Wen Gaoxing break out in a cold sweat if he had any. Zuin said calmly, "Now, let's hit the road. No, if you kill me, my family will know. You can tie me up and leave me in a corner, which won't interfere with your plans. I promise not to escape, and no matter what you want to do, as long as you spare me, it's all good." Wen Gaoxing screamed, but Zuin said indifferently, "No need for that trouble." With that, he snapped his fingers lightly. Karma. Click. All of Wen Gaoxing's screams and struggles were instantly suppressed. He could only watch Zuan in infinite horror. Then Zuin gently said, "Reversal." Boom. As if pressing the rewind button, Wen Gaoxing's body began to rapidly disintegrate due to intense shock. Karma power? How could he possess such power? I refuse to accept this. This was Wen Gaoxing's last thought before he fell into eternal darkness, vanishing into nothingness. As the black mist dissipated, only a faint blue light remained in the air. The crowd gradually widened their eyes, staring blankly at Zuan, feeling a ridiculous sensation rising in their hearts. Because at this moment, Zuan looked extremely similar to the just deceased Wen Gaoxing, even to the point of being indistinguishable. This made everyone begin to doubt in their hearts. What is going on? What does this young master Zhu intend to do? Just then, Zuin landed back on the ground and smiled slightly at the crowd. "Guess who I am?" Hiss. Many people stepped back in fear, because Zuan's voice now sounded exactly like the just deceased Wen Gaoxing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, these people would never believe what was happening before them. Among the Ghost Clan, there are many masters skilled in disguise, and there are even evil spirits who can draw human skins and disguise themselves as human beings. However, no matter how well disguised, there are always some differences. It is impossible to achieve perfection. But Zhu An's current appearance exceeded their imagination. Not only did he look identical, but even his aura was completely consistent. Only Kinuan, with some excitement, boldly stepped forward and touched Zhu An's face, and then exclaimed, "Wow, it's actually just like the real thing." Zhu An was somewhat speechless, but he could see that this little girl was just naive and innocent, so he didn't get angry, just smiled faintly. Of course it's the same, because it was real in the first place. Hearing Zhu An's words, Yuan became even more excited. "Then can you change into something else? Can you change into someone like me?" "Yuan Niang, don't be impolite." Yingning walked up and stopped Kinuan from continuing, then looked deeply at Zhu An. "Master Zhu, why did you suddenly transform into this Wen Gaoxing? Do you have a plan?" Zhu An nodded. "Yes, but I have a question to ask you all first." "A question? What question?" Kinuan asked curiously. With that, Zhu An slowly swept his gaze over everyone present and said smoothly, "Do you want to linger here and barely survive? Or do you want to reclaim everything you have lost through your own efforts?" As soon as this question came out, the whole room fell silent instantly. Everyone's faces changed, because Zhu An's words hit the hearts of every one of them. Since the dimensional shift, their strength has plummeted, and because of the arrogance of the foreign ghost clans, they have lost too much, even to the point of eventually falling into this small place just to survive. But everyone also knows that this is not a long-term solution. Forget the Tree King who frequently attacked this town before. Just the recent death of Wen Gaoxing revealed a terrifying fact. These foreign ghost clans will not spare them. All this in front of them is just a false peace. Everyone knows this well and therefore feels anxious. But is it true that they can reclaim what they have lost? Although one Wang family young master has died, the invading foreign ghost clans are not just one Wang family. In the uncertain gaze of the crowd, Yingning took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Master Zhu, what do you mean by this?" Zhu An said plainly, "It's pretty simple. If you have lost your courage and are willing to exist in this corner of the world, then I have nothing to say, and I can even help you clear the surrounding ghost clans. But how long this can last depends on individual choice. What if we don't want to just exist here?" Yingning's expression was very serious. Zuin looked quietly at this young girl, who was not very old, but quite dignified, and then smiled. Then it's also simple. I will take you all to Chuzhou City, where you can reclaim everything that should belong to you. Boom. Zuan's words caused a stir in the room. Many people looked at Zuan with astonishment, because the words were simple, but only they knew how difficult it really was to achieve. Chuzhou City is the first city in this realm, where almost all the foreign ghost clans are gathered. Many people present have been expelled from there, now suddenly being told to return and reclaim everything. How easy is that? At least many people shook their heads secretly, feeling it was impossible. But to everyone's surprise, Yingning did not hesitate at all and nodded heavily. Good. We are willing to make this final attempt. No one expected Yingning to agree so quickly. There was a look of admiration in Zuan's eyes. Then he nodded. All right. In that case, prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow. With that, Zuan turned and left the place. Yingning stood still, watching Zuan's retreating figure, her face solemn, her eyes bright. At this moment, Qiniwan was the first to cheer excitedly. Good. This is what we should do. I've been tired of this ghost place for a long time. Many young people also cheered up, but others felt heavy-hearted, and an old man sighed softly. Miss Ying, this matter is of great importance. Are you not too hasty in agreeing? Yingning took a deep breath, restrained her gaze, swept it over the face of the old man who spoke, and said slowly, because we have no other choice. After a moment of silence, everyone nodded one after another, because they knew that what Yingning said was true. Thus, everyone reached a consensus. Inside the small cabin, Zuan suddenly smiled. She is indeed a woman who understands reason and knows how to make choices. Sir, why did you transform into the appearance of Wen Gaoxing? When Muling finally couldn't help but ask, Zuan smiled, because I don't want to startle the snake. When Muling suddenly understood something, nodded, bowed to the side, and stopped asking further. Zuan, deep in thought, touched the two ancient mirrors, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. Transforming into the appearance of Wen Gaoxing was not a sudden decision. In fact, the current situation in this realm clearly conveyed a message, indicating that the controller of this plane was facing a serious problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such intense yet ineffective plane suppression. Nor would they allow these foreign ghost tribes to act recklessly and even massacre the indigenous residents. This was an intolerable humiliation for every plane controller. But now, everything had happened just as it was, indicating that she must have encountered trouble. In Wen Gaoxing's memory, these ancient mirrors were obviously something that the wealthy families in Chuzhou City urgently needed. Although Wen Gaoxing didn't know the specifics, Zuan was very clear. That's why he didn't rashly head to Chuzhou City, but instead chose to infiltrate indirectly. After a tense and busy night, by the time the next day arrived, everyone in the village was prepared. When Zuan emerged, the crowd had gathered together, led by Yingning. She bowed to Zuan. Master Zhu, what should we do next? Zuan smiled faintly. It's simple. Tie yourselves up first. Tie ourselves up. Qin Yuan asked in surprise. The crowd also stirred? Yes. If you don't tie yourselves up, how can I bring you back to Chuzhou City? Zhu, and said arrogantly. If they didn't know that the young master in front of them was disguised by Zuan, many people would have believed it to be true. Even so, many still felt chills running down their spines. If they bound their own hands and Zuan had ulterior motives, wouldn't they be walking into the Wolf's Den willingly? But Yingning showed no hesitation, directly tying herself up with a rope, then solemnly instructed, let's work together and tie each other up. Some people hesitated, but Qin Yuan couldn't help but say, all right, didn't we agree on this yesterday? And if Master Zhu really wanted to deal with us, what difference would it make if we didn't bind ourselves? These words touched the crowd, and soon, everyone obediently tied themselves up. Zhu, and nodded, good, let's set off now. With that, Zuan waved his hand, a dark cloud rising from under the feet of the people, carrying them into the air. This eerie method made many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that he was truly Wengaoxing? Otherwise, how could he use such skilled ghost techniques? Zuin paid no attention to these thoughts, leading the crowd straight towards Zhuzhou City. This realm was not vast, similar in size to Earth, and with Zhu An's power, he could easily encircle it with a snap of his fingers. However, playing the role of the Wan family's young master and carrying so many captives, it naturally couldn't be too quick. After a considerable amount of time, a towering city finally appeared in the distance. Yingning and the others couldn't hide their excitement. This place was too familiar to them. Many of them had grown up here. This city held too many memories for them. But with a sudden change, they were forced to leave their homes and become desolate wanderers. They never thought they would return in this manner. The city guards at the gate saw the dark cloud from afar and, upon closer inspection, recognized Wengaoxing, immediately opening the gates without delay. Zuin calmly drove the cloud into the city, the guards watching with forced smiles. But when they noticed the people bound behind him, they couldn't help but show surprise. Finally, the dark cloud entered the city, and the guards began to whisper amongst themselves. Wow, are those indigenous ghost tribes behind the young master? It's very likely. I even saw a few very beautiful young ladies among them. I saw them too. Wow, they are truly stunning. As they spoke, the guards were practically drooling. It's said that this young master is frivolous and mediocre. This time, when he went out to search for treasure, not many had high expectations. But seeing him now, it doesn't seem so. Hey, who knows? But I think this will cause quite a stir among the city's elites. While the guards were discussing, Zuin led the group to the Wan family's residence, following Wengaoxing's memories. The guards at the entrance saw Wengaoxing and the many people behind him, all taken aback. Zhu An's expression darkened, arrogantly shouting, "What? Are you all dumbstruck seeing this young master?" As he said this, Zuin silently muttered to himself. This Wengaoxing's usual behavior truly fit the bill of a standard playboy scion. Indeed, when they heard the young master's angry roar, the servants shook with fear, some turning to deliver a message while others respectfully made way. Zhu, and snorted and walked in. Some soldiers approached, intending to take Yingning and the others away. Zhu, and barked, "Don't touch these people." The soldiers trembled, Zhu, and shouted, "Can you even touch these people? Get out of the way." Yes. The soldier shivered and quickly retreated to the side. At that moment, laughter from some women could be heard from inside. "Oh, Gaoxing Jij, why bother getting angry with these servants? If you're dissatisfied, just kill them outright." Hearing this voice, the trembling soldiers shook even more. At the same time, a young woman in a black long dress, with exaggerated makeup that couldn't hide her youthful face, ran out excitedly from the door. However, this Hengsen deeply adored her older brother Wengaoxing, and the relationship between the two siblings was very good. This was rare among the prestigious demon clans where bloodshed for favoritism was common. Wengaoxing was out looking for an ancient mirror this time. Hengsen also wanted to go with him, but her strength was insufficient, so she was unable to join. As a result, she had been throwing tantrums at home these past few days, even injuring several maids. On this day, she was sulking in her room when she suddenly heard the news of Wengaoxing's return and that he had brought many people with him. Excitedly, she rushed over to greet him. When she saw Wengaoxing, Hengsen immediately hugged his arm and said affectionately, "Brother, I've missed you so much these past few days." Zuin snorted coldly in his heart but showed no sign on his face. He patted her cheek and said, "All right, I'm back now, aren't I?" "Oh, are these the people you brought back?" When Hengsen saw the bound infants and others and asked, "Zhu," and nodded, "Yes, brother, you are amazing." When Hengsen praised as she approached curiously to observe them. However, after a while, a hint of jealousy appeared in her eyes. She realized that the appearances of these women surpassed hers, especially Qing Yuan, whose purity even made Hengsen, as a woman, feel moved. In this situation, Hengsen coldly hummed, "They are just a group of troublemakers." As she spoke, She raised her hand and viciously slapped Qing Yuan. The slap was strong, and if it had hit Qing Yuan, it would have disfigured her. Wen Hengsen felt pleased with herself, but at that moment, Zhuan suddenly appeared beside her and grabbed her arm, coldly saying, "These people I brought back have their uses. Do not cause trouble." Wen Hengsen was stunned, not expecting her brother to stop her. But anger filled her heart immediately. "You dare to stop me for this woman? Then I will make sure she dies." With those words, she kicked out towards Qing Yuan, aiming to kill her. However, Zhuan raised his hand and delivered a slap, causing Wen Hengsen to stumble back several steps. The onlookers paled, too afraid to lift their heads. Wen Hengsen held her face in shock, staring at Zhuan, questioning, You dare to hit me, Zhu," and withdrew his hand. With a hint of disgust on his face, he said, "These people are useful to me, so you better not cause trouble." Wen Hengsen was almost driven mad. She scoffed, "Useful? What use do you have? Are you just planning to keep them for yourself?" Her sentence was left unfinished as Zhuan raised his hand once more. Wen Hengsen stepped back in fear. As the siblings confronted each other at the door, laughter suddenly burst from inside. "Xinger, you have indeed returned quickly." A dignified man walked out. Wen Hengsen immediately suppressed her hostility and respectfully greeted, "Father." The newcomer was Wen Taihui, the head of the Wen family and also the father of Wen Gaoxing and Wen Hengsen. Zhuan, of course, could not address him as father, as he had a different agenda in mind. Just after entering the city, Zhuan had been using his divine mind to search the entire city, trying to find something he desired quickly. It seemed that the outsiders of the demon clan were not foolish as they had hidden it well. However, Zhuan was aware that there must be something under the surface, as they were so eager to get their hands on that ancient mirror. With this thought in mind, Zhuan casually formed a seal, infiltrating Wen Taihui's mind with his divine mind. Normally, a half-step great Luo like Wen Taihui would not be easily invaded like this. However, since Zhuan was playing the role of Wen Gaoxing, Wen Taihui's only son, he let his guard down and allowed Zhuan to alter certain things in his soul easily. "Old man, I'm back," Zhuan said casually. Upon hearing this address, Yin Ning, Qing Yuan, and everyone else were stunned. This was practically revealing his true identity. After all, Zhuan was currently pretending to be Wen Gaoxing, the young master of the Wen clan. How many sons would address their fathers like that? This was a disaster. They had probably exposed their identities as soon as they entered the city. Yin Ning was utterly frustrated. However, Wen Taihui's and the others' reactions in the next moment left everyone dumbfounded. Wen Taihui was all smiles, as if he hadn't heard the old man remark at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Good child, very polite. Are you tired?" The others stood there in bewilderment. Ning Kaiken whispered to Ni Shaoqian beside him, "Kianer, is this how you address fathers in the demon clan?" Ni Shaoqian was also puzzled, but shook her head, saying, "How could it be? Perhaps these outsider demon clans have such customs." Ignoring the astonishment of the others, after a series of pleasantries, Wen Taihui turned to the bound captives and expressed surprise. "Xinger, how do you plan to deal with these native demons?" Zhuan replied indifferently, "Old man, I intend to keep them detained, interrogate them thoroughly, and then deal with them afterward." "Good, good." Wen Taihui displayed a knowing smile, patting Zhuan's shoulder. "Take care of yourself. By the way, there's a banquet in Chuzhou City tomorrow night. Since you've returned, why don't you attend with me?" With that, Wen Taihui left with a smile. Wen Hengsen glanced at Zhuan, then shot a resentful look at Yin Ning, Qing Yuan, and the others. Finally, she stamped her foot furiously and left. Zhu, and furrowed his brows slightly. A banquet? What banquet? But it was a good opportunity to gather some information through these people attending the banquet. With that in mind, he waved his hand. "Take these people to my residence." Yes, soon. The news of Wen Gaoxing's return with many native demon captives spread throughout Chuzhou City. Especially when people heard about the stunning women among them, the city was in an uproar. Jealous. Bai Shi shook his head, A bunch of useless wretches who can't even protect their own homeland. They are not worthy of my interest. Zhang Cheng's face changed slightly, but then he remembered something and chuckled. What a memory I have. Brother Bai naturally wouldn't be interested in that group of native ghost tribes. After all, Brother Bai is about to become the son-in-law of the Luo family. Saying this, Zhang Cheng squinted slyly. I heard that tomorrow's banquet will be the first time Miss Luo appears in this realm, and she will also be taking on a manner. I wonder if Brother Bai has been invited. Of course, Bai Shi didn't hesitate to acknowledge this, saying with a faint smile, not only have I been invited, but my father is already preparing to propose officially to the Luo family during the banquet tomorrow. Hearing this news, Zhang Cheng was briefly surprised, a tinge of jealousy flashing in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared as he clasped his hands towards Bai Shi. So, congratulations in advance, Brother Bai. May you soon bring the beauty back. Thank you, thank you. Bai Shi also smiled, but whether there was any sincerity in his smile was known only to himself. Coming from prestigious ghost clans, they naturally wouldn't believe in brotherhood sentiments. In fact, the ghost tribes operated based on self-interest. Therefore, the flattery exchange between them didn't affect them. However, the upcoming banquet did stir their hearts. For a simple reason, though they were relatively new in this realm, there were clear hierarchies established. For instance, they respectively belonged to the Bai and Zhang families. These two major clans were on par with the Wan family in terms of power, allowing them to openly critique Wen Gaoxing. But they both knew that their status was not the highest in this realm. If the question of which family in Chuzhou City had the strongest power were asked, the answer would undoubtedly be the Luo family. It was not just due to their strength, but also because the initiators of the invasion into this realm were from the Luo family. There were even rumors that the Luo family had a powerful figure backing them from the depths of the ghost realm. Therefore, the recent appearance of the young Miss Luo from the family had naturally attracted widespread attention, especially as it coincided with her seeking a mentor during the upcoming banquet. The mystery surrounding the identity of the mentor added to the intrigue of the event. In this scenario, Bai Shi was confident, not only in himself, but more significantly in his family. This was because rumors were already circulating in Chuzhou City about an impending union between the Bai and Luo families, a move orchestrated by the Bai family. Though Zhang Ma felt jealousy deep down, he quickly shifted his focus and sneered, "Damn it, that Wen Gaoxing guy will definitely be attending the banquet. Wasn't he out searching for the whereabouts of the ancient mirror? Looks like he's returning empty-handed. I will take the opportunity to make him lose face in front of everyone." Venting the grudge in my heart, Zhang Ma's actions were not driven solely by jealousy. In fact, there were already several conflicts between him and Wen Gaoxing due to Wen's previous reckless behavior. This event provided a perfect opportunity and excuse. Bai Shi remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming banquet. Contrary to what others assumed about his ambition for the Luo family's power, his true intentions were known only to himself. At this moment, a faint smirk crossed Bai Shi's lips. He didn't value the Luo family's influence as much as the figure rumored to stand behind them. Establishing a connection with such a powerful figure would truly propel him to great heights, possibly even into the depths of the ghost realm. As for Wen Gaoxing, he simply wasn't worth Bai Shi's attention. The impending banquet had enlivened Chuzhou City. Beneath the surface excitement, however, schemes and plots were brewing in the shadows. Every prestigious family sought to gain advantages from the event, leading to a web of covert activities and maneuvering. Amidst this atmosphere, the disruption caused by Wen Gaoxing's return quickly dissipated into nothingness. Standing by the window, Zuan slowly withdrew his pervasive consciousness that covered the entire city. He had to be subtle to avoid alerting his targets, so Zuan's observation extended to the unguarded spaces where he learned many unsavory secrets. Yet the fundamental knowledge he sought continued to elude him. Despite this, Zuan remained composed, for he sensed himself inching closer to the truth with each passing moment. The room wasn't occupied by him alone. Yingning, Qu and Yuan, and others patiently awaited inside. Q and Yuan gazed at Zhu An's back by the window, a complex expression playing on her face. She yearned to discover the secrets held by this young man, only slightly older than herself, as his mere silhouette exuded an irresistible charisma that captivated her gaze. Without turning back, Zhuan softly spoke, "I just double-checked, but haven't noticed anything unusual. It seems the clues are hidden among these prestigious ghost families." Turning to Yingning and the others with a smile, Zhuan continued, "If that's the case, tomorrow's banquet will be of utmost importance. So, who's willing to accompany me?" Yingning was taken aback. "Can we also go?" Zhu and nodded. "Of course, but we." Yingning was about to voice concerns related to their status as native ghost tribes that might spark controversies if they attended. However, Zhuan interrupted her with a smile. "If I say you can, then you can. Then I'll go." Q and Yuan, who had been eagerly listening, immediately volunteered. Zhu and nodded. "Good." Surprised by Zhu An's prompt approval, Q and Yuan was astounded by his responsiveness. Zhu and smiled faintly. "The rest of you be prepared too? I have a hunch that this banquet might bring unexpected excitement." Understood. Simultaneously, at a luxurious mansion within the Wan family estate, when Hengson had already smashed several exquisite teaware sets in a fit of rage, no servant dared to approach, keeping their distance. Finally, when Hengson, panting heavily, sat on a chair broken by her own hands, her heavily made-up face betraying flashes of resentment. "How dare he strike me?" When Hengson vividly remembered the slap she received from Zhu An. Throughout her life, nobody had dared to lay a finger on her. With this thought in mind, Wan Hengson immediately stood up and walked outside. The courtyard where she lived was not far from where Zhu An currently resided. Along the way, all the servants who saw Wan Hengson's grim expression were scared and cowered to the side, not daring to lift their heads. Wan Hengson had no intention to argue with these subordinates. She briskly walked to the courtyard where Zhu An lived. The guards at the door were about to speak, but Wan Hengson glared at them. These people immediately closed their mouths and obediently made way. Wan Hengson coldly walked into the courtyard and saw that the door was tightly closed, making her already gloomy expression even more unpleasant. Closing the door in broad daylight, what was her brother up to? Wan Hengson gritted her teeth and cautiously approached, intending to eavesdrop on the situation inside. However, at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Zhu An stepped out from inside. The two came face to face. Wan Hengson was momentarily dumbfounded, frozen in place, but her eyes looked through the crack in the door to see if she could spot those vile people. Zhu An remained expressionless, slowly closing the door from behind, and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" Zhu An felt no ounce of goodwill towards his former sister. Memories and observations revealed the girl's violent and overbearing nature. If it wasn't for wanting to avoid alerting others, Zhu An would have taken action long ago. Upon hearing Zhu An's question, Wan Hengson's dissatisfaction grew, and she couldn't help but sneer. "You don't know why I'm here. What? Can't resist the urge after catching a few brats." Her words were harsh, but Wan Hengson felt relieved after speaking. However, before the feeling of relief could last, it was shattered by a resounding slap. After the crisp sound, Wan Hengson felt as if she had been slapped and nearly fell to the ground. Zhu An then lightly clapped his hands and calmly said, "Dare to speak to me like that again, and watch your teeth." Initially stunned, Wan Hengson wanted to retaliate, but upon hearing Zhu An's words, she trembled and refrained, realizing her brother had suddenly become a stranger. His gaze was so unfamiliar that it left her dumbfounded. She had no doubts that if she said anything more, he would not hesitate to kill her. In this situation, she could only stand up with resentment, give Zhu An a deep look, and then turn around and leave. Zhu An remained indifferent. She was just a self-proclaimed, unruly crazy girl, similar to the spoiled brats on Earth, not worth mentioning to him. Zhu An walked out of the Wan family mansion and onto the streets of Chuzhou City. It seemed to have become a habit for him. Whenever he arrived in a new city, he always wandered the streets to observe the unique cultural atmosphere different from Earth. This time was no exception. With a full day before the banquet tomorrow, he had plenty of time and planned to explore, perhaps find something he liked. The recent atmosphere within the Fubao building was quiet, with even An Yan rarely seen. Everything changed as these women found a new way to entertain themselves. Zuin was shocked by what he saw when he returned a few days ago. The streets of Chuzhou City were not bustling, and the shops on both sides appeared desolate. Still recovering from a great upheaval, the city suffered greatly. Moreover, the aggressive attitude of the outsiders, without any ethical boundaries for profit, led to a substantial decline in Chuzhou City's liveliness. Despite this, being the premier city in this realm, there were still plenty of interesting things to see. For example, a small shop not far ahead attracted attention with a long line outside. The enticing aroma wafting from the shop made passers-by stop in their tracks, tantalizing their taste buds. Wasn't this the snack shop highly recommended by Q Yuan that he was asked to bring back something from? Looking up, Zuin sighed inwardly. It was rare to find such a lively city in this ghostly realm. The coexistence of humans and ghosts in Chuzhou City fostered this vibrant street life, much to his surprise. The aroma was indeed appealing. So, Zuin decided to buy some to taste. Suddenly, he noticed a young woman approaching from the end of the street, curious and intrigued until she reached the shop, where her face lit up with joy as she joined the line. After buying food for 3 people, she turned to Zuin and sharply asked, "Had enough staring?" With a snort, she briskly walked away, leaving curious glances around. Unfazed, Zuin smiled ironically at her back before turning to the shop owner and saying, "I'll take enough for 5 people. No, make it 6. While waiting, Zuin used his mind and saw the girl enjoying her food blissfully in a nearby alley. A faint red lotus symbol marked her forehead, emanating a serene Buddhist power. Suddenly, the girl paused, looked towards Zuin's mental presence, and sternly asked, "Who is peeking?" Before she could act, Zuin withdrew his consciousness. Fubao Xiaolu. When Zuin walked in, with the 6-person portion of snacks he bought, An Yan, Hu Ying, and Zhang Xiaoyu were deeply engaged in a fierce battle. 3 of a kind. An Yan's face was covered with several sticky notes, looking extremely nervous as she stared at the playing cards in her hand, not even noticing Zuin's arrival. Hu Ying had more notes on her face than An Yan, so she was even more focused. After An Yan played the 3 of a kind, she laughed loudly 3 times. 4 of a kind, she declared, then eagerly looked at Zhang Xiaoyu, saying, "Old Zhang, one-up her." An Yan was not having it. "What? Negotiating now?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked somewhat pitiful at this moment, her face almost covered in sticky notes, a dozen tentacles waving aimlessly, each holding a playing card. Hearing An Yan's complaint, Zhang Xiaoyu smirked. "An Yan, do we need to negotiate even after winning? I wonder what cards you have to dare to be the landlord." With that, she slapped down 2 cards. Bomb. An Yan's face instantly turned somewhat pale, her lips quivering. "For of a kind is a bomb. That's how awesome it is." An Yan, feeling a bit dizzy in your head. "Huh?" Zhang Xiaoyu grinned smugly. Hu Ying, also getting excited, exclaimed, "Good. We need this kind of dominance. Continue. Victory is within reach." An Yan, "I'm sorry." Zhang Xiaoyu excitedly waved her tentacles. "Aircraft a no." An Yan looked despairing. "Straight, no." Hu Ying was so excited she was about to jump up. An Yan, "Excuse little fish's rudeness." Zhang Xiaoyu threw down 2 cards excitedly. 3 of a kind. +1. An Yan looked somewhat dazed at the cards on the table, seeming confused. "It's over. Mom loses," she said, then skillfully took out a piece of paper. Nini held a small bucket in one hand, a small brush in the other, shrugged, and said, "I really can't figure out why Mom, whose sister, and Zhang Xiaoyu are also addicted to this. They even go to the extent of neglecting sleep and food for it. Is it really that fun?" She muttered. "Nini, you're getting better with idioms." "Of course, I've memorized the entire idiom dictionary," Nini said proudly. "Really?" A gentle male voice came. The 2 girls shivered, turned around and saw Zhuan with a smiling face. Dad. The two girls wanted to cheer. Zhu, and chuckled, shook his head to gesture them to be quiet, then handed them the snacks he brought. Nini had already smelled the aroma, saliva almost drooling, and she abandoned the brush and bucket, picking up a snack to enjoy. Zhuan walked behind Yan, glanced at the card game, and calmly said, "Bomb her." Huh? And Yan turned around abruptly, Zhu, and flashed his white teeth, bent down, reached over Yan's shoulder, pulled out 4K cards, and threw them down. Bomb. This time even Zhang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, and Yan was even more worried. Little fish has only one card left now. Zhuan smiled. It's okay. She can't escape. With that, Zhuan casually drew a card. 4. And Yan felt a sinking feeling as Little Fish, with only one card left, played a 4, which meant she was clearly losing. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Xiaoyu looked despondent, stopped waving her tentacles, and murmured softly, "No, no." Hu Ying's eyes widened. "You don't want a 4. Zhang Xiaoyu shook her head. "No." Helplessly, Hu Ying took the cards over to continue the game. But how could she be a match for Zhuan? Before long, she and Zhang Xiaoyu were both defeated, and Yan was so excited she was about to jump. Ha ha ha, I won. Nini, come here. The two girls who had been eating quickly wiped their hands, one holding a brush and bucket, the other with a piece of paper, skillfully applying sticky notes to Hu Ying and Zhang Xiaoyu's faces. Zhuan watched this scene with a smile. This was the pastime that had kept Yan and the others engrossed recently, playing landlord. 2 days ago, Zhuan entered the Fu Bao Shalu, and the three of them were almost covered in sticky notes, but they were still battling fervently. However, Zhuan soon found it amusing observing their gameplay, as their skills were just appalling, all equal in incompetence. They couldn't even remember the simplest card-playing strategies. They didn't even know what the opponents had played. Yet, they were so engrossed in the game. Eventually, Zhuan couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he joined in to teach them some basic tactics. Despite being simple, these techniques amazed them. "Come on, let's continue." And Yan was excited. Zhang Xiaoyu and Hu Ying, on the other hand, lacked interest. "No, we can't go on. How can we compete with adults here? Oh, almost forgot. I should go wash Little Shi's eggshell." Zhang Xiaoyu jumped up and ran off. "The divine symbol ball is outside. I'll go check on it." Hu Ying also got up and left. As they left, they also took away the two girls who were eating. In the living room, only the two of them were left. Yan grinned and then leaned against Zhuan, asking, "Honey, why did you come?" "There's a mistress who's addicted to gambling all day. Even the readers can't stand it, saying you never show up. So I came to see you." Zhuan chuckled. "Readers? What readers?" "Oh, never mind. Let's just pretend they don't exist," Zhuan said casually. "Okay." Then Yan hesitated and said, "Honey, I have been too addicted lately. I promise I won't be like this anymore." Zhuan reached out and pinched her nose. "Play if you want. My woman. What's the big deal about playing cards?" "Oh, you hurt me?" Despite saying so, Yan's face was full of joy, not sure if it was because of playing cards or because of the assertive phrase "my woman." After a long silence, Yan asked with a slight pant, "Honey, how are things outside now? Still in the ghost realm? Oh, have you found that friend you were looking for?" Zhu, and shook his head, "Not yet. But this world is quite interesting." "How interesting?" "Have you read Strange Stories from a Chinese studio? The native ghost races here are characters from that book. Ni Shaoqian, Yingning, Xinshizan Niang, and so on." And Yan's eyes gradually widened. "You mean legendary figures from Chinese history have been to this place?" "It's possible. But I think the problem lies with the rulers of this dimension." And Yan nodded understandingly, then smirked. "Honey." The banquet arrived as scheduled. As the evening approached on this day, the luxurious mansion of the Luo family, occupying 3 major streets at the northwest corner of Chuzhou City, was brightly lit. Since the afternoon, a dark aura had been lingering in the sky. These were traces left by the ghost horses and ghost carriages ridden by the ghost tribe members who came to attend the banquet. Although the banquet had not officially begun, the atmosphere at the Luo family mansion was already bustling. In the banquet hall, children of various prestigious families gathered together, chatting and enjoying themselves. I heard that Miss Luo possesses extraordinary abilities and is greatly favored by the head of the Luo family. This is her first time entering this realm. Indeed. But I wonder what kind of special ceremony this time is causing such a big stir. I wonder who the honored guest is. Amidst these discussions and exclamations, the conversation gradually shifted. Someone smirked and said, "Have you heard? A few days ago, the eldest son of the Wan family brought back many native ghost tribes, and I heard there are quite a few beauties among them. This news has caused a sensation throughout Chuzhou City. Who doesn't know? But that one eldest son is usually quite extravagant, and in the end, he doesn't even have many friends." Someone shook their head. I also heard. Someone glanced around, then lowered their voice. The White and Zong families are very dissatisfied with Wenga Oxing. If he shows up at this banquet, they'll definitely teach him a lesson. Heh, this will be interesting. Everyone seemed delighted at the prospect, indicating how unpopular Wenga Oxing usually was. Meanwhile, at the heart of the banquet, Baishi sipped his wine lightly, but his eyes were fixed on the entrance to the banquet hall. He knew that if Miss Luo from the Luo family was to make an entrance, it would be from there, and what he needed to do was to rush up at the first opportunity to give this woman, who was already famous in Chuzhou City despite being unseen by him, a good first impression. Next to him, Zong Cheng's face darkened as he coldly scanned the banquet hall. Why is Zong Ming so eager? When Ga Oxing will definitely show up. Baishi chuckled. HMPH. I know he will come, but I can't swallow this anger. Zong Cheng said grimly. The deep-seated conflict between him and Wen Ga Oxing was not something easily explained in a few words. Coupled with Wen Ga Oxing suddenly bringing back so many native ghost tribes, it became the fuse that ignited their enmity. Baishi smiled at the scene, feeling a sense of disdain. He had no time for such trivial matters. In his view, whether Wen Ga Oxing or Zong Cheng, they were just frivolous young elites who sought attention through machinations. As long as he could find a way to enhance his connection with the Luo family, he could climb higher and even become a prominent figure in the ghost world. These thoughts made Baiji's eyes shine with ambition, eagerly watching the entrance to the banquet hall. Zong Cheng, on the other hand, was plotting meticulously, his eyes occasionally flashing with the chilly light of selection. Regardless, he must humiliate Wen Ga Oxing publicly this time, perhaps making him pay dearly. Thinking of this, Zong Cheng chuckled grimly. Just as the two harbored their dark intentions, a commotion outside the banquet hall suddenly erupted, and then Zuan, disguised as Wen Ga Oxing, strode in slowly. The moment he appeared, the room fell silent, not because of Wen Ga Oxing, but because everyone's attention was captivated by the several women following behind Zuan. When Mulian exuded a gentle and tranquil aura, Yingning possessed a mature and composed demeanor, and Qu Wenyuan had a naive and charming personality. These three women had completely different styles, but shared a common trait: astonishing beauty. Whether the beauty was from within or something else, these native ghost tribes usually had unattractive appearances. In contrast, these native ghost tribes had amazing looks. With this stark contrast, the three women's beauty was even more extraordinary. When the three walked together, their charm increased exponentially. Consequently, the lively banquet hall fell silent in an instant. At the same time, Zuan stopped in his tracks and scanned the room. At that moment, the three women obediently stood to the side as if they were maids. Zong Cheng stared blankly, and suddenly, he shivered, his eyes flashing with jealousy and resentment. Compared to the three women behind Zuan, the beauties he had previously kept now paled in comparison and seemed unworthy. Why could he find such beautiful women? Zong Cheng screamed madly in his mind. Baishi glanced at him, sneered silently, thinking about how foolish he and others were to be so fixated on women. Unlike them, he had grand ideals and ambitions. Baishi felt proud of his aspirations. Just then, a jingle of ornaments was heard, and a young woman walked in with a displeased expression and pouting lips. Behind her were numerous members of the Luo family. She's here. Baiji's eyes widened instantly. This should be the young lady of the Luo family. She seemed young but incredibly beautiful. Baishi felt his heart race slightly faster, stood up abruptly, a warm smile on his face as he was about to step forward to greet her. However, a sudden turn of events left him dumbfounded in his place. The young woman, initially looking gloomy, suddenly froze as she passed by Zuan, then turned her head with a shocked expression and said, "It's you." Zuan seemed as if he had anticipated this and smiled lightly at the young woman who had secretly gone out to buy snacks last night and threatened him, with a faint Buddha's imprint between her eyebrows. "It's me." The young woman's eyes gradually widened with astonishment and fear. After feeling Zuan's probing spiritual sense last night, she left in anger, thinking it was over. But unexpectedly, she ran into this guy here again. Moreover, this guy seemed to be from a prestigious family. Thinking about how her indecent eating habits from last night were seen by this man, Luo Jingting felt blood rush to her head. This made Baishi, who was originally full of confidence and prepared to conquer Miss Luo of the Luo family, his expression darkened instantly. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with a chilling murderous intent. What's going on? Why does this idiot from the Wan family even know Miss Luo from the Luo family? At the same time, Zuan gave a slight smile towards Baishi, who was in a state of shock. Last night ... Don't say it. Luo Jingting immediately interrupted Zuan's words, then leaned in and whispered softly, "Don't you dare mention it to anyone, otherwise, I won't spare you." But she had no idea how deliberate and panicked her actions seemed right now. Especially when everyone heard the words last night. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. What happened last night? Why does Miss Luo look so flustered? Could it be? Just then, there was a loud noise from Peng. The table in front of Baishi shattered into pieces, and he stared coldly at Zuan. Zuan naturally sensed the killing intent in Baishi's gaze, but in his eyes, this Baishi was not even worth considering, so he ignored it. But it's also okay to tease him a little. So a meaningful smile appeared on Zuan's face. Then he leaned down and whispered softly in Luo Jingting's ear, "I know what you're worrying about, but rest assured, it will be over soon." After saying that, Zuan smiled, stood up, and said lightly, "Let's go, Zu," and led Wen Muling and the others straight past Luo Jingting. Luo Jingting looked at Zuan's back in shock, and in her mind were filled with Zuan's words. What does it mean? What does "it will be over soon" mean? Luo Jingting really wanted to stop that annoying guy and ask him what he meant, but due to her status, she ultimately bowed her head silently. However, these scenes appeared completely different in Baishi's eyes. To him, it seemed like Zuan was just greeting Luo Jingting very kindly, and Luo Jingting was reluctantly watching Zu and leave. This made Baishi feel like he was going to spit blood. It must be said that sometimes being a drama queen really requires some talent, and Baishi was obviously gifted in this aspect, which was admirable. Master Zong naturally saw everything. He wasn't a fool. He also knew what Baishi had been thinking before, so when he saw Baishi looking so devastated, he couldn't help but feel delighted, even though he didn't show it on the surface, and instead reached out to pat Baishi's shoulder lightly. "Now, brother Bai, you know how detestable this Wen Ga Oxing is, right?" Baishi clenched his teeth, and a few words burst out from between them. "I want him dead." Zong Cheng smirked, "Me too, because only when he's dead can those 3 little girls who can barely walk be mine. So let's cooperate happily." Despite some minor hiccups, the banquet proceeded smoothly according to plan. However, the focus of attention shifted to 2 individuals this time. One naturally sat at the high table, Luo Jingting, and the other. Many people looked strangely at the person sitting casually on a chair, with Zuan standing behind, his posture calm and indifferent, eliciting surprise from those present. How did this young Master Wan suddenly become somewhat different? Without saying anything else, Just his demeanor alone was as majestic as towering mountains and rivers, making people not dare to underestimate him at all. Wasn't he the wan big young master known for his frivolous behavior before? In a corner of the banquet hall, a group of young girls, still young in age but still vying for attention, gathered together and were chattering about something. When they saw Zhu, and sitting in the distance, many of the girls' eyes lit up. Then someone pulled Wen Hengsen's sleeve and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is that your brother? He looks so handsome." Wen Hengsen was also a little confused. She had never seen her brother like this. But when she remembered the 2 slaps she had received in the past 2 days, she shuddered and didn't dare to say anything. "Heh, Wen brother, it seems like this young master from your family is quite capable." "Huh? White family head," Bai Qianyang said teasingly. He had already prepared everything to match his son with Miss Luo of the Luo family, but now it seemed like Wen family's young master also wanted to get involved. Wen Taihui was all smiles, laughing heartily. "Oh, just the good blood of my Wen family?" There was not a hint of humility in his words. This was also the normal attitude of the ghost race. For them, what value did humility hold? At the same time, Zhang Cheng and Bai Shi finally couldn't hold back and led a large group of henchmen with unfriendly expressions towards Zuan. As they passed by, everyone made way for them. This grand gesture naturally alarmed Luo Jingting, who watched from a distance, not eagerly waiting to watch the excitement like the other Ghost Clan members. In fact, under her master's guidance, she abhorred the various practices of the Ghost Clan. Therefore, when she saw these people approaching Zuan, a hint of worrying flashed in her eyes. Just a moment ago, she had threatened, but Luo Jingting didn't want anyone to die. But the next reaction from Zuan was completely unexpected for her. Zuan didn't even lift his eyelids, casually playing with his fingers as if his fingers were more beautiful than anyone else's. However, his actions, seen through the eyes of the drama king Baishi, seemed like he was trying to conceal his inner panic in this way. Is that really the case? A cold smile appeared on Baiji's lips, but before he could speak, Zhang Cheng, who was next to him, couldn't help but burst into a cold laugh. "Oh, isn't this the Wan young master? How come, after going out for a while, I thought you wouldn't come back?" In fact, Zuan wasn't idle. After entering the Luo family, his spiritual consciousness spread out silently like water, quietly probing everything without alerting anyone. So when Zhang Cheng provocatively spoke to him, Zuan didn't even lift his head, because in that instant, his spiritual consciousness caught a clue. Is it really as suspected? There was a faint smile on Zuan's lips, but his silence made many people think that the Wan young master had backed down, especially Zhang Cheng. Seeing this, was certain and then cast a greedy gaze at the 3 Wen sisters, and then smirked. "What? The Grand Wen young master doesn't speak anymore? Or are you scared to speak now? Have you lost your courage?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The provocative tone in Zhang Cheng's words was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved. Everyone looked at Zuan together, not knowing how he would respond. Should he continue to be silent, or temporarily back down? These 2 thoughts were circling in everyone's minds. However, just then, Zuan, who had already sensed everything he wanted, raised his eyes abruptly, his eyes like an unfathomable sky, pressing down on everything. Seeing this gaze, Zhang Cheng stiffened all over, and even his human form was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Zuan lowered his eyes and coldly said, "Kneel down." What's going on? How did Zhang Dashao, who was just fine, suddenly kneel to the ground because of the simple words? What exactly happened? These questions, accompanied with astonishment, swept through the whole scene. Zhang Cheng was stunned, his heart filled with endless humiliation and fear. He couldn't understand the immense power that had just descended upon him. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, kneeling in front of so many people was extremely humiliating, almost igniting Zhang Cheng. "Let me get up." "Ah!" Zhang Cheng roared, his body like a coiled dragon, black energy swirling around him, trying to force himself to stand up. But all his struggles seemed feeble and pale in front of Zuan. Zuin didn't even move, just looked coldly, and then turned to Baishi. What are you doing standing there? His tone was mild, like a calm black pool, exuding a chilling aura. Baiji's inherent acting nature was stimulated again, as he looked at Zuin in shock, suddenly feeling that this Wen Da Xiao in front of him was so unfamiliar. Could it be that he wasn't Wen Gaoxing? The thought flashed through Baiji's mind, because it just wasn't possible. Wen Gaoxing's aura was so prominent. How could anyone fake it? But now he didn't know. After a lifetime of being a drama queen, he had actually guessed the truth this time, only to be denied by himself. Huh? Zuin questioned again. Baishi trembled, suddenly had a clever idea, and said, pretending to be calm, "Can't I stand here and enjoy the scenery?" Chuckle. Luo Jingting sitting on the high podium burst out laughing. She naturally saw everything that had just happened. While surprised that Zuin could command Zongcheng to kneel, what Luo Jingting cared most about was whether her secret had been leaked. Unexpectedly, it was this drama queen Baishi who amused her. Normally, if Baishi could make Luo Jingting laugh, he would be very pleased. But he didn't have that mindset now, because Zuin was coldly looking at him, and after a while, he nodded. Okay. Baishi breathed a sigh of relief to himself. Luckily I'm quick-witted. But then Zuin casually added, but wouldn't it be better to kneel down and enjoy the view? With a thud, Baishi obediently knelt down in front of Zuan, unable to move. In an instant, the two brothers who had just prepared to team up and eliminate Zuan became two statues kneeling on the ground. The whole scene erupted in a commotion. The heads of the Zong and Bai families all changed colors. After all, this involved the honor of their families. But even they couldn't figure out what methods Zuin used to make these two kneel down and surrender, because there was no fluctuation in their cultivation. Little did they know, Zuin didn't use cultivation or spiritual consciousness, but purely overwhelming power. The so-called power controls authority through benefits. But Zuin was different. He wielded the might of the heavens, the authority of the timeless supreme immortal. When Zuin was at the peak of his strength, with just a glance, he killed an immortal who had roamed the heavens, lived for thousands of years, had numerous life-saving methods, and even made an emperor powerless. Back then, Zuin used his own power. Even though Zuan's strength hadn't fully recovered now, as a half-step great Luo, the semblance of that power was already present. This time Zuin wanted to test his power, so Zongcheng and Baishi were honored to be the test subjects. The results seemed to satisfy Zuin. Of course, Zuin could easily unmask and instantly kill these two now. But it wasn't the right time yet. At least the person Zuin was waiting for hadn't arrived, so Zuin refrained from acting for the time being. Just as the heads of the Zong and Bai families were preparing to come forward and save face, Zuin waved his hand. All right, get up. I don't have red packets for you to now. With that, the pressure on Zongcheng and Baishi vanished in an instant. However, because the pressure came quickly, its disappearance was even more abrupt. Baishi fared a little better. Zongcheng had the worst of it. He was using all his cultivation to resist the pressure, but when it suddenly disappeared, he shot up as if he were a deflated balloon, nearly hitting the ceiling. Eventually, he managed to change direction by force, landing back on the ground very reluctantly, but his expression was extremely ugly. Zuan's move was like slapping him in the face and then spitting in it. The humiliation made Zongcheng wish she could devour Zuin alive. But Zuin paid no attention to Zongcheng's resentful gaze, just leaned back in his chair and said indifferently, "Why are you still standing there? Do you want to kneel down again?" With these words, the once menacing Zongcheng turned and ran. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. Baishi was a bit smarter. At least he walked away a bit faster. Zu, and glanced at this pair of clowns, gave a cold smile, then casually scanned the entire scene. When his gaze passed by Luo Jingting on the podium, who was curiously watching him, he couldn't help but smile faintly, then leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes pretending to sleep. Due to the recent conflict, the voices in the banquet hall suddenly quieted down when Zuin closed his eyes. Many looked at Zuin in puzzlement, wondering what had happened to the once notorious Wen family heir. Why had he suddenly become so powerful and domineering? Just as Zhuan was quietly waiting, a gentle hand lightly touched his forehead, then began gently massaging it. Although he didn't open his eyes, Zhuan knew that Qu Wenyuan was giving him a head massage. Then he heard Qu Wenyuan's excited voice in his ear. Master Zhu, you're so amazing. Those two idiots were completely scared silly. Ha ha. Zhuan just smiled without saying anything. He naturally understood this little girl's thoughts. For Qu Wenyuan, who hated evil and had clear love and hate, Zhuan's crazily slapping of Zhang Cheng and Bai Shi apparently made her very satisfied. But Zhuan's mind was clearly not on these insignificant beings, as that was merely a seasoning. Just then, in Zhuan's spiritual consciousness, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared. Zhuan's mouth curled into a cold smile, then slowly opened his eyes. The eyes of the crowd gradually widened, looking unbelievably at everything in front of them. No one had expected that the master of Miss Luo's family would turn out to be a monk. This was simply inconceivable. Only Zhuan slightly narrowed her eyes, as if she had expected it, coldly observing everything in the scene. This monk was not old, with an ordinary appearance, except for a pair of clear and bright eyes. When he heard Luo Jingting's call, the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a brilliant smile, then nodded. Somehow, when he smiled, his otherwise plain features suddenly emanated a different kind of charm. Especially his eyes seemed to possess a kind of mesmerizing power that made people unable to look directly at them. Seeing this scene, many people present couldn't help but show a look of dizziness and fascination. Just then, the monk slowly turned to the side, hands hanging by his sides, as if waiting for something. Indeed, footsteps were heard at the entrance, followed by a group of gorgeously dressed, arrogant-looking people. Among them, surrounded like a group of stars around the moon, was a noble-looking middle-aged woman. She walked into the scene with a cold expression, and with her imposing presence, the previously restless banquet hall instantly quieted down. Mother, Luo Jingting respectfully saluted. Yes, this cold and unparalleled middle-aged woman was none other than Luo Jingting's mother, the current controller of the Luo family and also one of the top figures in this world. Luo Li. Many people were reminded by Luo Jingting's words and hurriedly began saluting. Greetings to the head of the Luo family. Greetings, Madame Head. These greetings repeated continuously. Luo Li simply nodded slightly, then her gaze swept over the somewhat chaotic banquet hall floor and the disheveled bodies of Bai Shi and Zhang Cheng. What's going on? Her voice was cold, yet filled with supreme majesty. The two shuddered all over, as if they had suffered grievances. Like mischievous children finally able to lodge a complaint, they hurriedly ran to Luo Li's side and bowed deeply. Madame Head of the Luo family. All of this was caused by that guy Wen Gaoxing. Bai Shi once again displayed his dramatic talents, his voice trembling, as if he was about to cry. That's right. This Wen Gaoxing is disrespectful and blatantly disregards the Luo family. Zhang Cheng also began to incite him. Luo Li raised her eyebrow, glanced at Zhuan in the distance with a cold snort, then took a step forward. Bai Shi and Zhang Cheng exchanged a glance, both seeing the delight in each other's eyes. Heh, with the name Wen, how arrogant can you still be? Dare to act arrogantly on Luo family's territory. Based on this, you won't be able to leave today. Both were excited, feeling they have played their cards right with Zhuan. Luo Jingting's heart sank, taking a few quick steps forward, preparing to intervene, but she wasn't sure if she could be successful, knowing her mother's strong-willed character that brooked no resistance within the Luo family. Even though she had lived under her mother's control since she was young, she didn't dare to disobey. The only thing she could do was occasionally sneak out to buy snacks, hoping her mother wouldn't be too hard on her. At the same time, Luo Li had already approached Zhuan, because of her tall stature, and sitting down, Luo Li almost seemed to be looking down on Zhuan. Without saying a word, she just watched Zhuan quietly, a formidable aura gradually emanating from her, enveloping the entire scene. Many people nearby paled and hastily retreated to a distance. Only Zhuan sat there as if nothing mattered, not even raising an eyelid. For Zhuan, who had experienced countless grand scenes. Luo Li's aura was nothing, even making him want to laugh a little. But the people didn't understand this. In their view, the young master was now ashamed and afraid in the presence of the head of the Luo family, bowing his head. Many couldn't help but look at Zuan with mocking eyes. As for Bai Shi and Zongcheng, if they weren't afraid of disturbing the atmosphere, they might have burst into laughter than to relieve their annoyance. However, a look of astonishment suddenly flashed in Luo Li's eyes, because she suddenly realized that the young man who was bowing before her seemed to completely disappear in her perception. This feeling was strange. Clearly the person was in front of her, but in her consciousness, it was empty. What's going on? Luo Li's heart tightened. At that moment, Zuin suddenly laughed lightly. Alright, all the actors are in place. This grand show can finally begin. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their eyes showing a mix of surprise and doubt. What does this mean? What is this young master of the Wan family saying? Zongcheng sneered. When Gaoxing, stop acting mysterious. Why don't you dare to be arrogant in front of the head of the Luo family? Oh, who said I don't dare to be arrogant? Zhu, and said casually, glancing at Zongcheng with a smile that wasn't a smile. Zongcheng seemed to hear the funniest joke ever, laughing strangely. You're really stubborn even at the brink of death. Are you arrogant? If you're so arrogant, why don't you kill me now? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound. Zongcheng's body instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere, staining everything around red. I rarely hear such strange requests, but since you said that, I'll grant it. Zhu En's tone was indifferent. The whole scene was shocked. The closest to Zongcheng was naturally Bai Shi. He stared blankly at the blood on his body and Zongcheng's corpse, then suddenly screamed, "Ah! Damn, I just wore these clothes in the morning. How dirty! Ah!" His words made it seem like Bai Shi had given up on life, because he was not only a drama king, but also a bit obsessive-compulsive. He couldn't stand the blood all over him. However, Zuin quickly solved his dilemma. With a wave of his hand, there was a bang, and Bai Shi's head also exploded. Then he fell to the ground. Why shout so loud? It's really a headache. Be quiet for a while, Zuin said calmly. Silence. No one dared to speak. As in the blink of an eye, the two young masters of the Zong and Bai families had been blown up, and the instigator seemed to have crushed two bugs. Insignificant. What's more, all of this was done in front of the head of the Luo family, because they knew Luo Li would never let him go. Sure enough, Luo Li glanced at the two corpses on the ground, her expressionless face suddenly showing a hint of anger. Then she turned her gaze coldly to Zuan. Who are you exactly, huh? Who exactly? Isn't he the wealthy young master Wen Gaoxing? This thought just arose in many people's minds. Zuan leaned comfortably on the chair, feeling somewhat pale at the pressure from Luo Li behind him, and asked softly, Come, give my shoulders a rub. Quan Wen Yuan was slightly startled. Then, without hesitation, he walked up and gently began massaging his shoulders. Zhu An's action was truly shocking. It was already so late, and he dared to act so arrogantly. Wasn't he afraid of death? Among the Luo family, several young people all had a sudden change in their demeanor and were about to step forward. Luo Li casually stopped them from moving forward, just staring at Zuin coldly, and said in a cold voice, You are not Wen Gaoxing, and you are not even from the demon race. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. Zhu, and intertwined his fingers, his lips curling up in a faint smile. Interesting. Since you can see through my disguise, I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. With that, Zuin was suddenly surrounded by black energy, which quickly dissipated. When he appeared again in front of everyone, he was no longer the wealthy young master Wen Gaoxing, but a handsome young man dressed in white as pure as snow. Hiss. At this sight, everyone gasped in shock. Many people's eyes were filled with infinite fear, because it was truly terrifying. As the sign of a prestigious family, Wen Gaoxing left a strong impression on many people in Chuzhou City due to his extravagant and capricious nature. However, no matter who it was, Nobody had been able to see through Zhu An's disguise and had been deceived until now. Such extraordinary disguising skills were unheard of. Suddenly, a scream came from the crowd. Xinger, then Wen Taihui, looking frantic, burst out from the crowd, pointing at Zhu An and roaring, "Where is my Xinger? What have you done to him, Zhu?" and raised his hand in a shushing gesture. "Hush, I can hear you. Your Xinger is naturally dead now. But rest assured, he died in great pain, which can be considered as atonement." When he mentioned atonement, a monk who had been standing quietly on the side suddenly looked up and glanced at Zhu An. Zhu An smiled at him slightly. When Taihui, consumed by boundless anger upon learning that his beloved son was dead and the murderer had taken on his appearance, was completely overtaken by fury. Crossing, "Xinger, I will kill you and avenge my son." When Taihui rushed forward in a frenzy. But at that moment, a dazzling sword light flashed by. Immediately, Wen Taihui, rushing forward, suddenly shook, before being cut in half at the waist. Due to the strong momentum, his upper body flew out far, screaming loudly in the air, "Ah, my legs!" Before he could hit the ground, cracks suddenly appeared on his upper body, as if a hot glass had shattered, and then it completely exploded. Bang! Following which, his severed lower body standing in place also shattered and fell to the ground. Zhu An shook his head with a light sigh. "Why can't you just be quiet? I just said to keep it down, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, a body wasted for no reason." No one dared to speak. In fact, everyone was dumbfounded. Since the beginning until now, this young man in white had decapitated 3 people without even moving. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. Even Luo Li's expression changed significantly, becoming extremely serious. She was shocked to realize that she couldn't see through this young man's background. She could only vaguely sense the overwhelming sword intent within the sword light. Could he be a sword cultivator? Thinking about this, Luo Li pondered for a moment and then said coldly, "Friend, whatever your reasons may be, now that you have decapitated 3 people, even if it is a huge grudge, it should end here." And Zhu An suddenly smiled, but his smile was filled with coldness. "What qualifications do you have to discuss and end with me?" Boom! His words shocked the entire audience. Luo Li's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Many of the talented youths of the Luo family were also furious. Who is this brat that dares to be so arrogant? That's right. Just because he killed a few insignificant people doesn't mean anything. Get rid of him. Amidst the yelling, a few people angrily charged towards Zhu An. But before they could take a few steps forward, they suddenly realized they had shrunk in height. When they looked down, they were shocked to discover that their legs had been cut off at some point. Due to the sword light being too fast, they didn't even have time to feel the pain, resulting in this situation. The several members of the Luo family were stunned momentarily, as a stream of sword energy, swift as a dragon, instantly pierced through their foreheads. Squelch! These people didn't even have a chance to groan before falling to the ground, becoming corpses. Moreover, they fared worse than those before them, as the sword energy not only shredded their bodies, but also crushed their souls. Such a brutal method left behind a profound shock in the reconstituted bodies of the demon clan, Baishi, and Wen Taihui. It even evoked a sense of relief within them. Luckily, they had only lost human bodies. If their souls had been decimated like those of the Luo family's youths, it would have been game over. Luo Li looked down at the bodies of her family members, her eyes burning with furious anger. She then slowly raised her head. "How dare you kill members of my Luo family?" "So, what if I did?" Zhu An said nonchalantly, then smirked. "How does your anger feel? Enjoy this feeling now, because opportunities like this are running out." Luo Li raised her hand to stop the Luo family members from advancing, then took a deep breath, instantly regaining her composure and spoke slowly. "What do you want?" Zhu An did not directly answer Luo Li's question, but turned to look at Luo Jingting, who was also in shock, and said lightly, "What I want to do is very simple, to let good and evil each have their just desserts. That's all." Upon saying this, Zhu An turned back to Luo Li and smiled grimly, After all the scheming, even willing to bet with your own daughter, your ambitions are truly grand. Luo Li's face changed drastically. What? What are you saying? I don't understand. Don't understand, Zhu, and pointed to the ground beneath their feet, coldly saying, do I even need to explain what's under here? Luo Li's face darkened instantly, and a violent black aura permeated behind her. The whole banquet hall seemed to be swept up by a gust of wind, causing many people to pale and step back. But everything seemed like a gentle breeze in front of Zuan. Not even a strand of her hair moved. Who are you? Luo Li's voice was cold, the killing intent on her face almost solidifying. Who am I, Zhu? And chuckled lightly, then turned to a nearby monk and said calmly, don't you want to say something? The monk remained silent for a moment, then folded his palms together and softly said, I am Monk Jinju. Greetings, patron. You don't recognize me. Zuin was slightly taken aback. Seems familiar, but can't remember. Monk Jinju answered honestly. Zuin nodded in realization, then looked at him with a half-smile and pointed at the bewildered Luo Jingting. Is she your disciple? Monk Jinju nodded. Yes. Since when did Buddhist monks start accepting ghost clans as disciples? Zhu, and chuckled lightly. Buddha teaches without discrimination, whether human or ghost, all have Buddha nature. Monk Jinju replied with a smile. Buddha nature. Ha, Zhu, and chuckled, a hint of mockery in his laughter. So, you are willing to become the master of these ghost clan members to cleanse their sins. When he mentioned sins, Zuan's tone intensified. Monk Jinju fell silent. Their conversation seemed familiar like old friends, yet their tone was that of strangers, causing many people to feel slightly puzzled. Luo Li stood calmly on the side, her eyes flickering as if contemplating something. Luo Jingting looked shocked, glancing at her master and then at Zuan, completely clueless about what they were talking about. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Zuan's voice was cold. Monk Jinju smiled. Patron's questioning is valid, but I have a clear conscience. What I do is only to guide and redeem the sinners. Is there something wrong with that? Although his tone was still gentle, there was a hint of edge in his words, clearly responding to Zuan. Zuan gazed quietly at Monk Jinju for a moment before nodding. Very well. Since you have a clear conscience, let me tell you where you went wrong. With that, Zuan suddenly looked up, his clear eyes emitting a bone-chilling coldness, and stomped his foot. Boom! The entire Luo family mansion shook violently. Everyone staggered, and those with lower cultivation even fell to the ground. Luo Li was shocked and shouted, "Stop him!" In fact, there was no need for her command as the members of the Luo family in the banquet hall could not contain themselves. Capture the madman? Let's attack together. Kill him. These members of the Luo family were not foolish. Zuin had already shown strength that indicated he was at least a powerful sword cultivator. Therefore, before taking action, they exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions, and then cooperated silently to launch an attack. As they moved, they linked together in a dark aura, forming a large array to confront Zhu, and head-on. This attack was enough to cause alarm. Even though standing behind Zuin like Wen Mulan, Yingning, and Qu Wenyuan had their faces pale in an instant. However, Zuin did not move a muscle, just lifted his gaze slightly and lightly commanded, "Go away." Although Zuan's voice was not loud, it stirred up a huge wave. Wherever the sound waves reached, they directly collided with the attacking members of the Luo family. Boom! With a loud noise, a violent shockwave spread out, turning the banquet hall into chaos as if a storm had blown through, breaking apart everything in its path. Under the impact of this shockwave, the people in the banquet hall had no resistance. Those with slightly higher cultivation could barely ascend into the air, but those with weaker cultivation were blown away with a scream. Not only that, due to the terrifying force of the shockwave, it did not weaken after destroying the banquet hall, but continued in a ruthless manner, sweeping through the entire Luo family mansion. In just a few breaths of time, the once magnificent Luo family mansion had been completely reduced to rubble. The casualties were numerous. Everyone was shaken by this earth-shattering attack and stared dumbfounded at Zuan, whose figure was now obscured by a bright light. Their hearts trembled, unsure of what was happening inside. Finally, the black aura dispersed, and the intense light faded. Looking back at the scene, Zhuan remained calm and sat on his chair as if nothing had changed. Behind him, the three women stood silently, and even the ground was spotless, devoid of any dust. It was like a pristine land in the ruins. But what about the people from the Luo family? Everyone's eyes shifted to the place where Zhuan was seated, finding it empty without a trace of anyone. At that moment, shadows started forming in the void, barely gathering a dozen figures, trembling as they huddled together. These were the most powerful elders of the Luo family. As for the rest of the Luo family members, they had completely vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Luo Li screamed. With the highest cultivation level, she barely grasped the scene that just unfolded. Though Zhuan merely gave a command, it seemed as if he, like an emperor with absolute authority, had crushed almost everyone from the Luo family. Only these dozen elderly members of the Luo family saw the danger and sacrificed most of their souls to hide in the void in the critical moment, barely surviving. But looking at them now, it was evident that their souls were on the verge of extinction. Many of them appeared almost transparent, as if a gust of wind could blow them away. It wasn't just a strike, it could barely be called a shout, and it dismantled the coordinated attack of the Luo family, achieving a crushing victory. This level of power exceeded many people's imagination. Luo Li's heart sank to the abyss. Luo Jingting was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this seemingly ordinary young man could be so powerful. As for Baishi, Zongcheng, and Wan Taihui, they were nearly driven to collapse by fear. Damn, I actually dared to oppose such a figure just now. Surviving this is pure luck. Baishi was crazily relieved. Zhuan acted as if he had done something insignificant and directed his gaze at Monk Jinju, saying calmly, "Now watch closely, I'll tell you where you went wrong." With that, Zhuan suddenly stomped his foot, causing a series of massive cracks to appear on the hard ground, and tendrils of black aura rose from them. In front of everyone appeared a massive chasm. Though shrouded in darkness, a faint light could still be seen emanating from the depths of the cave. Sensing this light, Wen Muling trembled all over and exclaimed, "It's her, my lord, it's the aura of the person who saved me back then." Yingning and Qu Wenyuan remained silent, tears streaming down their faces. They were all too familiar with this aura, as it belonged to the lord who controlled this realm. "Master Luo, please explain," Zhuan calmly stated. Luo Li's expression changed drastically. How did he know these things? And who was he really? These questions swirled in her mind, causing her face to fluctuate between light and shadow, and her body trembled slightly. However, most of the others were utterly confused and had no idea what was happening. Luo Jingting was no exception. Her face filled with bewilderment as she turned to Luo Li and asked, "Mother, what is going on? What is this chasm?" In a pale face, Luo Li remained silent, unable to speak a word. Instead, Zhuan, sitting back in his chair, let out a slight smile and leisurely said, "Miss Luo, do you want to know the truth?" Despite many members of the Luo family dying at the hands of Zhuan, Luo Jingting did not harbor much hatred towards him. Therefore, upon hearing his words, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Let me start from the beginning then. Miss Luo, do you think your mother likes you?" Luo Jingting was momentarily stunned, about to speak. "Don't rush to answer. Think carefully. In your mother's eyes, are you more like an object or more like a child?" Upon hearing Zhuan's words, Luo Jingting was thunderstruck. Growing up over the years, she could naturally sense the difference in Luo's attitude towards her, not a dislike, but a different kind of affection, more akin to what Zhuan described as an object. Her silence prompted Luo Li to hastily interject, "Tinger, don't listen to his nonsense. Of course, I like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited this Buddhist high monk to be your master." Luo Jingting hesitated, Zhu, and chuckled. Is guiding her in the practice of Buddhism truly for her benefit? Or is it to achieve your hidden agenda? These words not only shocked Luo Jingting, but also caused even Monk Jinju, who had been chanting peacefully, to shudder, suddenly understanding many things and gaining a complex expression in his once clear eyes. Ashen-faced, Luo Li tried to maintain her composure, saying, "What nonsense are you speaking? I don't understand at all." "You don't understand. Very well, then let me make it clear to you." With that, Zhuan finally stood up and walked to the edge of the chasm. The chasm was filled with dark, swirling fumes, exuding a gloomy sheen, resembling a demon's lair. Zhuan raised his hand and swiftly drew a simple anti-evil talisman in the air, before slapping it down. Boom! As the talisman landed in the chasm, it seemed as if a ladle of cold water had been poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly bursting open. The dark fumes surged and rolled like boiling water, faintly hinting at sounds of wailing. This terrifying sight left everyone dumbfounded, especially Luo Li, who could not have imagined that this young man in white had such incredible means. Just a simple anti-evil talisman was enough to completely stir up the dark fumes in the chasm. This horrifying discovery left her trembling. Suddenly, within the chasm, a brilliant golden light burst forth, dispelling all the dark fumes. What followed was an astonishing sight. Floating in the depths of the deep chasm was a faint light orb. The light orb resembled a soap bubble, emitting a faint glow, within which a figure seemed to be shrouded. When Muling and others all knelt down in awe, many people gradually realized the significance of the scene, their eyes showing varying degrees of shock. However, Luo Jingting suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if the figure within that light orb was someone very important to her. With his hands behind his back, Zhuan gazed at the fluctuating light orb and calmly said, "Who she is, do I really need to say?" Luo Li was dumbfounded and speechless. In the past, when you outsiders waged a brutal war to seize control of this realm with its controller, it's clear that you emerged victorious. But at the last moment, this realm's controller, at a great cost, activated a realm suppression and enveloped herself in layered defenses. Here, Zhuan's eyes held a hint of admiration and respect. She knew very well that you outsiders sought not just this realm, but complete control over it. To prevent you from succeeding, she decisively made that choice. Of course, this defense should be nothing to you, but in order to perfectly inherit her realm, you dare not launch a direct attack, thus burying it under layers of dark fumes. The more Zhuan spoke, the paler Luo Li's face became, until there was no trace of color left. "I don't know how many methods you've tried, but obviously, they all failed. Only this time." Zhuan turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed on the trembling Luo Li, and coldly continued, "If I'm not mistaken, before your daughter was even born, you used a secret technique to forcefully merge a part of her aura into it. In this way, you hoped she could forcefully inherit this will. You wagered with your daughter, attempting to use her to pass through the defense and inherit the will. But you didn't anticipate that even though she inherited a part of her aura, your daughter still wasn't recognized by this defensive formation. Helpless, you conceived the decision to have her practice Buddhism because Buddhism is best at dispelling hostility. Only in this way could you achieve your ultimate goal. Am I correct?" Under Zhuan's relentless interrogation, Luo Li kept retreating, speechless and tongue-tied. But more shocked than her was Luo Jingting, who, upon hearing all that Zhuan revealed, was struck like lightning before tremblingly asking, "Mother, is everything he said true? Am I really just a tool to you?" Luo Li remained silent. At this moment, silence spoke volumes, and Luo Jingting understood what it meant. Tears welled up in her eyes as she felt that everything she had experienced over the years had turned into a farce. Above Luo Jingting's body, cracks appeared one after another, emanating a pervasive ghostly aura and showing signs of self-collapse. However, at that moment, a series of lights suddenly appeared between her eyebrows, and like an adhesive, they resealed her body that had already started to collapse. Jinju let out a light sigh and sternly shouted, "You fool, wake up." This shout, like a lion's roar, resounded in Luo Jingting's ears, causing her whole body to tremble, gradually regaining consciousness. Then, she burst into tears, crying loudly and sobbing, Why is the Luo family so heartless? Zhuan calmly said, You're mistaken. This matter is not something that a mere Luo family can accomplish. With that, Zhuan looked at Luo Li and continued, If I'm not mistaken, behind your Luo family, there should be someone supporting you. Let me guess. Could it be some big shot from the depths of the ghost world? Who are you exactly? How do you know so much? Luo Li said with a strained voice, Me, Zhu, and smiled. My name is Zhuan. Though Luo Li hadn't heard of Zhuan before, she gradually recovered from her initial shock and took a deep breath, slowly saying, If you know that there are major figures from the depths of the ghost world involved in this matter, why intervene? Aren't you afraid of ending up with a tragic fate? Are you threatening me? Zhuan smiled slightly. It's not a threat, simply stating facts, Luo Li said in a deep tone, because the person behind me is someone you can't imagine. If you don't want trouble, I advise you to back off now, otherwise what? Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The entire place fell silent once again, with only the sound of Luo Jingting sobbing. Many members of the Ghost Clan breathed a sigh of relief seeing Zhuan's calmness. Although they were not aware of the whole situation, as outsiders in the Ghost Clan, they would inevitably be involved. If Zhuan were to really eradicate the Luo family and then rescue the former controller of the dimensional plane, they would face a catastrophe. So, if he were to back off now, it would be the best outcome. I'm curious. How powerful are these major figures you mentioned? Zhu, and suddenly chuckled and said slowly, They are beings you can't fathom. Ghost Emperor level strength. Ghost Emperor. This title sent shivers down many people's spines. To them, a Ghost Emperor was a figure they could only look up to. As for the higher-ranking Lord level, they were already rare in the Ghost world, beyond their reach. Zhu, and chuckled, Ghost Emperor level ... That's right. Zhu, leave this place now, and I can pretend nothing happened. How about it? Luo Li, now more composed, planned to scare off the white-robed youth and then report the incident to higher-ups to deal with Zhuan. However, her plan did not work as Zhuan was undeterred. Zhuan, in his leisurely manner, said, What if I don't leave? You? Luo Li raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but Zhuan waved her off, saying, Enough. Don't try to intimidate me with your so-called big shots anymore. In my eyes, there are no major figures in the ghost world right now. This boastful statement made many people's expressions darken, glaring at Zhuan with hostility. Luo Li sneered, Zhu, your strength is commendable, but are you not afraid of overreaching with such bold claims? Zhu, and chuckled, My apologies, I misspoke earlier. Apologizing. Luo Li's expression softened slightly. Zhu, and continued, Let me correct it. In the current ghost world, I am the only true major figure. This declaration created a stir. Bai Shi and Zongcheng, the difficult brothers, exchanged glances, seeing the glee in each other's eyes. Luo Li laughed mockingly, about to make a sarcastic remark. However, at that moment, all sound vanished, including Luo Li's voice, as everyone, including her, stared blankly at Zhuan. Because at that moment, before Zhuan, a pure white flame floated in the air, flickering gently. Although it was a small flame, it caused the temperature to rise sharply in the room. Luo Li's heart, on the other hand, turned cold like being in an ice cellar. They all, at the same moment, recalled a terrifying legend, a legend that stood on par with the deceased lord of the netherworld. Standing with hands behind his back, Zhuan calmly said, Now, are you convinced? Godfire Ghost Venerable? Luo Li finally came to her senses from the overwhelming shock, her voice trembling. Zhu, and nodded, giving a faint smile. It seems my reputation hasn't completely faded. It's heartening that you still remember me. No one dared to speak. Many members of the Ghost Clan were trembling, not only because of the suppression from the small flame, but also with Zhuan's appearance. They were all terrified. Luo Li slumped to the ground, her teeth chattering. She thought of Zhuan's earlier words. Yes, other than the deceased lord of the netherworld, who in the ghost world could claim to be a major figure before him. But why would such a being come here? These thoughts collided violently in Luo Li's mind, and her expression kept changing. Zuan's gaze passed over her, finally resting on Jinju, who had been silently reciting scriptures with closed eyes. Zuan said leisurely, "Stop. Do you now realize where you went wrong?" Jinju stopped his chanting, slowly opened his eyes, and gazed at Zuan quietly. "Why are you looking at me? Do you realize your mistake, Zu?" and asked with a smile, his eyes chilling. Under the questioning, Jinju shook his head slowly. "This monk believes he hasn't done wrong." Many gasped. How daring was this monk to openly go against the intention of the god Fire Ghost Venerable? Was he seeking death? Zuan was slightly amazed but asked with interest, "No mistake, because regardless of right or wrong, Miss Luo has already entered my Buddha sect, and if she can truly inherit this place, it might not be a bad thing. With this, we can bind the actions of these demon tribes and solve the problem completely." When saying this, Monk Jinju's tone was calm, his face serene. Obviously, he had already thought it through. There was a glimmer in Luo Li's eyes. It was the shocked expression on Luo Jingxi's face as he looked at Jinju that was a surprise, finding his usually amiable master suddenly becoming so unfamiliar. And this speech almost made Zuan laugh out loud. He raised his hand to point at Ku, Wenyuan, and the others behind him, saying lightly, "So according to you, what about these native demon tribes? What should be done about the deep hatred they carry?" Monk Jinju brought his palms together. "Donor, you possess great supernatural powers and naturally should understand that everything has its causes and effects, the so-called karmic consequences of past lives and present lives." Zu, and interrupted him directly, "Don't lecture me about past lives and present consequences. I just have one question for you. Is she after reincarnation still the same as before? This, memories have changed, appearances have changed, even the body has changed. Naturally, the person is no longer the same. So why make an unrelated person bear the consequences of the past?" This questioning made Jinju silent for a long time, and finally, he struggled to say, "Everything is predestined. I believe this is the best solution. After all, sacrificing a few people to achieve long-lasting peace in this world." Zu, and sneered, "So these people deserve to be sacrificed?" "That's not what I meant. I understand. You mean to say, it's better to move on since death is just death anyways. After all, letting go of hatred, it's better to resolve disputes. Isn't that right?" Jinju fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Zu, and mocked, "But have you ever thought about it? When they were slaughtering these peaceful native demon tribes, did they consider resolving disputes rather than stirring up trouble? When they invaded this realm and oppressed unrelated people, did they think about being kind to others? Now just a light-hearted suggestion, to let these people die in vain. I ask you, if sacrificing you can bring peace to the world, would you be willing?" Jinju immediately nodded, saying firmly, "I would. I knew you would say that. But your willingness doesn't represent the opinions of others. Each person's life should be respected, not disregarded. Many say sacrificing one can bring peace for a lifetime. But I just want to ask, why? Why should these people be sacrificed? Why should a few use death to exchange for the survival of others? Is it fair?" Zuan's series of questions were like a string of pearls, leaving everyone speechless. The clear eyes of Monk Jinju finally showed a hint of confusion. As for Ying Ning and the others, tears had long filled their eyes, as they felt that all their thoughts had been expressed by Zuan. "Do you now know where you went wrong?" Zuan questioned again. Monk Jinju finally bowed respectfully. "Donor, you are eloquent. I have lost. I was wrong. But," Monk Jinju raised his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes, "if this path is not feasible, then are there other paths?" Zuan looked at Monk Jinju and finally nodded. "Of course, and I believe I have already found one." Monk Jinju trembled all over, looking at Zuan in surprise. At the same time, with a snap of his fingers, Zuan sent a divine thought. Monk Jinju carefully pondered it and then fell into silence. After a moment, he smiled. "I see. It seems my wisdom is lacking. All this time, I had not been able to see through the illusion of incarnation. How foolish I was to think my path was correct. His words were filled with joy and admiration. Then, Monk Jinju once again respectfully bowed to Zuan. Thank you, donor, for enlightening me. I now understand, Zu, and nodded. Good that you understand. Do you need my help next? Monk Jinju smiled and shook his head. There is no need to trouble the donor anymore. Whether the first find it or not, the purpose of my existence has been fulfilled. It proves that this path is not feasible. With that, Monk Jinju brought his palms together and smiled slightly at Zuan. Homage to the Buddha. I'm going now. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, softly recited a few scriptures, and then, with a loud rumble, his entire body turned into golden light, dissipating. Master, Luo Jingqi exclaimed in shock. Zu, and glanced at the dispersing golden light and said lightly, there's no need to call out. He's already gone. Having already suffered a major blow, and now seeing their master of many years leaving, Luo Jingqi felt his heart being twisted, unable to speak through his tears. But Zuan paid no attention to this and turned to Luo Li, who had a defeated look on her face. It's time to go. Luo Li trembled, then incredibly terrified, pleaded, please spare me, please. If you kill me, she will not be released either, because that defense can't be broken through just by strength. Who said I was going to break the defense? Huh? Luo Li was taken aback, but Zuan turned his wrist, revealing the two ancient mirrors in his palm, saying gently, you have always wanted to find these two ancient mirrors to awaken her, right? Seeing the two ancient mirrors, Luo Li was struck dumb. Did you locate us through this ancient mirror? She exclaimed hoarsely. Yes, and I also know why the mastermind behind you wants you to deal with this realm. Zuan coldly smiled, while at the same time, when Muling stood up, with faint black lines appearing on her body. The Lord of Darkness. She is under the Lord of Darkness. Luo Li almost groaned with horror as she instantly understood everything, and recalling the relationship between this divine fire demon and the Lord of Darkness, Luo Li felt a chill run down her spine. It seems you have understood everything. I have. Anything else you want to say? Zuan smiled faintly. Luo Li understood. All her pleas were futile. Her face pale, she turned to the still deeply distraught Luo Jingqi, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Jinger, Mother apologizes to you. I shouldn't have used you as a bargaining chip. But you must believe me, I do care for you. Luo Jingqi stared blankly at her. Luo Li gave a bitter smile, then turned to Zuan and said, do it. Witnessing this scene, Ku Wenyuan and Ying Ning couldn't bear to watch. But Zuan didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a pure white flame shot up into the sky, then split into two, and into four. In an instant, it covered the entire city of Chuzhou. Under the power of the flames, all living beings trembled. Luo Li suddenly felt desperate, looking up at the sky in fear. No! Slaughter is never the best way to solve problems, but it is certainly the most effective, especially when there is deep-seated enmity between each other. Bloodshed often brings temporary peace. At least that's how Ku Wenyuan thinks now. When she saw those outsiders who once enjoyed slaughtering their own people struggling for mercy under the fireworks, then ultimately turning into ashes and disappearing into thin air, she didn't know when her face was already wet with tears, but her heart was filled with happiness. But those who died can never come back. Finally, as the fireworks gradually dissipated, looking at the current state of the Luo family mansion and Chuzhou City, they had completely changed. Almost all of those arrogant outsiders from the Devil Clan had been obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence. Only a few surviving indigenous Devil Clan members looked around in terror, not knowing what had happened. In the banquet hall, besides Zhu Bian and others, the only one left alive was this Luo Jiangting. When the fireworks touched her, the Buddha seal between her eyebrows saved her, so she survived this world-burning fireworks. But even so, at this moment, she still sat dumbfounded on the ground, like a statue, showing no reaction to everything outside. Because just today, or maybe an hour ago, she was still the noble daughter of the Luo family. Suddenly, everything changed. The mother who should have been the most trustworthy turned into a villain who used her for her own ends. And her master, after saying some inexplicable words, ascended into nirvana. Now, the Luo family has perished, leaving only her. How could this not leave her bewildered and desolate? Zhu Bian glanced at her, shook his head slightly, then turned and came to the edge of a deep pit, took a step forward, and fell straight into the abyss. Qu Yuan let out an urgent scream, hurriedly went forward to look, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Zhu Bian was standing in the void. In front of him was a group of light and shadow floating. As they got closer, it became clear that there was indeed the shadow of a woman in this group of light and shadow. Zhu Bian quietly watched, then raised his hand and gently touched the light group. Where his fingers passed, ripples were stirred up. Zhu Bian then raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected by Luo LD, this defensive formation was quite peculiar. This peculiarity did not mean that it was powerful. On the contrary, with Zhuan's strength, a little force could easily crush it completely. But Zhu Bian could clearly feel that this defensive formation was obviously closely related to this plane of existence. If this defensive formation were forcibly destroyed, no one dared to predict what would happen to this plane. This was also the reason why Luo LD and others hesitated. But what was difficult for Luo LD and others was not difficult for Zhu Bian. With a turn of his wrist, the two ancient mirrors appeared in front of him, and then Zhu Bian clasped his hands together. Click! After a crisp sound, the two ancient mirrors quickly merged into one entity, forming a very strange spherical shape, and then began to rotate frantically. As it rotated, waves emanated from this sphere, and this defensive formation was stimulated by it, revealing a glimmer of light. Zhu Bian hugged his arms and stood quietly on the side, watching. Finally, a faint ethereal breath began to emerge. At first, this breath was very faint, but it quickly grew larger. In an instant, the figure of the woman in the light and shadow suddenly moved, and then a majestic aura rose, stirring up the wind and clouds. Under this momentum, the entire world rejoiced as if welcoming the long-awaited return of its king. Qu Yuan, Yingning, all the indigenous Devil Clan members, after sensing the appearance of this aura, were all shocked, then excitedly knelt down on the ground. Zhu Bian looked up quietly. A hint of a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Finally, the soaring brilliance suddenly retracted and returned to the group of light and shadow in an instant. Then, with a crisp sound, the group of light and shadow shattered like an eggshell. From the misty light air, a woman walked out slowly. Regardless of her appearance, just by the way she walked, she could be described as graceful and delicate. When she completely emerged from the light air, it revealed a woman with tender and graceful charm, bright eyes and captivating looks. After this woman appeared in front of everyone, Yingning and the others were already so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, tremblingly saying, "Greetings to Lady Zhuling." Yes, the woman who appeared here was the controller of this plane. As everyone was excited, this woman looked at Zhu Bian quietly, then smiled gracefully and bowed slightly. "Many thanks for your help. Lady Zhuling is grateful." Her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole in a valley, pleasing to the ears. But Zhu Bian showed no expression, just calmly saying, "You set up such a big trap just to see me." Zhuling's figure stiffened for a moment, then a wry smile appeared on her face. "Indeed, I can't hide anything from you," Zhu Bian said slowly. When MD Lu woke up and found himself in this plane, I already had my suspicions. After coming here, it further confirmed my suspicions. After all, no one would coincidentally call for Yingning and Ni Xiuqian. Only people from the Hui clan would understand the meaning of these names. So there is only one explanation, that is, all of this was intentionally left as a flaw by you. Am I right? Zhuling's face changed slightly, then she lowered her head, humbly saying, "Indeed, these flaws were left by me." Zhu Bian smiled, then raised an eyebrow and said coldly, So I want to ask, after going to such lengths, what exactly do you want to do? With the questioning, the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Many people's expressions changed drastically, looking worriedly at the scene. Zhang Zuling's face also turned pale. She took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and bowed deeply, saying, Lord Ghost, please calm your anger. I did not purposely design and use you. It's just that I had no choice but to do so. Oh. Then tell me, why didn't you have any choice? Listen to it now. Zhu Bian said slowly, without any expression on his face. Zhang Zuling's face showed a bitter smile. Lord Ghost, since you know that I saved when MDle, you naturally understand the risks I took. Zhu Bian remained composed. This was also the reason why he had suspected something fishy about this matter before. What made Zhu En the most suspicious was the ancient mirror that Zhang Zuling gave her before leaving. Not only did it have the coordinates to locate this dimension, Zhu En also discovered that this ancient mirror was not complete, but only a half-broken version. According to the records on the runes, when these 2 ancient mirrors are combined into one, they can awaken the dormant ghost clan and give them power. In addition to this, the ancient mirror had no other function. This piqued Zhu An's curiosity, prompting her to cross over to investigate. The events that followed confirmed Zhu An's suspicions, but she remained silent. Zhang Zuling, observing Zhu An's reaction, lightly said, My lord, would you believe me if I said I strongly oppose the gathering of those powerful families in the ghost realm to confront Lord Mingjun? Oh, Zhu, and raised an eyebrow slightly, you strongly opposed it. Indeed. Zhang Zuling nodded. Almost all the powerful families in the ghost realm gathered together to confront Lord Mingjun, and although my strength was lacking, I was also invited, but I did not go. Instead, I found other excuses to decline. Do you know why? Because I was certain they would lose, and lose horribly. You may not know. Zhang Zuling suddenly smiled, looking at Zhu En sharply. When you were riding through the ghost realm under the command of the god of fire and ghost lord, I once saw you. Zhu En looked deeply at the woman and urged her to continue. Back then, your strength was unquestionable, and you naturally didn't notice a humble girl watching you from afar. But then you suddenly disappeared. No one knew where you went. Only I knew. Zhu En's eyes brightened. Under the questioning, a strong sense of coercion suddenly descended upon Zhang Zuling. Her face turned pale, but she continued to look calmly at Zhu En. Because I happened to have some other sources of information, I knew that you were not only the god of fire and ghost lord, but also the unparalleled Red Lotus Immortal Lord, roaming across the heavens. As Zhang Zuling spoke these words, she had already shielded the surrounding space, so no one outside could hear their conversation. Zhu En remained silent. Zhang Zuling continued. So I knew at the time that you had not disappeared, but simply left temporarily. Therefore, when those so-called powerful families united to confront Lord Mingjun, I knew they would undoubtedly fail. Whether it was Lord Mingjun's strength or his relationship with you, they were not likely to succeed. So, you took the opportunity to rescue Wen Muling and then set a trap through her, waiting for my appearance. Zhu En suddenly said. Zhang Zuling shook her head. It's not a trap. With my limited strength, how could I dare to have any thoughts of coveting you? I was merely gambling. Oh, gambling? Exactly. Zhang Zuling nodded seriously. I wagered that you would definitely come back and investigate the whole matter. And I was also well aware that, when those powerful families invited me to join them, and I declined, the situation would definitely not end well. So I wanted to leave a glimmer of hope in this way. There was a hint of a bitter smile on Zhang Zuling's face. As events unfolded, those families thought they had eliminated Lord Mingjun, so they immediately came after me. Compared to those powerful family members, my strength was negligible. In order to preserve my strength and make those people wary, I activated dimensional suppression and sealed myself completely. Zhang Zuling brushed her hair to the side and laughed happily. As it turns out, I made the right bet. Zhu En quietly watched the young woman, who appeared to be only 18 or 19, her eyes flickering with light, the gears in her mind turning. If what she said was true, Zhang Zuling's wit was remarkable. At least this meticulous planning was worthy of admiration. Are you so certain that the one who came with the ancient mirror would be me? Zhu said lightly. Zhang Zuling shook her head. Actually, I cannot be certain at all. But this is still a glimmer of hope, isn't it? At that time, I had offended powerful families in the ghost realm that I could not afford to provoke, and I was facing certain death. So, even if there was only a slim chance of turning the situation around, I had to try. Zhu gradually smiled, and the icy coldness in her eyes faded. Seeing Zhu and smile, Zhang Zuling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she appeared composed on the surface, she was drenched in cold sweat internally. After all, she was now facing the unparalleled immortal of the heavens, the first person of the heavens, with no precedent, let alone anything else. The just now displayed coercion was enough to make anyone shudder. But looking at the current situation, she seemed to have passed the test. However, just as she relaxed, Zhu suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her into the air. Although no one could hear their conversation, everyone saw Zhu, and suddenly grabbed Zhang Zuling by the neck. This action caused a commotion among the onlookers. My lord, no. When Muling exclaimed, My lord, Qu and Yuan and others also shouted, Zhu, and seemed unaware of their reactions, just coldly staring at the pale-faced Zhang Zuling and sternly said, 2 questions. First, with your strength at the time, how did you know of my existence? The heavens were already cut off by Iron Web Mountain. How did you get your information? Second, how did you know I am of the Hua race? Back in those days, no one knew where I came from in the heavens, not to mention that the name you gave, Liao Jai, is not particularly famous even among the Hua clan. Now, answer these 2 questions. Zhu An's words were icy, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was not an overreaction on his part. These were sensitive pieces of information. As the Red Lotus Immortal Lord, Zhu inevitably had conflicts and disputes with various parties. If these entities found out where he came from, Earth would undoubtedly face a huge crisis. Zhu did not want to take that risk, which was why he pressed for answers in such a way. Zhang Zuling trembled inwardly. Any trace of triumph from earlier was wiped away because she felt the chilling intent emanating from Zhu. She had no doubt that if she dared to conceal anything, this white-clad youth would not hesitate to snap her neck and unravel her spiritual awareness. Zhu An's expression suddenly became very strange. He naturally knew who Zhu Zhang was. As the first divine mathematician of the heavenly realms, his divination skills were said to be able to grasp all things. Although he appeared to be a fraud in Zhu An's eyes, his mysterious and inexplicable methods made him a figure that no one dared to provoke in the heavenly realms. Even the leaders of the Void Sect had to show deference to him. However, Zhu had a good relationship with him, and back when they were in the Tianjiao Star region, Zhu had even helped his family. The problem was that Zhu Zhang's whereabouts were always elusive, making it difficult for even Zhu to track him down. How did he end up in the ghost realm and become acquainted with Zhang Zuling? These questions lingered in Zhu An's mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Zuling's heart was trembling, her face pale, because up until now, Zhu still had his hand around her neck. Even though, with her power, she didn't need to breathe. Under Zhu An's control, she felt herself slowly detaching from the world. Once completely detached, she would become like a fish out of water, at the mercy of others. The sensation made her shudder. Yet, she dared not resist in the slightest, knowing full well how terrifying the seemingly delicate young man in front of her truly was, a being who once suppressed all the powerful figures in the heavenly realms. Suddenly, Zhu released his grip on her. Zhang Zuling fell into the void with a thud, gasping for air. The onlookers who had tensely held their breath also let out a sigh of relief. At least Zhu hadn't resorted to killing. Standing before Zhang Zuling, expressionless, Zhu said, Now tell me, what's going on and how do you know that old fraud? Zhang Zuling nodded, took a deep breath, and began to recount the past events. The whole situation was quite simple. Although Zhang Zuling was also a member of the Ghost Clan and governed a particular plane, Her ideals differed from those of other Ghost Clan members. She abhorred the acts of killing and bloodshed. Under her rule, the plane lived in peace, the human and ghost clans coexisting harmoniously, resembling a paradise. It was under these circumstances that Zhang Zuling encountered an old man passing through. At that time, she didn't know that the man was none other than Juge Zhang, whose name shook the universe. She simply found him to be mysterious, because many things he said struck a chord with her, all of which came true. Impressed, Zhang Zuling naturally held him in high regard, and Juge Zhang lived on that plane for a while. One day, Juge Zhang suddenly informed Zhang Zuling that he had to leave. She tried to dissuade him, but he simply smiled and told her that after observing her, he found her nature to be kind-hearted for a member of the Ghost Clan. Therefore, he decided to help her. Juge Zhang then revealed various things about Zhu and to Zhang Zuling. When she heard that the god of fire in the ghost realm was actually the Red Lotus immortal respected throughout the heavenly realms, Zhang Zuling was greatly astonished. Juge Zhang then warned her that the ghost realm would soon be in turmoil, and no matter what happened, she must not oppose Zuan and his friends. After that, Juge Zhang disappeared without a trace. Zhang Zuling always remembered his words, which is why she firmly refused the invitations from prominent families later on. After recounting all this, Zhang Zuling sighed and said, "Sir, including that Liao Jai, it was all Master Juge's gift to me. Everything I said is true. I dare not speak a false word, Azu," and fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said calmly, "Stand up." Zuan could discern the truth of the matter. If Zhang Zuling hadn't truly met Juge Zhang, she wouldn't have been able to recount his words and actions so specifically. What did that old fraud want to achieve? Zuan couldn't help but inwardly question. Understood. Zhang Zuling tremblingly stood up, her face still showing traces of fear. "Who are the prominent families coming after you?" Zhu An's tone changed as he asked in a deep voice. "Sir, the Luo family is indeed a prominent family, but it's just a branch sent to this plane. The true Luo family resides deep in the ghost realm. Moreover, I know that not only the Luo family, but also the Mo family and Pan family from the depths of the ghost realm are involved in this encirclement operation," Zhang Zuling said without hesitation. She always enjoyed setting traps for her enemies. The Jing family and the Pan family. Exactly. And I believe this young lady over here knows the specific situations of these two families very well. With that, Zhang Zuling looked towards Luo Jingding, who was sitting not far away. Zhu, and remained impassive, then suddenly appeared in front of Luo Jingding, gazing at her quietly before saying, "Do you hate me now?" Upon hearing Zhu An's words, Luo Jingding trembled, finally recovering from shock and confusion. She stared at Zuan blankly, her eyes filled with a mix of despair and anger. Though she didn't speak, her gaze expressed everything. Zhu, and smiled and said, "It's not surprising that you hate me. After all, in your eyes, I killed your mother and kin. Even if they had malicious intent and treated you as a tool, they were still your kin, right?" Luo Jingding's face turned cold as ice, nodding. "Yes." After a pause, she continued slowly, "Then, do it." With that, she closed her eyes slowly. "Do what? What exactly do you want me to do?" Zhu, and asked with a smirk, "Don't you want to kill me?" "Kill you? Why would I want to kill you, Iha?" Luo Jingding opened her eyes in a sudden shock, her face showing a hint of confusion. She had prepared for the worst. She knew she couldn't match this young man's strength, so she preferred death. Zhu, and chuckled, "I think you've misunderstood something. I killed them not because I wanted to, but because they deserved it." Zuan grinned at Luo Jingding. "Moreover, do you really believe that you carry the blood of the Luo family in your veins?" "What are you saying?" Luo Jingding gasped in astonishment. Zuan explained, "It's extremely difficult for the ghost clan to reproduce. Do you think they would use their direct descendants as tools?" Luo Jingding's face turned pale as she realized a horrifying truth. From childhood, only Luo Li had taken care of her. She had never seen her father. Moreover, Luo Li had never shown any affection towards her. All these thoughts flooded Luo Jingding's mind, sending shivers down her spine. At the same time, Zhang Zuling descended nearby, giving a faint smile to Luo Jingding. In the depths of the ghost realm. If the shape of the ghost realm is likened to a tightly clinging onion, then the depths of the ghost realm are where the core is completely enveloped. Here, it is just a step away from the central core of the entire ghost realm. This also leads to the fact that those who can stand firm here are few in number, even among the prominent clans of the entire ghost realm. Among the numerous noble families, a few great families are particularly famous, including the Luo family. As Zhang Zuling said, the branch of the Luo family stationed in her plane is only a tiny branch on the towering tree of the Luo family. The true Luo family is a behemoth with countless powerful individuals. It is a presence that makes countless people dare not look up to. At this moment, in a paradise within the depths of the ghost realm, Luo Qifeng is reclining on a soft couch, enjoying a gentle massage from a beautiful woman. This is a branch residence of the Luo family, but its grandeur exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. As the legitimate heir of the Luo family, this is just one of his inconspicuous properties. The extravagance of the Luo family can be seen from this. At this moment, laughter suddenly comes from outside the door, followed by two men walking in and sitting down without hesitation. The two men who came in are both dressed in luxurious clothing, with extraordinary temperament, obviously from prominent families. One of them looks at Luo Qifeng, who is enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman, and chuckles. "Brother Luo, you truly can calm down." Luo Qifeng knew who had come without even opening his eyes and said lightly, "How come you to have the time to visit me?" Ha, Brother Luo, you really don't know, do you?" The first person to speak squints and says, "Know what? Oh, you really don't know. It's a huge deal." "Oh, a big deal." Luo Qifeng immediately opens his eyes, sits up, waves his hand. The beautiful woman bows, transforms into a ghostly spirit, and disappears. Luo Qifeng is well aware that if these two people came together and called it a big deal, it is definitely significant, because these two people, one is a prominent figure of the Mo family, and the other is from the Pan family. In terms of strength and background, they are not inferior to him. That's why they are so solemn. Seeing this scene, Mo Jing chuckles. It looks like Brother Luo really doesn't know. We happen to know the news in advance and came over without delay. By now, news from your family should be arriving soon, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a black light suddenly appears and stops in front of Luo Qifeng. Luo Qifeng's expression changes, as he realizes this is a special technique within the clan used to transmit extremely important information. What kind of thing could warrant such attention? He receives it and quickly looks at it, causing his pupils to contract and his hands to start shaking slightly. Pan Yang, who has been silent since entering, looks at him calmly and asks, "Brother Luo, what do you think of this?" Luo Qifeng crushed the letter without a word, and after a moment of silence, he says, "How do you view this? How else can we view it? Hey, this is an extremely rare opportunity." Mo Jing is almost dancing with excitement, his face filled with joy. This is the Wei family, rank number 1 in the central ghost realm. This time, their legitimate heirs are coming. If we seize this opportunity, our family's strength will soar, and will have excellent backing. However, Luo Qifeng looks at Pan Yang and says, "What about Brother Pan?" Pan Yang remains silent for a moment, before slowly saying, "Mo Jing has a point. We really can't afford to offend the Wei family. If their legitimate heirs are indeed coming, it is indeed a good opportunity. But I can't help feeling that this matter is not so simple." Luo Qifeng nods. Yes, the central ghost realm has always been arrogant, and the Wei family is truly the leader in the central ghost realm. How could such a presence suddenly come to us? Oh, who cares? The fact that they are coming and have notified our families in advance means they are giving us an opportunity. So, regardless of the motives of this Wei family heir, we must treat them well. Mo Jing says carelessly. Luo Qifeng and Pan Yang exchange glances and nod in agreement. They know that Mo Jing is right. No matter the intentions of the Wei family, giving them proper hospitality is crucial. What are your intentions? Both of your families? Luo Qifeng asks. It's simple. My old man has entrusted all the authority to me, and he only has one word. Make sure to handle this reception properly. Mo Jing says. That's almost the same as mine. Luo Qifeng nods. Alright, no time to waste. Let's start preparing now. With that, he stands up and leads the two towards the main residence of the Luo family. If the previous branch residence was magnificent, then this main residence of the Luo family can only be described as awe-inspiring. Exquisite buildings stretch endlessly, as far as the eye can see. Although it is not their first time seeing it, Mo Jing can't help but exclaim, truly extravagant. It seems that Brother Luo is indispensable for the reception of the Wei family heirs. Pan Yang also nods in agreement. Indeed. Luo Qifeng chuckles. You can rest assured. Since we all already know about this matter, it will be a shared benefit. When the time comes, the three of us will receive them together. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo is indeed generous. Mo Jing laughs heartily. However, whether this laughter is sincere or not remains unknown. As Luo Qifeng and his companions return to the main residence of the Luo family, the entire family quickly sprang into action. Countless servants and attendants began bustling to tidy up the already exquisite mansion. Additionally, people from the Pan and Mo families continuously arrived. In no time, the entire Luo family became extremely lively. This significant movement naturally attracted attention from all quarters. When the news spread, it caused an incomparable shock. What? The Wei family from the Central Ghost Realm is sending their legitimate heirs. A prominent family is astonished upon hearing this news. No wonder the Luo family is mobilizing, and the Pan and Mo families are leaving no stone unturned. It's all for this reason. What should we do? Can we let these three families take all the opportunities? Strange. The Wei family has a high status. It is said that many of their legitimate heirs have already become ghost emperors, with some even stepping into the realm of palace lord. How could such figures suddenly come to us? Various opinions and discussions were rampant, stirring up a storm in the depths of the ghost realm. Under these circumstances, in a certain corner, spatial fluctuations occurred, and Zuan and Luo Jingling walked out one after the other. Deep in the ghost realm, Zuan is no stranger. When he roamed the ghost realm in the past, he had visited this area multiple times. But now, with the passage of time, many things had changed when he set foot in this land again. The past had vanished, and the deep corners of the ghost realm were now occupied by powerful individuals from all over. These formidable individuals were all incredibly strong, but without exception, each of them was filled with resentment. This violent force of cruelty had even altered the atmosphere of this realm, making it dark and oppressive. So when Zuan stepped into this realm, a barely perceptible furrow appeared on his forehead. However, while many things had changed, one thing remained constant. The city of 10,000 ghosts was still the most prosperous and important city in this land. Almost all the prestigious families resided here, leading the city to develop rapidly into a super metropolis. Thus, as Zuan and his companions arrived at the outskirts of the city of 10,000 ghosts, they were greeted by a city standing on a plateau, appearing to be suspended in the clouds. The black walls, towering 100 feet high, exuded an extremely chilling aura that made one shudder and avert their gaze. Despite the towering walls, one could still see the towering mansions and buildings within the city from outside. These were the residences of the various prestigious families in the city. For those slightly weaker in strength, the imposing presence of the city of 10,000 ghosts alone was enough to deter them from advancing. Yet, to Zuan, it was as gentle as a breeze brushing his face. He didn't even lift an eyelid as he proceeded forward, accompanying Zhu. And on this journey to the depths of the ghost realm, besides Luo Jingxi, was Wen Muling. Compared to Luo Jingxi's silence, Wen Muling was visibly more excited. As a surviving member of the Shadow Guards, she was constantly consumed by thoughts of revenge. However, due to her limited strength, she had been unable to exact it. But now, following Zuan, she finally saw a glimmer of hope, especially since they were heading to a location second only to the Central Ghost Realm. gazing at the dense black mist billowing above the city of 10,000 ghosts. When Muling clenched her fists tightly, "Lord of the underworld, I am here to avenge you." Finally, Zuen and his group arrived at a vast mansion within the city of 10,000 ghosts. Zhu and stood with his hands behind his back and remarked, "Is this the Luo family?" Luo Jingxi looked up at the mansion, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, fear and unease. But in the end, she took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Yes, this is the main residence of the Luo family." Luo Jingxi had been here before with Luo Li, leaving a deep impression of the place. However, it was far from a good impression. Luo Jingxi still remembered vividly the condescending attitude of the Luo family disciples when a young Luo Li accompanied her inside, as well as the abrupt change in demeanor of Luo Li from proud to submissive, an image that was ingrained in her memory. So no matter how much she had psyched herself up on the way, standing in front of the Luo family mansion, she couldn't help but trembling all over, consumed by fear deep within. A cold smile played on Zuan's lips. Let's go inside and have a look." With that, he strode forward. Luo Jingxi stood still in shock. When Muling followed closely behind, whispering softly as she passed Luo Jingxi, "Miss Luo, hurry and catch up." These words jolted Luo Jingxi, and she quickly caught up. The Luo family mansion covered a large area, with multiple grand entrances and a towering presence. Guarding the gates were formidable soldiers and spirits that were not to be trifled with. Such a display was enough to deter many. However, Zuen continued forward without even glancing their way. The guard was initially stunned, then bellowed, "What are you doing? Do you think you can just barge in here?" At the same time, a menacing-looking ghost saw Zuan, a human, and chuckled before brandishing a whip straight at him. The sound of the whip cracking through the air was chilling, as if it could shatter one's soul. To act so recklessly, without discerning right from wrong, showed the rampant autocracy of the Luo family. But Zuen seemed unperturbed by the incoming whip and continued walking forward without looking away. A cruel smile appeared on the ghost's face, envisioning the young man in white clothes being torn apart by his whip. However, at that moment, the whip in midair suddenly halted, disintegrating before dissolving completely. The ghost was bewildered, unable to grasp what had happened, until he felt something unusual on his arm and looked down. What met his eyes was the sight of cracks spreading rapidly from his hand along his arm, disintegrating it into pieces. "No!" The ghost let out an urgent and agonizing scream, the fracturing not just affecting his body, but penetrating deep into his soul, causing unbearable pain. Despite his agony, the elite soldier, sensing the dire situation, decisively severed his arm in an attempt to stop the spread of cracks. But his efforts were futile. As the severed arm crumbled to dust, countless cracks instantly appeared all over his body. Standing paralyzed, the ghost looked at the emotionless young man in white before him with a mix of terror in his eyes. And then, like a toppling stack of blocks, he collapsed with a resounding crash. In an instant, the once formidable gatekeeper was reduced to shards, soul and body annihilated. This turn of events left everyone at the gate dumbfounded. What did you do?" A ghost pointed a trembling finger at Zuan, his voice quivering. Although no one saw the young man in white make any move, the uncertainty only fueled their terror. After all, the unknown is always the most frightening. With a slight raise of his eyebrow, Zuan swept his gaze over the group of soldiers and spirits, causing them all to tremble and step back. At that moment, a commotion erupted from inside the gates, and a young man walked out. Upon seeing him, all the guards' faces lit up, and they all bowed respectfully. "Greetings, seventh young master." Facing the salutes from many soldiers, he just nodded slightly, but his gaze swept over the ground where the ghost generals had turned to dust. His pupils contracted for a moment, then he looked towards Zuan and the others. When his gaze fell on Luo Jingting, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He had heard the report from the soldiers at the door and hurried over. He had thought it was some important person visiting, but never expected that it was actually Luo Jingting. Luo Jian naturally knew this cousin from a collateral branch. Even during the last visit of Luo Jingting with Luo Li, Luo Jian had personally received them. However, because of this, Luo Jian became even more puzzled. How could a cousin from a collateral branch have such great power, even able to crush the ghost general at the door into dust? Could the issue lie with this white-clad youth? These questions flashed through Luo Jian's mind in an instant, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. He quickly regained his composure, then smiled slightly at Luo Jingting. Who would have thought it was my little sister Jingting? His tone was gentle and soothing, sounding just like an older brother meeting his own little sister. When Luo Jingting saw Luo Jian, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she had come with Luo Li to the main family before, almost no one had taken her seriously, except for Luo Jian. Seeing him now filled Luo Jingting with joy. So, it's seventh brother. Luo Jingting bowed slightly in respect. Great. How come Jingting is back? And who is this? Luo Jian's gaze had been fixed on Zhu. And the entire time, I came representing my mother to visit everyone. And as for this, he is my bodyguard. On the way here, they had already agreed that Zhuan would pretend to be Luo Jingting's bodyguard to avoid arousing suspicion. Bodyguard? Luo Jian looked deeply at Zhuan, then smiled warmly. In that case, Jingting, please come in. With that, Luo Jian ushered Luo Jingting, Zhuan, and the others into the mansion, personally arranged their accommodations, and then left. Finally settled in, when Miling couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, then asked excitedly, "Sir, what should we do next?" Zhu, and glanced at the numerous buildings shrouded in shadows and said calmly, "Don't worry, I have a feeling that something interesting will happen soon." When Miling was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head deep in thought. Zhu An's arrival seemed like a drop in the ocean, stirring no ripples. Meanwhile, in a study room in the Luo family mansion, Luo Qifeng listened expressionlessly to his subordinate's report, waved his hand dismissively, and the subordinate silently retreated. After the study room returned to calmness, a charming woman walked out from behind a folding screen, smiling sweetly. "Big brother, isn't it suspicious for Luo Jingting to suddenly appear at this time?" Luo Qifeng leaned back on a soft couch and said indifferently, "How could a cousin from a collateral branch stir up any storm? But just now, our seventh brother seemed quite interested in Luo Jingting, even guiding her personally." The woman giggled. Luo Qifeng sneered, "You think he's interested in Luo Jingting? He just values the person who killed the gatekeeper ghost general." "True, I heard that the white-clad youth who appeared at the gate today was very powerful. He didn't even need to make a move and the ghost general died on the spot. How powerful can he be? Just a display of courage." With a hint of disdain on his face, Luo Qifeng said, "Young Seven has only this bit of ability, always trying to make connections with outsiders. But he never thought that true strength comes from within oneself. Besides, is killing a gatekeeper ghost general considered achieving greatness? It's trivial, not worth mentioning." As he spoke, Luo Qifeng's tone was very indifferent, exuding an extraordinary charm. The woman looked at Luo Qifeng with admiration in her eyes. As the third miss of the Luo family, she had always admired her big brother since childhood. As she grew older, this admiration had turned into a kind of obsessive belief. So, when Luo Zhuan heard Luo Qifeng's confident words, she fell into a trance. At the same time, a black light flew through the air and landed directly in front of Luo Qifeng. His expression changed. He took the letter and, upon reading it, stood up abruptly. "What is it, big brother?" Luo Zhuan asked. With a solemn expression, Luo Qifeng said, "I've just received news that the Wei family's people have set out and will arrive here soon." Hearing this, Luo Zhuan's face also turned serious. "Shall we go and meet them now?" Luo Qifeng shook his head. "No need. The Wei family's people will come directly to our Luo family. The most important thing now is to prepare and ensure nothing goes wrong." With a deep look at his sister Luo Zhuan, he said, "I entrust this matter to you. Do you have confidence?" Luo Zhuan smiled sweetly. "Big brother, rest assured, I have everything under control." Luo Qifeng nodded. "Very good. Get prepared immediately." Yes. Luo Zhuan left to carry out his orders. Standing by the window, Luo Qifeng's proud face revealed a faint smile. Regardless of the circumstances, if he could establish a connection with the Wei family, he could soar to greater heights and possibly lead the Luo family forward. Compared to that, someone like Luo Jingting was not worth his consideration. With the news of the Wei family's young master's imminent arrival, the entire Luo family was in a frenzy. Luo Zhuan was frantically deploying personnel, organizing everything to ensure success. The reinforcements sent by the Pan and Mo families also started to act upon hearing the news, making the situation even more intense. In this situation, when Muling asked curiously, "Sir, what is the bustling Luo family preparing for?" Zuin remained composed, not actually knowing what the people were preparing for, but he had a premonition that it was definitely something important. Luo Jingting had also snapped out of her initial confusion, but could do nothing but wait silently. In this context, a massive ghost carriage suddenly appeared in the depths of the ghost realm in an imposing manner. Inside the carriage, a slightly weary-looking woman softly spoke. "Young master, we have arrived." With those words, the chair turned slowly, revealing a person sitting on it, laughing foolishly, drool even trailing down his chin. Like a fool. The originally handsome face of the young man appeared quite foolish because of his silly smile, giving people a sense of extreme foolishness. The drool dripping from the corner of his mouth made him seem childish and ridiculous like a child. At this moment, the young man was mumbling something unclearly. Sis, will there be delicious food when we arrive?" Seeing this scene, a woman's face flashed with a hint of sadness. Then she walked over and took out a clean handkerchief, gently wiping away the drool from the young man's mouth. "Yes, young master, there will be lots of delicious food when we arrive." "Ha, really? Great." The young man started clapping happily, but his hands could not clap together, instead hitting his own arms until they turned red. A maid standing nearby saw this scene, her face showing a strange expression, then she lowered her head slightly. The woman patiently grabbed the young man's wrist, gently saying, "Be good, young master. Don't fidget now. We will eat delicious food when we get there." "Okay." The young man nodded heavily, his clear eyes filled with joy. The woman smiled and comforted him a few more words before getting up with a face full of pity. But at the moment she turned around, her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. "Come here," the woman said lightly to the maid next to her, then walked out. The maid trembled all over but dared not resist, following the woman out of the cabin. As the door closed, the woman suddenly raised her hand and slapped the maid far away. With a thud, the maid fell to the ground, and because the woman had exerted too much force, the slap even deformed her face, looking very eerie. Despite this, the maid dared not resist, only trembling all over, looking at the woman approaching with pleading eyes, almost hoarsely begging for mercy. "Miss, spare me. Miss, spare me." The woman walked to her, stopped, and looked coldly at her. "Do you know where you went wrong?" The maid got up from the ground, knelt in front of the woman, shaking like a sieve. "Did your expression just now make you think that I'm a fool? So you don't respect me at all?" The woman asked coldly. "Miss, I was wrong. Please spare me, miss." The maid knocked her head heavily, the force so great that even the floorboard of the ghost carriage shook, showing that she was already in extreme fear. "Spare you? Ha." The woman's mouth lifted slightly, outlining a cruel smile. Then she bent down and whispered softly in the maid's ear. "Don't think I don't know who you are. Since my third brother, Wei Yuhua, dared to place you here, you should have prepared for the worst, shouldn't you?" This sentence was like a curse, making the maid who was knocking her head in frenzy stiffen instantly, her face showing endless horror and despair. "Miss, The woman waved her hand, stood up straight, and said lightly, "Don't beg for mercy. You know, it's useless. From the moment you made this decision, you should have understood this." The woman looked at the maid's pale face due to excessive fear, then continued, "If you were just a planted spy, I wouldn't bother dealing with you, but you shouldn't disrespect him. However he is, he is still the worthy heir of the entire Wei family. Saying this, the woman stepped on the maid's head, her face showing an abnormal flush. No matter how dissatisfied Wei Yuhua and the others are, they will never match up to him, because he is the true heir of the family, and you dared to disrespect him, huh? As she spoke, the woman twisted her foot forcefully. With a nauseating sound of bones breaking, the maid struggled in pain. Then there was a muffled sound. The maid's body suddenly relaxed, limbs twitching unconsciously, but had lost all signs of life. The woman pulled her foot out from the shattered skull, her face still showing that remaining anger. Blood silently flowed from under the maid's body, and in the strong bloody smell, a black light floated up from the maid's corpse. The woman gathered up her scattered hair, tied it into a ponytail behind her head, and then said lightly, "Nail her ghostly body to the punishment pillar. I want all the servants to see what the consequences will be for disrespecting my brother." An old man with snow-white hair emerged from the shadow of the corridor, slyly bowing to the woman. "Yes, miss." Saying that, he grabbed the maid's soul without hesitation and walked out. The maid screamed miserably, causing the woman to furrow her brows slightly. The old man decisively squeezed, with a crisp sound, crushing the maid's throat, stopping her screams. However, all the servants on the ghost carriage had heard the maid's screams just now, shivering all over, their eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, someone quickly wiped away the blood on the corridor floor. Everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the lingering scent of blood in the air, no one would have thought anything had happened here. The woman did not return to her room, but stood at the window of the corridor, watching the rapidly passing scenery outside the ghost carriage. In the quickly changing light and shadows, her face also became blurred, as if losing the real black and white film, giving a sense of ethereal beauty. The faint light in her clear eyes was indistinguishable as sorrow or joy. It wasn't until a long time later that the woman sighed softly. With this sigh, a touch of desolation and exhaustion finally flashed on the woman's unparalleled face. She was indeed too tired. As the eldest lady of the Wei family, Wei Qingchao has been known for her ruthless means and stubborn temperament since childhood. Just with today's bloodshed and cruelty, it was enough to chill anyone's heart. But only she knew that if she didn't do this, it would be her and her brother who would die. And all of this was because Wei Qingchao's own brother, Wei Heokang, was a complete fool. This wasn't the crucial point. The most crucial thing was that Wei Heokang was the legitimate son of the main wife. Today, this servant girl is an example, sent by the third young master of the Wei family, Wei Yuhua. Wei Yuhua, whether in terms of strength or reputation, far surpasses Wei Heokang, who is mockingly referred to as the biggest waste in history by others. However, the issue lies in the fact that Wei Heokang and the deceased biological mother, Wei Qingchao, are figures whom the Wei family dared not provoke easily. In this situation, even if Wei Yuhua is exceptional, he cannot take the lead. Therefore, Wei Yuhua has begun to plan meticulously, hoping to eliminate Wei Heokang as soon as possible. This servant girl serves as an example. If one is not careful, their younger brother may end up dying under the girl's hands. So, Wei Qingchao aims to eliminate all threats and ensure there are no hidden dangers. From a young age, she has done countless things like this. It is under her protection that Wei Heokang miraculously grew up, rather than meeting an untimely death. But, as Wei Heokang grows older, the pressure on Wei Qingchao from all sides increases. No one would agree to let a fool become the young master of the Wei family. Due to this, Wei Qingchao is compelled to exhaust all methods to cure her brother, hoping for his speedy recovery. However, no matter how miraculous the elixirs or skilled the doctors, they are all powerless against Wei Heokang. According to a doctor whose skills rival those of a grandmother, Wei Heokang's physical body is perfectly normal, but his spirit is incomplete, as if a part of it has been sealed and cannot be uncovered. This is essentially akin to announcing Wei Heokang's death sentence, but Wei Qingchao refuses to give up. From a young age, the only person she has ever liked or cared for is her brother. For him, Wei Qingchao is willing to give up everything. This journey into the depths of the ghost realm is simply a means for Wei Qingchao to escape the immense pressure from the family. She uses it as an excuse to take her brother and hopefully find a way to cure him. However, Wei Qingchao knows that this hope is as faint as a mirage. But regardless of how faint this hope is, Wei Qingchao is determined to try. If all else fails, I will just kill all of the Wei family's offspring to protect my brother. Wei Qingchao's eyes gleam with a dangerous light, highlighting her increasingly solitary figure. At that moment, a sudden sound of a thud emanates from the room behind her, followed by Wei Haokang's loud cries. "Sister, I want my sister." The murderous intent on Wei Qingchao's face fades instantly, replaced by a smile as she pushes the door open and walks in. Meanwhile, at the Luo family mansion, lights illuminated the place as guests from various prestigious families filled the courtyard. People gathered together, eager and anxious, discussing the ongoing situation. I wonder which young master from the Wei family is visiting us this time. Someone joked. Whoever it is, it would be a source of pride for the Luo family. Didn't you see it? The numerous sons of the Luo family are out in full force. Another person said enviously. The Pan family and the Mo family have sent quite a few people as well. Hey, did you see that? The two young masters from the Mo family and Pan family having an animated conversation with the eldest young master from the Luo family, while young master Luo Jian is standing on the side looking unhappy. Shh, gossip about these prestigious families is not something we should be discussing. Although the people tried to lower their voices, Luo Jian's cultivation level allowed him to hear everything clearly. Watching Luo Qifeng, the eldest brother, confidently leading the conversation, Luo Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred, and his hand, hidden in his long sleeves, slowly clenched into a fist. Why? Why do I have to work harder than anyone else, yet still fall short? Is it simply because he was born a few days before me? I refuse to accept it. Luo Jian's mind screamed in madness. At the same time, a breeze of fragrance wafted over, and Luo Zhuan gracefully passed by him, then slyly said, "Brother, you don't look too good. Do you want to take a rest?" Facing his little sister, Luo Jian remained expressionless. He even expelled the hatred from his eyes and managed a faint smile. "No need to worry. Is that so? Heh. People have a saying in the human world, know yourself to understand contentment. What do you think, brother?" Luo Jian's pupils contracted to needles as he coldly gazed at Luo Zhuan. "You're right. But there's another saying in the human world. Some things you must fight for to understand your worth. Besides, if a sister appears too eager, it's unseemly. You." Luo Zhuan's face paled. She shot Luo Jian a fierce look and walked away. Luo Jian stared at her retreating figure, watching her chat amicably with Mo Jing and Pan Yong by Luo Qifeng's side. He let out a slight, cold laugh under his breath, muttering so quietly that only he could hear. Shameless. At the same time, Luo Zhuan found an opportunity and whispered in Luo Qifeng's ear, "Elder brother, little brother looks unhappy." With a sidelong glance, Luo Qifeng briefly observed Luo Jian in the distance, then smiled faintly. "Don't worry about him. Let's see what wines he can stir up." His words exuded a strong confidence that captivated Luo Zhuan, who nodded emotionally. Most of these subtle changes among the children of prestigious families were unnoticed by the majority present, but they were glaringly apparent to some attentive individuals. Compared to the numerous people surrounding Luo Qifeng like stars, Luo Jian appeared significantly isolated and desolate. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind Luo Jian. "Young Master 7, why are you standing here alone?" Hearing this, Luo Jian turned around abruptly, only to see a black-clad man standing not far away, smiling at him. Luo Jian was slightly taken aback. Ren Tianqi. Indeed, the newcomer was Ren Tianqi, the second young master of the Ren family. However, he felt quite frustrated with his status as a noble bastard, lacking a mother with significant power, which made his talents average at best. Therefore, he rarely appeared in public gatherings. So, when Luo Jian saw him, he was genuinely surprised. Ren Tianqi chuckled, but there was no amusement in his eyes. Although he didn't meet Ren Tianqi often, their relationship was quite good. Perhaps it was because they were both second sons of their respective families, their circumstances were similar, and they sympathized with each other. Ren Tianqi walked up to Luo Jian's side, completely ignoring the strange looks of the people around him, and sneered, "I have to thank my eldest brother. If he hadn't still not returned, I wouldn't have qualified to attend this gathering." Luo Jian remained silent. Once, like Ren Tianqi, he used to blame himself and feel unfair, but over time, he had become numb to it. Besides, over the years, he had learned to keep his thoughts to himself, rather than complaining fruitlessly. Ren Tianqi's pale face flushed with excitement as he asked, "Chesha, do I look ridiculous now?" Luo Jian fell silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. "Who isn't at times? I'm not like you. You at least have your own power. Me? I'm like an unwanted doll, only to be used when needed." Ren Tianqi said excitedly. Luo Jian waved his hand gently. "Tianqi, you're too worked up." This sentence seemed to be a needle, poking at the inflated resentment on Ren Tianqi. In an instant, all his resentment disappeared, and he put on a gentle and harmless appearance, saying sincerely, "I must be amusing to 7 young master now." His tone was sincere, his expression calm, as if the previous scene had been an illusion. Such a skillful act of disguise was enough to leave people speechless. Luo Jian simply nodded. The brutal competition among the aristocratic heirs in the ghost realm was entirely due to the prevalent breeding method of nurturing like pests. Only one heir from each generation of the main lineage could inherit everything. Failure meant being eliminated directly, becoming worthless. Those who survived in this competition among the aristocratic heirs all had some special skills, such as this acting skill, comparable to a movie star. As for those who were too sincere and honest, they either died or became pawns in the hands of others, being used without knowing it. Ren Tianqi naturally knew that his slight pretense could not fool Luo Jian, and he had never intended to. The reason for doing so was merely for show to others. Meanwhile, a flattery and affected laughter could be heard from a distance. Luo Jian looked over and saw a refined and delicate woman standing next to Luo Qifeng and others. Seeing this, Ren Tianqi sneered coldly, showing jealousy and unwillingness. "7 young master, you probably haven't seen this woman before." Luo Jian shook his head. "Hey, speaking of which, this woman is in a similar situation to us, also an abandoned child of an aristocratic family. She is from the Tan family. This time, my eldest brother didn't go out alone. Tan Faiwen, the eldest daughter of the Tan family, went with him. Since neither of them has returned, it's Tan Shi Yao's turn, the illegitimate daughter of the Tan family, to attend this gathering. So she's from the Tan family," Luo Jian thought to himself. Ren Tianqi continued in a cold tone, "This Tan Shi Yao is not to be underestimated. She's usually suppressed by her sister Tan Faiwen at home, with no chance to stand out. This time, she finally had an opportunity, but her behavior is somewhat unattractive. And she..." At this point, Ren Tianqi paused, then a sneer appeared on his face. "She even foolishly dreams of getting close to the upcoming heir of the Wei family through this opportunity. Isn't this wishful thinking?" Luo Jian turned to look deeply at Ren Tianqi. "Tianqi, how do you know much about this woman?" Ren Tianqi was slightly stunned, then a sense of defeat appeared on his pale face as he whispered, "Several years ago, our families had already agreed for me to be engaged to Tan Shi Yao. So you see." Ren Tianqi's face showed a sense of humiliation as he spoke in a low voice. "This woman who now smiles and flatters other men, even thinking of throwing herself at them, is actually my fiancé." Hearing this, Luo Jian couldn't help being surprised. Then a look of pity appeared in his eyes. He sighed lightly. "Tianqi, let's go. Let's talk elsewhere." Nervously, Ren Tianqi laughed. "7 young master, are you pitying me? Afraid I won't be able to handle this blow." Luo Jian remained silent. Ren Tianqi shook his head. "It's not necessary. What dignity does an abandoned child from an aristocratic family like me have? I must witness it myself, so that I can understand what kind of world this is. While these aristocratic heirs were competing in secret, Zuin was sitting by the window on the second floor, drinking tea. They were staying in a small courtyard within the Luo family mansion, which was inconspicuous, but still exquisitely designed and close to the square where they entertained distinguished guests. Sitting by the window on the second floor, they could even faintly see the crowds in the distance. Zuin brewed tea, not once looking towards the distance. Instead, it was Luo Jingting and Wen Mulan who looked strangely towards the distance. Particularly Luo Jingting. When she saw the people on the square, her heart couldn't help but tremble. What could they be doing with such a grand lineup? Luo Jingting was full of doubts. Wen Mulan was also curious, but she had fewer worries and asked excitedly, "Sir, what's going on over there so lively?" Zuin didn't lift his head, poured a full cup of tea, took a light sip, sighed contentedly, and then said lightly, "They're probably waiting for someone." Waiting for someone. When Mulan looked curiously towards the distance, Luo Jingting shivered, a hint of fear on her face. With so many people in the Luo family alarmed just to wait for someone, who were they expecting? At that moment, a sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. In the distant horizon, an immense and grand ghost carriage slowly emerged, swiftly rushing towards them with the momentum of wind and thunder. The crowd on the square stirred with excitement. "They're here," many people exclaimed. Luo Qifeng cast a meaningful glance at Pan Yang and Mo Jing, and they nodded at each other before taking a few steps forward and standing respectfully. The crowd quickly quieted down. The whole scene fell silent, because right in the center of this ghostly chariot, there was a Wei character written in ghostly script. Members of the Wei family had finally arrived, and on the small building above, when Mulan suddenly widened her eyes, staring fixedly at the ghostly chariot, her eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent, and her body trembling slightly with excitement. "My lord, the Wei family of the Central Ghost Realm." When Mulan certainly did not forget the Wei family. They had played a significant role when the Lord of the Underworld perished. Zhu, and set down his teacup, glanced at the ghostly chariot in the distance, and leisurely said, "I see it. Don't be anxious, just watch for now." "Yes, yes." When Mulan dared not disobey and replied solemnly. As for Luo Jingting, she was already shocked when she saw that Wei character. At the same time, a ladder slowly extended from the ghostly chariot, and many servants and maidservants emerged from it. Although they were servants, they exuded a surging force of the spirits, clearly possessing considerable strength. Seeing this scene, a hint of horror flashed in many people's eyes. Even the servants were so formidable. The reputation of the Wei family was well deserved. After these servants and maidservants emerged, they silently stood on both sides, waiting for something. Following this, Wei Qingchao slowly walked out of the ghostly chariot. The moment she appeared before everyone, all eyes widened instantly, staring dumbfounded at the scene. As for the young men, even their heartbeats accelerated by half a beat. Even Luo Qifeng, who prided himself on being worldly wise, couldn't help but be momentarily astonished. But soon he recovered his composure, his eyes overflowing with delight and passion, because he recognized the visitor. Wei Qingchao, the eldest daughter of the Wei family known for her cold and arrogant nature. She actually came. In terms of appearance, Wei Qingchao could be described as stunning, especially in her black attire, which not only showcased her graceful figure but also added a mature and capable aura. But compared to her eyes, all of this paled in comparison. In those eyes, there was a calmness that could suffocate anyone. Yet, this calm gaze gave off an aura of condescension, making people hesitate to look up. With her exquisite beauty coupled with such a powerful presence, how could Luo Qifeng not be moved? Moreover, she was the eldest daughter of the Wei family. If he could gain her favor, the benefits would be immense. At this moment, this thought was not only churning in Luo Qifeng's heart, but in almost all the men present as well. But just then, Wei Qingchao suddenly reached into the ghostly chariot, as if waiting for something. What was she going to do? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they saw a hint of a smile on Wei Qingchao's peerless face. Then she walked out leading a handsomely dressed young man. At the sight of this young man, Zuan, who was leisurely sipping tea on the distant small building, had his teacup instantly turned into powder, and even the tea spilled all over the floor. But Zuan was completely oblivious to all this. He just stared fixedly at the young man, his eyes filled with an extremely complex gleam. When Muling and Luo Jingting were both shocked by this sudden turn of events, exclaiming in unison, "My lord!" Zuan slowly regained his composure, then leaned back on his soft chair, gazing meaningfully at the brother and sister in the distance, and calmly said, "Interesting, truly interesting." With that, he casually waved his hand, and the tea in his hand evaporated. Then he picked up another teacup and quietly watched the scene in the distance. When Muling and Luo Jingting had no idea what Zuan was talking about, but from his reaction, they knew it was something very important, so they fell silent, afraid to speak. However, just as Zuan was shocked, Wei Qingxiao, who was leading her brother down the stairs, suddenly felt something, looked up abruptly in the direction of the small building. But by the time she turned her gaze in that direction, Zuan had already diverted his eyes and resumed drinking his tea while looking down. Thus, she did not notice anything unusual in her line of sight. A look of confusion and seriousness appeared on Wei Qingxiao's face. If she hadn't just felt a very powerful gaze, she might have thought it was all her imagination. But Wei Qingxiao believed that she was absolutely correct. She had just felt an extremely powerful force probing her in this direction. But why did it suddenly disappear? Had it detected that it had been noticed and left? If that was true, how powerful must their perception and speed be? Otherwise, how could they disappear in such a short time? Throughout, Wei Qingxiao never thought that there might not have been any movement at all. In her view, that was simply impossible. To completely conceal such a strong force would require strength far beyond people's imagination, or it might even be impossible. But she never expected that in Zuan's hands. Nothing was impossible. This all happened quickly, even with many people not noticing. Wei Qingxiao had returned to normal. Even Luo Qifeng, who was captivated by Wei Qingxiao's presence at the moment, did not sense anything out of the ordinary. In fact, his attention was entirely focused on Wei Qingxiao's aura, leaving no room for other thoughts. Only one person noticed the scene just now, and even noted the shock in Wei Qingxiao's eyes. Therefore, he followed Wei Qingxiao's previous gaze, pondered for a moment, then a very strange expression appeared on his face. However, he quickly lowered his head deeply, bearing all signs of peculiarity. At this point, Wei Qingxiao had already led her brother down the ladder. Her meticulous care and deliberate emphasis as she walked caused a silent stir throughout the scene. If even Wei Qingxiao treated such an existence with such caution, the identity of this youth naturally became apparent. Besides the direct descendants of the Wei family, who else could receive such treatment? Therefore, in an instant, countless scorching gazes all focused on this young man. This included Tan Xiao, who was engaged to Ren Tianxi, but had been fantasizing about reaching new heights. Her gaze was so tender it could almost melt, as she stared intently at the young man Wei Qingxiao was leading, eager to approach him and engage in conversation. Wei Qing smiled slightly and nodded lightly, saying, "Are you Luo Qifeng?" If anyone else dared to speak with Luo Qifeng in such a tone, they would probably have been slapped to death by Luo Qifeng long ago. But coming from Wei Qing's mouth, the words sounded extremely natural, so much so that even the listener did not notice anything unusual. All this was because the speaker was the eldest young lady from the main branch of the Wei family. The gap in identity and status was as crushing as it could be. It was evident just how powerful the Wei family truly was. Powerful enough to make Luo Qifeng, who always looked down on others, reveal a proud expression upon hearing that his name was known by Wei Qing laughed. "That's right. I am the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Qifeng." Wei Qing smiled, nodded, and said, "I have come with the young master to patrol the 4 directions. We happened to pass by here, so we came to take a look. So don't be too formal." "Yes, I understand." Luo Qifeng's cold sweat dripped down, Being addressed as the young master by Wei Qing made it evident that this young man was most likely the current young master of the Wei family. If this were true, his status would be too noble. Noble to the point that Luo Qifeng felt his own status was insufficient and thought his father or even grandfather should come out to greet them. In fact, when the heads of the Luo family and many other families started thinking like this, but Wei Qing smiled, knowing her brother's temperament well, he would become irritated at the sight of old folks, so she strictly forbade them to come and sent only young members to welcome them. That was why this meeting only consisted of young members and no elders from the families. After hearing Wei Qing's words, the crowd looked at Wei Haokang held by her hand with different eyes. Besides awe and curiosity, there was more warmth, enough to melt someone away. Of course, this warmth was mostly coming from the females. The most fervent gaze came from Tan Xiao, who was closest. She was thrilled to learn that he was the young master of the Wei family and wished she could stick close to him right now. But due to the vast difference in status, she could only sigh and admire from a distance. Just as Wei Qing was talking proudly with Luo Qifeng, Pan Yang, and Mo Jing, Wei Haokang suddenly became impatient. Although Wei Qing had discussed with her brother many times before coming for him to behave, for Wei Haokang, who had the mental capacity of a 3-year-old child, maintaining composure until now was already quite remarkable. He started fidgeting, at first subtly, but gradually more vigorously. Finally, Wei Haokang spoke as clearly as possible. "Sister, I want to eat something delicious." This sentence instantly made the solemn atmosphere eerie. Wei Qing sighed silently in her heart, knowing her brother had reached his limit. She kindly nodded. "Okay, let's go eat now." Wei Haokang's face lit up with a bright smile. Wei Qing turned to look at the astonished Luo Qifeng and said, "The young master and a bit hungry. Let's go eat something. Have you prepared all the snacks I asked for in advance?" "Ah, yes. Everything has been prepared a while ago. Please follow me now." Luo Qifeng instantly woke up, nodded and bowed, then led the way ahead. This sudden event left the whole scene in shock. No one knew what was going on. But after Luo Qifeng and others led the Wei siblings away from the square, the whole place erupted in a commotion. "Oh my, it's actually Miss Wei from the Wei family who came in person. I never would have expected that. Exactly, a moment ago, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing the Miss Wei known for her eccentric character. That aura she exudes, TSK, truly intimidating. The key point is that this time along with them is the eldest young master of the Wei family. And just by the tone of Miss Wei earlier, this young man is most likely the young master of the Wei family. This status is truly mind-blowing. But why do I feel this young man is a bit odd? And to say he's hungry and wants to eat in front of so many people. Do you know, such heirs to nobility naturally have some quirks or eccentricities. What's so strange about that?" Amidst these discussions, Tan Xiao suddenly remembered something and shouted at her maid, "What are you standing around for? Quickly send a message home. Say that the young master of the Wei family has come and seems to like all kinds of snacks. Have them prepared quickly to send over." "Yes." The maid trembled and hurried down to prepare. Tan Xiao's words also reminded many present people, who hurried to contact their families through various means to request various delicacies to be sent over quickly. In the midst of this chaotic flurry, Luo Jian stood deep in thought, watching the distant figures of the Wei siblings, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, pondering something. On the upper floor, Zhu En didn't even lift his head. After drinking the last cup of tea, he let out a sigh and muttered something with a smile that was half complacent and half amused. "What did you say, sir?" When Muling asked curiously. "Oh, nothing." Zhu En smiled slightly, then turned to Luo Jingwei, saying, "Tidy up a bit. I think visitors will be coming soon." Luo Jingwei was puzzled as to why Zhu En was saying that, but now she almost blindly followed Zhu An's words, so she nodded and turned to go downstairs to tidy up. "Sir, what should we do next? Should we kill these 2 lackeys of the Wei family?" When Muling asked with a face full of hatred, Zuin shook his head, gave Wen Muling a profound look, and slowly said, "The old grudges naturally need to be settled, but I hope you won't lose sight of your original intention because of this, understand?" Wen Muling was taken aback and then shuddered, hastily nodding, "Understood, Zhu," and chuckled lightly, leaning back on the soft couch, stretched lazily. "What we need to do now is wait." Wait, exactly, because since they have come openly, there must be something to do. What we need to wait for is just that. When Muling suddenly realized, "You mean the banquet, Zhu," and smiled, shrug. Who knows? Meanwhile, in the most exquisite and luxurious courtyard at the Luo family mansion, Wei Haoking was voraciously eating as if he had never eaten before. Wei Qing smiled affectionately beside him, occasionally gently tapping Wei Haoking's back, scolding, "Slow down, don't choke." Wei Haoking just grinned foolishly, still stuffing food into his mouth frantically. Finally, after Wei Haoking had finished devouring all the various snacks on the table, Wei Qing poured a glass of juice made from 100-year-old red fruit and fed it to her brother bit by bit. Of course, besides the siblings, there was no one else in the exquisite courtyard. After serving the snacks, Wei Qing asked people like Luo Qifeng to leave. She didn't want these people to see her brother in such an embarrassing state, because anyone seeing him like that would understand that there was definitely a problem with him. Although she knew that they couldn't hide it for long, maybe it was better to hide it a little longer. Finally, after finishing the juice, Wei Haoking let out a satisfied burp, grinned at Wei Qing, and closed his eyes the next moment, snoring softly. Eating until full and then sleeping was Wei Haoking's daily routine. Wei Qing shook her head, wiped away the food residue from Wei Haoking's mouth, and quietly left the room, heading to the living room outside. "Come in." Without looking up, Wei Qing said faintly. The door of the living room creaked open, and Luo Qifeng walked in with a smile on his face. "Miss Wei, could I hear you as soon as I arrived?" Wei Qing did not expose the fact that Luo Qifeng had stood outside the door for a long time, just smiling faintly. "Is there something, young Master Luo?" Despite just a slight smile, it made Luo Qifeng dizzy and infatuated. It was only after a moment that Luo Qifeng solemnly took out a jade slip and said, "Miss Wei, my father is pleased with your visit and has specially prepared a welcoming banquet for you, scheduled for tonight." Before he could finish, Wei Qing waved her hand. "Let's not talk about it, Luo Qifeng was confused about what she meant. "After a long journey, both the young master and I are a bit tired. Let's skip the banquet tonight." But Luo Qifeng wanted to argue since dignitaries from various families had already heard about the banquet and were eagerly preparing to attend. However, Wei Qing did not give him a chance to speak, standing up to leave. After a few steps, she stopped suddenly, without looking back, and said, "If there must be a banquet, then let it be tomorrow." Wei Qing showed a joyful expression, nodding eagerly. "All right, I will inform my father right away. Miss Wei, please rest early." After saying that, Luo Qifeng looked at Wei Qing with a fiery gaze. Wei Qing smiled faintly and nodded. "Thank you, young Master Luo." Luo Qifeng's face instantly turned red, as if he had been drinking, and he kept nodding enthusiastically. "A nod at all? Can we leave now?" Wei Qing saw Luo Qifeng standing still and smiling, with the smile on her face gradually fading. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was rude," Luo Qifeng said apologetically and hurriedly left. When the door closed again, Wei Qing was left alone in the living room. She slumped in the soft chair, her eyes slightly unfocused. The fact that her brother was a fool was known only to the Wei family members, and no outsiders could know. This matter involved the reputation of the Wei family, so no one dared to reveal it. Because of this, Wei Qing had left an impression of being fierce and cruel in the minds of others. No one knew that she was acting this way to protect her brother. However, as Wei Haoking grew older, Wei Qing realized she could no longer protect him as well as before. At his age, he should have been building his own influence, but due to his intellectual disability, he had zero accomplishments in this area. In contrast, the third young master, Wei Yuhua, was doing much better. He had made connections with many powerful individuals and was seen as the rightful heir to the Wei family by many. Wei Yuhua was eager to replace Wei Haokang, and Wei Qing was well aware of this. Unlike other issues she could solve, this one seemed unsolvable. If Wei Haokang continued to be protected, Wei Yuhua's position would become more secure, possibly becoming a reality in the future. That was why she had come to the deep depths of the ghost realm, not only to escape family pressure, but also to try to enhance her brother's reputation. However, it seemed that the start wasn't going smoothly. That's why she made the excuse of being tired from the journey to cancel the banquet that night and reschedule it for the next day. She had no certainty. If her brother embarrassed himself in public at the banquet, all her efforts would be in vain. A deep fatigue made Wei Qing lay back in the chair, not even wanting to move. She had thought about giving up, but the reality ahead made her realize she couldn't. The interests of the Wei family were immense, causing anyone to covet them. What's more, Wei Yuhua's ambition was even greater. Wei Qing had read a blatant possessiveness in Wei Yuhua's eyes multiple times. She understood that this was an endless battle. If she fell prematurely, she would not only lose her interests, but also herself. As for her brother, he might become someone's pet or even die. This fact was something Wei Qing couldn't accept. That's why she had to face it head on. May the heavens bless us. May my brother recover soon. I'm willing to give up everything. Wei Qing began to pray softly. Her firm face revealed a hint of vulnerability at that moment. At the same time, Luo Qifeng informed his father, the current head of the Luo family, Luo Gaoyang, about Wei Qing's words. Changed to tomorrow due to fatigue from the journey. Luo Gaoyang frowned slightly. Father, that's what Miss Wei said. After Luo Qifeng left, Luo Gaoyang fell into contemplation before asking the few elders around him, what do you think? Hey, with Miss Wei's abilities, how could she be tired from a mere journey? It's just an excuse, one elder sneered. Miss Wei suddenly bringing her brother, who has never appeared in public before, is suspicious in itself. Right, it seems those vague rumors were true. The legitimate heir of the Wei family has problems. This statement silenced the room. After a long moment, Luo Gaoyang spoke solemnly, whether it is true or not, it will be revealed at the banquet tomorrow. Night falls, because this courtyard is tucked away in a corner of the Luo family mansion. As soon as darkness descends, the surroundings become quiet. Standing on the second floor, one can see the brilliant lights deep in the Luo family mansion and a faint commotion carried by the gentle breeze. All of this highlights the desolation and loneliness of this small courtyard. Just like Luo Jingting's status in the eyes of the Luo family members dispensable, ignored. In this unusual silence, Zuan sits by the window on the second floor, looking calm as if waiting for something. When Muling and Luo Jingting dare not ask, only standing silently by. Finally, footsteps are heard outside the courtyard, echoing in the quiet night, then stopping at the courtyard gate. These sounds naturally awaken Luo Jingting and Wen Muling. Both of them show a hint of surprise. Who would come at this late hour? A faint smile appears on Zuan's lips. Miss Luo, go and greet our visitor. The one we've been waiting for has arrived. As the words fall, a calm voice is heard outside the door. Sister Jingting, open the door. Hearing the voice, Luo Jingting is shocked. It's Luo Jian. The person they were waiting for turns out to be him. Why did he come here? Various questions flood Luo Jingting's mind, but she quickly composes herself, subconsciously walks to the courtyard gate, and opens it. Sure enough, standing at the door, smiling, is none other than Luo Jian. Essie, seventh brother, Luo Jingting says in astonishment. Luo Jian smiles faintly. It's late to disturb Sister Jingting's rest. I apologize. Though speaking to Luo Jingting, Luo Jian's gaze passes through her, looking towards the courtyard. Just then, Zuan by the window on the second floor calmly says, since you're here, please come upstairs. Upon hearing this, Luo Jian shivers, nods slightly at Luo Jingting, and instantly appears on the second floor like a shadow. His sudden appearance startles Wen Muling, who lets out a short gasp, Zhu, and remains seated quietly, not even lifting an eyelid. Once Luo Jian steadies himself, looking at the white-clothed youth hidden in the darkness, he can't help but take a deep breath and salute. The seventh son of the Luo family, Luo Jian, greets you. His words are filled with respect, Zhu, and chuckles lightly, then raises her head slowly, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Jian. You're clever. Luo Jian smiles, but before his smile can fully form, Zhuan leans back in her chair and says calmly, but sometimes, I find clever people annoying, especially the ones who act smart. With that, Zhuan raises her gaze, looking at Luo Jian incisively. I wonder, which one are you? Meeting Zhuan's gaze, Luo Jian's face turns pale as if struck by lightning. He has never seen such a terrifying look before. It's not a disdainful gaze from a position of power nor a cruel arrogance. It's a nearly void calmness. Yes, a gaze of emptiness. Before this gaze, he feels like a lamb awaiting slaughter, trembling and with no means of resistance except fear. Finally, Zhuan lowers her eyes, and Luo Jian lets out a sigh of relief, feeling drenched in cold sweat. Though it's a brief moment, for Luo Jian, it feels like an eternity. This leaves him staring at Zhuan in horror. Before coming here, he had praised Zhuan's strength, but facing this gaze, he realizes how absurd his previous thoughts were. Did he really think he could challenge this youth by transforming into dark energy? Wasn't that seeking death? Hence, stuttering, he says, Sir, Zhu, and waves her hand. No need to apologize. I don't require it. In fact, if I did mind, you would be dead right now. Zhuan's expression turns cold. Do you believe me? Luo Jian swallows nervously, nods, and says, I believe you. Now tell me, are you truly clever? Or thus pretending to be, Zhu? And leans back in her chair, legs crossed, lightly tapping the armrest, quietly observing Luo Jian, waiting for his reply. Meanwhile, Luo Jingding has also reached the second floor. Seeing the mighty Luo Jian looking pale and standing timidly before Zhuan, she can't help but feel shaken. Silence falls and tension mounts. Finally, Luo Jian smiles wryly. Sir, of course, I strive to be genuinely clever. In just a few words, Zhuan is elevated from Sir to Big Brother in Luo Jian's speech. Everyone wants to be clever, but the key is, do you have the ability and ambition, Zhu? And asks with a sly smile. Luo Jian's expression turns serious. Rest assured, Big Brother, aside from my ability, ambition is not lacking in me. As he speaks, something seems to burn in Luo Jian's eyes, a terrifying light, Zhu, and recognizes it as desire. Very well. Now tell me, what made you come to find me? Luo Jian takes a deep breath and says, It's simple. Today, when welcoming the Wei family, I noticed that Miss Wei suddenly looked terrified in a certain direction. Even though it was just a split second, I noticed it. Oh, just because of a look from Miss Wei. Zhuan teases. Luo Jian nods. A single glance can already reveal a lot. Then why did only you notice? Luo Jian grins mischievously. Big Brother, even if others had noticed, they probably wouldn't have understood what was happening. Only I could decipher it, because this courtyard was personally arranged by me for Sister Jingting, and the direction Miss Wei looked towards was this courtyard. Zhu, and looks deeply at Luo Jian, and then, how did you know it was me? Luo Jian chuckles. In fact, the moment I saw you in front of the door, I knew you couldn't be Sister Jingting's guard. Luo Jian's words made Luo Jingting shiver. She couldn't believe that just by meeting him once, he could guess so much. Zhuan seemed to have everything anticipated. The whole process felt like she was the only fool. Just then, Zhuan smiled. Well, it seems you are indeed very clever. Thank you, sir. At that moment, Zhuan suddenly asked, So let me ask you now, do you want to control the Luo family? This question caught Luo Jian by surprise, and he looked at Zhuan in astonishment. Sir, don't be surprised. I'm asking if you want to or not. Zhu, and said leisurely. Luo Jian fell into deep thought. He only came here late at night to meet this hidden expert, never expecting such a question, which shocked him. However, seeing the strength Zhuan just displayed gave Luo Jian a glimmer of hope. What if it actually worked out? Zhuan didn't rush, just watched Luo Jian quietly. After a moment, Luo Jian let out a breath, then nodded solemnly. Of course I want to. But, before he could finish his sentence, Zhuan decisively cut him off. Very well, then it's settled. Luo Jian widened his eyes, dumbfounded. What did it mean by settled? Trying to control the Luo family was no easy task. Although the Luo family was not as prominent as some big families in the Central Ghost Realm, their power was strong. Additionally, with Luo Qifeng and his supporters, dealing with the family head and others posed a significant challenge. How could all these difficulties be summed up so casually by Zhuan? What? Don't you trust me? Zhuan said calmly. Ah, yes, I trust. Of course I trust. Luo Jian nodded hastily, and chuckled, then changed the subject. As the seventh young master of the Luo family, you must have some power of your own. Luo Jian nodded? Yes. Well, I hope that after you return, you will clean up those who have been causing trouble without restraint. You should know what to do. Zhuan's tone was indifferent, but Luo Jian sensed a strong killing intent. Without hesitation, he nodded. Yes. Zhuan was somewhat relieved by this decisiveness, then stood up and walked slowly to the window. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess why I want you to do this. Luo Jian watched Zhuan's back and suddenly realized something, trembling all over with a newfound respect. You mean, that's right. Tomorrow's banquet should be quite lively, don't you think? Luo Jian finally fell silent, bowing deeply to the young man whose name he still didn't know, expressing his reverence. Go now. I give you a day. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zhuan didn't turn back, giving the command calmly. Luo Jian bowed, then silently retreated, eventually disappearing into the night. The second floor fell quiet again. Luo Jingting looked alarmed, as everything that had happened lately seemed beyond her understanding. As a young girl who had never experienced the treachery of human hearts, she could only stand bewildered on the side. When Muling watched Zhuan's back with hesitation, wanting to speak but hesitating, just say it. After some hesitation, when Muling spoke softly, Sir, why do you value Luo Jian so much? Value him as Zhu, and shook his head. I don't value him, but just now you. Do you know? Families like the Luo family can never be completely eliminated. Even when that guy and I were dominating the ghost realm together in the past, these families were never completely wiped out. Once the things suppressing them are gone, these families will start causing trouble again. Zhuan suddenly explained. Then why, when Muling wondered if that was the case, why support Luo Jian's rise to power? And smiled. As you just said, I actually don't value Luo Jian at all. It's just that because he shows some respect and hasn't committed any heinous crimes, I will give him this chance. With that, Zhuan turned to look at the night outside, saying gently, darkness can't be completely eliminated. Now I can make them pay. But after one wave is gone, another will rise. So I'd rather find someone who understands restraint and reverence to handle everything. At least that might contain the evil. Do you understand? Hearing Zhuan's words, when Muling suddenly realized, then bowed respectfully, I understand. At the same time, in another courtyard of the Luo family mansion, Luo Zhuan sat panting on a chair, the room in chaos, the exquisite vessel smashed into pieces. Her pretty face occasionally showed fierce expressions. At that moment, a maid walked into the room, trembling with fear. Miss, what happened? The eldest young master has returned to his room. Do you mean he didn't stay with the Wei siblings? Luo Zhuan's face instantly brightened, laughing. Great. This is fantastic. Ha. The maid watched the seemingly mesmerized Luo Zhuan in shock, whispering cautiously, but there's another matter. What else? The eldest young master has invited important guests to tomorrow's banquet. At this news, Luo Zhuan's face darkened instantly, her eyelids twitching rapidly. Then she began pacing back and forth in the room. The maid kept her head down, scared to look up. Suddenly, while pacing and hesitating, Luo Zhuan thought of something, starting to nervously laugh. The laughter was shrill and unpleasant, making the maid turn pale, trembling. Heh, that Wei family misses nothing. Does she think I'm a fool? That so-called Wei family young master today is definitely fishy. Humph, if you behave, then that's fine. But if you dare touch my big brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. That's right. Luo Zhuan had always harbored a twisted affection for her big brother, Luo Qifeng. In such a situation of hidden turmoil, the night finally passed. As soon as the sky brightened on the second day, the city of 10,000 ghosts began to bustle with activity. The young descendants of various wealthy families had come here before, but when each family heard that it was not just an ordinary young master from the Wei family who had come, but the true young master of the Wei family, and that a banquet was to be held tonight, the heads and elders of the various wealthy families were stirred by the news and rushed here one after another. Consequently, the whole Luo family was even more lively, with the reception staff extremely busy. Hey, where is the seventh young master? Has anyone seen the seventh young master? A tired Luo family member asked, gasping for breath. I'm looking for the seventh young master too, but they say no one has seen the seventh young master since morning. No one knows where he went. Another person nearby said, it's strange. The seventh young master usually shows up by this time. What's going on today? Someone asked with a puzzled expression. In the past, whenever the Luo family held any major event, it was usually Luo Jian who was in charge of reception. Despite this being a tough job, Luo Jian had always done it diligently, as it helped him network and build reputation. However, never before had there been a situation like this where he was nowhere to be seen. As many people were puzzled and suspicious, the day quietly passed. By late afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Luo Jian finally appeared in front of everyone. Many Luo family members quickly rushed towards him upon seeing him. Brother 7, where have you been? Yeah, 7th brother, we haven't seen you all day. What happened? Amidst these questions, a faint smile appeared on Luo Jian's somewhat pale face. I suddenly had something come up today, so I was delayed. Sorry for the trouble. It's okay, it's okay. Everyone responded, and any lingering resentment in their hearts dissipated. After all, Luo Jian was the 7th young master of the Luo family, and since he had apologized, what more could they ask for? However, throughout the day, no one noticed the faint bloody aura emanating from Luo Jian. When the crowd dispersed, Luo Jian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while his hands, hidden in his sleeves, trembled slightly. On this day alone, more than 100 ghost clan members had died by his hands, most of whom belonged to Luo Jian's own faction. It could be said that by doing this, he was cutting off his own wings. If someone had told Luo Jian before today that he would target his own people tomorrow, he would have thought the person was crazy. Yet today, he actually did it. The reason being the few words from Zuan. Upon reflecting on it, Luo Jian himself felt a sense of absurdity. Just because of a few words from someone he had only met twice, he had paid such a huge price. Was it really worth it? This question lingered in Luo Jian's mind. There was a moment when he even felt a slight sense of regret. But when he remembered the look Zuan gave him, his whole body stiffened again. And Zuan's words, "Do you want to control the Luo family?" calmed Luo Jian's heart. In the end, he made up his mind. Since he had done it, he shouldn't regret it. As for the outcome, it would depend on tonight. At the same time, Wei Qing smiled gently as she adjusted Wei Haokang's attire. It must be said that Wei Haokang's appearance was truly outstanding, especially when he put on this carefully prepared outfit. He looked handsome and extraordinary. But the condition was that he couldn't speak. Once he spoke, the momentum he had built up would instantly disappear. For example, at this moment, Wei Haokang was awkwardly adjusting his clothes. A dissatisfied look appeared on his handsome face, and he mumbled incomprehensibly, "Sister, uncomfortable. Be good. Just endure it for a while longer. Okay." Wei Qing smiled, quickly grasped Wei Haokang's wrist to stop his movements. Wei Haokang only listened to his sister's words, so after grunting a few times, he stopped talking. Kanger, do you remember what sister told you? We are going to meet many people later, but you cannot speak. Just remain silent and observe everyone. Wei Qing nodded. Remember. Here, now let me teach you again. Wei Qing patiently lectured her little brother again until she was finally satisfied, and then nodded. Very good. Remember not to speak, and definitely not to eat anything. Got it. Hungry. Wei Haokang suddenly felt very wronged. Seeing this, Wei Qing laughed softly. Kanger, endure your hunger a little longer. After we are done, sister will prepare lots of delicious food for you. I promise you will eat your fill. Okay. Wei Haokang's face lit up with a smile and obediently nodded his head. Let's go. Wei Qing laughed, holding her brother's hand, took a deep breath, her whole demeanor instantly turning cold. Then she stepped out. Luo Qifeng had been waiting outside early on. When he saw Wei Qing's unchanged elegance in her new outfit, his eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Miss Wei, I've been waiting here for a long time. The banquet hall is ready. Let's go now. Wei Qing nodded slightly. Okay. At the same time, Luo Zhuan, dressed in formal attire, came down from her tower and said lightly, Let's go. It's getting late. Not only her, with the appearance of the bright lights, people from various wealthy families came in droves, packing the spacious banquet hall. However, this time the banquet hall was divided into two clearly separated areas. One side was the heads and others of the major wealthy families, led by the Luo family patriarch. The other side was the young descendants. This way, the two sides would not interfere with each other. At that moment, everyone was chatting with their friends. Their conversations revolved around tonight's banquet and the upcoming arrival of the Wei family members. However, amidst these conversations, there were inevitably some discordant voices. For example, some young members of the main branches of wealthy families gathered together, pointing and making fun of Ren Tianqi, who was standing alone on the side. They occasionally burst into loud, disrespectful laughter. TSK. See that? That's the second young master of the Ren family, the one who can only watch silently as his fiancé flirts with others. Heh. This fellow dares to attend the banquet. Quite amusing. Shh. Didn't you see the look on his face? He's about to explode. Ren Tianqi's current expression was indeed very unpleasant. He stared fixedly at Tan Xiao, who was in extravagant attire, chatting and laughing with her friends in a corner, and his teeth were about to grind to pieces. He knew very well why Tan Xiao was so excited now, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt like he had been slapped countless times on his face, a burning pain spreading. A moment later, Ren Tianqi sat in the corner chair, his face full of despair, drinking heavily. Don't you want to say something? Luo Jian asked calmly. Ren Tianqi shivered all over, then smiled bitterly. What do I say? Haven't you seen it? The elders and heads of the Tan family have all come, but who has cared about what I feel? Saying this, Ren Tianqi twisted his hair in pain, his eyes filled with a devouring light. I really wish I could kill that wretched person now. But do you believe it? My strength is not even enough to defeat her. There was a hint of a crying tone in Ren Tianqi's words, indicating that he was on the verge of breaking down. Luo Jian fell silent for a moment, then raised his head slowly and said, Tianqi, do you want to change? As Ren Tianqi mentioned, Tan Xiao was indeed very excited at the moment. As a side branch daughter of the family, she never had a chance to stand out, and the best possible outcome for her might have been treated as a commodity and traded to another family, such as marrying Ren Tianqi, the second son of the Ren family. However, fate had other plans when her sister Tan Faiwen followed Ren Tianyun, the eldest son of the Ren family, on a trip and had not returned yet. This gave Tan Xiao the opportunity to participate in this gathering. At first, Tan Xiao had only thought about socializing with the prominent descendants of the Luo family or other wealthy families. She even considered trying to get in touch with the seventh young master of the Luo family, Luo Jian, if all else failed. For her lofty ambitions, marrying anyone other than Ren Tianqi would have been better. However, with the sudden arrival of representatives from the Wei family in the central ghost realm, Tan Xiao seized the opportunity. And when the Tan family members heard of Tan Xiao's intentions, they readily supported her without hesitation. After all, the benefits they could gain far outweighed offending a side branch member of the Ren family. So, she had been busy the whole day, frantically dressing up, hoping to shine at the banquet. If she could establish a connection with the young master of the Wei family during this event, it would be perfect. Because of these thoughts, Tan Xiao paid little attention to the members of the Luo family, and as for Ren Tianqi, she couldn't be bothered to even look at him. Little did she know what Ren Tianqi had experienced at that moment. After hearing Luo Jian's whispered words, Ren Tianqi's eyes widened gradually, then he looked at Luo Jian with a probing gaze. What you said ... is it all true? Luo Jian nodded solemnly. Of course, it's true. Ren Tianqi slowly exhaled and said with a serious expression, but, is this really possible? After a moment of silence, Luo Jian spoke slowly. I think it's possible. And even if it fails, can our situation become any worse than it is now? This statement touched Ren Tianqi. He pondered for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I understand. What do you need me to do? Have you really thought it through? Once you make a decision, your family, Luo Jian asked. Family? Hey, do you think the family sees me as a member of the Ren family? Ren Tianqi showed a resentful expression. In their eyes, there's only Ren Tianyun. I'm just a disposable substitute. So I've made up my mind. I'll join. Luo Jian nodded. Good. Get ready. And when the elders arrive, we'll act at the right moment. Yes. Ren Tianqi, brushing off his previous despair, cast a cold glance at Tan Xiao, who was preening in the distance, his eyes filled with murderous intent. As for the other slights and insults, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. At that moment, Luo Zhuan walked in wearing a long dress, exuding a commanding presence. Her arrival left many women in slight awe. She scanned the room, walked straight to a corner, and sat down silently. Her imposing presence made the voices of Tan Xiao and others speaking lower. Before everyone could recover, Luo Qifeng walked in ahead, followed by Wei Qingxiao and Wei Heokang. Their appearance caused a silent commotion in the room, especially when they noticed that Luo Qifeng, who had always been aloof, was now smiling and complimenting everyone. It was truly shocking. However, Luo Qifeng paid no attention to these reactions. He chuckled and said, Miss Wei, it looks like most people have arrived. Please take a seat. Just as Luo Qifeng said this, led by the head of the Luo family, Luo Gaoyang, many elders and leaders of prominent families greeted them. Greetings, Miss Wei, Master Wei. Exactly. Welcome Miss Wei to our gathering. These pleasantries filled the air. Wei Qingxiao nodded with a smile. Thank you, everyone. But she noticed that many people's eyes were focused on Wei Heokang. After all, Wei Heokang's current status was that of the young master of the Wei family. With this in mind, Wei Qingxiao couldn't help but sigh and then said with a smile, the young master doesn't speak much normally, but he is also pleased to meet everyone. Many people visibly showed pleasure upon hearing this and nodded in respect towards Wei Heokang. However, a few like Luo Gaoyang exchanged a covert glance, noting the peculiarities. In their eyes, Wei Heokang indeed appeared charming and distinguished at first glance, seemingly without any issues. But Wei Qingxiao's explanation seemed odd. There was no problem with not speaking much. Reserved dignified mannerism is understandable. But why explain? And the attention of this Wei family young master seemed to be elsewhere, far away. What was there in the distance? Though puzzled, Luo Gaoyang showed no hint of it and warmly said, In that case, please, take your seats. With that, he personally led the way, guiding Wei siblings to the high platform. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the Wei siblings, especially Tan Xiao, who eyed Wei Heokang with almost melting passion. eager to approach him. Luo Zhuan, on the other hand, stared coldly at Wei Qingchao, especially when she saw Luo Qifeng and Wei Qingchao walking side by side, chatting and laughing occasionally. Jealousy burned within her. However, these nuances were only noticed by a few people like Luo Jian, while others remained oblivious. At that moment, Ren Tianqi anxiously asked in a low voice, "Seventh young master, the banquet is about to start, but where are the guests?" "Don't worry, they should be here soon." Luo Jian also felt a bit uneasy but managed to stay calm. "It's her. How did she get here?" Many people in the banquet hall recognized Luo Jingyi and couldn't help but show strange expressions. Because Luo Jingyi's status was just a distant relative, logically speaking, she had no qualifications to attend such a high-class banquet. Under the scrutiny of these suspicious and disdainful gazes, Luo Jingyi's heart trembled, and her face turned pale. At the same time, Luo Zhuan in the distance also noticed this scene. When she saw that the newcomer was actually Luo Jingyi, she was startled at first, then coldly smiled and signaled to a few of her subordinates. These subordinates approached and blocked Luo Jingyi's path. "Miss Jingyi, do you have an invitation?" The leader of the men spoke relatively politely. "Invitation?" Luo Jingyi was somewhat astonished. "That's right. This banquet is only for the direct descendants of prestigious families. If you don't have an invitation, I'm sorry, but we have to ask you to leave." Luo Jingyi's lips dried up, and she couldn't help but look sideways at Zuan, wanting to ask him what to do. But to her surprise, Zuan just stood there, completely ignoring the situation. "What, Miss Jingyi? Do you not want to leave?" another man said coldly. However, he was not as polite as the first man, his words filled with mockery. Luo Jingyi's expression kept changing. Just then, Luo Jian walked quickly over and said in a deep voice, "Jingyi's sister was invited by me. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, these men were all surprised, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw it was Luo Jian, and their faces immediately became very respectful. "Essie, seventh young master." These men showed great respect. Although Luo Jian did not have the status and position of Luo Qifeng, because of his wide network and high prestige, as well as his relatively kind demeanor towards his subordinates, he was always well respected. At least these subordinates of Luo Zhuan couldn't afford to provoke him. However, Luo Jian completely ignored these people and just smiled slightly at Luo Jingyi. "Jingyi sister, why did you just arrive now? The banquet is about to begin. Follow me quickly." With that, he slightly turned and led Luo Jingyi into the hall. Those who had just stopped Luo Jingyi felt very awkward standing on the side, not knowing whether to stop her or not, and could only watch helplessly as Luo Jingyi and her party walked into the banquet hall. This scene caught the attention of Luo Zhuan in the distance, especially when she saw Luo Jian personally leading Luo Jingyi in. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Just then, Luo Jian seemed to sense something, glanced in her direction, then raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Somehow, when Luo Zhuan saw Luo Jian's smile, she felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but shudder. By the time she snapped out of it, Luo Jian had already led Luo Jingyi far away. Now, an odd expression appeared on Luo Zhuan's face. What's going on? With Luo Jingyi's status, it shouldn't be necessary for Luo Jian himself to personally escort her inside. Right. What exactly was Luo Jian up to? Although Luo Zhuan was puzzled, in the grand banquet hall, this was just a small disturbance that went unnoticed by the majority of the attendees. All their attention was drawn to the Webster siblings sitting on the stage. Luo Zhuan shrugged off these thoughts and watched coldly as Luo Qifeng chatted and laughed with Wei Qing on the stage, feeling burning jealousy in her heart. Gradually clenching her hands, a loud sound was heard as she actually crushed the armrest of her chair. Then Luo Zhuan suddenly stood up. "Miss." Several attendants were startled and tried to intervene. "Don't mind me, I know what I'm doing." Saying this, Luo Zhuan picked up a wine glass from the table and walked gracefully towards the stage. All eyes in the room were on her. Luo Qifeng, who was deeply engrossed in conversation with Wei Qing, noticed that the atmosphere had changed and looked up, only to see Luo Zhuan walking towards them with a brilliant smile on her face, which caused a sense of unease. Knowing his sister very well, he felt a bit nervous at her sudden appearance, so he signaled to the nearby Pan Yang and Mo Jing. The two stood up, welcomed Luo Zhuan, and Pan Yang said with a smile, "Miss Luo Zhuan, what are you planning to do?" "Yeah, haven't seen you in a few years, and Miss Luo Zhuan seems to have become even more beautiful," Mo Jing also said cheerfully. Luo Zhuan smiled coyly. "You two are so good with words. I just saw that Master Wei from the Wei family is here and wanted to raise a toast. Is that not allowed?" Although her words were directed at the two men, Luo Zhuan's eyes had been fixed on Luo Qifeng the whole time. Upon hearing that it was just a toast, Luo Qifeng felt relieved. No matter how much his sister was causing trouble, he trusted that she had some sense when facing the Wei family, who came from the central ghost realm. Therefore, he nodded without changing his expression. Pan Yang and Mo Jing shrugged, stepping aside to clear a path. "Very well, please do so." However, Luo Qifeng didn't notice the instant change in Wei King's facial expression when he heard that Luo Zhuan wanted to toast to Wei Haokang. Luo Zhuan had already walked up to the table, her smile becoming even brighter as she made a slight bow. "Luo Jian's daughter Luo Zhuan, I greet the young master of Wei, and Miss Wei." Regardless, Luo Zhuan's manners were impeccable. Wei Qing, without any movement, just looked coldly at Luo Zhuan without saying a word. Under Wei King's gaze, Luo Zhuan felt her scalp tingle, but her jealousy and resentment kept her from backing down. Instead, she lifted her glass and smiled at Wei Haokang, who was still sitting there. "Young Master Wei is truly handsome and worthy of his reputation. I greatly admire you. Here is a toast to you." With that, Luo Zhuan held up the glass, offering it to Wei Haokang. The banquet hall fell quiet. The head of the Luo family, Luo Gaoyang, exchanged glances with several elders, then lowered his eyes without any intention of intervening. Faced with Luo Zhuan's gesture, Wei Haokang sat in his chair, stunned, not making a move. The atmosphere turned awkward and bizarre. Many people couldn't help but furrow their brows at this sight. While the Wei family was indeed powerful, they shouldn't neglect to give face to a direct descendant of the Luo family. Even Luo Qifeng couldn't help but feel surprised. Lowering her head, Luo Zhuan felt extremely pleased inside. "Let's see if you'll accept this toast or not." As she spoke, Wei Qing smiled, picked up the wine glass on the table, raised her head to drink it, then slammed it on the table, looking coldly at Luo Zhuan. "How do you feel about this?" There was a hint of uncontainable murderous intent in her words. In fact, if she hadn't wanted to expose her brother's true nature, Wei Qing would have directly acted long ago to crush Luo Zhuan under her palm. But in front of the public eye, she could only endure it forcibly, so this glass of wine made her extremely irritated. Luo Zhuan was also stunned, not expecting Wei Qing to make such a move, and was about to speak. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Luo Qifeng's face darkened and he coldly said, "Zhuaner, can't Miss Wei respond in person? After drinking this glass of wine, just retreat." Despite her unwillingness, Luo Zhuan had no choice but to drink the wine in the cup, and then bow to Wei Qing with a slight nod. "Thank you, Miss Wei, for your generosity. I will take my leave." Her words sounded humble, but the subtle atmosphere contained within was understood by few. For example, not far away, Zuan, after witnessing the scene, showed a faint smile. Interesting. At this moment, Luo Jian led Ren Tianqi over and whispered in a low voice, "Sir, this is Ren Tianqi, the second young master of the Ren family. His circumstances are similar to mine, and I have already told him all your words, and he is willing to join, sir." Ren Tianqi bowed slightly. "Ren family, Zhu," and raised an eyebrow. "Who is Ren Tianyan to you?" Ren Tianqi smiled bitterly. "Sir, Ren Tianyan is my elder brother." Zhu chuckled meaningfully. "I see. In that case, I will give you a chance." "Thank you, sir." Ren Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his palms covered in cold sweat. Although Zhu appeared to be a young man in white on the surface, Ren Tianqi could sense a terrifying power beneath his delicate and seemingly weak exterior. Thus, Ren Tianqi dared not get too close, as that feeling was too horrifying. Meanwhile, Luo Jian looked at the departing Luo Zhuan with hesitation and asked in a low voice, "Sir, what should we do next?" Zhuan smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Don't you find this play very lively? Let's just watch for now." At the same time, Luo Zhuan returned to her seat, coldly watching the people on the stage, her eyes flickering with calculation. But regardless, this little episode had passed. The banquet continued, especially after Luo Gaoyang, representing many prominent families, delivered a speech. The atmosphere reached its peak. Next was free time, the most lively moment of the banquet. However, Wei Qing's heart was in her throat, because this was the time her brother was most likely to be exposed. But she couldn't always be with her brother. Wei Qing could clearly perceive that the elders and influential figures like Luo Gaoyang were starting to look at her brother in a suspicious manner. If she continued to follow him like a nanny, she would definitely raise more doubts. At this moment, Luo Qifeng smiled broadly at her and said, "Miss Wei, shall we go have a drink over there? Many young masters and misses from prominent families are eager to meet you." Saying that, Luo Qifeng gestured towards a distance where Pan Yang, Mo Jing, and many other prominent families' descendants were gathered, waiting for Wei Qing. This was a normal part of socializing at a banquet among prominent families, and Wei Qing could not refuse for reasons of propriety. So she hesitated slightly and nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll speak with the young master." "Please go ahead." Wei Qing took a deep breath and leaned into Wei Haokang's ear, whispering, "Little brother, sister is going out for a while. You stay here honestly. Don't go anywhere. And if someone comes to talk to you, just look at them coldly. Don't say a word? Got it?" Wei Qing had told her brother these instructions more than once, but because she was worried he might forget, she reminded him again. Wei Haoking grinned, muttering in a voice only Wei Qing could hear, "Okay." With her emotions sorted, Wei Qing said lightly, "Let's go." After she and Luo Qifeng left, Wei Haoking was left alone at the table. Now, many women's eyes became more heated. He was the young master of the Wei family, after all. Which young lady from a prominent family wouldn't be moved? But before anyone could react, Tan Xiao had already stood up first, gracefully walking to the table, smiling charmingly and saying, "I am Tan Xiao. I've met young Master Wei." No response. Wei Haoking faithfully followed his sister's instructions, sitting upright, ignoring all the surrounding conversation. This reaction made Tan Xiao slightly surprised. If it were any other lady from a prominent family, she would have retreated in embarrassment by now. But Tan Xiao was different. The environment she grew up in had molded her relentless character to not give up until she reached her goal. So she sat down next to Wei Haokang, smiling lightly. "Young Master Wei, why aren't you speaking? Do you look down on my humble status?" Wei Haoking remained silent. This response made Tan Xiao grind her teeth inwardly. In her view, Wei Haoking was simply looking down on her status, so he ignored her. But she wasn't willing to give up. She reached out a hand from behind and took out a delicate snack box. When she opened it, there were exquisite snacks inside. Under the fragrant aroma, Wei Haokang's dull eyes suddenly lit up and he stared at the snack box blankly, not moving at all. It worked. Tan Xiao felt secretly delighted and then smiled lightly. "Young master, I heard you love gourmet food the most, so I prepared these delicacies for you. They are all exquisite delicacies with excellent appearance, aroma, and taste. I hope you like them." Wei Haokang's body twitched slightly, as if struggling with something. Tan Xiao found it amusing and then picked up a pastry, chuckling. "Young master, why hesitate? Just eat it. These are all prepared for you." With that, she brought the pastry to Wei Haokang's mouth. Wei Haoking recoiled like he was avoiding a snake, muttering incoherently, "Sister, beat. Huh? What does that mean?" Tan Xiao didn't understand what Wei Haoking was saying at all, but that didn't stop her from continuing to bring the pastry to Wei Haokang's mouth. In this situation, Tan Xiao inadvertently touched Wei Haokang's lips with the pastry in her hand. This seemingly insignificant action made Wei Haokang tremble all over. In fact, it was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. Because there were many delicious dishes placed in the banquet hall, the aroma of these foods tortured Wei Haokang constantly. If it weren't for Wei Qingchao constantly suppressing him, he would probably have lost control long ago. However, this pastry touching his lips was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, finally causing Wei Haokang to lose his reason. Suddenly, his expression became extremely ferocious, and he opened his mouth wide, biting down on the pastry completely. Tan Xiao screamed in pain, because along with the pastry, her finger was also bitten off. In agony, Tan Xiao trembled all over. Meanwhile, Wei Haokang completely lost his reason, pounced on the table, picked up the delicate snacks on the table, and stuffed them crazily into his mouth. His terrifying and ferocious eating behavior instantly quieted down the lively banquet hall. Everyone stared in astonishment at Wei Haokang, who seemed like a wild beast, not understanding what was happening. Zuan, with a touch of pity in his eyes, sighed lightly and murmured, "Pity you." In the midst of the dead silence, Wei Qingchao, who was chatting with others, suddenly sensed something amiss. She turned abruptly, and what she saw made her face turn ashen. Because her worst fear had happened. Tan Xiao cradled her injured hand, missing a finger, with a look of horror as she watched Wei Haokang gulp down the food, trembling like chaff in the wind. The faces of the people gradually became strange. Even the dullest person could tell that something was seriously wrong with this young Master Wei. How could a normal person eat like this? The head of the Luo family, Luo Gaoyang, and others exchanged glances and saw understanding in each other's eyes. The rumors were true. This young Master Wei really had issues. In this strange atmosphere, Wei Qingchao's expression changed several times, but she did not hesitate. Instead, she walked quickly to the table and raised her hand to slap. Crack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the banquet hall. Tan Xiao screamed, flew out from the slap, crashed onto a table, shattering all the utensils on it. Amidst the clattering sound, many people's faces changed slightly. Wei Qingchao's face turned ashen, looking at Wei Haokang still eating voraciously at the table, suddenly feeling very tired. She had made great efforts, finally seeing some improvement, but ended up in such a situation. She endured her sorrow, approached Wei Haokang, grabbed his wrist, and whispered, "Kanger, stop eating. We should leave." Only Wei Qingchao's words could calm Wei Haokang during his outbursts. So, when he heard Wei Qingchao's words, he gradually calmed down, then ignored the oil stains and residue on his face, and grinned foolishly. Wei Qingchao restrained the tears about to fall, saying lightly, "Sorry, there was an accident today. We're leaving." With that, she held her brother's wrist and headed out. This desolate and lonely scene moved Luo Jian. Luo Zhuan, on the other hand, was almost bursting into laughter. "This is better. I can't imagine my elder brother still having other thoughts after seeing this so-called young Master Wei acting like a fool." Indeed. Luo Qifeng looked at the backs of Wei Qingchao and her brother in astonishment, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, but ultimately lowered his head and refused to look again. As the legitimate eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Qifeng was not a fool. Wei Qingchao was indeed someone worth pursuing, given her looks, background, and even surpassing him in many aspects. However, now that the foundation of all this no longer existed because her brother turned out to be a complete fool. In this case, Wei Qingchao's situation in the Wei family could be imagined. Combined with the various rumors about Wei Qingchao before, her brother could be her downfall, and she had no way out. If that was the case, Wei Qingchao was no longer a target worth pursuing, but a bomb that could explode at any time. Because if you wanted to pursue her, you would have to bear all the pressure she faced, which was unimaginably heavy. So Luo Qifeng wisely chose to retreat and even felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, he knew early on, otherwise, he would have truly boarded a sinking ship. Another person feeling thankful was Tan Xiao, despite losing a finger and being slapped. She thought it was worth it. If not, she might have lost her life. Thus, the once lively banquet hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze towards the Wei siblings became strange, devoid of the prior awe and admiration. Wei Qingxiao gritted her teeth, holding her brother's hand, and was about to leave the banquet hall. At this moment, Zuan, sitting on a chair, suddenly chuckled. "Are you planning to leave like this?" This statement shook the entire room. Everyone turned to see who had spoken. Wei Qingxiao also turned around, coldly asking, "Who is speaking?" All eyes were on Zuan, who sat calmly, almost smiling as he looked at Wei Qingxiao from afar. "I am speaking. Who are you? What do you mean by your words earlier?" Wei Qingxiao's face turned cold as ice as she sternly questioned. "No special meaning. Just a reminder. If you step out of this banquet hall, the news that your brother is a fool will spread throughout the ghost realm in a matter of days. By then, all your efforts over the years will go down the drain. Have you thought about that consequence?" Zhu An's words made Wei Qingxiao's eyes narrow instantly. She had definitely thought about those things. But what could she do? Even if she made it through today's banquet, what about the future? Who could guarantee that such things wouldn't happen again? The only thing she could do now was take it step by step. "Of course, I have thought about it. But what can be done?" Wei Qingxiao said coldly. "Don't you want to change everything?" Zhu An's words made Wei Qingxiao tremble all over, her pupils shrinking to the size of a pin as she stared fixedly at Zhu An. "How to change?" Zhu An leaned back casually in his chair, surveyed the room, then said calmly, "Very simple. Kill everyone here, and the news won't leak." When he said this, the whole banquet hall erupted. Who is this madman? Dare to speak such words? These discussions are about to blow the roof off the banquet hall. Zhu An, however, remained unfazed, only gazing quietly at Wei Qingxiao. Wei Qingxiao's expression changed several times. To be honest, Wei Qingxiao had indeed considered this idea before. However, this was not the central ghost realm, but deep within the ghost realm. His trip this time was to escape family pressure, so he only brought a small number of people. On the other hand, the opposing side consisted of almost all the big families in the depths of the ghost realm. The vast difference in strength made this idea seem incredibly naive and laughable. Therefore, Wei Qingxiao could only choose to leave in disappointment. Now, upon hearing Zhu An's words, countless thoughts raced through Wei Qingxiao's mind. Who was he exactly? Why did he say that? What was his purpose? These thoughts intertwined, leaving Wei Qingxiao speechless. Zhu An seemed to be able to see through her thoughts and calmly said, "Don't try to guess my identity. I only ask you, do you want to change this outcome?" As if compelled, Wei Qingxiao nodded. "Of course I do. But so what? Can you help me achieve it?" There was a strong sense of sarcasm in her tone. Zhu An laughed. "All right. I will help you realize this idea." At this point, many people in the banquet hall were outraged. "Someone, drag this nonsense-talking fellow out and kill him to keep this place clean," an elder from the Luo family sternly ordered. Instantly, a dozen guards rushed forward to try to take action, but before they could reach, Luo Jian stepped forward, blocking them all. "Let's see who dares to come forward." Everyone was shocked. How could the seventh young master from the Luo family support this person spouting nonsense? Luo Qifeng, seeing the situation, was furious. "Seventh, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling?" With things having come to this point, Luo Jian had thrown caution to the wind. "Exactly. I am rebelling." Many were stunned by this scene. The Luo family head, Luo Gaoyang, angered. "Nonsense. Someone, arrest this rebel." The guards hesitated. Meanwhile, Ren Tianqi stepped forward, standing alongside Luo Jian. "Seventh young master, don't forget about me." Ren Tianqi smiled. The head of the Ren family, Ren Shang, taken aback, then roared, "Ren Tianqi, what are you trying to do?" Ren Tianqi sneered. "What do I want to do? Father, I am also rebelling." The crowd was in an uproar. Nobody could decipher what was happening. Just then, Luo Zhuan suddenly leapt high and pointed to Luo Jingling standing behind Zhu An, cursing loudly. "It's you, jerk, isn't it your doing? I knew we shouldn't have let you in at the beginning." Indeed, a wild seed is always a wild seed. How dare you oppose the Luo family? The words were extremely offensive. Luo Jingling's face turned pale instantly, not because of the harsh words, but because Luo Zhuan's words confirmed a fact. It turns out, he was not a member of the Luo family. Everything was a lie. He was just an unwanted bastard. Overwhelmed with these thoughts, immense sorrow made Luo Jingling almost faint. Zhu sighed lightly. Don't be sad. It's their fault, not yours. Understand. Upon hearing Zhu An's words, Luo Jingling forced herself to calm down and nodded. Zhu continued with a smile. And knowing your origins is good. As for being part of the Luo family or not, it doesn't matter, because after killing them all, they'll all belong to you. These words were extremely arrogant, at least in the eyes of the Luo family members. Luo Zhuan smirked. How ridiculous. Even at the brink of death, you dare to speak like this. Do you really think having Luo Jian will change anything? Before she finished, Luo Zhuan suddenly floated up, and in the blink of an eye, the space collapsed inward, compressing her flesh and blood into a bloody ball. This brutal and bloody method left the entire hall stunned. Luo Qifeng then roared. Sibling, pointing hysterically at Zhu An, he demanded, kill him. I want him to pay with his life. At this point, people realized this was no longer a simple dispute between powerful families, but a relentless battle. So, they all retreated. Almost simultaneously, numerous guards from the Luo family emerged from all corners and launched an attack on Zhu An. The scene was shrouded in a violent and aggressive atmosphere. Luo Jian and others were alarmed. Only Zhu An remained seated, saying to Wei Qingxiao with a furrowed brow, Look, I will now start fulfilling your wish. As the attacks neared, the Ghost Tribe's attacks were known for their unpredictability, combined with the skilled joint attacks of the Luo family guards, making this strike especially fierce. Even Wei Qingxiao herself would have avoided it. Yet Zhu An didn't even spare a glance at the guards coming at him, but casually waved his hand. Sword energy appeared out of thin air, slashing through like dancing dragons. In an instant, all the guards froze in place, then crumbled. The sword energy was so sharp that even their souls couldn't escape. The shocking strike left everyone in awe. Even Luo Zhuan, who had just gathered a ghostly body, was terrified. As for Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi, their eyes were widened. They thought even if they won, it would be a hard-fought victory, but it ended so easily. However, the most shaken was Wei Qingxiao. She never expected this outcome, leaving her dumbfounded. On the other side, Wei Heoking clapped ecstatically, mistaking the sword energy for fireworks. Zhu An looked at the foolishly smiling Wei Heoking with a touch of tenderness on his face. Want to see more? Yes, yes. Wei Heoking nodded vigorously. Zhu, and smiled and waved his hand again. Countless sword energies appeared above the banquet hall, then descended, aiming at everyone's throats. Don't move. In fact, they didn't need to be told because the chilling sword intent emanating from the sword energies already had everyone frozen in place, daring not to make any movements. Even Luo Gaoyang, who was enraged and ready to act, calmed down instantly. Zhu An smiled. Isn't this a better way? Everyone is now calmly talking, instead of shouting and making everyone annoyed. No one dared to speak, not even nod their heads. After all, the sword energies at their throats were not to be trifled with. Who could guarantee that any movement wouldn't lead to being killed by the sword energies? Wei Qingxiao's eyes gradually widened with a look of astonishment as she stared at Zhu An. She had encountered powerful beings before, as strong individuals were not uncommon in the central ghost realm, although they were still far stronger than those in other areas. However, she had never seen anyone like Zhu An. From start to finish, he remained calm and composed, exuding an aura that was intimidating to the entire crowd even when standing alone with a sword. His lack of emotional fluctuation made it seem as if he was doing something insignificant. This level of composure was truly remarkable. However, when she heard Zhu An's question, she was momentarily shaken, but quickly regained her composure. Yet, she soon found herself caught in hesitation and confusion. To kill or not to kill? That was the question. It was not that Wei Qingxiao couldn't bring herself to kill these prominent figures in the ghost realm. In fact, there must have been a reason why she could stand tall in a prestigious family like the Wei clan. If Wei Qingxiao was indecisive and overly sympathetic, it was likely that there would be nothing left but corpses by now. Wei Qingxiao thought about it. Killing was easy, but what would come after wiping them out? What would be the next step? Just keep killing along the way. She was aware that this mission was to escape the pressure from her family and to strengthen her brother's influence. However, if she continued to mindlessly kill, it might not solve any problems and could lead to greater crises. After all the problems stemmed from the Wei family's internal issues. Therefore, Wei Qingxiao found herself torn by these doubts. At that moment, Zuan, who was sitting in a chair, suddenly stood up and strode towards the Wei siblings. This abrupt movement made everyone hold their breath and stare at Zuan with fear on their faces. Regardless of their identities and statuses, at this moment, they all felt deep fear. After all, the gleaming blade hovering in front of their throats was no illusion. Wei Qingxiao was also slightly shaken, but being a lady from the central ghost realm, she had seen a lot, so despite her astonishment, she did not retreat. Zuan stopped in front of Wei Qingxiao. Given Zuan's height, Wei Qingxiao had to tilt her head up to look at him, but she did not show any signs of weakness. She just coldly stared at Zuan. In this strange standoff, Zuan suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I know what you are worried about. If you still want to cure your brother's illness, then listen to me obediently. Understand?" What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue to Wei Qingxiao, leaving her trembling in disbelief as she looked at Zuan. Zuan faintly smiled, surprised. Of course, Wei Qingxiao was surprised. Wei Haokang's illness had been diagnosed by numerous skilled physicians and even a renowned medical expert from the ghost realm, all of whom were powerless against the disease. While Wei Qingxiao never gave up hope outwardly, internally, even she had completely despaired. Yet today, this seemingly youthful man in white claimed he could cure her brother's illness, sounding like something out of a fantasy. Therefore, Wei Qingxiao deeply looked at Zuan and nodded. Indeed, very surprised. Anyone can say anything, but why should I believe you? Good question. Zuan smiled slightly. You indeed have no reason to believe me. I won't waste words trying to prove myself, but there is something I must clarify with you. What? Under the heavens and among the myriad realms, if there is someone who can cure your brother's illness, it can only be me, Zuan stated calmly. Wei Qingxiao vowed that if anyone else had said such things before her, she would have torn them apart without hesitation. Yet, these words spoken by the white-clad youth seemed natural and unpretentious. It all seemed as if it were meant to be. The immense self-assurance in his words made Wei Qingxiao hold back the laugh she was about to burst into and instead look at Zuan with immense composure. You are quite confident? But do you think I would really believe you? Zu, and chuckled. Believing or not is up to you. I am simply stating a fact. Wei Qingxiao was tempted to question further or mock him, but she found herself at a loss for words. This white-clad youth was quietly looking at her. Throughout her life, Wei Qingxiao had encountered numerous powerful beings in the ghost realm, including top-tier entities that could bring calamity upon all. Yet she had never seen eyes as profound as Zuan's. They were like a bottomless spring, irresistibly captivating and enthralling. Moreover, the extreme calmness in his gaze, devoid of turbulence and disregarding life and death, seemed capable of encompassing everything. Wei Qingxiao even saw a reflection of herself in his eyes, further unsettling her. Regardless of whether his words were true or not, his displayed strength was enough to awe anyone. Perhaps ... he really could cure Kanger. As Wei Qingxiao was in a state of uncertainty, Zuan had already turned to look at Wei Haokang. His eyes gradually softened, and he smiled faintly. Did you enjoy the fireworks just now? Yes, they were beautiful, Wei Haokang answered with a grin. Do you want to see more, Zu? And asked cheerfully. Wei Haokang vigorously nodded. Great, I will let you set off the fireworks later. Okay, Zu, and extended his hand to pat Wei Haokang's shoulder. No. Wei Qingxiao instantly came to her senses, shouting in alarm, attempting to intervene, because she knew her brother's temperament all too well. Throughout his life, Wei Haoking only allowed Wei Qingxiao to come close to him. Any other attempts to contact him would result in intense resistance. However, her attempt to prevent Zhu An from touching her brother was just a tad bit late. Zhu An's hand had already lightly touched Wei Haoking's shoulder. Wei Qingxiao sighed inwardly, ready to step in. Wei Qing smiled foolishly. What's going on? How did her younger brother suddenly become so approachable? It even looks like he has become friends with this young man in white. This is simply unbelievable. Thinking about this, Wei Qing suddenly understood something, turned to look at Zhu An, and said coldly, "Is it you?" Zhu An smiled slightly. "Is it me? It must be you who did something. Otherwise, how could Kanger be so obedient? Tell me, what did you do to him?" Zhu An didn't say anything, just looked at Wei Qing's excited face with some pity? Yes, pity, because he could see that Wei Qing was now in a panic. Yes, Wei Qing was indeed panicking, completely and thoroughly. From childhood to adulthood, Wei Haoking had grown up under her care, and she knew his every word and action like the back of her hand. This understanding, even deeper than Wei Haoking himself. This was a life without surprises. Wei Qing had fantasized more than once that one day her brother would suddenly change and become a normal person, giving her a big surprise. But that was just a fantasy. In fact, Wei Qing could easily guess what Wei Haoking would do next. Without exception. Until this time, an exception occurred. Wei Qing had guessed wrong, because Wei Haoking not only did not react excessively, but was very calm as a normal person. This abnormal reaction made Wei Qing's scalp tingle. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, a blessing or a curse. But out of pure sibling affection, she naturally directed all her suspicions and hostility towards Zhu An. Zhu An naturally understood this, so he didn't get angry, just shook his head slightly. "You're wrong. I didn't do anything. It's just your brother's normal reaction. You're talking nonsense." Wei Qing was extremely agitated, her eyes full of cold killing intent. Although this young man in white was very strong, if he dared to harm her brother, Wei Qing would risk everything to confront him. But at this moment, Wei Haoking muttered, "Sister, look at the fireworks." Although this sentence still couldn't clearly express the meaning like a normal person, at least it was clearer than before. Of course, only those most familiar with Wei Haoking could hear the progress. To others, it was still the babbling of a fool. Wei Qing naturally could hear it, and then she froze. This extremely subtle progress seemed like a heavy bomb exploding in Wei Qing's heart. Kanger. Wei Qing's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. But Wei Haoking ignored his sister and looked excitedly at Zhu An. "Fireworks, Zhu," and smiled, nodded, then turned to give Wei Qing a deep look. "Do you believe me now? Whether it was true or false, any improvement in her brother was real." So Wei Qing wiped away her tears, stared coldly at Zhu An, and finally nodded slowly. "I'll trust you this time, but remember, if you dare to harm my brother in any way, I'll kill you." This threatening statement sounded feeble in front of Zhu An, but Wei Qing still had to say it, and she genuinely meant it. "Zhu," and smiled faintly, then said suddenly, "Do you know, if it were anyone else talking to me like that, they'd be dead by now." Wei Qing's breathing quickened for a moment, but she still looked at Zhu An without flinching. "But you're different. You're an exception. After all, I have to give a certain someone some face." Zhu An chuckled, but then his smile turned cold. "But remember, face is given by others, and there will come a day when it runs out. So you better be honest and not do anything stupid, especially threaten me like this. Understand, Zhu?" Anne's questioning words were like heavy blows, all hitting Wei Qing's heart, making her involuntarily take a few steps back, her face filled with horror. At the same time, Zhu An withdrew his gaze, put on a smile again, as if the intense killing intent just now was an illusion, waved his hand, and lifted the mental barrier that had blocked others from eavesdropping. The din of the banquet hall once again filled the ears. Throughout the banquet hall, no one had heard a word of the conversation between Zhu An and the Wei siblings. Their figures appeared blurry, as if obscured by frosted glass. Everyone in the hall understood that it was a mental barrier preventing eavesdropping. But this discovery stirred the thoughts of everyone present. Since the other party couldn't see them now, could they take advantage to escape? With this thought in mind, those closer to the door began to quietly move, trying to leave. At first, their footsteps were tentative and light, fearing to disturb the sword aura hanging by their throats. But after a few steps, the sword aura remained motionless, seemingly unaware. These individuals couldn't help but rejoice, quickening their pace to leave the banquet hall. Closer, even closer. Finally, the entrance to the banquet hall was in sight, and as these individuals stepped out, wanting to escape this place, the dormant sword aura suddenly sprang into action, transforming into a stream of light thrusting forward. With a few muffled sounds, the would-be escapees collapsed, clutching their throats where a large hole had been pierced, their faces filled with unwillingness before they fell to the ground. Not only were their physical bodies shattered by the strike, their ghostly souls were also destroyed. By the time they hit the ground, these individuals had already perished. This display of power made the rest of the restless crowd tremble, and those who were about to move stepped back. But the stronger ones refused to accept this situation. People like Luo Gaoyang, the masters of the clans, had grim expressions and silently communicated, trying to find a solution. After trying various methods, they despairingly found that the sword aura seemed unsolvable. As long as you didn't trigger it, it lazily hung by your throat, but once activated, it would annihilate you in an instant. This ruthless mechanism left Luo Gaoyang and the others helpless. In this situation, Luo Qifeng's gaze flickered uncertainly as he pondered something. They really couldn't understand where this young man came from and why he was so powerful. At the same time, Zuan smiled faintly at Wei Heokang. Brother Heokang, do you want to set off fireworks one by one? Or do you want them all to explode together? This question was like a devil's whisper, causing a stir among the already fearful crowd. Who are you? Let me go. That's right. This has nothing to do with us. Let me go. Have mercy, please. The pleas for mercy and angry curses mixed together, making the entire banquet hall chaotic. Zhu and remained expressionless, calmly watching as if he was watching a fantastic performance. Enough. A sudden loud shout made the whole place quiet instantly. Then Luo Qifeng stepped forward a few steps, looked solemnly at Zuan, clasped his hands, and said in a deep voice, "Friend, your strength is indeed formidable, but we have no grudges between us, right? If it is just some trivial matter, it is not worth mobilizing so many people. After all, you are a powerful person. Is it necessary to go this far? Don't you think? Trivial matter." Zuan smiled faintly and glanced at the ghost of Luo Zhuan behind Luo Qifeng, saying lightly, "Since you also know that I am a formidable person, this woman just spoke disrespectfully to me. Don't you need to explain this to me?" Hearing this, Luo Zhuan shivered all over, then screamed in fear, "You have destroyed the physical body of my human race. What else do you want? I tell you, my Luo family." Before she could finish her words, Luo Qifeng had already pulled her in front of him. "Big brother, what are you going to do?" Luo Zhuan was still puzzled. Luo Qifeng sighed softly. "Zhuaner, blame yourself for offending the wrong person today." Luo Zhuan shivered all over, suddenly understanding something, and couldn't help but scream in extreme fear. "No." But before she could finish speaking, Luo Qifeng grabbed her ghostly body and pulled with force. "Ah, Luo Qifeng, you scoundrel!" With a frantic cry, Luo Zhuan's body was torn in half. A chilling ghostly aura gushed out, like blood spraying all over the ground. Then, Luo Zhuan's ghost fragments became transparent at a visible speed, almost imperceptible in an instant. Finally, with a crisp sound, this Miss Luo, known for her arrogance and dominance, died at the hands of her admired elder brother in such a ruthless manner, and all for the sake of apologizing to the white-clothed young man. This ruthless and decisive move made many people involuntarily pale. But Luo Qifeng, after doing all this, turned to Zuan and said with relief, "Friend, Are you satisfied with this explanation? Zhuan quietly watched the scattered ghostly fragments on the ground, then nodded slightly. Not bad. Luo Qifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled. Since that's the case, please spare us. Adaptable and ruthless. Luo Qifeng's current performance was evaluated by many as these 8 words. Luo Gaoyang nodded secretly. In his opinion, this was the quality a qualified patriarch should possess. As for the matter of losing a daughter, compared to his own life, it was insignificant. Just when Luo Qifeng was confident, he never expected Zhuan to suddenly smile. I am indeed satisfied with your explanation. But when did I say that being satisfied would spare you? You. This statement made Luo Qifeng's face turn pale with anger. Then he calmed down and said coldly, Friend, spare us, and how would you do it? Very simple. At this point, Zhuan pointed to Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi in the distance. No matter who you are, as long as these two agree, I can let you go. Boom. Zhuan's decision caused an explosion in the banquet hall. Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi were also stunned. What did the elder mean by this? Everyone, including Wei Qingxi, seemed to understand what Zhuan wanted to do, but the more she understood, the more shocked she became, unable to help but look deeply at Zhuan. Who was this young man after all? Why was he not only powerful to an unbelievable extent, but also so adept at manipulating people's hearts? At this moment, the chaotic banquet hall gradually quieted down, everyone staring intently at Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi. Because their fate was now in their hands, it could be said that whoever Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi chose to let live would live. Ahem, Laoqi. Everything before was my fault. Please bear with me. After all, we are brothers with blood ties, right? Luo Qifeng first spoke to Luo Jian. At this moment, Luo Jian had already recovered from his astonishment. When he saw Luo Qifeng, who had always looked down on him, even rarely gave him a proper look, speaking to him in a subservient manner, he suddenly understood a lot, and couldn't help but look gratefully towards Zhuan in the distance. Zhuan smiled faintly and nodded slightly, indicating that it was up to him. Luo Jian took a deep breath, then sneered, Luo Qifeng, are you only now remembering you have a younger brother? How so? Are a few apologies enough to dissolve all the past oppression and targeting? Luo Qifeng turned pale. He naturally knew the resentment in Luo Jian's heart, because what he had done to Luo Jian in the past was not honorable. So he looked to Luo Gaoyang for help with pleading eyes. Concerned about his own safety, Luo Gaoyang couldn't just stand by. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice gentle and friendly, smiling and saying, Jianer, it's okay. Don't be too persistent about the past. After all, aren't we family? Family? A strong hatred appeared on Luo Jian's face. When did you treat me as family? Jianer, as a father, I had my reasons. Luo Gaoyang said apologetically. Heh. Luo Jian interrupted him directly, coldly saying, Luo Gaoyang, do I need to say how my mother died? This statement immediately made Luo Gaoyang's face extremely unpleasant, and his eyelids were twitching crazily. Luo Gaoyang was taken aback for a moment, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. But the next moment, Luo Jian's words pushed him into an endless abyss. I have always listened to my mother, but I won't listen in this matter, because I want to hate you. I want you all to die. The deep hatred in Luo Jian's words was about to overflow. Luo Gaoyang, Luo Qifeng, and many others from the Luo family were about to speak when Zhuan waved his hand, sealing their voices with his divine consciousness. Wait a little longer before killing them, Zhuan said lightly. Yes, my lord, Luo Jian said very respectfully. Finally, a look of infinite fear emerged in the eyes of Luo Gaoyang and the others. The fear of death descended upon them for the first time. Only when you face death will you understand its horror. Just as Luo Jian was officially breaking away from the Luo family, a similar situation was unfolding on Ren Tianqi's side. At first, Ren Chong, the head of the Ren family, was filled with joy, thinking he might have a chance to survive. He couldn't help but shout out loud, Younger brother, release our people. Ren Tianqi remained unmoved, keeping his head down and lost in thought. Ren Chong frowned slightly, about to erupt, but then he remembered something and spoke in a gentler tone. Tianqi, release your father now. Father, ha. Ren Tianqi suddenly let out a cold laugh, then raised his head, staring at Ren Chong with eyes full of hatred. What right do you have to be called my father? Ren Chong was left speechless. But at this moment, the others in the Ren family began to shout angrily. Ren Tianqi, have you gone mad? How dare you speak to the head of the family like that? Exactly. Release the head of the family and us, and we can forget what happened. Amidst these cries, the smile on Ren Tianqi's face became increasingly manic. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, enough. The noisy members of the Ren family instantly fell silent. Then Ren Tianqi spoke in a chilling tone. In your eyes, am I not even worth as much as a dog? Always at your beck and call. The faces of the Ren family members gradually turned pale. Ren Zhong's eyes also showed a hint of panic, but he quickly forced a smile and said, Kiki, we did neglect you before, but I promise, we will change. Change. Harha, no need. It's too late. Not too late. Not too late. Ren Tianqi waved his hand, impatiently interrupting Ren Chong, and said with interest, do you know, from the time I can remember until now, I remember every single thing every one of you has done to me, and do you think the humiliation I've endured can be compensated with a simple apology? Ren Tianqi's words made Ren Zhong's face even paler. At the same time, Ren Tianqi turned to Zuan, showing great respect, and said, my lord, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have no regrets in death. Zuan smiled without saying a word. Have you made up your mind? Ren Tianqi nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have. Very well. Shall we begin now? Yes. These words caused the Ren family members to scream in unison. Ren Chong, in a fit of hysterical rage, shouted, Ren Tianqi, you traitor to the family, just wait. When my son Ren Tianyun returns, he will never let you off. Ren Tianqi smirked, unaffected by Ren Zhong's outburst. It was Zuan who seemed to have grown tired of Ren Zhong's shouting, turning to Wei Haokang with a slight smile. Brother Haokang, it's time for the fireworks. Wei Haokang grinned foolishly, then raised his hand and called out to Ren Chong and the others. Boom. At the same time, Zuan's gaze flashed, and the sword energy poised at the throats of the Ren family members turned into a sharp light that pierced through them. Thud, thud. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Everyone was stunned. Only Ren Tianqi wore a look of satisfaction. But then, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd, and knelt directly in front of Ren Tianqi. Husband, save me. Kneeling before Ren Tianqi was none other than Tanjia, the second daughter of the Tan family. At this moment, Tanjia's face was as white as paper, trembling on the ground, with a pitiful look that evoked sympathy. The words husband she spoke were full of sincerity. Ren Tianqi, however, seemed to have expected her appearance, watching her with a cold smirk, arms folded. Husband, who is your husband? Seeing the cold smile on Ren Tianqi's face, Tanjia's heart sank. She thought her actions would surely move Ren Tianqi, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Yet, she couldn't retreat. Just moments ago, she had heard the Tan family head whisper in shock. After Zuan lifted the seal, the Tan family members also sensed the disappearance of Tan Faiwen. This fact told Tanjia that if she could safely pass this crisis, the future of the Tan family would truly belong to her. Moreover, for the sake of her own life, she had to do it. So when she heard Ren Tianqi's words, Tanjia raised her head with a smile and said, of course it's you. Husband, have you forgotten, we have a marriage contract? Before she could finish the last word, a shoe came crashing down in her eyes. In Tanjia's stunned gaze, Ren Tianqi's foot landed heavily on her fox face. Bang! The kick was brutal, almost shattering Tanjia's eye. She screamed in agony, propelled into the air and landing on the ground, spitting out a large mouth full of blood mixed with shattered teeth. Looking at Tanjia's current state, it was truly a scene of extreme misery. Her once proud nose now collapsed, her face completely disfigured by the kick. The audience was shocked. After finishing all this, Ren Tianqi turned around and knelt down respectfully, knocking his head on the ground a few times. Sir, thank you for your divine power. My wish has been fulfilled. Please proceed. As Ren Tianqi spoke, his face was full of relief as if he had just lifted a heavy burden off his shoulders, no longer showing the previous hostility. Zhu nodded with a smile. Very well, you can get up now. Yes. Ren Tianqi stood up respectfully. Then, Zhu An's gaze shifted to Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao trembled all over, then suddenly cried out, "No!" and crawled towards Ren Tianqi. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. I know I was wrong before, I shouldn't have done that, but now I am innocent. Ren Tianqi didn't even lift his eyelids, and said calmly, "Does your innocence have any value to me?" Tan Xiao froze, staring blankly at Ren Tianqi. At the same time, Wei Heiyokang suddenly became excited, saying clearly, "Kill." Wei King's smile suddenly turned around, because Wei Heiyokang had never spoken voluntarily before, besides when he was hungry. Now he was clearly expressing his thoughts, which was unimaginable progress. Zhu, and remained noncommittal. Do you think she should be killed? This question was directed at Luojian. Luojian took a deep breath. Sir, in terms of causality, almost everyone here deserves to die. This statement caused a stir in the crowd. Many people showed despair on their faces. Zhuan smiled faintly. Oh? So, what about you and Ren Tianqi? Luojian remained composed, shaking his head. The two of us are not the same. With a hint of a bitter smile on his face, he added, because neither of us had the chance to do evil. Zhuan laughed heartily. In the laughter, Tan Xiao was trembling all over, but a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. If this young man in white couldn't bear to act, maybe she could survive. Before this thought could fully form, Tan Xiao suddenly felt a flash of light in front of her eyes, and she was lifted into the air, her vision upside down, seeing her own back. Odd. How could this be? In deep confusion, Tan Xiao descended into the abyss of death, never to awaken again. Tan Xiao died just like that. The crowd was in an uproar once more, especially the Luo family members, who were held captive by Zhuan. All showed fear on their faces. They didn't know what this young man in white wanted to do, and what his plans were by not killing them immediately. But they could only expect trouble. Just as they were puzzled, Zhuan turned to the hidden Luo Gaoyang in the crowd and smiled slightly. Master Luo, there are a few things I would like to ask you. I hope you can answer truthfully. As he asked, the mental restraints on Luo Gaoyang had already been lifted. Luo Gaoyang trembled all over, then hesitantly asked, "WH, what things?" "Very simple, Zhu," and pointed to Luo Jingding. "What is her background, and why did you go to such lengths to deal with Zhang Zuling from that other world?" The mention of Zhang Zuling made Luo Gaoyang's face instantly pale, and he couldn't help but exclaim, You actually came from that world? Yes. Isn't it strange?" When Mulian spoke first, then asked in a cold voice, "Old man, let me ask you, besides your Luo family, who else participated in dealing with Lord Ming back then?" Boom. If the previous questions had only shocked the crowd, when Mulian's question now was like a heavy bomb that caused an uproar. Even Wei Qingxi couldn't help but look at Wen Mulian, Zhuan, and the others in shock and awe. Lord Ming ... Could it be that they were remnants of Lord Ming? At this thought, Wei Qingxi's heart couldn't help but tighten. Despite not participating in the great battle back then, the various legends passed down clearly told Wei Qingxi what had happened. Almost all the prominent families in the ghost world had mobilized at that time to target the unparalleled Lord Ming who had suppressed their world. The battle caused countless casualties, and in the end, Lord Ming perished, with the noble families emerging victorious. However, due to the heavy losses, this incident had become a taboo in the ghost world over the years, strictly forbidden to be discussed privately. As for Lord Ming's remnants, they were fervently pursued and not allowed to exist. These events naturally shook Wei Qingxi to the core. Luo Gaoying also realized this, hence his almost frantic cry, Lord Ming. Are you all remnants of Lord Ming? What Wen Mulian hated most was when people addressed her in this way. So she angrily declared, "Yes, we are Lord Ming's people, but we are by no means remnants. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you now." At this point, Luo Gaoyang calmed down because he understood that this was no longer a simple struggle between noble families, but an endless vendetta. After all, the irreversible enmity between Lord Ming's people and the noble families was insurmountable. So at this moment, he calmed down, devoid of his previous wishful thinking. Heh, I understand. You want to know why we had to deal with Zhang Zuling, right? I can tell you. When besieging Lord Ming, she made all sorts of excuses, which angered a prominent figure in the central ghost world. As a result, he instructed us to secretly eliminate her. A prominent figure in the central ghost world. Who? When Mulian asked first, "Do you think I will tell you?" Luo Gaoyang sneered and then looked at Zuan. "Young man, no matter what your relationship with Lord Ming is, I must tell you, this matter will not end well. Soon you will face the mad revenge of the true big shots in the ghost world, because when besieging Lord Ming, it was all the noble families in the entire ghost world." Ha ha ha. Luo Gaoyang laughed wildly, his laughter filled with pride and joy. "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it." Amidst the laughter, Zuan said calmly. This remark abruptly silenced Luo Gaoyang's laughter, and he stared at Zuan intensely. "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid?" Zu, and shook his head. "Why should I be afraid? Besides," Zuan smiled faintly, "don't you think this will be more interesting?" Luo Gaoyang stared blankly at Zuan, his throat making a guttural sound due to excessive shock. Faced with the frenzied retaliation of the entire ghost world noble families, this white-clad young man not only wasn't afraid but was rather excited, finding it quite interesting. If it were anyone else here, even if they were a descendant of the Wei family, when faced with the dispute involving the Dark King and the various powerful families, they would hesitate to step back and dare not get involved. But Wei Qingxiao was different. Not only did she not retreat, but there was a hint of excitement in her heart. She had long been dissatisfied with the wealthy and arrogant families in the central ghost realm. Furthermore, her position within the Wei family was already precarious. Now, her only hope lay with Zuan. If he could truly cure her brother's illness, then everything would change. If not, Wei Qingxiao shook her head inwardly, stopping herself from thinking further because she knew, aside from this, she seemingly had no better choice. Zuan said calmly, "Whether other powerful families are involved, I no longer want to know. As for the mastermind behind you from the so-called Central Ghost Realm, I will expose them. So now, there is only one question." Zuan looked at Luo Gaoyang quietly. "What is the true identity of Luo Jingding? Tell me." Luo Gaoyang gradually recovered from his initial shock, and said meaningfully, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Zu, and shook his head. "Of course not." "Then why should I tell you?" A sneer appeared on Luo Gaoyang's face. "This secret is known only to me, and I will not reveal it. When the time comes, these secrets will remain unsolved mysteries with my death." Ha ha ha. Luo Gaoyang burst into a near hysterical laughter, fearless and almost insane. Wei Qingxiao exclaimed in shock, "Be careful, he is going to self-destruct his soul." A powerful ghost like Luo Gaoyang, once his soul self-destructed, the resulting force could even level half of this 10,000 ghost city, leaving none unscathed. That's why Wei Qingxiao was so alarmed. However, Zuan just gave a cold smile. "Wish to die? In front of me? Unless I allow you to die, you won't be able to." With that, a vast and boundless divine intent surged from between Zuan's brows, targeting the about to self-destruct Luo Gaoyang. At the same time, as Luo Gaoyang reached the critical point of detonation, Zuan's divine intent arrived. Puff, like a balloon deflating or a flame about to rise being doused with cold water, Luo Gaoyang, who was at the brink of explosion, was completely frozen by Zuan's divine intent. The imposing aura, the triggered divine intent, all dissipated and faded away like scattered leaves in the wind. Luo Gaoyang floated slowly in the air, looking at Zuan with a terrified expression. At this moment, he was completely restrained by Zuan's overwhelming divine intent, like a fish on a chopping board, helpless in the face of slaughter. I have given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. So, do not blame me for what comes next, Zuan said lightly, then pointed a finger. An invisible force directly entered Luo Gaoyang's forehead, forcibly pulling out his soul from his sea of consciousness. This almost miraculous move made everyone secretly feel a twinge of pain in their foreheads. As Luo Gaoyang's exposed soul seemed to anticipate its impending fate, it struggled desperately. Zuan sighed softly. Why bother? After all, you have treated others the same way. Enjoy it. With a single hand, the crushing force shattered Luo Gaoyang's soul, causing a wail that resonated deep within everyone's souls. The scattered fragments of his soul, especially those memories, obediently flew into Zuan's hands. As for the rest, they tried to reform, but under Zuan's methods, after a few futile struggles, they ultimately shattered. With such a simple move, the once prominent figure of the Luo family in the deep realms of the ghost world fell. But to Zuan, it seemed like a trivial matter, as he absorbed those memories and then casually clapped his hands, saying, "All right, the necessary questions have been asked. Now, it's time to send you on your way." No. A commotion erupted among the crowd. Unconcerned, Zuan turned to Wei Haokang with a leisurely smile. "Haokang, my friend, how about trying some fireworks?" Wei Haokang nodded eagerly, his face filled with excitement. Zuan patted his shoulder, and with each pat, the entire hall resonated with the vibration of swords. After 3 times, Zuan said, "All right, now all these sword energies in the hall are at your disposal. You can choose who to kill." Zuan's voice was calm, but to the ears of the others, it felt like a devilish smirk, sending shivers down their spines. "You demon, this is a massacre. Absolutely. You claim to seek revenge for others, yet you're simply indiscriminately killing innocents." These despairing accusations echoed one after another. Zuan coldly smiled. "A massacre? It should be the slaughter of ghost lives. And are you truly innocent? Is there even one genuinely innocent person who dares to step forward?" His words instantly silenced the room. Those present in the banquet hall were the elites of the deep regions of the ghost world, each potentially holding the lives of tens of thousands of innocents. Faced with Zuan's questioning, they all fell collectively silent. Meanwhile, Wei Haokang excitedly shouted, "Fireworks! Pew pew pew!" As he spoke, he randomly pointed into the crowd, causing sword energies to explode with each gesture. The tragic screams followed, bodies falling one after another. The remaining people shuddered in fear, faces filled with despair, like chickens and ducks in a slaughterhouse awaiting death. Wei Qingxiao watched in disbelief, never expecting such a turn of events. Especially when she looked at her own brother, she felt a strange sensation, because beneath Wei Haokang's brilliant smile, there was an almost cruel innocence. Indeed, General kill you, none other so sinister. Finally, when the last scream faded away, apart from Zuan and his group, there was no one left standing in the banquet hall. The ground was covered with dead bodies, lying in all directions, fresh blood flowing along the floor, broken ghostly energy filling the air, making the banquet hall look eerie and terrifying. Even as the eldest daughter of the Wei family, Wei Qingxiao, faced with such a tragic scene, her complexion turned pale and she almost felt nauseous. Zuan smiled faintly and suddenly said, "Do you know why I chose to help you?" Wei Qingxiao's expression was unattractive, and she did not speak, because although you are the eldest daughter of the Wei family, you still have some bottom line, or else you wouldn't be so uncomfortable facing such a scene. Zuan said lightly, "For these dead people, this level of bloodshed may be a daily occurrence for them." Wei Qingxiao ignored these words. She had barely suppressed her frustration. She looked deeply at Zuan and suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with the Lord of the Underworld?" Zuan smiled faintly. "What? Are you afraid?" "Of course not. I'm just curious." "Then if I say that I and the Lord of the Underworld are friends, would you believe it?" "Friends?" Wei Qingxiao was slightly stunned, then shook her head. I don't believe it. Zuin laughed heartily. Well, that's that. If you don't believe anything I say, why do you ask then? I'm just afraid. Wei Qing's smile hadn't finished her sentence when Zuin interrupted, speaking slowly but firmly. Rest assured, I can definitely cure your brother's illness, and haven't you noticed, he's already become much more normal. Wei Qing's smile looked at Wei Haokang, who was squatting in the distance, playing with the blood puddle with great interest, and her eyes gradually widened. This is considered much more normal. He has clearly gone from being just mentally challenged to a bloodthirsty monster as Zhu, and patted her shoulder upon seeing this and laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely cure him. With that said, Zuin looked meaningfully at Wei Haokang's figure and said, Don't you think a bloodthirsty wolf is always better than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Especially for someone of his status. Wei Qing's smile wanted to argue against those insinuating words, but she found herself speechless. Because in the realm of ghosts, and even among the various heavens, what Zuin said was an irrefutable truth. You can be kind, but only if you have the strength to support that kindness. Without strength, your kindness is just seen as foolishness by others. Furthermore, Wei Qing's smile was well aware of the environment her siblings were in. To describe it, it was like being surrounded by wolves. Thus, she could only silently agree with Zhu An's words. At this moment, Zuin glanced around the hall filled with corpses, pondered for a moment, and then turned to face Luojian, who, though pale, showed a determined look in his eyes, and said, Do you remember what I told you? Luojian was slightly shaken, and then his eyes showed a mix of surprise and fear as he deeply bowed. I remember. I said I would help you take over the Luo family. Now I have cleared all obstacles for you. At least no one in the Luo family will dare to oppose you anymore. But whether you can truly control it from now on depends on you. Zuin said calmly. Luojian's face became solemn, and he suddenly knelt down, saying earnestly, I will do my utmost to not disappoint you. Zhu, and nodded, very good. However, at this moment, Luojian unexpectedly did something unexpected. Suddenly, he showed a painful expression, and a phantom light flew out of his brow, flew to Zhu An's front, and disappeared. Then, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, Luojian was drenched in sweat, his face much paler, but he spoke with utmost respect. Sir, I dare not forget your kindness. I offer this phantom projection to you. With this projection, if I ever betray you, a single thought of yours could shatter my soul. Luojian said this very seriously, and in fact, he meant every word of it. Zhu, and raised an eyebrow slightly, then looked at Luojian with interest. He could naturally tell that Luojian's offering of the phantom projection was genuine. But Zuin was unconcerned about it because even without such a projection, ending Luojian's life would be just a matter of breathing for him. Still, Luojian was clever and did it anyway. He knew that if Zuin truly wanted to kill him, it would be effortless even without the phantom projection. But by making this gesture, Luojian was showing his loyalty and voluntarily aligning himself with Zhu An. It must be said, this move was played beautifully and ruthlessly. After all, Zhu An and his group were clearly connected to the Lord of the Underworld, making them enemies with almost all the powerful families in the realm of ghosts. Yet, Luojian went through with it. Therefore, after staring at Luojian for a moment, a hint of admiration flashed in Zhu An's eyes. Luojian sensed this as well and felt a sense of relief, because he knew he made the right bet. As for going against all the powerful families in the realm of ghosts in the future, Luojian had a feeling that in the hands of this young man in white, there was no one who could be his opponent. At this moment, Ren Tianchi, who had been standing aside all this time, also knelt down suddenly, trembling as he said, Sir, what Luojian said also echoes my thoughts. I am also willing to serve you. If I ever go against you, my soul will perish. As he spoke, Ren Tianchi's eyes flickered with bloodthirst, and he even made a grand vow related to his soul's essence. This kind of vow directly affected karma, and if violated, no matter how profound one's cultivation, it would be impossible to resist. Zuin was not surprised by Ren Tianqi's declaration, because even if Ren Tianqi didn't pledge himself to Zuan, he would have no way to escape now. After all, he had indirectly led his whole family to destruction. From the moment he made that decision, he couldn't turn back. Once the news spread, his situation would be extremely dangerous. No powerful family would allow someone who betrayed their own kin to exist. But if he became Zhu An's subordinate and took control of the Ren family by virtue of power, everything would be different. Betraying the family was not allowed, but seizing power within the family was quite normal. Such dramas were played out among the various powerful families in the realm of ghosts almost every day. Hence, Ren Tianqi was not a fool. Zuin was well aware of these nuances. When Muling seemed to understand vaguely, but Wei Qing's knew it very well. The more she understood, the more she felt shaken and increasingly wary of Zuan. By effortlessly gaining to loyal followers who would never betray him, did Zhu and calculate this in advance? If so, he would be too terrifying. Wei Qing's pondered over various thoughts, but Zuin suddenly laughed and nodded. The attendees of the Luo family banquet this time were all well-known and prestigious families from the depths of the ghost world. With so many elite families gathered together, they were unexpectedly wiped out by Zuin in one fell swoop, with not a single survivor. As news of this event spread, it was like a heavy nuclear bomb, completely shocking the entire depths of the ghost world. What? The Pan, Mo, Ren, and Tan families and other major families all perished in the Luo family. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "It's impossible." "Yes, they are all dead," someone said sorrowfully. "Who did it?" Could it be that the Luo family lured the other families under the guise of the banquet, intending to annihilate them and dominate the depths of the ghost world? This was a conspiracy theorist speaking. Although we don't know the specifics yet, it definitely wasn't as you said. How do you know it wasn't? You didn't see it with your own eyes. This person retorted with a sneer. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but there's something you might not know. What is it? It's that all the top figures of the Luo family also perished, the person said coldly. This statement caused the previously self-assured individual to look grim, muttering, "Then who was it after all?" "Yes, who has such immense power to wipe out all the elite families of the depths of the ghost world?" someone murmured. These were just bystanders' remarks, but for the family heads, elders, and elite descendants who were swept away from their families, this news was even more difficult to accept. What is going on? No, I must avenge my father, a young voice from the Mo family shouted. Similar voices echoed above the various prestigious families. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on the Luo family in the 10,000 Ghost City, as they could sense a storm that could overturn the existing order in the depths of the ghost world was about to come. Finally, as everyone watched, the Luo family and Ren Tianqi suddenly appeared and made a joint statement. This event was solely the fault of the major prestigious families, and as their subordinates, they would uphold the will of the masters and completely change the previous power structure, taking control of the entire depths of the ghost world. Those willing to join must hurry to the 10,000 Ghost City to pledge loyalty. As for those who resist, they would be killed. As the news spread, the reactions were overwhelming. The wave stirred up by this declaration even exceeded the devastation of the elite families, because it sounded too unbelievable. To abandon science from prestigious families suddenly stood up and declared their intention to control the entire depths of the ghost world, demanding others to surrender or face death. It was as if a dark humor had become reality. Even though many elite members of prestigious families had died, those who remained were not to be underestimated. Just the two of them, Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi, could not possibly achieve such a feat. Therefore, there was a chorus of sarcasm and insults, accusing Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi of betraying the depths of the ghost world. Only a few individuals with keen minds and clear thoughts could sense a different taste from this declaration. Master, subordinates, upholding the will. These words clearly hinted at a great secret. Therefore, these people wisely remained silent, with some even silently preparing. Indeed, the next day, when the declaration was issued, there were no forces coming to pledge allegiance at the door of the Luo family. Many people waited at home to see a joke. However, it was at this moment that Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi walked out of the Luo family mansion separately. They did not bring any attendants, only dressed in white, holding a long sword. After leaving the Luo family mansion, they went their separate ways and began their journeys. Ren family. Ren Tianqi raised his head, gazing complicatedly at the luxurious mansion where he had lived for decades. This mansion held many memories for him, but every memory was related to hatred. That's why he had resolutely set out to put an end to everyone in the Ren family at the banquet hall. Now, standing in front of the family door once again, Ren Tianqi felt no pity, only took a deep breath, and stepped onto the steps. As the guards in charge of watching the gate saw it was Ren Tianqi, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the second young master, HMPH. What kind of second young master is he? A treacherous descendant who betrays the family. Quick, inform the patriarch." These shouts and insults continued. Ren Tianqi did not continue forward, but stood in front of the mansion gate, looking at the Ren family members staring angrily at him in the distance, a cold smile on his face. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from the Ren family. "You bastard! How dare you come back?" With the roar, a ghostly light swept across the sky and appeared in the center in an instant. When he landed, it was revealed to be a well-dressed old man. The old man glared at Ren Tianqi, as if he wanted to tear him apart and eat him alive immediately. Ren Tianqi remained calm, then nodded slightly at the old man. "Patriarch, don't call me patriarch. There is no such rebellious son like you in the Ren family." The old man roared. Ren Tianqi's expression showed a hint of sarcasm. "It's not up to you to point fingers at me as a member of the Ren family. I came here for only one thing." With that, Ren Tianqi pointed at the patriarch and said coldly, "You will destroy your soul, and I will take command of the Ren family." This statement made the patriarch's expression freeze for a moment, replaced by infinite rage. "How dare you? I will skin you alive." With that, the patriarch roared and lunged forward. The patriarch was the oldest ghost in the Ren family, rarely seen outside, usually stationed at home. That's why he survived the disaster this time, indicating his formidable strength, comparable to that of a ghost emperor. Compared to the overwhelming momentum, Ren Tianqi appeared much weaker, like a fallen leaf in a strong wind, at risk of being blown away at any moment. When these words were spoken, the elder had already rushed forward and was about to reach Ren Tianqi. At that moment, Ren Tianqi suddenly drew his sword and struck out. Boom! A dazzling sword light that was blinding to the eyes descended from the sky. Everyone only saw a moment of white, then felt a chill rushing towards them, as if the cold sword intent had severed all their hair. This chilling sword intent naturally shook the entire scene. As the sword light dissipated, everyone looked up to see the elder standing still, a line of blood appearing on his forehead and extending downwards, completely piercing through his body. With a muffled sound, the elder's body split in half. As blood splattered, he perished on the spot. Everyone stared blankly, finding it difficult to accept what had just happened. However, Ren Tianqi's face revealed a fanatical expression as he respectfully sheathed his sword behind his back, then looked around the room and said coldly, "Now tell me, are you willing to follow me?" The members of the Ren family glanced at each other, fear evident in their eyes. After a moment of silence, someone slowly stepped forward and knelt down, saying, "I am willing." With someone taking the lead, the rest followed suit, rushing forward to swear their allegiance. In the end, all the members of the Ren family knelt down, and Ren Tianqi nodded at them. "Very good. From now on, the Ren family will be under my control." Soon, the news that Ren Tianqi went alone to the Ren family and successfully defeated the elder spread like wildfire. Wow! How can Ren Tianqi possess such terrifying sword skills? No need to ask, it must be the support behind him. Who is this person? What does he want to do? It's unclear, because everyone who witnessed that scene has already died. Amidst these horrified discussions, Luo Jian also displayed his strength by single-handedly defeating several major influential families, including the Pan and Mo families, within a day. Regardless of the opposition's tactics or hidden experts, none could match Luo Jian's swordsmanship. Without their strong members, the remaining soldiers were much easier to deal with. Therefore, Luo Jian's power quickly expanded like a snowball. Feeling the pressure, Ren Tianqi did not show weakness. After purging the Ren family of its wrongdoers with thunderous methods, he immediately started conquering in all directions. This time, he had learned from past mistakes and no longer wasted words. If he refused to comply, he would strike with his sword. As a result, he quickly surpassed Luo Jian, gaining a momentum of superiority. In the depths of the ghost world, a storm of blood and violence arose between the prominent families due to the actions of Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi. Under this pressure, those families who previously mocked and swore defiance began to reconsider. Soon, some willingly surrendered to save their lives, while the entire ghost world trembled in fear. In the Luo family mansion, Zhu En watched with a smile as Sheng Xiang and Nianian played with Wei Heokang. This was their first time out of the Charm Treasure Pavilion since entering the ghost world. The two young girls, almost driven crazy from confinement, were now excited like never before. However, their excitement wasn't just from being outside, but also from a new and fascinating toy. Wei Heokang, obediently following Sheng Xiang and Nianian's lead, seemed silly, but quickly became their close friend, understanding and indulging in their conversations. "Hey big guy, it's your turn to catch us now. But no peeking," Xiang Xiang said seriously. "Heh, I won't won't peek." Wei Heokang obediently covered his face with his hands, smiling innocently. "Nianian, you count, or he won't be able to find us." "Okay. 1, 2, 3 Nianian shouted as she and her sister quietly approached behind Wei Heokang. 20. After this number was called, Wei Heokang removed his hands from his eyes, looking around the yard in confusion. Not seeing the two girls, he scratched his head, chuckled awkwardly, and turned around to look behind him. However, whenever he turned, the two girls moved like agile little cats, always right behind him. After several turns without finding them, Wei Heokang became anxious. Finally, he dejectedly admitted his defeat. Suddenly, Xiang Xiang and Nianian emerged from behind him. "Haha, big guy, you lost again," Xiang Xiang said proudly. "Yeah, big guy, you're so silly. We were hiding behind you all along, and you didn't notice," Nianian added. Although he lost, Wei Heokang was delighted to see the two girls and dance happily, followed by a fit of silly giggles. Then, he expertly knelt down, and Sheng Xiang and Nianian comfortably perched on his back as he circled around the yard like a horse. Their laughter filled the air. Zhu En, watching this scene with an odd expression, eventually leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. "Honey, who is this foolish kid?" Seeing Zhu En's reaction, Anyan walked out of the Charm Treasure Pavilion, accompanied by Hu Ying. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, being defeated in card games recently, she remained in her room for days, claiming to be taking care of the dragon egg. Zhu En faintly smiled. "This kid, you'll find out in the future." Anyan nodded in understanding and didn't press further. However, Hu Ying, after a brief glance at Wei Heokang crawling on the ground with a silly smile, initially paid no mind, but upon closer inspection, her expression turned extremely strange, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Muttering softly, how is this possible?" On the side, Anyan looked a little strangely and asked, "Yinger, what's wrong?" "Ah, nothing. Maybe I just saw it wrong." Despite saying so, there was still an extremely strange expression on Fox Ying's face. At this moment, Wei Qingxiao also walked into the courtyard with a smile. When she saw Wei Heokang, who was playing joyfully with two little maids on the ground as happy as a clam, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Regardless, Wei Heokang was the eldest young master of the Wei family, a top noble status even in the ghost realm. But now, he was crawling around on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, still enjoying himself. If this scene were to be seen by outsiders, they would probably be shocked. And if anyone else dared to play with her younger brother like this, Wei Qingxiao would definitely rage on the spot and act swiftly. However, now Wei Qingxiao could only pretend not to see it, because Zuin made it clear that if she wanted to cure Wei Haokang's illness, she must unconditionally trust and cooperate with him without any resistance. So, despite feeling very uncomfortable, Wei Qingxiao had to reluctantly accept it. But when she suddenly saw Enian standing in the courtyard, she couldn't help but be surprised, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Wei Qingxiao had always been confident in her appearance, and since she was young, she had been praised as the #1 beauty in the ghost realm multiple times. Yet today, when she saw the lively and smiling Enian standing beside Zuin talking, her confidence crumbled, because both in looks and temperament, Enian was enough to overshadow her, especially when she stood next to Zuan. It was like the sun and moon hanging alone in the sky, shining brightly and gathering all glory into one. Although just standing there simply, she seemed to be the master of this courtyard, making everyone else mere background decorations. This extraordinary temperament naturally made Wei Qingxiao admire and be unable to muster any competitive spirit. Sometimes, when beauty reaches its peak, you can't even feel jealous and can only admire in awe. Just as Wei Qingxiao was astonished, Zuin smiled at her. "You are here." Yes. How is it? Is your little brother feeling much better now?" Zhu, and pointed to Wei Haokang, who was covered in dust but playing happily, and asked casually. Wei Qingxiao carefully observed for a long time, but couldn't see any changes, except that he seemed even dirtier than before. "Kanger." Wei Qingxiao couldn't help but call out. Wei Haokang turned his head to look at her, and if it were before, he would have run over. But this time, he just glanced at her and continued to bury his head, enthusiastically playing hide and seek with the two little maids. Seeing this scene, Wei Qingxiao suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart, as if a flower she had nurtured from childhood had been taken away with the pot. "Do you know? We have a saying in our place. Once the spirit becomes abnormal, the person becomes more spirited. Your little brother is in this situation now, but at least he's better than before, when he was like a gloomy gourd. Isn't that right?" Zuan said lightly. Hearing Zuan's words, Wei Qingxiao nodded as if she understood but was still confused. However, at that moment, Enian could no longer hold back when she saw Zuan solemnly coaxing people and burst into laughter. Wei Qingxiao frowned slightly, followed the laughter, and saw Enian standing there. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, she was stunned, and a look of horror appeared on her face. A fox, demon, a fox spirit? Initially full of smiles, the fox Ming's face instantly darkened at the words. "You are the fox spirit. Your whole family are fox spirits. Do you understand that I am the celestial fox?" Wei Qingxiao was dumbfounded. As the scion of a top family in the ghost realm, she naturally knew that there were various races in the myriad realms, with powerful beings abound. The demon race was one of the prominent forces not to be underestimated. Among the demon race, the Fox clan was a prominent one. This led to the widespread reputation of fox spirits, and looking at the aura of this young girl, noble and majestic, she was evidently a top Fox clan member with ancient bloodline. Ming's words confirmed this thought. The Celestial Fox clan, the rulers of the Azure Fox realm, with such a status, not to mention herself, even all the high-ranking families in the ghost realm combined couldn't compare to her. But the crucial point was how such an existence suddenly appeared in the ghost realm, and seeing her standing next to Zhu, and looking obedient, like a little maid, it was completely unbelievable. Ming persisted, looking aggrieved like an angry kitten, and through gritted teeth said, "Hey, now explain clearly to me, who's the fox spirit?" Wei Qingxiao was at a loss for words. She knew she had just made a mistake, but the fox spirit comment had slipped out. She hadn't thought much at the time, and she didn't expect this girl, who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, to be so bold. Just as Wei Qingxiao was unsure how to respond, Zuan chuckled and said, "All right." She just said it casually. "If you're a fox spirit, then she must be a ghost spirit, right? So, it's balanced." Ming pouted, looking annoyed, and huffed before falling silent. Wei Qingxiao looked on in bewilderment. She had no idea who this graceful Enyan was, nor did she understand how Ming had ended up there. In fact, she had become numb to Zhu An's endless tricks. Miss Wei rushed here. Is there something urgent? Zhu? An asked. Wei Qingxiao snapped back from her astonishment and remembered the purpose of her visit, nodding solemnly. I just received a message from my family. Oh? What did they say? Wei Qingxiao's tone was strained. They want me to return as soon as possible. Return as soon as possible. Yes, Zhu. And smirked. What do you think about it? Wei Qingxiao sighed and shook her head. I don't know either. But this time's message is strange. Apart from asking me to bring Kinger back quickly, they didn't mention anything else. But the more it's like this, the more suspicious it is. At that moment, Wei Qingxiao's voice became heavy, and her expression became very dim. Growing up in a perilous environment surrounded by wolves, Wei Qingxiao's mind was very sharp. Otherwise, she and her brother wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, when she received the family message, she knew that there must be something fishy going on. After listening to Wei Qingxiao's words, Zhuan chuckled lightly. You're right. This matter is indeed a bit strange. So, what do you think we should do now? Hearing this, Wei Qingxiao gritted her teeth and said, I can pretend I never received this message, and then we can hurry to cure Kinger as soon as possible. Zhuan shook his head. You're wrong. Huh? Do you think your brother's illness can be treated by finding a picturesque hidden paradise for rest and recuperation? You're mistaken. That might bring some improvement, but it won't solve the root cause. With that, Zhuan raised his head and looked quietly at Wei Qingxiao, because the root of all these problems lies within your family. So, if you truly want to cure your brother's illness, now is not the time to retreat, but to actively return. But Wei Qingxiao still had some concerns. Zhuan waved his hand. I understand what you're worried about, but don't you think this is a test for your brother? He needs to walk his own path. And Zhu An's smile was bright, but his eyes held a chilly determination. I will follow you to back. Wei Qingxiao looked at Zhu An quietly for a while, then took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Okay, I understand. With that, she turned and left. Zhu An watched her back as she walked away, faintly smiling. Yanner, pack up. We're leaving. Okay. Yin immediately displayed her skills with a small stick, making the two little troublemakers obediently follow her, reluctantly saying goodbye to Wei Heokang before returning to the symbol treasure pavilion to change clothes. Although Wei Heokang was also reluctant to part, for some reason, he both respected and feared Yan, so he obediently left with the Wei family's attendants. Soon, the courtyard became quiet again, but Hu Ying did not leave. Instead, she watched Wei Heokang's departing figure with interest until he disappeared through the gate, before turning back and smiling lightly. Brother Zhu, this guy is quite extraordinary. As a princess of the Fox clan, although Hu Ying's cultivation was not very high, her insight was unparalleled, so she could sense that the silly Wei Heokang was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Zhuan also smiled? Yes, indeed, quite extraordinary. Looking at Zhu An's smile, Hu Ying suddenly said, Brother Zhu, are you going to kill someone next? Why do you say that? Because my brother once said that if you smile without any joy in your eyes, someone is going to be in trouble. Is that true? Zhuan chuckled, pinching Hu Ying's cheek. You little girl. Heh heh. Hu Ying smiled innocently. It's been a long time since you've seen your brother, hasn't it? Don't you miss him? Hu Ying pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. A little bit. After we're done with the ghost realm affairs, I'll take you back first. Okay. No. Hu Ying immediately shook her head, then said firmly, I suddenly don't want to see him anymore, because I don't want to think about a brother who is lazy and sloppy like him. Zhuan couldn't help but feel a bit amused at her words. I know he's lazy, but how is he sloppy? Ahem, Brother Zhu, you don't know. Before my brother became a master, he followed the elder in the Chinku Fox clan to cultivate. Hu Ying started vividly recounting Fox Yi's embarrassing stories, which were heard by Zhuan for the first time, causing a growing smile on his lips. Little one, next time I see you, based on these tales, you better address me respectfully as your older brother. At the same time, in a world far away from the ghost realm, Foxy sat under a flower tree with a gentle expression, chatting and laughing with several women. But just as he was getting enthusiastic and the women were looking at him adoringly, Foxy suddenly felt a strange itch in his nose and sneezed several times in a row. This disrupted the serene atmosphere he had created. Foxy absent-mindedly wiped his nose with his sleeve, wondering, what's going on? Everything was going well. Why did he suddenly start sneezing? Then he looked up and said with a smile, let's continue. Huh, where did everyone go? Sisters of the flower spirits, where did you all disappear to? Foxy stood up, looking around bewilderedly, but couldn't find a trace of the flower spirits. He stamped his foot in frustration. Really? Why now of all times did I have to sneeze? He wiped his nose again, then tried to rub the flower tree. But to his surprise, the tree quickly retracted all its flowers and uprooted itself, waving its roots and running off without even bothering to put on shoes. Foxy stood there dumbfounded, watching the tree disappear into the distance, then looked down at the big hole in the ground. What in the world? Foxy sighed in frustration, wiped his hands on his clothes, and left dejectedly. Of course, Hu Ying didn't know about any of this, and even if she did, she wouldn't care, because when she was young, the somewhat germophobic Hu Ying had been deeply influenced by the sloppy Foxy. This was one of the reasons why Hu Ying never returned to the path of her brother. The next day marked the end of the 3-day period. When morning came, Zuin just stepped out of the house, and Luo Jian and Ran Tianqi were already waiting in the courtyard. Despite the dew on their bodies, indicating they had been waiting for a long time, they showed no signs of fatigue, standing tall and respectful. As soon as Zuin emerged from the house, the two of them simultaneously bowed. Greetings, Great One. Zuin smiled slightly. It seems like you have completed your mission. Luo Jian raised his head, with excitement written all over his face. Yes, Great One. With the sword intent you granted us, we have already subdued all the powerful families in the depths of the ghost realm. Saying so, the two of them respectfully presented the swords with both hands. Zhu, and glanced at the swords and said calmly, all right, you can have these swords. The two of them trembled, their faces showing excitement. Thank you, Great One. Zuin walked to the stone table in the courtyard, sat down, and then calmly said, you should understand that although you have temporarily suppressed the depths of the ghost realm, to truly control it, it will take a long time and requires your own methods. Understood? Both of them naturally comprehended this point. To have subdued all the powerful families in just 3 days was already an incredible feat. So, if they wanted to truly gain their respect and submission, it was nothing short of a dream. Understand, these swords carry my sword intent, so they should support 3 more swords. Cherish them well. Rest assured, Great One. We will do our best and not disappoint your expectations. Luo Jian said respectfully. Zuin nodded with a smile. He believed in the abilities of these two individuals, because if they didn't have even this much skill, they would have long been dead in the previous struggle between prominent families. At the same time, everyone had awakened and gathered in the small courtyard. Zhu, and glanced at Luo Jingyi, who looked despondent among the crowd, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Earlier, Zuin had learned from the memories of Luo Gaoyang, the head of the Luo family, that Luo Jingyi was not actually a member of the Luo family. As for her true identity, Luo Gaoyang was also not very clear. He only knew that she was bought from a trafficker, because it had been a long time. He didn't know exactly from where she was bought. This also severed the possibility of Luo Jingyi finding out her true identity. Naturally, this made the young girl full of sadness. Thinking of this, Zuin pointed a finger. Miss Luo. Luo Jingyi trembled all over, took a step forward, and bowed. Sir. Her voice was hoarse and weary. Zuin said softly, although your true background is unknown, the Luo family is no longer the same as before. So, you should stay in the Luo family. I think Luo Jian should also agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Luojian nodded without hesitation. Sir, rest assured, I will treat Jingyi as my own sister. Although Luo Jingyi was full of bitterness, she still nodded in the end and said in a faint voice, Thank you, sir, Miss Wen. Before he could finish, Wen Muling shook her head solemnly. Sir, please don't say any more. I won't leave, because I have sworn to witness those prominent families who harmed Lord Mingjun reap what they sow. Zuin smiled. Who said I was sending you back? Oh. Wen Muling was a bit surprised. I know that when you left, Zhang Zuling gave you an ancient mirror. Through it, you can tell her that the matter of the Luo family has been concluded, and many prominent families in the depths of the ghost realm have already been eliminated. She can rest assured. Oh, I understand. I'll do it now. When Muling nodded, the rest is just taking care of various trivial matters in the depths of the ghost realm. Soon, everything was sorted out. Zuin then led a group of people, along with Wei Qing and Wei Qing's sister, onto the ghost carriage, then soared into the air, transformed into black light, and headed towards the central ghost realm. Luo Jian and Ran Tianqi watched respectfully as the ghost carriage disappeared, and after a long while, they each let out a sigh of relief. Tianqi, do you think sir will return safely this time? Ren Tianqi looked at Luo Jian and nodded solemnly. He definitely will. Luo Jian also smiled. Yes, I think so too. Although the speed of the ghost carriage was not very fast, it was definitely tailored for shuttling in the ghost realm. There was no bumpiness along the way, and it smoothly left the depths of the ghost realm and flew into the territory of the central ghost realm. This area, known as the essence of the entire ghost realm, was the central ghost realm. Many peripheral ghost tribes may never be able to enter this central ghost realm in their lifetime. So, in the minds of many, this central ghost realm was their sacred place. The ghost carriage sailed slowly across the sky above the central ghost realm. It was not that its speed was slow, but because the land was so vast that it made this huge ghost carriage appear tiny, and even its speed seemed as slow as a snail, moving slowly. Yen stood in front of the porthole with a look of amazement, looking at the land the ghost carriage flew over. It was an extreme desolation, with pale land floating, with flickering ghost fires. There were no plants, no rivers. The ground was as flat as a mirror, without any undulations. Only thin black mist roamed over the land, like a giant beast crawling lazily on the earth. It was terrifyingly silent around, with no signs of life. Honey, is this the central ghost realm? Yen asked in astonishment. Yes, this is the central ghost realm. Are you wondering why it's so desolate? Not even comparable to those peripheral ghost realms? Yen nodded. Yes, those peripheral ghost realms at least have mountains and rivers, but there's nothing here. That's because the peripheral ghost realms and the like are formed later in the ghost realm, while this central ghost realm is the true primitive origin of the ghost realm. The primitive origin of the ghost realm. Exactly. In other words, this is the root of all ghost races, and the layers of ghost realms surrounding it have been eroded and plundered piece by the ghost races from other planes behind them. That's why such vastly different terrains appear. Living here must be so boring, right? Yen sighed. Heh. What we're flying over now is just the outermost part of the central ghost realm. Because it's in an extremely remote area, powerful beings cannot be nurtured here. So it is so desolate. But, as we fly further in, the situation will be different, Zhu explained. At first, Yen didn't understand what would be different ahead, until one day, the ghost carriage flew into a more vast area, and she understood what Zhu meant. The ground was flowing with lava-like rivers, hot waves rising, even shaking the air. Even within the ghost carriage, one could still feel the rising temperatures around. But in this extremely harsh environment, there were countless ghost tribes wearing chains, almost naked, doing hard labor on the ground. What they had to do, extract scorching lava from the lava rivers and use it to build cities. This work was extremely dangerous. In just a short while, Yen saw more than one ghost fall into the lava, screaming as they vanished. This scene made Yen's face turn pale with fear. Honey, Zuin smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. Take another look. And Yen turned her eyes back and saw that by the banks of the lava river, the ghosts who had just been burnt into nothingness were gathering once again. In an instant, these dead ghosts appeared intact in front of her, then continued numbly in their hard labor. And if anyone in the crowd showed a slight slack, a long whip would appear out of nowhere and lash out, often making the ghosts scream in agony. Honey, what is this? And Yen watched in horror, unable to look away. Zuin said lightly, this is the punishment place for the ghost tribes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the land of molten lava. Just as the voice fell, the lava river underfoot suddenly became turbulent, with fire serpents dancing wildly, causing the earth to tremble uncontrollably. And Yan's expression changed abruptly. Husband, Zhu, and held in Yan's hand, smiled lightly and said, it's okay, I'm here. And Yan calmed down only then, and asked curiously, husband, what's going on? Zuin looked at the boiling magma river through the porthole and said casually, it's nothing, just the overseer of this place revealing himself. The overseer of this place? You mean, exactly, the lord of this lava land. What does he want to do? Who knows? Maybe he just passed by and came over to say hello warmly. Zuin said calmly. At the same time, in the cockpit, Weiqing laughed, her face becoming solemn as she stared fixedly at the unusual scene in front through the porthole, clenching her hands tightly, her mind shaken. She naturally saw something unusual here, and she knew more about the situation than Zuan. As Zuin mentioned, the overseer of this lava land is a lord-level powerhouse named Rongyang. Even in the central ghost realm, lord-level powerhouses can be considered prominent figures. Moreover, Rongyang is one of the 10 lords of the land of punishment, with an unfathomable strength. Such a presence, even the Wei family dared not provoke easily. As for Weiqing, she tried to avoid trouble whenever possible, but the lava land was a necessary route to the depths of the ghost realm, so they had to fly through it. However, the last time Weiqing flew past this area in the ghost carriage, everything was peaceful. Why did an issue suddenly arise on the return journey? Weiqing was full of doubts. Suddenly, the lava formed a huge fountain, spewing into the air. Then, a figure slowly appeared above the fountain. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in a fiery red robe appeared in front of her. At the sight of this man, Weiqing knew she couldn't hide, so she reluctantly opened the ghost carriage, straightened her clothes, and walked out. First daughter of the Wei family, Weiqing Xiao, pays respects to Lord Rong. The man looked at Weiqing with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing the Wei family emblem on this ghost carriage, I knew it must be you, and I was right. Weiqing was taken aback. What did Rongyang mean? From the tone of his words, it seemed like he had been waiting for her. But Weiqing had seen the world, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she greeted him. I don't know what Lord Rong is looking for me for. Rongyang gazed at Weiqing Xiao and said lightly, let me ask you, are you planning to return to the Wei family? Yes. Weiqing Xiao nodded in agreement. Is it because of the family's message? Huh? Weiqing Xiao was surprised, then looked at Rongyang with a puzzled expression. Lord, how did you know? Heh. No need to ask. I am here on behalf of a friend, waiting for you. Just to tell you one thing. Rongyang's face turned solemn. Do not return to the Wei family. Escape immediately, as far as you can go. This warning made Weiqing Xiao shudder, looking at Rongyang with horror. She finally spoke after a while. Lord Rong, what does this mean? And who is the person who entrusted you to deliver this message? What has happened to the Wei family? These series of questions poured out like gunfire from Weiqing Xiao's mouth. However, Rongyang just smiled and shook his head. Don't ask me who it is. I won't tell you. As for what happened to the Wei family, to be honest, I am not too sure, but I can only tell you that the person passing the message will definitely not harm you. Weiqing Xiao fell silent. There was a fierce struggle going on in her mind. A powerhouse like Rongyang wouldn't speak without reason, especially considering the mysterious message from her family. This trip back home definitely wouldn't be simple, and it might even be a trap specifically targeting her and her brother. So should she go or not? Wei Qingxiao was caught in a dilemma. If it was before meeting Zuan, she would surely have turned the ghost carriage around and fled. But as Zuan made it clear, to cure her brother's illness, she had to return to the Wei family. This naturally left Wei Qingxiao torn. What? Miss Wei doesn't believe what I said. Rong Yang said lightly. Of course not. Lord Rong's warning is a great favor, and I will not doubt it. Then why hesitate? You still have time. Quickly leave this place, Rong Yang said. But before he finished speaking, Zhu An's voice came from the ghost carriage. I'm sorry. She can't turn back now. Zhu An walked out of the ghost carriage, smiled slightly, and said, so no matter how many obstacles lie ahead, she must continue forward. This statement made Rong Yang furrow his brow slightly, and then he glanced deeply at Zhu An. And who are you? Zhu An smiled slightly. Who I am is not important. I just want to tell you, and the person who sent you to deliver the message, that you no longer need to be concerned about the Wei family. This statement darkened Rong Yang's face, and he sneered. Young man, you seem very confident. Confident as Zhu, and shook his head. No, you misunderstood. I'm just stating a fact. HMPH. Rong Yang snorted, then turned to Wei Qingxiao. Miss Wei, I hope you understand. What I personally warned about is no small matter. Do you understand? Wei Qingxiao's expression changed constantly, but when she looked at Zhu An and saw him nod with a smile, she suddenly felt a surge of courage, making her look resolute. She nodded and said, Lord Rong, I understand your words, but this matter needs to be resolved after all, so I've decided to continue returning. Upon hearing Wei Qingxiao's decision, Rong Yang's face darkened, and he gave Zhu An a cold glance, suddenly seeming to understand something, and sneered, Miss Wei, whether you return or not, it doesn't really concern me. I've delivered my message, but I'd advise you to stay away from some overly talkative young men and not let emotions cloud your judgment. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. With that, before Wei Qingxiao could react, Rong Yang left, turning back into magma and merging into the lava river. Wei Qingxiao blankly looked at the disappearing Rong Yang, still echoing his words in her mind. After a while, she finally reacted and sighed helplessly. It seemed that Rong Yang had misunderstood something, probably thinking Zhu An was her lover, which led to his blind advice. At this point, explanations were useless. She turned to Zhu An and asked, Shall we go? Zhu An smiled, withdrew his gaze from the flowing river from where Rong Yang disappeared, nodded. Let's go. Deep in a huge lake formed by the convergence of hot magma, a massive palace stands tall. At this moment, inside the palace, Rong Yang sits on the throne, coldly staring at a mirror made of flames in front of him. In the mirror, a ghostly chariot made of flames swiftly races across the sky, eventually disappearing. After watching, Rong Yang falls silent, waves his hand, and erases the mirror of flames. These guys really are obstinate. Despite the warnings from the king himself, they dare to continue on, seeking their own demise. A ghostly figure enveloped in pink flames chuckles uncontrollably. Just then, Rong Yang coldly glances at him, silencing the laughter. The ghostly figure quickly bows his head, not daring to speak again. Rong Yang then shifts his gaze, writing a letter in the air, before turning to another ghostly figure and saying, Take this letter to Lord Meng in the Endless Desert. Yes. The ghostly figure quickly acknowledges, receiving the letter formed by divine consciousness and preparing to leave. Stop. Rong Yang suddenly calls out. Is there anything else you wish to command? Your Majesty? Rong Yang hesitates for a moment, then waves his hand, causing the entire magma lake to violently shake. Amidst the intense friction of pure fire elemental energy, a large and flawless fire-red spiritual crystal emerges. Even though the ghostly figures present are accustomed to various types of fire elemental crystals, they cannot help but gasp in astonishment at the sight of this exceptionally large crystal. Rong Yang opens his palm, and the crystal floats into his hand. After examining it, he nods in satisfaction and nonchalantly tosses it to the ghostly figure. Take this crystal with you as well, and tell Lord Meng. It's a gift from me. The ghostly figure promptly secures the crystal and bows deeply. Yes. With that, he exits the temple, soaring into the sky as flames and disappearing. Rong Yang waves his hand, instructing all the ghostly figures to retreat. The numerous ghostly figures in the temple disperse, leaving only Rong Yang. Sitting on the throne, he suddenly smiles. Meng Yao, I have done what you entrusted me to do. Unfortunately, the other party shows no gratitude and insists on pursuing death, so they can only blame themselves. With a complex expression on his face, Rong Yang continues, and you, after all these years, still cannot break free, always trapping yourself in the endless desert. Are you truly prepared to spend the rest of your life there? It's been so long. You should let go. Rong Yang mutters softly, his tone filled with a mix of reluctance, jealousy, and almost overflowing admiration. Eventually, it all transforms into a long sigh. The distance between the endless desert and the land of molten lava is not too far. With the ghostly figure's swift pace, they enter the territory of the endless desert within half a day. As the name suggests, the endless desert is a vast expanse of sand dunes. Due to its extreme desolation and harsh conditions, human presence is scarce, with even the hardiest evil spirits few and far between. The ruler of this region is Meng Yao, the lowest ranking among the 10 lords, because the domain she governs is an extremely desolate desert. Few covet it, creating an eerie quietness. The ghostly figure swiftly crosses multiple layers of sand dunes and finally arrives at a city establishment deep within the desert. This is the city of the desert. Due to the sparse population, the city is also desolate. The ghostly figure, however, pays no attention to these surroundings and heads straight for the Lord's mansion, where they meet Meng Yao's personal guard, Donghen. Donghen, a woman herself, possesses formidable cultivation. In recent decades, she has been responsible for various matters in the endless desert, acting as a semi-spokesperson for Meng Yao. Aware of this, the ghostly figure respectfully hands over the Divine Consciousness letter. Miss Dong, this is a letter from our king to Lord Meng. Please make sure it reaches her hands. Dongyan takes the letter and nods, asking if there's anything else the king wishes to convey. Also, this crystal is a gift from our king to Lord Meng. The ghostly figure presents the fist-sized, flawless fire crystal to Donghan. Seeing the high-quality crystal, Donghan's expression turns slightly peculiar, but she accepts it nonetheless. The ghostly figure sighs inwardly, about to express gratitude when Donghan interjects, "Wait here for a moment. I will inform the Lord and see how she responds." With a nod, the ghostly figure agrees. Donghan enters the mansion and eventually reaches a flower hall. Despite being in the heart of the desert, the hall is filled with exotic flowers and plants, surrounded by flowing water, creating a picturesque scene. Near the chairs in the hall, a woman leans against the railing, lost in thought. Although the sky above the endless desert is perpetually overcast, creating an eternal twilight, within this courtyard, there is a lifelike cycle of day and night. At this dusk hour, after a recent rain left yellow flowers scattered across the ground, the woman's face is mostly shrouded in shadow. Only her noble nose and one eye reflect the dying sunlight, exuding a captivating and mysterious allure. Witnessing this scene, Donghan slows her steps, seemingly reluctant to disturb this breathtaking tableau. However, despite her careful approach, the woman stirs from her reverie, softly asking, "What is it?" Donghan stops, respectfully saying, "Lord, a reply from Lord Rong is here for you." Yes, this mesmerizing woman is none other than Meng Yao, the ruler of the endless desert. Oh? Meng Yao responds softly, delicately taking the Divine Consciousness letter that had mysteriously transferred from Donghan's hand to hers. She glances at the letter, momentarily stunned before sighing lightly. Do what you can and accept fate. Since the siblings are determined, there's nothing more we can do. Meng Yao continues, go back and tell the messenger that I am deeply grateful for Lord Rong's assistance, and I will surely offer my gratitude in the future. Understood. Meng Yao turned her head to glance at the fire crystal, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. What did you say? Where is the messenger? I told him to wait for a moment, so he hasn't left yet. Well done. Meng Yao nodded, then turned to continue watching the stream outside the flower hall, saying lightly, return the gift, tell them I appreciate the sentiment, but cannot accept the gift. Dong Han looked at Meng Yao's lonely figure, illuminated by the dimming daylight, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Lady, what if? Understood. Dong Han sighed lightly in his heart, then bowed and exited the courtyard. When he reached the front, the messenger was naturally still waiting. Miss Dong? What did Lady Meng say? My lady asks you to tell Lord Rong that she is very grateful for the gesture and will repay it in the future. But please take the fire crystal back with you. Huh? The messenger was taken aback. My lady said, she accepts the sentiment, but cannot accept the gift. Dong Han said solemnly, all right. The messenger, not a fool, sensed the unusual atmosphere in the conversation and didn't dare to say more, so he picked up the fire crystal and left. After the messenger had left, Dong Han hesitated for a moment before finally turning back to the courtyard. By this time, it was late at night in the courtyard, but the flowers planted in the flower hall exuded a faint glow, illuminating the surroundings like a moonlit night. Meng Yao was sitting at the table, quietly drinking wine. Seeing this scene, Dong Han's heart tightened instinctively, and she couldn't help but take a few steps forward, saying with some concern, Lady, please don't drink any more. Meng Yao looked up at Dong Han with a silly smile, pointing across. Come, sit and have a few drinks with me. Lady, sit down. Helpless, Dong Han obediently sat down on the opposite chair. But she dared not drink because she knew very well how potent the wine that Meng Yao was pouring into her mouth was. With Meng Yao's extraordinary wine-making skills, just half a cup of this wine could render a person oblivious to their surroundings. The reason this wine was so potent was because Meng Yao poured all her heart and soul into making it. The deeper the affection, the stronger the wine, and this wine had a name given by Meng Yao drunk before dust. As Meng Yao was about to open another jug of wine, Dong Han reached out and held Meng Yao's hand. Lady, you can't drink any more. Why? Meng Yao's cheeks were flushed like peach blossoms, her eyes dazed with intoxication, but deep within her gaze was pain and sadness. Seeing this, Dong Han trembled, but ultimately forced a smile and shook her head. Lady, after all these years, haven't you let go yet? This statement seemed like a bolt from the blue, causing Meng Yao to freeze, the drunk expression on her face instantly disappearing as tears welled up in her eyes. Let go? How could something in this world be so easily let go of? Although crying, Meng Yao's voice regained its coldness. But that person has been gone for so long. Are you going to keep waiting like this forever? Dong Han said unwillingly. Meng Yao nodded without hesitation. Yes, I will keep waiting like this. But there are rumors that this person, like the fallen Dark Lord, is already dead. Do you want to expend your entire life waiting for this? Dong Han's voice was soft, but Meng Yao's expression instantly darkened. Dong Han, I regard you as a friend, so I won't blame you. But I hope this will not happen a second time. Understand? At that moment, when Meng Yao spoke, a strong force emanated from her, causing Dong Han's face to pale instantly. However, despite this, Dong Han still managed to say, Lady, even if you get angry with me, I must say this. That person's fate is unknown. Are you really going to spend all your life waiting for this? Is it worth it? Worth it. I haven't thought about it. Meng Yao's face showed a reminiscing expression. I only know that if he doesn't come back for a day. I'll wait a day, a year. I'll wait a year. What about a lifetime? Dong Han plucked up her courage and asked. Meng Yao glanced at Dong Han, then said calmly, then I'll wait a lifetime. With that, Meng Yao released the pressure on Dong Han and continued drinking. Dong Han looked on in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning behind Meng Yao's words. Meng Yao then said lightly, was the fire crystal today deliberately offered by you? Because if someone else had sent it, I guess you wouldn't even let me see it. Just rejected it outright. Dong Han took a deep breath and nodded. Lady, I'm sorry, but I just thought that Lord Rong Don't say it. Meng Yao interrupted Dong Han. In the future, if anyone sends gifts, just reject them directly. As for the favor Lord Rong helped with this time, I will compensate him later. I appreciate your good intentions, but my affairs don't need your concern. There was a hint of chill in her words. Dong Han sighed internally, knowing that the lady's mind was set and difficult to change. So she nodded. Understood. Meng Yao drank the wine quickly, and in a short while, she had already drunk several jugs. However, this time, the more she drank, the more sober she became. Finally, after finishing the last cup of wine, she stared blankly at her reflection on the table, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lady, Dong Han was startled. Meng Yao waved her hand. It's okay. Then she smiled brightly. Do you know why this wine is called drunk before dust? I don't know. Because I wanted to brew a kind of wine that, when consumed, would make you forget all past memories and start a completely new life with a clean slate. That's why I named it Drunk Before Dust. Dong Han listened quietly. Meng Yao cried and laughed again. But now I realize that forgetting is actually such a difficult thing. Just as she put it down, a large tear suddenly rolled down Meng Yao's eye corner. Whispering softly, Sir, don't leave me. Dong Han stood silently, tears gradually welling up in his eyes. Is it really harder to forget than to remember? And in the land of molten rock, when the messenger from the ghost clan returned after delivering the message, Rong Yang heard his report and his expression gradually darkened. Your Majesty, I have not seen this Lord Meng in person, only heard from her personal guard that she will repay this kindness in the future. And what? Rong Yang's face sank like water, his tone cold as ice. The messenger trembled all over, almost dropping the fire crystal in his hand, and stammered, Your Majesty, Lord Meng did not accept your gift. She only said she appreciated your kindness, but did not want the item. With that, the messenger cautiously handed over the fire crystal. But just then, Rong Yang suddenly clenched his hand. Bang! The priceless fire crystal exploded into smithereens, nearly startling the messenger into a cry, leaving him covered in the powder of the fire crystal, looking very embarrassed. Then Rong Yang abruptly stood up, his anger bursting forth as he paced back and forth in the great hall. As he walked, he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, whispering softly, appreciated the kindness. Ha ha ha, you still can't forget about that person. When he mentioned the word person, Rong Yang's expression was complicated. There was admiration, awe, but more of resentment. Golly fire, Ghost Lord. Ha ha ha, have you fallen with that unlucky king of the underworld all these years? Or are you hiding in a corner, too afraid to show up? Rong Yang suddenly spoke with hatred. Just as Rong Yang was about to go crazy with anger, Zuan, Wei Qing, and their group finally flew over millions of miles of territory to the domain controlled by the Wei family. When the high-ranking ghost carriage flew over from the sky, the millions of people in the territory all looked up with expressions of awe. However, Wei Qing's smile became more and more solemn, because the closer they came, the more unusual the atmosphere felt to her. In the past, if a strong presence guarding the Wei family's territory saw their ghost carriage arriving, they would have greeted them miles in advance. But this time, there was no one around. It was completely empty. What was going on? Why had the defenses suddenly become so empty? Wasn't the Wei family afraid of other families taking advantage of this situation to invade their territory? Wei Qing was puzzled and could only remain solemn, driving the ghost carriage forward. Finally, after another 3 days of travel, they arrived at the main seat of the Wei family. It was not a city, but it seemed like one. Because the Wei family's residence was so vast and grand, it had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. The area alone exceeded the previously seen city of 10,000 ghosts in the depths of the ghost realm. However, terrifyingly, all the residents here were Wei family descendants. This scale was enough to astound anyone. At least Yan was shocked. She had never seen such an overwhelming expanse of buildings that obscured the sky from view. However, Zuan didn't even blink an eye because to him, the residence was barely worth a glance. Hu Ying snorted softly. Nouveau rich. Among those present, only she had the qualifications to critique the Wei family like this, because having witnessed the buildings that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Chinku Fox country, seeing this mansion did not leave a good impression on Hu Ying. Wei Qing ignored these remarks and focused all her attention on the square in front of the residence where the ghost carriage was parked. Normally empty, the square was bustling with activity, with the Wei family mansion busier than usual. Wei Qing noticed many strong figures who should have been guarding the Wei family territory gathered together. What were they planning? Meanwhile, the servants responsible for receiving visitors at the Wei family's front door also saw Wei Qing's ghost carriage. They were first surprised, then their faces showed a hint of strangeness. Not only them, but many onlookers also wore strange expressions. Just then, a group of people flew out from the Wei family's residence and directly approached the ghost carriage. Leading the group was a young lady in luxurious attire. As soon as she was seen, Wei Qing's smile faded. At this moment, the lady stood in front of the ghost carriage and smiled before speaking. "Sister, you're finally back. Why haven't you gotten off the carriage yet?" Her words were affectionate, full of sisterly affection. If one did not know the situation, they would think they were a pair of close sisters. Only Wei Qing knew how incompatible she was with this woman, Wei Yingying, the second Miss Wei of the Wei family. In terms of age and influence, she was just behind Wei Qing. As a result, the two had been competing since they were young, but Wei Yingying had always been overshadowed by Wei Qing. But what was happening now? Why was she actively coming forward to greet her? This question lingered in Wei Qing's mind. However, she could not stay inside, or else she would be held back by Wei Yingying. So she took a deep breath and then opened the ghost carriage, stepping out calmly. Wei Yingying glanced deeply at Wei Qing, especially noticing her stunning beauty. A barely detectable cloud of suspicion flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. It was replaced by a bright smile. She walked up quickly, grabbing Wei Qing's sleeve affectionately. "Sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much." This display seemed harmonious and beautiful to outsiders, but it made Wei Qing's body hair stand on end. Though she forced herself to remain calm, she stared coldly at Wei Yingying and lowered her voice to ask, "Wei Yingying, what are you trying to pull now?" Wei Yingying's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she replied, "Sister, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for a younger sister to welcome her older sister back?" Wei Qing couldn't glean any valuable information from Wei Yingying's face, but she sneered, "Wei Yingying, I advise you to behave yourself. If you have any ill intentions, be careful I make things difficult for you." The threat in her words was so evident that Wei Yingying couldn't maintain her smile. Just then, Zuin in the ghost carriage spoke calmly. "Yan, take Yi to the symbol tower first." And Yan nodded. She didn't want to deal with these ghostly things, so she pulled the curious Hu Ying back to the symbol tower. Then Zuin took the bewildered Wei Haoking in hand and smiled faintly. "Let's go. I'll take you home." When Zuin led Wei Haoking out of the ghost caravan at the time, it immediately drew everyone's attention, especially Wei Yingying, who was slightly stunned. Wei Haoking didn't need an introduction, known as the most shameful existence in the Wei family for thousands of years. But who was this white-clad young man standing on the side? Wasn't it said that apart from his sister, Wei Haoking didn't allow anyone else to approach him? But looking at the current situation, this white-clad young man led Wei Haoking, and there was no sign of anything unusual throughout. Even Wei Haoking's face was full of a silly smile. What was going on with all of this? Wei Yingying was puzzled and couldn't help but turn to look at Wei Qingxi. "Sister, who is this?" "Oh, he is." Wei Qingxi was thinking about how to explain. Zuin said lightly, "I am Zuan, the teacher of this young master Wei." Teacher. This title left Wei Yingying stunned, and many people present couldn't help but whisper to each other. Why did the young lady bring back a teacher after going out? Yeah, our young master Wei is clueless. He has no cultivation at all. Why does he need a teacher? Heh, I think there must be something fishy going on here. TSK. Even if the young master needs a teacher, it shouldn't be someone like this. A young man who just came of age. Looks good, but what can he do? Of course, these people were trying to keep their voices down while gossiping. Even so, many of their comments reached Wei Qingxi's ears, making her expression increasingly unpleasant. In the past, although Wei Qingxi knew that nobody in the Wei family cared about her brother, at least they pretended to. Never before had she witnessed such open discussions about Wei Haoking in her presence. This could only mean one thing. Her power of influence had seriously weakened to the extent that it no longer inspired fear. This wasn't particularly important. The more critical issue was the terrifying implication of this event. If she couldn't command respect, what would happen with Wei Haokang? These thoughts flashed through Wei Qingxi's mind, causing her expression to turn increasingly grim. Zhu, and seemed oblivious to the teasing from the crowd and just smiled at Wei Yingying. Yes, are you surprised? Somehow, when Wei Yingying saw Zhu and smile at her, she instinctively felt her scalp tighten, a dangerous sign emerging in her mind, causing her to swallow the words on the tip of her tongue. Surprised isn't quite the word. But sister, your standards for choosing a teacher for young Master Haokang are indeed unique. Could it be that you're selecting a spouse for yourself? Ha ha ha, sorry. I speak so frankly. Sister, don't be angry. Wei Yingying had a smug smile on her face. Wei Qingxi's face grew dark, her eyes icy, as if she hadn't heard Wei Yingying's provocation at all. Observing this scene, Wei Yingying felt triumphant. However, the next moment, she paid the price for her words. Wei Qingxi swiftly moved towards Wei Yingying and delivered a slap to her face with lightning speed. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the entire plaza in front. Wei Yingying was flung far away and struggled to regain her balance. Her cheek was swollen, blood trickling down her mouth, her once beautiful face distorted with anger. You! What about me? I am the eldest daughter of the Wei family. If you dare speak out of turn again, believe me, I can kill you now. Wei Qingxi said coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. Wei Yingying trembled, lowering her head in fear. She knew that if Wei Qingxi dared to say it, she would dare to do it. And as the eldest daughter of the Wei family, she actually had the authority to kill without punishment. Of course, that was if she had the strength to back it up. The rules within the elite ghost clan were harsh. If you were powerful enough, you could overpower others. But if you weren't, you were at the mercy of the strong. Wei Yingying knew exactly where she stood compared to Wei Qingxi. She could only silently endure the slap. At the same time, the crowd that had been whispering fell silent. Many faces turned pale, because only then did they remember that despite the crisis, Wei Qingxi was still the eldest daughter of the Wei family and not someone they could gossip about. Let's go. Wei Qingxi glanced around the scene, and when people met her eyes, they all bowed their heads, prompting her to speak coldly. All right. Zhu smiled slightly, and then led Wei Haoking into the Wei family mansion. Wei Yingying stood in place, watching Wei Qingxi's retreating figure with resentment and hatred in her eyes. Arrogant as you are, when brother Yu Hua returns in a few days, it will be the end for you and that fool. As befitting Wei Qingxi's status, the residence was luxurious, and the courtyard was vast. However, upon entering the courtyard, Wei Qingxi's expression suddenly changed. The once lively courtyard was now desolate and deserted. Many of the exotic flowers and plants had withered, the ground covered in a thin layer of dust, clearly not tended to in a long time. Wei Qingxi stood in the courtyard, her face turning grim. She stomped her foot, causing the courtyard to vibrate as the floor shattered instantly. The commotion also alerted those inside the house. Who is this? How dare they cause a disturbance here? With these words, a group of servants came out of the house, each dressed in luxurious attire, their eyes glazed from drinking inside. However, upon seeing Wei Qingxi, their drunken state was quickly shaken off. "Me, miss." The lead servant quivered as he called out. "What is going on?" Wei Qingxi pointed at the dilapidated rooms and courtyard, asking coldly, this?" The servant was sweating profusely, clearly at a loss for words in trying to explain. In his heart, he was panicking as he remembered that Miss Wei might not return at all. How could he explain this now? While he was still pondering, Wei Qingxi nodded, Enough. No need to speak. Leave. Like a reprieve. The servants bowed and thanked her profusely. Thank you, miss. Amidst the thanks, the servants hurriedly departed. As they crossed the threshold and left the courtyard, joy radiated from their faces. It seemed that Miss Wei was not as formidable as they thought if she let them off in such a situation. However, their smiles froze as dark tendrils of black energy appeared behind them and lifted them into the air. Ah, spare us, miss. The servants cried out in desperation. Yet Wei Qingxi didn't even turn her head, cold determination gleaming in her eyes. Shrill screams echoed throughout the courtyard, drawing numerous gazes towards the source. At the same time, the black pillars of smoke transformed into black flags, with the bodies of servants hanging from the flagpoles. The horrifying scene caused many onlookers to shudder in fear. Meanwhile, Wei Qing smiled faintly and said, I don't care what happened, but as long as I am here, I am the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Have you all understood? With that, the curious gazes towards this place began to silently scatter, and in an instant, everything returned to calm. Zuin looked at the swaying corpses and sighed softly. It seems your situation is quite dire. Wei Qing smiled wryly. That's how the ghost clan is. The moment they sense any weakness in you, countless opportunists will try to take advantage. Just like Wei Yingying earlier, these servants are the same. So, you wanted to intimidate everyone with such ruthless means. Wei Qing smiled, remained quiet for a moment, then said, It's the only way. Zuin chuckled. Well said. So, in your opinion, what caused your current situation? Wei Qing smiled bitterly. There's no need to think about it. The only person who could undermine my authority so drastically is Wei Yuhua. And, Wei Qing smiled, looked towards the towering buildings in the distance and said, He's not in this mansion right now. Not only him, even the elders are not here. No matter how you look at it, something fishy is going on. A trace of worrying appeared in Wei Qing's eyes. She wasn't afraid of direct confrontation, but this unknown situation made her uneasy. Zhu, and chuckled and then stretched lazily, saying, Why think so much? Since no one is here, let's rest for now. With that, Zuin pulled Wei Haokang and ascended the stairs. Wei Qing smiled, lingered for a moment, before also stepping inside. Wei Qing's return was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing ripples in the Wei family, especially when she swiftly dealt with Wei Yingying and the disrespectful servants by brutal means. It made many who were plotting think twice, but it was only a temporary restraint. Numerous eyes were still watching and waiting for the right moment to show their fangs. This was the true danger lurking around them. Despite the dire situation, the atmosphere in the small courtyard was unexpectedly calm. Wei Qing stared dumbfounded at the kitchen, where Zuin was teaching her younger brother cooking. She was at a loss for words. See, this is how you cut this. Do you see it, Zhu? And demonstrated once, then handed the knife to Wei Haokang. Wei Haokang, looking bewildered, took the knife and started cutting vegetables, following Zhu An's instructions. Wei Qing's eyes widened in amazement. She noticed that the moment her brother held the knife, he seemed like a different person. His usual silly smile vanished, replaced by a composed demeanor. Even his eyes were no longer filled with confusion, but calmness. Wei Qing stared in disbelief as her brother's chopping speed increased and his skills became more proficient. His confident and skilled movements made Wei Qing feel bewildered, almost believing that her brother had changed. In no time, the vegetables on the cutting board were sliced neatly. Zhu, and picked up a piece and nodded in approval at the uniform thickness. Not bad. Wei Haokang then put down the knife and immediately returned to his usual demeanor, with a silly smile and a look of confusion. The sudden change made it seem like everything was just an illusion, as if it never happened. What? How is this possible? Unable to contain herself any longer, Wei Qing approached and asked, What just happened to my brother? Why did he suddenly become so calm? Zhu, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, How would I know? Maybe your brother just enjoys cooking. You. Wei Qing licked her chapped lips, her heart pounding. Zhu, and interrupted her, saying calmly, I've said it before, I can cure your brother's illness, but what you need to do is trust me unconditionally. Do you understand? Wei Qing looked deeply at Zuan and finally nodded. I understand, but I hope you can restore my brother to normal as soon as possible. After all, time is running out for me. With that, Wei Qing turned and walked away, leaving Zhu Heokang still unable to comprehend what had just happened, wearing his usual silly smile. Zhu sighed softly. So, I'm curious. What price are you willing to pay for your sister? Thinking about it, I am looking forward to it. In the following days, Zhuan continued to teach Wei Heokang cooking in the kitchen. The news spread, causing a stir in the Wei family. What? Is Wei Heokang, that idiot, really learning to cook from that young man? What is Wei Qing up to? Wei Yingning asked with a serious expression. Who knows? Maybe she thinks her brother's recovery is hopeless, so she wants him to learn a skill. Someone gossiped. Wei Yingning smirked. No wonder that young man in white claims to be Wei Heokang's teacher. Turns out he's a cook. Not just her. Almost everyone in the Wei family was discussing this matter. Opinions were varied, but one thing was clear to all. Wei Qing seemed to be at her wits' end, on the brink of despair. And at that moment, a massive procession was returning from the farthest reaches of the Ghost Realm's secret realm. In the procession, a huge and imposing ghost chariot was slowly moving. The chariot was driven by many Ghost Clan members with marks of sin on their faces. If they showed any negligence, the charioteer would brandish the ghost whip with a menacing intent. This was the highest formal etiquette when powerful figures of the Ghost Realm were traveling, and only those at the level of a palace master could command it. At the same time, Wei Qingchao, who was quietly sitting in the room, suddenly felt something in her heart and couldn't help but open her eyes abruptly, with a serious expression on her face. Is this the aura you mentioned as Wei Yuhua? A calm voice came. Wei Qingchao was shocked and turned her head to see Zhu. And sitting on the railing of the second floor, looking up at the sparkling night sky, Wei Qingchao was stunned. At this moment, Zhuan lowered his eyes and gave her a slight smile. Is it? Wei Qingchao then regained her composure, took a deep breath, and was about to speak. It was at this moment that a huge convoy suddenly appeared on the horizon and rushed towards them like a dark cloud overwhelming the city. In an instant, this convoy flew over the Wei family mansion. The whole Wei family was boiling. It's the third young master. The third young master is back. The shouts kept coming and going. However, Wei Qingchao's expression gradually darkened because she could clearly feel a powerful aura forming within the hearse, exerting a comprehensive pressure on her. Wei Qingchao felt as if she had fallen into a quagmire, unable to do anything but slowly slide into the abyss. Just then, Zuan, who appeared beside her at some point, suddenly chuckled. Not very skilled, but a grand formation indeed. Phew. Although this sentence was casually spoken, it was like a heavy hammer that instantly shattered the various illusions in front of her. Wei Qingchao gasped for breath heavily, her eyes looking at the hearse filled with infinite horror, because she finally understood why she had ended up in this situation. It was all because Wei Yuhua had unexpectedly broken through the previous realm and become a master-level powerhouse. Not only that, the aura just now revealed an even more terrifying fact. That is, Wei Yuhua obviously had mastered a terrifying secret technique. These discoveries shook Wei Qingchao's mind, but she overlooked the fact that Zuan had just shattered the illusion. However, while she overlooked it, Wei Yuhua in the hearse did not. He just softly exclaimed, "Huh? Someone has broken my illusory realm. Who is this guy?" After entering the master-level realm, Wei Yuhua's spiritual sense was capable of covering thousands of miles around. He was confident that under the cover of his spiritual sense, no secrets could be hidden. Therefore, he could easily detect Zuan. However, it was strange that he couldn't sense anything unusual from Zuan. It seemed as if the words just now were accidental, but coincidentally shattered his illusory realm. Could reality really be so coincidental? Wei Yuhua furrowed his brows slightly. Meanwhile, Wei Yingning had already flown into the air without waiting, arriving in front of the hearse, and cheerfully said, "Third brother, Yingning welcomes your return." She then greeted him with a curtsy, her face full of anticipation. At this moment, she couldn't wait to see Wei Yuhua and tell her grievances to her dear brother. Wei Yuhua's spiritual sense swept over Wei Yingying's graceful figure, revealing a hint of profound smile, before he gracefully stepped down from the hearse. Wei Yingying hastened to meet him and said in a coquettish tone, "Third brother, you're finally back." Sob. Sob. When you weren't here, someone bullied me. Oh, who dared to bully you? Wei Yuhua lightly stroked Wei Yingying's cheek, his attitude very ambiguous. However, everyone around them turned their heads as if they hadn't seen it. Wei Yingying felt happy in her heart, but the grievance on her face intensified. She pointed to a courtyard in the distance. Who else could it be? Of course, it's our Miss Wei. Wei Yuhua had already seen Wei Qingxiao in the courtyard in the distance along with Zhu An standing beside her. However, being proud as he was, he wouldn't immediately reveal his intentions. Moreover, now that he felt confident, he wanted to enjoy teasing Wei Qingxiao. With that in mind, Wei Yuhua nodded slightly towards Wei Qingxiao in the distance, then revealed a devilish smile. Wei Qingxiao, you left without a word. I thought you wouldn't return. This is my home. Why shouldn't I come back? Wei Qingxiao had quickly adjusted her mindset, speaking coldly. Well said. Wei Yuhua clapped his hands in admiration, then looked mischievously at Zhu An beside him. And who is this ... Before anyone could speak, Wei Yingying interjected. Brother, don't mind this guy, he's just a cook. A cook. Wei Yuhua was slightly taken aback. Yes, this is the master chef that our Wei family Miss specially invited to mentor young Master Heo Kang in culinary arts. Wei Yingying said mockingly. Teaching Master Heo Kang culinary arts. Wei Qingxiao took a deep breath. So what? Wei Yuhua's face revealed a strange expression, then he smiled ambiguously. Why not be a cook? At least you can survive. Right. Wei Qingxiao's face darkened. Wei Yuhua, what do you mean by that? Do you really think I want my brother to be a cook? And what if? Wei Yuhua shrugged indifferently. Heh. Madness suddenly appeared in Wei Qingxiao's eyes. The current situation was already very clear. After Wei Yuhua broke through to the master level, he had almost gathered all the support of the Wei family, which was why they, as siblings, were abandoned. However, regardless of how dominant Wei Yuhua might be, as long as the succession order remained unchanged, he could only stay in third place. To change the succession order, all the elders of the family had to be present. But now all the elders were not there, which gave Wei Qingxiao an opportunity. Therefore, she coldly said, Wei Yuhua, there's no need for superficiality between us. I know you want to replace Kinger, but as long as he is alive, you have to bow obediently. So, do you dare repeat those words again? Wei Qingxiao's accusation was resolute, causing Wei Yuhua's expression to change slightly. But then, he laughed coldly. Wei Qingxiao, you are really naive to make people want to laugh. I am now a master-level powerhouse, and your brother is just a fool. How the family chooses, do I still need to ask? So what? You won't know until you try. Wei Qingxiao said in a firm tone, but it was evident that she was forcing herself to be strong. Ha ha ha. Wei Yuhua laughed loudly. Wei Qingxiao, I know what you're thinking. Do you think because all the elders are absent, you can use this excuse to buy time? Boom. The words of Wei Yuhua were like a heavy bomb, causing a huge uproar in the entire venue. What? A shocking treasure found in the secret realm of the ghost world. Someone exclaimed in shock. No wonder all the elders of the family went on this expedition. So they were seeking treasures in the secret realm. A member of the Wei family said excitedly. In that case, the third young master really doesn't need to compete for the family legacy. If one can obtain a shocking treasure, it is enough to pave the way to becoming a powerful figure, and even a future king. Someone sighed. Many people's gazes towards Wei Yuhua changed upon hearing this, because that secret realm had become a forbidden area for powerful individuals since the great battle years ago. Any shocking treasure found within it might be related to the fallen ghost lord. For thousands of years, there had been numerous powerful figures in the ghost world, but the strongest would have to be the fallen ghost lord. So, if the treasure left behind by him was indeed found, its value would be immeasurable. It might even give Wei Yuhua the opportunity to compete for the position of Ghost Lord. Even though it was simply a qualification for promotion, such an opportunity was enough to drive people crazy. According to the general power division in the heavens, a Ghost Emperor was equivalent to half a step towards an Immortal King's cultivation level. The position of a Palace Lord should correspond to that of an Immortal King, but due to the high threshold and the overall declining cultivation level of the Ghost race over the past few thousand years, the standards had been lowered. As long as one could step into the threshold of an Immortal King, they could be considered a Palace Lord. Although it was only a quasi-immortal king's level of power, a quasi-immortal king was still an immortal king. However, the Ghost Lord level was different. A Ghost Lord was a genuine immortal king, with no mixture of any other factors. At this level, one could even separate from the Ghost world, create their own world, and achieve enlightenment, becoming a Buddha or an ancestor. Because compared to the vast heavens, the number of immortal kings was too small and scarce. The root cause of all this was that, upon ascending to the position of an immortal king, one had to pass a test. This test had nothing to do with cultivation or talent, it simply emphasized the concept of fate. If fate smiled upon you, you would smoothly ascend to the position of an immortal king. If not, then all your efforts would be in vain. Hence, the heavens today had a large population, but immortal kings were noticeably scarce. If the shocking treasure in the secret realm this time was indeed related to the fallen Ghost Lord, then the opportunities would be immense. Because the fallen Ghost Lord from back then was likely not an ordinary immortal king, but a peak-level immortal king, perhaps even close to reaching the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to construct the Iron Web Mountain single-handedly and seal off the Ghost world from the rest of the heavens. At this realization, the expressions of many people changed. This event might be the biggest turning point in the Ghost world since the fall of the Ghost Lord and could potentially overturn all previous power dynamics, leading to a new reshuffling of the power hierarchy. Strong figures would fall, new talents would rise, old families would be replaced, and noble houses would change hands. All at this moment, no one could resist such temptations. Compared to this, the conflicts within the Wei family seemed trivial. As the whole venue erupted with excitement, the smiling face of Wei Qing turned serious like iron. His eyes were filled with gloom, and he spoke slowly, some disdain in his voice. No wonder you were able to break through the boundaries in such a short amount of time. It must be because of that hidden treasure. Right. Wei Yuhua burst into laughter, full of arrogance and triumph in his voice. Yes, indeed. I have obtained part of the inheritance of that hidden treasure. And not only that, with those words, Wei Yuhua's eyes were instantly filled with a sinister blood-red hue, and an extremely evil aura emanated from him, coalescing above his head into a statue of a ghostly figure with no facial features, only a pair of huge and eerie eyes. Meeting the gaze of those eyes unleashed a wave of profound despair and sorrow. Bang! In the blink of an eye, over a dozen individuals with shallow cultivation levels burst into self-destructive explosions to the extreme despair they felt. The rest recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "Don't look into his eyes." Wei Qing's smile turned pale, staring at Wei Yuhua, gritting his teeth, the eyes of despair. "You have awakened the power of your bloodline." Wei Yuhua laughed even more smugly. "That's right. I didn't expect it, did I? When I was patrolling the heavens on behalf of the heavens and passed by the secret realm, I chanced upon the location of that shocking treasure. Though I only entered the periphery, I received a powerful inheritance. Not just a significant increase in my cultivation, but also the awakening of my dormant bloodline power." Looking at Wei Qing's smile, Wei Yuhua's face was filled with mockery. "So, I am the real protagonist, the one destined to become a king." Wei Qing smiled. "With what do you intend to fight against me?" Wei Qing's eyes gradually dimmed, like a candle burning low on oil, slowly fading away. "Indeed. How could I fight against him? As a palace lord, awakened bloodline." With these two powerful tools combined, Wei Yuhua was undoubtedly the rightful number one in the Wei family. It was clear that those elders, who only sought their own interests, would undoubtedly choose him without hesitation. It was a certain defeat for herself, with no room for doubt. Even if Wei Haoking suddenly recovered, he couldn't shake Wei Yuhua's position. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wei Yuhua's face grew wider. Then he turned to address the Wei family members. This time, I have come to lead you all on an expedition to open the secret treasure hidden within the secret realm. Are you willing to come? The whole venue erupted in excitement, and many people eagerly shouted, I'm willing, third young master. I'm willing to serve you. Just hoping you'll take care of me when unlocking the treasure. Third young master. I'm willing. The cries filled the air, and Wei Yuhua looked on with a smiling face, a hint of unnoticed satisfaction flashing deep in his eyes, then nodded. All right, don't rush. I will lead you all there. With that, Wei Yuhua turned to Wei Qing, and in a cold tone, said, Wei Qing, I won't make things difficult for you. Just kneel down before me now and acknowledge me as your master, and I can give you and your brother a chance to live. The words sounded noble, but in reality, they were extremely cruel, because Wei Yuhua's so-called acknowledgement was essentially asking Wei Qing to become his plaything and slave. From then on, she would be forever trapped, with no chance of redemption. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Wei Qing with strange eyes. Within those stares were feelings of sympathy, disdain, and even gloating. Especially Wei Yingying. The look of satisfaction on her face was almost overflowing. Wei Qing's face was filled with confusion. This was the first time in her life that she felt lost. If it were just herself, she would have chosen, without hesitation, to self-destruct in the face of Wei Yuhua's threat. But now, she wasn't alone. She had her brother to consider. Wei Qing realized that if she were to die now, her foolish brother would be left to endure endless torment for eternity. That punishment would be far worse than death itself. So, for her brother's sake, she couldn't die. Did she really have to kneel and become a slave? A plaything from now on? Wei Qing's heart was bleeding. Just then, a slender hand with distinct knuckles gently rested on Wei Qing's shoulder. Excuse me, have you finished talking? Huh? The sudden turn of events caused all eyes in the audience to instantly focus on Zuan. Wei Qing smiled and was a bit stunned. You? Zuan smiled lightly. It's okay, I saw it all. Isn't it just a lord of the manor level? Nothing special. Hiss. When they heard this, many people gasped in surprise. A strong expert at the lord of the manor level is considered powerful wherever they go. But in the mouth of this young man, it was casually dismissed as if it were insignificant. How audacious is he? Wei Yuhua's expression gradually darkened as she stared at Zuan, sneering. Kid, have you ever considered the consequences when you said that? Consequences, Azu, and shook his head. You are not worthy to discuss consequences with me. Boom. If the onlookers were just secretly terrified moments ago, this statement was like a splash of cold water and hot oil, completely exploding the situation. Wei Yuhua was even more furious. All right. It seems someone is daring enough to stand up for the siblings. Zuan waved his hand, interrupting him. You're wrong. Huh? Wei Yuhua was taken aback. Zuan revealed his white teeth, looking very pleased, who said I was standing up for the siblings. Even Wei Qing smiled, was now completely confused, unable to make sense of the situation. At this moment, Zuan turned to Wei Haokang, who had been smiling foolishly all this time, and calmly asked, Haokang, someone is bullying your sister. What do you plan to do? Almost everyone burst into laughter at this statement. My goodness, I thought this young man in white was going to do something. Turns out he is asking a fool. Yeah, if he dared to confront the third young master head-on, I would admire him. But now it's clear he wants Wei Haokang to die. Wei Yuhua's expression became quite colorful, looking amused as she crossed her arms. At this moment, Wei Haokang still had a silly smile on his face, seemingly completely oblivious to Zuan's words. Many people laughed even more. Wei Yingying, always eager for trouble, giggled and said, What can he do? Just mix him up and eat. Then burst into laughter. Wei Qing laughed with some expectation at the beginning, but now seeing this, The hope in her heart turned into a sigh. She even chuckled self-deprecatingly. How foolish. I actually pinned my hopes on my silly little brother. Yet in this situation, Zuin remained unfazed, quietly watching Wei Haokang, and then casually flipped his wrist, revealing a kitchen knife in his hand. Wow, what is he going to do? Demonstrate his cooking skills in public. Ha ha ha. Wei Yingying laughed even louder. Along with the crowd, they burst into laughter. But no one noticed that when Haokang saw the knife, a glint of clarity passed through his dazed eyes. Zuin smiled slightly at this, then handed the knife over and said nonchalantly, "Take it." Haokang obediently took the knife. The moment the knife touched his hand, Haokang's face transformed from confusion to infinite calmness. Zuin then pointed towards Wei Yuhua perched above the sky and said, "See that guy over there bullying your sister? What do you plan to do? Do something?" Haokang's face flushed with excitement, but the majority of the audience still didn't take it seriously, laughing even louder. However, now Haokang, devoid of any aura, just like an ordinary person, how could he possibly challenge Wei Yuhua, a lord of the manor level? Zhu and nodded. Very good. Remember, treat him like a big head of cabbage you often slice. Remove the head and tail. Slice through the middle. Understand? Haokang nodded. Go. Zuin patted Haokang on the shoulder, a faint sword intent entering Haokang's body. Haokang then soared into the sky with this sword intent, holding the kitchen knife, heading straight towards Wei Yuhua. It was a scene so absurd it was almost comical. On one side, the dignified Wei Yuhua, a force occupying half the sky, and on the other, Haokang, lacking in intelligence, holding a kitchen knife. The contrast was so stark that many didn't even bother to look closely, as they had already judged Haokang's fate in their minds. Wei Qing laughed, exclaimed, "Kanger." She then turned to Zuan, staring fiercely, and shouted, "What are you up to?" Zhu, and shrug. "I didn't do anything. I was just helping you." "So, you are letting Kanger go to his death." Wei Qing's eyes welled up with tears, and with a consolidated cultivation base, she tried to fly to save her brother, knowing the hope was slim, because at that moment, Haokang had already rushed onto the sky. Even before Wei Yuhua could react, Wei Yingying, eager to show off, shouted, "Wei Haokang, since you are so eager to die, then let me send you on your way today." With that, she waved her sleeve, instantly transforming into a gust of dark wind, swirling around Haokang. Under the ghostly speed was Wei Yingying's triumphant laughter. But in this critical moment, Haokang didn't even blink, lifting his hand to strike down. Theft. The knife strike was originally aimed at the empty space, but somehow, at that exact moment, Wei Yingying's figure also arrived. Sensing the impending strike, Wei Yingying couldn't help but scream, trying to dodge, but the timing of the strike was perfect, and Wei Yingying realized she was too late to evade. In that moment, she calmed down and then self-deprecatingly chided her fear earlier. It was just an ordinary iron kitchen knife, she thought, and even if she stood still, she wouldn't be hurt at all. But before she could finish her thoughts, there was a muffled sound. The knife, reaching its peak, cut through, and amid splattering blood, Wei Yingying's body fell apart, decapitated. The dark wind dissipated. Only Wei Yingying's headless body stood in the air. As for her head, it had already fallen to the ground and turned into a pool of blood after a few wriggles. The entire audience was so quiet that you could hear breathing. Shortly after, Wei Yingying's body collapsed, and in the air, a dark aura broke free from her body and flew behind Wei Yuhua, then revealed a thin, transparent figure. It was Wei Yingying's spirit, having left the human shell, now a ghost with only a spiritual form. One strike. People who used to look down on Wei Haokang were even more bewildered. What's going on? Could it be that this young Master Wei is not a waste, but a hidden expert? Then why is there no slightest fluctuation of yin energy on him at this moment? At the same time, Wei Yuhua's face also changed. With his cultivation level, his insight naturally surpassed others, so he barely saw the clue behind that last sword strike. Yes, at this moment, Wei Haokang was still, and just an ordinary person, without any cultivation at all. The reason he was able to be head Wei Yanjing was purely due to his perfect control of the blade. That seemingly insignificant slash, whether in terms of angle, timing, or speed, had reached a flawless level, regardless of others' opinions. Just based on this sword technique, it was enough to shock the world. But the more it was like this, the more gloomy Wei Yuhua's expression became. He had never regarded Wei Haoking highly before. If it wasn't for Viking's smile, he wouldn't even bother to look at this fool. But now, he felt a hint of threat emanating from Wei Haokang. This feeling was faint, but extremely real. Therefore, a hint of murderous intent boiled up in Wei Yuhua's heart. He didn't like this feeling, so he wanted to eliminate all threats at this moment. Just as he was about to make a move, a thunderbolt streaked across the sky, followed by a black aura flying towards Wei Yuhua with a force like thunder. He took a look and his expression abruptly changed. Then he took a deep breath. "Everyone, follow me to the secret realm at once." With that, he couldn't care less about dealing with Viking's Smile siblings, turned around, and hastily left. With his command, the many experts in the Wei family's residence were overjoyed and soared into the sky, following Wei Yuhua's convoy and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Throughout the whole ordeal, no one paid any attention to the Viking's Smile siblings. After all, for people like them, nothing was more important than hidden secrets. As for the big house struggles, it was all nonsense in front of them. So, in just a moment, besides some servants left behind at the Wei family's residence, only the Wei siblings and a few others like Zuin remained. Wei Haoking fell back to the ground. Viking's Smile immediately rushed over, holding her brother's hand with extreme concern. "Kanger, are you okay, Zhu?" And casually took the kitchen knife from Wei Haokang's hand, smiling faintly. "Do you think he looks like he's in trouble?" Indeed, as soon as the knife left his hand, Wei Haokang's expression immediately returned to its previous state, looking at Viking's Smile with a foolish smile on his face. But for some reason, when Viking's Smile saw this familiar smile, she felt a sense of relief. It's okay, Viking's Smile murmured softly. At that moment, Zuin waved his hand and Viking's Smile's ghost chariot slowly floated up, arriving in front of everyone. "Let's go," Zuin said lightly. "Go where?" Viking's Smile hadn't fully recovered from the shock just now and couldn't help but ask a bit dazedly. "Of course, we're going to the secret realm." Zuin smiled mysteriously. "Such a grand event. Don't you want to go and see the excitement?" But Viking's Smile suddenly hesitated. To be honest, she was scared, not of death, but of something happening to her brother. So she just wanted to take her brother away from here, as far away as possible, and ignore these struggles among the wealthy families. Zuin naturally understood her thoughts and sighed lightly. "Do you think if Wei Yuhua gets hold of this secret stash, when he reaches the peak of his cultivation, you'll be able to leave?" Viking's Smile was shocked. Zuin said calmly, "And your brother probably won't agree either. Let's go. Everything has its consequences. There should be a resolution sooner or later." As Zuin led the Wei siblings, driving the ghost chariot leisurely down the road, the news of the astounding hidden treasures discovered in the secret realm spread like a hurricane throughout the entire central ghost realm. This news was explosive. Everyone understood the importance of hidden treasures. One hidden treasure could establish a powerful family. Moreover, this hidden treasure appeared in the former battlefield's secret realm, adding a mysterious aura to it. So almost all the wealthy families were in a frenzy, dispatching their strongest forces in an attempt to gain a share in this conflict. Compared to this, the brief fight that occurred in the Wei family's residence didn't attract anyone's attention. Not even those leisurely traveling in the ghost chariot at the back were noticed. Instead, everyone rushed to the eastern secret realm at the fastest speed. Even Viking's Smile couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. "Mr. Zhu, since we're going to the secret realm, why are we traveling so slowly and without any urgency? Why rush? Good things are never afraid of being late. And do you think you'll gain more advantage by going early?" But Zuin waved his hand, looking at the flying chariots passing by outside the porthole, and said lightly, "Rest assured, those who are rushing there now are just small fry. The real big fish haven't moved yet." Real big fish. Viking Smile suddenly remembered something, her face changing. "You mean," Zuin said calmly, "how could such a grand feast be without those palace masters who oversee punishment?" As guessed by Zuan, when this news reached the ears of the 10 palace masters overseeing punishment, it immediately triggered a huge commotion. The hidden treasure of the fallen realm. There may be secrets to advancing to the fallen emperor. My future depends on this. So I must claim this hidden treasure. Accompanied by a wild laughter, a figure shot up from the icy hell and disappeared into the sky after a few flashes. It was Yuan Han, the cold emperor. Ha ha ha! Does Yuan Han also want to vie with me? I'll show you the power of my blood hell emperor. In the boundless sea of blood, the blood hell emperor also rose up and followed suit towards the secret realm. For a moment, the sky above the punishment realm shone brightly, and the space trembled incessantly, evidence of the major palace masters rushing to the secret realm. In the magma land, Rong Yang frowned as he read the message. The hidden treasure of the fallen emperor. Ha, the fallen emperor has already fallen for so long. Why did this appear now? In the city of the desert, inside the flower hall, the flowing water under the small bridge gurgled gently, adding a rare hint of moisture to the city built deep in the endless desert. Meng Yao, as usual, leaned against the railing, staring blankly at this exquisite courtyard. Dong Han stood quietly not far behind her, wanting to say something several times, but ultimately holding back. At this moment, Meng Yao suddenly sighed softly, the hidden treasure of the Dark Sovereign. No wonder that kid from the Wei family suddenly rose to the level of a palace lord. So, that's the reason. Dong Han finally found an opportunity to speak and quickly said, "Exactly. And now, the other 9 palace lords of the land of punishment have all mobilized." "Palace lord, should we go to go?" "Why should we go?" Meng Yao said, gripping the railing with both hands and propping out her too straight and elegant legs, delicately toying with the surface of the stream as if it were a work of art. This moment made Dong Han slightly distracted, because at this moment, Meng Yao seemed more like a little girl playing in the water than a strong palace lord guarding the area. But all the palace lords have gone, and even all the noble families of the central ghost realm are moving. If they do gain something from this hidden treasure, then we... Dong Han didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. The endless desert was already in a disadvantaged position, and Meng Yao's strength ranked last among the 10 palace lords of the land of punishment. If they didn't take decisive action this time, wouldn't the situation become even more passive if other palace lords gained an advantage? Meng Yao naturally heard Dong Han's concern and shook her head with a gentle smile. "Dong Han, you're good in every way, but you're too agitated when things happen. This may seem like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to you or many others, but to me, it's just the opposite." Speaking of this, Meng Yao lightly kicked the water, saying, "The fall of the Dark Sovereign has not been overnight, and the battlefield has long existed. So why was there no news about the Dark Sovereign's hidden treasure before, and it suddenly appeared?" Dong Han's expression changed. "Are you saying this is a trap?" Meng Yao shook her head. "I'm not saying that, but this matter is reveals something unusual. That's why I'm not interested in wading into this mess." Dong Han nodded in agreement. "Palace Lord, you have a sharp eye. I was reckless. You may leave. Just keep a close eye on this matter. Do not act rashly." "Yes." After Dong Han left, Meng Yao looked up and gently sighed, her eyes showing a hint of reminiscence. "Dark Sovereign. Counting the time, it has been a long time since you fell." With a sad expression, Meng Yao continued, "You had the closest relationship with the elder back then, but now, one has fallen and the other has disappeared. But I have never believed that a strong one like you, who delved into souls, would really fall. Just as I don't believe that the elder will truly never appear again. I will be here, waiting for your return." Although she said this, Meng Yao's eyes were filled with sorrow, and as her mood shifted, the stream instantly froze, and snowflakes began to drift in the courtyard. Dong Han felt something, turned to look in the direction of the flower hall. But in the end, he could only sigh lightly and walk away. The location of the hidden land was in the eastern part of the central ghost realm, with towering mountains and vast expanses, stretching for thousands of miles. However, due to the intense battle in the past, various unfathomable cracks were scattered throughout these mountains, some even uprooting towering peaks, leaving behind bottomless abysses. These huge rifts laid bare like wounds on the earth, silently recounting the fierce battle of the past. The hidden treasure was located at the center of this ancient battlefield. The sights along the way made the atmosphere in the ghost chariot somewhat subdued, especially when Mulan, with anger and sorrow in her eyes that seemed about to ignite her. This was the place where the Dark Sovereign fought back then. It was all because of those despicable noble families that my elder was besieged, and eventually fell here. This hatred is irreconcilable. When Mulan secretly vowed to take revenge, while Zhuan calmly looked at everything outside the porthole, it was only after a long time that he withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "We have arrived." Indeed, countless ghost chariots appeared in the distance, so many that they almost obscured the entire sky. However, even so, one could still see the eerie place they encompassed. The central space of the ancient battlefield seemed like a broken mirror pieced back together, reflecting light as it passed through, creating a surreal but strangely beautiful scene. But no matter how beautiful the scenery was, those noble families stayed far away, not daring to take a step beyond the thunder pool. They knew deep down that the seemingly delicate and beautiful landscape concealed the most profound murderous intent. Any slight carelessness could lead to a fatal outcome. Therefore, no one dared to step forward, yet no one was willing to leave, their faces filled with greed as they stared ahead. Because within this shattered land, a faintly visible door emerged. This door floated in midair. Even though the space around it was fragmented, it remained intact, shimmering with light like a breath. This strange sight made Wei Qingqiao involuntarily clench his fists, his breath quickening. Is this the rumored hidden treasure of the Dark Sovereign? The arrival of Zhuan and the others did not attract anyone's attention. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the members of the Wei family standing at the forefront. Those present were naturally the elite of the Wei family, the family's offerings, various elders, and even the family head, Wei Jinglong, were among them. However, now all the Wei family members were gathering around one person, Wei Yuhua. At this moment, Wei Yuhua, with a proud expression on his face, was whispering something to Wei Jinglong beside him. People whispered to each other, some unable to contain their excitement, eager to quickly open the hidden treasure and enter to gain benefits. Just then, a brilliant black light suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance, followed by the power of wind and thunder, rushing towards them. In an instant, these black lights arrived on the scene. When the light dissipated, 9 men stood before them. The sudden appearance of these 9 men caused a stir throughout the crowd. They are the palace lords of the land of punishment, someone exclaimed. They're here as well. This means the hidden treasure is no longer within our reach as ordinary families, someone lamented. At this moment, the 9 hall masters are all sizing up the gate that has appeared in the shattered land. Upon hearing Wei Yuhua's words, the freezing emperor with cold light covering his body turned his head to look at him, then chuckled a few times. Wei family boy, is this secret hiding place discovered by you first? Wei Yuhua nodded. That's right. It was discovered by the junior. The blood purgatory emperor glanced at Wei Yuhua and then snorted. You've had quite a bit of luck to break through to the hall master level. The freezing emperor swiftly approached Wei Yuhua, his extremely cold gaze fixed on Wei Yuhua, and he coldly said, Boy, how did you manage to access this shattered place? How did you enter the hiding place? Tell me the truth. Swish. All eyes focused on Wei Yuhua, many faces showing eagerness and greed. Wei Jinglong's expression darkened, signaling with a few elders to step forward. But just then, Wei Yuhua smiled. Emperor, with my strength, it's impossible to truly open the hiding place. Last time, it was just a coincidence that I gained a bit of inheritance. But this time, I have a way to completely open this hiding place. Oh, how can you open it? Tell us. The Blood Purgatory Emperor couldn't wait and rushed over. The other hall masters, including the Lord of Lava, Rong Yang, looked serious as well. Wei Yuhua pointed to the shattered land and said, I believe you have all seen it. The gate that has appeared in the shattered land is the entrance to the hiding place. If you want to enter, the only way is to open the shattered land. Open the shattered land. The freezing emperor was taken aback. Exactly. In simple terms, it means correcting the already chaotic time and space back to normal. At that time, the hiding place will naturally open, Wei Yuhua said with a smile. Merge the space. The freezing emperor shook his head. That is not something we can achieve with our strength. It would require a true immortal king-level powerhouse at least. Many people nodded in agreement. To merge time and space would require terrifying power, and although these hall masters called themselves emperors, they were aware of their limits. Wei Yuhua grinned. It's true that one person alone cannot do it, but what if the hall masters and our powerful families work together? This statement intrigued many people. However, the hall masters frowned. The Blood Purgatory Emperor coldly chuckled. Boy, you have some nerve to plan this against us. I dare not. I'm just stating the facts. If you are unwilling, then we can only watch the hiding place in front of us without gaining anything, Wei Yuhua calmly said. His words naturally reached Zhu An's side. Wei Qing smiled and frowned, looking puzzled at Wei Yuhua. In her impression, Wei Yuhua was only a bit clever, but never to this extent. Zhu An just watched quietly, his eyes flashing with light. Then he lowered his head, a faint smile with a touch of coldness appearing on his lips. The 9 hall masters looked at each other, briefly discussed, and eventually reached an agreement. All right, since that's the case, we will trust you this once. But remember, if the hiding place is opened, the spoils must be divided among us 9, said the freezing emperor. Naturally, Wei Yuhua smiled slightly, nodded in agreement, and then turned and returned to the Wei family. Wei Jinglong looked somewhat puzzled, seemingly not understanding why Wei Yuhua would do this. But when Wei Yuhua whispered a few words in his ear, Wei Jinglong's expression quickly changed and returned to normal. With the decision made, the 9 hall masters spread out, followed by many prominent families of the Central Ghost Realm, taking their positions. As for the other wandering cultivators or families whose strength was not enough, they did not leave, but stood at a distance, wanting to witness this unprecedented spectacle. Begin. With Wei Yuhua's command, the 9 hall masters simultaneously activated their cultivation, turning into 9 thick black lights like mountain peaks, directly enveloping the entire shattered land. Subsequently, the major families also took action, countless black lights converging and smashing towards the shattered land. Boom! The black light kept vibrating, pushing the already fragmented space to rejoin. This process was arduous, requiring an immense amount of spiritual energy. It was impossible to achieve this by one person alone. Fortunately, this time, it was the 9 hall masters and all the elites of the Central Ghost Realm working together, barely meeting the requirements. Crack! Along with the cracking sounds echoing from deep within the space, the originally shattered space began to mend. The chaotic time and space also corrected. The process was slow, but ultimately, with a huge thunderous roar, everything fused together completely. At the same time, the gate was fully revealed. Wei Yuhua laughed. It's the hiding place. The hiding place has finally opened. Ha ha ha. He was truly elated and satisfied because everything had gone according to his plan. When he had returned to the Wei family with so many people earlier, it was altogether more strength to fully open the hiding place. Now that he saw the completion of the task, how could he not be pleased? As for the agreement with the 9 hall masters, Wei Yuhua's eyes showed a hint of disdain. With the person who guided him to find this hiding place present, these so-called hall masters were just a joke. After all, even he, a hall master, was personally elevated by that person. In the ghost chariot, Wei Qing's smile turned into a grimace, looking extremely alarmed. Was this Wei Yuhua truly the chosen one, favored by destiny? Otherwise, how could he open even the shattered land? However, Zhu An lightly chuckled. What a fool! He's happy after being duped. Indeed, Just as Wei Yuhua was laughing triumphantly, the gate suddenly emitted millions of beams of light. The radiance was blinding, piercing to the eyes. In the sea of light, armored soldiers emerged one after another. These soldiers remained silent, their helmets revealing to flickering ghostly flames that indicated their identities, evil spirits. Though the armors on these evil spirit soldiers were damaged, they still looked as exquisite as artworks, exuding extremely powerful aura. Wei Yuhua's laughter abruptly stopped. "It's the Evil Spirit Legion," someone exclaimed in horror, their voice filled with endless fear. Now, the faces of everyone present turned somewhat pale. The Evil Spirit Legion was the unparalleled weapon under that Lord of the Underworld. At the same time, these evil spirit soldiers swarmed in like locusts. Seeing this, Zuin lightly clapped his hands, stood up, and said calmly, "Well, it's time for us to make an appearance." Bang! With a loud explosion, a ghost near the front had his head blown off directly. Even though he unleashed his strongest attacks on the evil spirit soldier opposite him before death, all his attacks were weak and futile under the defense of that armor. This was just the beginning. When a large number of evil spirit troops rushed madly towards the crowd, the faces of all the ghosts changed. Because these evil spirit soldiers knew no fear, felt no pain, only charged forward, considered the most terrifying warriors. Compared to them, even if your cultivation far surpassed theirs, you might still be helpless, especially since your attacks might not even penetrate their armor. The sound of bodies being blown apart mixed with the screams before death, creating a tragic melody echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Some of the timid ones had already started to retreat. Wei Yuhua couldn't help but shout, "Don't be afraid, kill all these evil spirit soldiers, and the Dark Lord's treasure will be ours." These words lifted many people's spirits, especially the several palace masters from the land of punishment, who all showed a sinister smile at the sight. "Just mere soldiers dare to be arrogant in front of us. Die!" The Emperor of Extreme Cold roared and unleashed a freezing tide that could freeze a person's soul completely. Wherever it passed, the movements of these evil spirit soldiers instantly slowed down, gradually frozen in place. In one move, almost all the evil spirit troops were stopped. Wei Yuhua was delighted with the situation. Palace Master has excellent skills. However, at that moment, the ghost fires under the helmets of these evil spirit soldiers suddenly flared up, and then these armors released strands of light, shattering all the ice covering them. The smug Emperor of Extreme Cold's face darkened. "Underestimating you all. Take my next move." Saying that, he waved both hands and formed a handprint, pushing forward. Boom! Countless ice shards, like blades, surged forward mightily. Although the first wave of evil spirit soldiers managed to withstand the ice tide, after a series of dense, but subtle cracking sounds, the armor they wore started showing small cracks and eventually shattered. As the armors broke, these evil spirits instantly dissipated. However, the Emperor of Extreme Cold's move only eliminated those evil spirit soldiers closest to him. As for the others, due to the obstruction in front, they faced no serious obstacles and continued charging forward fearlessly. At that moment, beside him came the sinister laughter of the Emperor of Blood Purgatory. "Extreme Cold, looks like you're not that capable after all. Let me handle this." He raised his hand and pointed into the void. Blood mist. A thick, undispellable mist of blood appeared out of nowhere in the void, spreading rapidly. Wherever it went, the armors of these evil spirit soldiers corroded, emitting a sizzling sound, and their once shiny surfaces dimmed. But that was all because, relying solely on the corrosion of the blood mist, it would take at least the time it takes an incense stick to burn before these evil spirit soldiers were completely annihilated. Shocked, the Emperor of Blood Purgatory exclaimed, "What kind of armor is this that can resist my blood mist corrosion?" At that moment, the Emperor of Extreme Cold roared, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eliminate these evil spirit soldiers." The other palace masters then began taking action, trying to wipe out the evil spirit troops completely. Among the 10 palace masters, only Rong Yang hesitated and did not take action. But at that moment, No one paid attention to this, because the convergence of light formed by the combined strike of the 8 palace masters, containing an overwhelming power, was directly aiming at the evil spirit troops. Wei Yuhua's face showed a hint of satisfaction. As long as these remaining evil spirit troops were eliminated, everything in the Dark Lord's treasure trove would belong to her. The breath of the other prominent families also quickened, staring at the battlefield, eager to know the outcome. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the evil spirit troops, just as the combined strike of the 8 palace masters was about to hit. Many people didn't even see who that figure was. Only Wei Qingxi and Wen Muling exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly spanning the void and appearing in the field was Zuan. They watched Zuan's figure just emerge when it was engulfed by the powerful combined force, causing them to tremble. What was he trying to do? Wasn't he seeking death? Then they heard Zuan laugh lightly. The momentum is impressive, but it's all a facade. Just showy tricks. With these words, Zuan stood with only one hand visible, held in front of his chest. When the two forces collided, there was a deafening explosion. The brilliance was blinding, making it difficult to look directly at it. Regardless of how powerful the force of this combined strike was, when it encountered Zuan's outstretched hand, it seemed to hit an insurmountable obstacle, unable to advance no matter how hard it tried. Although the front was blocked, the force from behind continued to push forward relentlessly. It was like a train, with its front blocked by Zuan, but the carriages behind were still moving forward. Finally, the combined strike was squeezed into an oval shape by the surging force from behind, and in that instant, when it expanded to its limit, it exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept through, devastating everything in its path. Several unfortunate ghosts and their ghost carts happened to be within the range of the shockwave. In a normal situation, they were considered strong individuals. However, in the face of this shockwave, they didn't even have time to groan before being evaporated into nothingness, not even leaving a trace of ashes. How? How is this possible? Every ghost witnessing this scene was dumbfounded, but none more than the 8 palace masters. They stared in disbelief at everything in the field, unable to trust their own eyes. Meanwhile, as the aftermath of the explosion gradually faded, the blinding light dimmed. Looking at the now empty sky, Zuan stood there with a smile, his clothes fluttering, not even a strand of hair out of place. It was as if that earth-shattering strike was nothing but a gentle breeze to him. This scene left everyone stunned. Rong Yang then muttered in astonishment, "Is it him?" She knew that Zuan was definitely not an ordinary person, but she never expected him to be so extraordinary. To think that he could block a combined attack of the 8 main masters of the punishment ground with just one hand. How incredibly shocking and unconventional his strength must be. Although it wasn't the first time, Wei Qingxiao couldn't help but once again feel that question arise in her heart. Who exactly is he? However, if anyone in the crowd was the most astonished and unable to accept it, it would have to be the 3rd young master of the Wei family, Wei Yuhua. He first stared blankly at Zuan, and only after a while did he roar with a mix of surprise and anger. "This is impossible. Aren't you just a cook? Who are you really?" This question seemed downright foolish, because where in the world could there be such a powerful cook? But it also showed that Wei Yuhua's mind was in chaos at the moment. Zuan gave a faint smile and said, "Why does everyone keep asking me this question? Well, I'll say it again. I am Zuan. Will you remember it this time?" Zuan. The whole crowd looked at each other, then shook their heads gently, all feeling very unfamiliar with this name. Wei Yuhua still couldn't come to his senses from the shock he had just experienced, as that one blow had been too overwhelming for him. After all, he had gone through great hardships and had finally managed to ascend to the level of a master. At his age, this was already quite an impressive achievement. However, despite this, he was still far behind compared to these masters of the punishment ground. Despite feeling satisfied and proud of himself, he couldn't accept that at this moment, the white-clothed young man standing before everyone could single-handedly withstand a combined attack of the 8 main masters, and it seemed effortless. The disparity in strength was not just a matter of being crushed or not, but rather enough to directly kill him. For Wei Yuhua, who had always been prideful and held himself in high regard, this was naturally unacceptable. Just as Wei Yuhua was engulfed in doubt and self-doubt, the 8 masters also stared at Zuin intently, their expressions changing constantly. Then, the Frost Emperor took a deep breath and clasped his hands towards Zuan. "Friend, I am the Frost Emperor of the Punishment Ground." Before he could finish, Zuin impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Don't bother introducing yourselves. I don't want to know any of you. We're all quite busy, so get to the point." The arrogance contained in this sentence made the Frost Emperor's face instantly turn ugly, and even his whole body trembled slightly with extreme anger. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. I must dismember this white-clothed youth. Just as the Frost Emperor was raging in his heart, Zuin scanned the surroundings, then said calmly, "I know all of you came for this tomb of the Dark King, but sorry, this tomb is very useful to me. So," Zuin pointed behind him at the huge door and said, "This place is mine now." This statement caused a stir in the whole audience. The 8 main masters were infuriated. "Kid, just because you have some strength, you dare to be so arrogant," the Bloodhell Emperor said with a sinister tone. "Zu," and glanced at him and said lightly, "Yes, I am that arrogant. What about it? You?" The Bloodhell Emperor was about to burst with anger. At this moment, Wei Yuhua suddenly exclaimed, "Why? I was the first to discover this tomb, and it was through everyone's efforts just now that the broken land was mended. Why should these words make it yours? Even if you're powerful, you should be reasonable." This statement was full of incitement, making many people's faces turn unfriendly. But Zuin just smiled coldly. "Why? Alright, I'll tell you why now." With that, Zuin turned to look at the evil spirit army that was scattered due to the shockwave behind him and said, "Form up." With that command, the eyes of the evil spirits lit up. Their armor wounds began to rapidly heal. Then they quickly formed into formation behind Zuan, bowing their heads in obedience. This scene made everyone speechless. Zuin coldly stated, "See that? This tomb was always meant for me. What do you say now?" Wei Yuhua was left speechless, his mouth wide open, making choking sounds in disbelief. Who exactly was he? How could he command this evil spirit army? At this moment, Zuin said coldly, "I'm not unreasonable. Now I'll give you all a chance. Just leave quietly now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." With these words, a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the whole scene. Some with shallow cultivation were directly scared to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Even several masters felt a chill in their hearts, trembling slightly. When Mulian watched with sparkling eyes, in her eyes, Zuan's commanding style, acting recklessly and arrogantly, was extremely domineering. Many people felt unwilling, but could only lower their heads and then try to leave. After all, the gap in strength was too large, to the point where they could not resist. However, Wei Yuhua was anxious, because he had promised the person who guided him to find this tomb that he would completely seize it. If not, thinking about the terrifying means of that person, Wei Yuhua couldn't help but feel a chill. So he couldn't help but shout, "I don't believe it. You must have used some secret technique that can't be revealed. Don't believe him. I don't believe he can really deal with so many of us." As soon as he finished his words, a cold light flashed in Zuan's eyes, and an invisible force instantly blasted towards Wei Yuhua. "Huar!" Wei Jinglong exclaimed, reaching out to save his son. But it was too late. Wei Yuhua didn't even groan. He was immediately blasted away by this unstoppable force, leaving a streak of blood in the air. Zuan didn't even move, just watched quietly, until Wei Yuhua barely managed to stop his momentum. He spoke. "What? At this point, you still refuse to show yourself. What does he mean? What is he talking about?" Everyone couldn't help but look puzzled. It was at this moment that a faint sigh came from the void, followed by someone speaking in a chilling, eerie voice. "Godfire Ghost Lord, I have been trying to avoid conflict with you, but you keep pushing me to reveal myself. Is it necessary? Godfire Ghost Lord? When these 4 words were spoken, the expressions of all present suddenly changed, including the masters, who had been filled with discontent, showed infinite fear upon hearing this name, which was none other than the Godfire Ghost Lord, once a dominant figure in his own right, whose strength was no less than that of the Dark King. His name was still the most terrifying nightmare and taboo in the hearts of many people to this day. Could it be that this white-clothed youth really was the long-lost Godfire Ghost Lord? All eyes in the audience were suddenly focused on Zuan, ancestral home of Wei's family. The title Zu and used made many people look at each other, especially the elders of the Wei family, and the family head Wei Jinglong were particularly shocked, because if what Zuan said was true, then all of this would be too unbelievable. Just at that moment, as Zuan questioned, a figure was slowly appearing in the void. When the figure fully materialized, it turned out to be an old man with white hair. As soon as the old man appeared, Wei Yuhua was overjoyed and knelt down on the ground, tremblingly saying, "Greetings, Elder." However, the old man completely ignored Wei Yuhua's shout and instead stared at Zuan, asking in a deep voice, "Elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect, although I have raised my evaluation of you repeatedly, it seems I still underestimated you. When did you find out about my identity?" Zuan smiled gently, pointing to Wei Yuhua kneeling beside the old man, and said calmly, "It's simple. When I saw him display the power of the Wei family's bloodline, I already had a hunch. Power of the bloodline." The old man frowned slightly, "Zu," and nodded and continued, "Based on Wei Yuhua's strength alone, it would be impossible to trigger the power of the bloodline in any way. But he did it. This itself is suspicious. Moreover," Zuan smiled, "your descendant is quite foolish, not knowing how to conceal the secret of his bloodline. So I easily detected a strange power within his bloodline, seemingly emanating from the origin ancestor's aura. So I am quite certain that someone is playing tricks from behind. Am I right?" Suddenly, the old man kicked Wei Yuhua, who was kneeling in front of him, and then nodded solemnly, "Yes, I am indeed the ancestral founder of the Wei family, and my name is Wei Li." This title confused many people. Only the strong and long-lived powerful individuals initially looked stunned, then showed expressions of extreme shock. "It's him. How is this possible? Wasn't he already destroyed 3,000 years ago? If it is indeed him, he must have lived for at least 20,000 years." The several great hall masters of the realm of punishment spoke in unison. At this moment, all the members of the Wei family, led by the family head Wei Jinglong, were ecstatic. Then all knelt down on the ground and started bowing fervently. "Greetings, Ancestor." These cries resounded, and some were so moved that they were already in tears. The reason for such excitement was because Wei Li held a particularly special position within the Wei family. Not only was he the founder of the Wei family, but he was also considered the most powerful figure in their history. There were many legends and stories about him. Therefore, if he was indeed the ancestor, the strength of the Wei family would experience a significant leap, potentially even dominating the entire ghost realm. And this was why the members of the Wei family were so excited. Wei Jinglong crawled a few steps, loudly shouting, "The 231st generation clan chief, Wei Jinglong, pays respects to the founding ancestor." Wei Li remained calm, saying gently, "Please rise," and then refocused his attention on Zuan. "Elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect, you are indeed powerful. But there's one thing I can't figure out." Wei Li revealed a faint smile, slowly speaking, "What exactly happened to make your power decline in such a way?" This question left many people dumbfounded. Having the ability to resist a combined attack from the 8 masters, how incredible must his power have been if it wasn't in decline? Many people couldn't help but have this question arise in their minds. Zuan, however, simply smiled indifferently, then said nonchalantly, "It seems you have thoroughly investigated me. If I'm not mistaken, the demonic empress who invaded the Minxin palace on a large scale before should also be under your command, right?" Wei Li nodded. "Yes. In fact, It was because of the message left by the demonic empress before her death that Wei Li found out that the long-disappeared elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect had returned. At this moment, a gleam flashed in Wei Li's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect, regardless of how your strength has declined, I have no intention of fighting you. If you now let go of this hiding place, we can coexist peacefully. How about it, Azu?" And smiled, brightly, but with chilling coldness in his eyes. "Can we coexist peacefully, Zhu?" And shook his head. "Do you think that's possible? You ... Wei Li's expression changed, his voice turning fierce. "Elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect, I respect you as a strong individual, so I have been patient with you repeatedly. But don't mistake my respect for weakness. Respect me as a strong individual." Zhuan coldly smiled, pointing to the door behind him, and said lightly, "Is this how you show respect to the strong? If I'm not mistaken, the death of the Dark Lord should also be your covert instigation, right?" Wei Li's face darkened gradually, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. "So, what, Zhu?" And clapped his hands in praise. "Very well, you admit it. In that case, everything falls into place." Wei Li's expression changed slightly, annoyance evident on his face. "What are you trying to say, Zhu?" And smile grew colder. "It's simple. I have only 3 questions for you now. First, was it you who manipulated the sinister aura in the great battle against the gods of the Hui clan thousands of years ago?" This question left many people baffled, not understanding what Zhuan was talking about. However, Wei Li's face changed significantly, and immediately he stared at Zhuan tightly. How do you know about this?" "Don't ask me how I know this. Just tell me. Yes or no." Wei Li's face showed a mix of expressions, but soon he regained his calmness. However, this time, there was no more smile on his face, only an extremely cold killing intent. "I finally understand now. Elder of the Godfire and Ghost Respect, you are actually a member of the Hui clan. Your Hui clan is indeed persistent. Even after tens of thousands of years, you are still entangled in past matters." "Yes. I did participate in the massacre of the gods of the Hui clan back then, and I fought alongside heavenly beings such as the Lord of the Hearts of Hate." Zhu and nodded. "I know that, and I have already taken care of them." Wei Li's face changed, but he quickly smirked. "So, you have come to avenge the Hui clan." This sentence made Wei Li swallow all his words back, staring fiercely at Zhuan, his crimson tongue licking his chapped lips. "Godly fire, ghostly veneration. You know too much, and knowing too much is dangerous. I think you should know that." Zhuan just smiled coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Wei Li sneered. "Do you think I need to threaten you, Zhu?" And remained indifferent. Third question, where is Chan Shui, the girl taken captive in the demon-sealing town, now? At this moment, Wei Li's aura surged like a raging wave, rising crazily. A terrifying force emerged between heaven and earth. The sun, moon, and stars all disappeared. Everyone present was shocked and retreated. Some with lower strength could no longer stand, only able to kneel on the ground, trembling. Even the hall masters of the punishment ground were showing infinite fear at this moment. The Emperor of Extreme Cold urged out in almost a groaning tone, It's the power of a king. He is a true king of immortals." At the same time, under the overwhelming aura of Wei Li, Zhuan seemed like a small boat in a storm, constantly facing the danger of capsizing. But even so, Zhuan stood tall like a sword, without a hint of retreat. Wei Li chuckled strangely. "Godly fire, ghostly veneration. Don't you think you're being too broad-minded? You even have to ask about a little girl." "Worth it," Zhuan replied calmly. "She is worth it. You are not." HMPH. Wei Li gave a cold snort. "Since that's the case, let me tell you, that girl actually awakened a rare bloodline talent, so I have already sent her to a place you will never find, a dark sanctuary, an extremely terrifying and evil place among the heavens." Ha ha ha. Wei Li laughed arrogantly. Zhuan's gaze grew colder, murmuring, Dark Sanctuary, Dark Paradise. Wei Li's laughter abruptly stopped, staring blankly at Zuan. How do you know about that place? Zhu, and smiled. It seems your master should also come from there, right? Courting death. Wei Li finally exploded in anger. Originally, he indeed did not want to conflict with Zuan, as he also had some fear of Zuan's godly fire. But now that the words were spoken, there was an irreconcilable enmity between the two, so there was no room for turning back, especially since Zuan had revealed the location of the Dark Paradise. This made Wei Li even more fearful of Zuan and even more eager to eliminate him, so he didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to unleash his power and to wipe out Zuan in one stroke. What is the true power of a king of immortals? Let's put it this way. If the combined strike of the 8 Hall Masters was a 1, then Wei Li's strike now was equivalent to 10, and this was only Wei Li's avatar, not his true form. This was also the first time Zuan had directly faced a true king of immortals since his rebirth. Endless black flames struck with overwhelming force, breaking the just-healed space once again wherever they passed. The violent power even shook the entire secret realm. Everyone felt an invisible force crazily pulling them. This was because the space was wildly fluctuating due to Wei Li's strike. My lord! Wei Qingxiao and Wen Muling both exclaimed in shock. After learning Zuan's true identity, Wei Qingxiao's heart had been in turmoil. Godly fire, ghostly veneration. That was a legendary figure. Such an existence was said to be able to cure his brother's illness. So his brother must surely recover. So after Wei Li's identity was revealed, Wei Qingxiao didn't feel much, but instead continued to focus all her attention on Zuan. It seemed that upon hearing the two screams, Zuan turned to look at them for a moment. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Wei Qingxiao sensed a calmness and a hint of a smile in Zuan's eyes. Huh? A smile. Faced with such an attack, he was still smiling. Wei Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. Zhu, and muttered softly, "All right, the time has come." Saying that, Zhu informed the seal with his hand. Kang, who had been standing beside Wei Qingxiao with a silly smile, disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zuan. It wasn't until she saw her brother appear behind Zuan that Wei Qingxiao reacted. Couldn't help but scream, "Kanga!" At the same time, Wei Li's strike had already struck close. Zuan raised his hands slowly, his fingers pointing in the air like blooming lotus flowers, swiftly drawing a huge and intricate seal in the air. The seal had just taken shape when Wei Li's attack reached him. In the sound of space breaking, Zuan was directly pushed back 100 meters away. However, at the same time, this seal was like a flawless mirror, redirecting Wei Li's attack in a different direction. Boom! The force struck directly at the floating gate above. Under the power to destroy everything, this gate just swayed slightly, then slowly opened. The hidden treasury is opening. Someone exclaimed in shock. Wei Li's face also changed color. This godly fire, ghostly veneration actually used the power of his own attack to open the door to the hidden treasury. What was he planning to do? Run into the hidden treasury. Before he could sort out his thoughts, Zhu, and grabbed Kang, exhaled loudly, "Old friend, I'll give you a ride. Go for it." With that, he threw Kang directly into the slightly open door of the hidden treasury. Boom! When Kang's figure disappeared behind the door clanged shut again. No! Wei Yuhua, covered with blood, let out a cry of despair, then shouted at Wei Li. "Ancestor, the one just thrown in there was a fool in the family. If he gets the inheritance of the underworld lord, it will be a disaster." Wei Li was now also raging, not only because of the underworld lord's inheritance, but more importantly, he felt he was being used. Moreover, he could feel that he could not maintain his current strength for much longer. So, in his fury, he roared, "Zhu, you brought this upon yourself." With that said, Wei Li formed an extremely complex hand seal with both hands. Time. Boom. Everything around instantly stagnated, even the omnipresent light paused in the air. As for Zuan, it seemed that he was also affected, showing a hint of dullness. At this moment, a grin of ferocious joy appeared on Wei Li's face. reciting in a tone as if he were a god king. Great exile technique. The word of law followed the spoken words. The great exile technique of time. It is a strange and terrifying secret technique. Once unleashed, it can exile a person into the wilderness of time, causing them to lose their original timeline and become a wandering spirit between heaven and earth, never able to return to the river of time. Moreover, this secret technique involves the power of time, so it also has an extremely powerful characteristic of ignoring defenses. Even strong individuals of the same level could fall victim with a slight mistake. These characteristics make this secret technique a powerful weapon with extreme killing capabilities. However, because time-based techniques are inherently mysterious, even among the major teachings, there are few inheritances of this kind. Therefore, even among the various heavens, this is an extremely rare existence. Only the Dark Paradise has a complete inheritance of time-based secrets. This is why Wei Li can unleash this kind of secret technique. After all, even though he is an immortal king, it is impossible for him to cultivate such a powerful weapon-level secret technique on his own. In fact, he has obtained some inheritance from the Dark Paradise, which is why he is so arrogant. However, the more powerful the secret technique, the higher the demands on the caster, especially now that Wei Li is not in his original form, but using a clone to perform such a technique. The pressure he faces is naturally more terrifying. His entire body trembled slightly, cracks seemed to appear on his body, and his aura plummeted to the bottom. His strength was instantly reduced by more than half. But even so, there was still a look of delight on his face, because he was extremely wary of Zhu An's divine fire. Now that he could pay some price to get rid of it, he naturally saved himself a lot of trouble. As for the remaining faint shadow, Wei Li sneered, not paying it any mind, because anyone who falls victim to the great exile technique of time, even an immortal king powerhouse, will perish. At most, they will struggle for a while, but in the end, they will sink deep into the abyss of time and never be able to climb out. Moreover, in Wei Li's view, Zhu An's current strength has declined drastically, so there is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the whole scene began to shake. Dead. Ha ha ha. Finally dead. You dare to oppose our Wei family. Now you taste the consequences. Wei Yuhua was covered in blood, laughing heartily. When Muling and Wei Qing's smile were trembling, crying out, Master, tears welled up in their eyes. Just then, a glimmer suddenly flew out from the remaining faint shadow outline, rapidly expanding in the air, instantly transforming into an exquisitely crafted small building. Wei Li was slightly surprised, then greedily licked his lips. A talisman. For a powerhouse of his level, talismans were not rare, but this small building had a unique design and a lively aura, indicating that it already had a will of its own. Such treasures were rare, and Wei Li couldn't help but feel tempted. However, before he could make a move, the talismanic small building began to sway slightly and suddenly emitted countless rays of light. Within the dazzling light, several figures slowly appeared. When the light dissipated, everyone was stunned, because what appeared in the field was an incredibly beautiful scene. Standing at the front was a stunning woman, her noble temperament causing many to feel ashamed at a single glance. Behind her were two identical young girls, both beautiful and delicate. Next to the girls stood two young ladies. One had a chubby face, cute and lovely. The other possessed mesmerizing fox-like eyes, astonishingly beautiful, captivating anyone who laid eyes on her. This unexpected scene silenced the entire crowd. When Muling and Wei Qing's smile were dumbfounded, and at the moment, they regained their senses, exchanging worried glances. Having seen An Yan before, they naturally recognized her as Zhu An's wife. But for An Yan and the others to appear now seemed like walking into a trap in their eyes. Wei Li, having recovered from his momentary surprise, revealed a greedy expression in his eyes. Although he had lived for 20,000 years, the beauty of these women still amazed him. Thus, he couldn't help but smirk. Oh, get rid of one and so many show up. It seems my luck is really good today. An Yan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the faint shadow outline, her expression complex. There was surprise, sadness, but most of all, Anger. Yes, it was an anger fierce enough to burn everything to ashes. So, when she heard Wei Li's mocking words, Yan took a deep breath, raised her hand, and a strange black weapon appeared in her hand. Due to the long period of peace and quiet, the spiritual deity inside this flat-cottomed pan has fallen into a deep sleep. Upon hearing Yan's call, the deity slowly woke up, yawning and saying, "My lady, who am I fighting this time?" "Oh heavens, the immortal king." When the words immortal king were mentioned, the deity's voice trembled almost to the point of breaking, and Yan tightly gripped the handle, solemnly saying, "What can the immortal king do? Do you have confidence?" The deity was on the verge of losing its mind. "My lady, we shouldn't be playing like this. I'm just a small spiritual deity, and the other party is an immortal king-level powerhouse. Before the deity could finish speaking, Yan slowly raised the flat-cottomed pan and said calmly, "Got it. So, you have no confidence? Huh? Of course, I don't. But I do." Because, and Yan decisively interrupted the deity, then shouted lightly, darting resolutely towards the sneering Wei Li, "I'm avenging my husband." With that, Yan had already rushed to Wei Li's face, raised the flat-cottomed pan, and struck down. The deity was nearly scared out of its wits, never having imagined it would face an immortal king-level powerhouse in its lifetime. Lunatics. They're all lunatics. The master is like this, and unexpectedly, even the always gentle mistress is like this. The deity shouted frantically in its heart, but in despair, it also went all out, crazily harnessing all its thunder power. Amidst the thunderous roar, the flat-cottomed pan glowed with crazy lightning, even eliciting the power of heaven and earth, covering the sky with thick thunderclouds for miles around. Then, with a crack, a giant thunderbolt struck straight towards Wei Li with a range of miles. Such power was undeniably immense, especially for these demonic beings, who inherently detested the power of lightning. The combination caused many to retreat. Wei Li, however, remained expressionless, only giving a cold smile. "You dare challenge me with just this meager strength?" Saying that, he slowly raised his hand to catch the falling lightning, then crushed it with a grip. Crack! The lightning was directly crushed to bits. Not only that, even the lightning emanating from the flat-cottomed pan dissipated. Just one strike. The poor deity let out an extremely tragic howl, on the verge of shattering, and Yan, who had been charging forward, was also pushed back by this force. Just then, an invisible force suddenly appeared and bound Wei Li's hands and feet. Wei Li was puzzled. Looking up, he saw that Hu Ying had already revealed her fox spirit form in the distance, her 5 large tails piercing into the void and directly appearing next to Wei Li, firmly restraining him. "The Celestial Fox Clan, are you from the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom?" Wei Li asked indifferently. Hu Ying's face turned pale, her teeth clenched, struggling, because Wei Li's aura was too overpowering. Even using her fox tails as ropes, she could only barely bind him. Nonetheless, with a wry smile, Hu Ying proudly lifted her head up. "That's right. I am indeed from the Qingqiu Fox Kingdom. So what? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Wei Li sneered. "Little girl, if you had grown 7 tails, I might have feared you a bit. But with just 5 tails, you dare run amok in the heavens and earth. Didn't your elder instruct you? You're simply courting death, aren't you?" With that, Wei Li suddenly exerted a tremendously powerful force, aimed at completely shattering Hu Ying's tails. Just as he was about to unleash his power and shatter Hu Ying and Ziyu's tails completely, dozens of octopus tentacles flew in, enveloping Wei Li layer after layer. "Sister Dahlia?" Hu Ying exclaimed. Xiao Yu, also revealing her true form, shouted, "Sister Fox, quickly retract your tail." Hu Ying showed a trace of reluctance. After all, if she retracted her tail now, Xiao Yu's tentacles would be smashed instantly. Xiao Yu carelessly shouted, "Sister Fox, don't worry about me. My tentacles can grow back even if they get broken, but your tail can't." Wei Li grinned, trying to escape. "Ha ha ha, none of you will escape." Just as he was about to exert force and shatter Hu Ying and Xiao Yu completely, a loud clang echoed, and Wei Li suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head. When he looked up, An Yan had appeared above him, vigorously hitting him with the flat-bottomed pan. Clang, clang, clang. With each loud clang, Wei Li's head was heavily beaten, almost causing him to fall to the ground. "Mom is amazing," Xiang couldn't help but exclaim. However, Wei Li, nearly mad with anger, broke free from Hu Ying and Xiao Yu's restraint and shouted with intense resentment, "Woman, how dare you injure the esteem me? I will tear you apart piece by piece." Saying that, the violent power of the immortal king surged forth, charging towards An Yan. Yan's sister, despite her injuries, Hu Ying and Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yet An Yan showed no fear, still holding the flat-bottomed pan, coldly staring at the advancing Wei Li. "Mom!" The two girls also couldn't help but cry out. Just as Wei Li rushed to An Yan, his overwhelming power about to sweep forth, brilliant radiance suddenly emanated from An Yan's body. An intense and extreme sword intent instantly formed, cutting off all forces that touched An Yan. Wei Li's pupils contracted instantly, sensing the aura carried by this sword intent. Protection. This was the protection bestowed upon this woman by the divine fire ghost ancestor. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the flat-bottomed pan in his eyes gradually enlarged, eventually striking heavily on his forehead. Bang! Wei Li screamed as he was flung out, yelling in the air, "Again in this place. Can't you hit somewhere else?" An Yan exhales slowly, speaking coldly, "No." At the same time, everyone present was dumbfounded. This woman actually flung an immortal king-level powerhouse out. At that moment, Wei Li stood firm in the void again, his gaze fixated on An Yan with a mix of astonishment and rage. He still couldn't figure out what the disturbance that disrupted his concentration earlier was, but he suspected it had something to do with this woman. Simultaneously, An Yan held the flat-bottomed pan horizontally, pointing at everyone, saying coldly, "I will wait here today and see who dares to come forward." The whole scene was slightly restless. Many people showed extremely strange expressions, their eyes all focused on Wei Li, who was standing in the front, wanting to see how this big shot would respond. After all, everyone had just witnessed what happened. Even though they couldn't understand why Wei Li, who had eliminated the divine fire ghost lord, was sent flying by a woman, they didn't think this matter would easily come to an end. However, they were surprised to see Wei Li standing in the void with an unpredictable expression, but not making any further moves. This made more people puzzled. Could it be that this ancestor of the Wei family was scared? This thought arose in the minds of many. Of course, Wei Li was not afraid of An Yan. He was just puzzled by the disruption to his rhythm caused by the slight disturbance earlier. However, soon he revealed a sinister smile and said, "Good. What a heroine. It seems I underestimated you. But do you think this is enough? The divine fire ghost lord is dead, and you women will also become my spoils." As he said this, Shang suddenly came out with a look of anger, pointing at Wei Li and shouting, "Your daddy just died. Your whole family daddies are dead. And you big villain, are now at your weakest, yet you dare to be so arrogant?" These words were spoken with righteousness, but coming from the mouth of a young girl like Xiang, it made everyone feel a very strange sensation. At this moment, Nian whispered on the side, "Sister, what does weakest mean?" "Weakest means this guy has run out of strength," Xiang explained in a low voice, then looked up at Wei Li. "Big villain, am I right?" This statement made Wei Li's expression suddenly darken, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. As Xiang had surmised, he was indeed at his weakest at this moment. The strain from using the power of his clone to perform the time-secret technique had brought his clone to the brink of collapse, with barely any strength remaining. This was also the reason why An Yan was able to send him flying earlier. Otherwise, even though An Yan was remarkable, she wouldn't have been able to pose such a threat to him across such a large gap in strength. But this secret was known only to him, and now it had been exposed by this little girl of 6 or 7 years old, naturally causing Wei Li to feel a deep sense of fear. Nian couldn't help but clap in delight and say, "Sister, you're so amazing. Then she shouted at Wei Li, "Big villain, I said you would definitely die. Do you believe it now?" This statement struck Wei Li like thunder, instantly reminding him of the strange aura that had puzzled him before. Suddenly, many things became clear to him. He then looked at Shang Xiang and Nian Nian with eyes that gradually grew more intense, because he suddenly remembered a legend recorded only in some very ancient lineages. Some people were destined by the heavens, born with terrifying talents that manifested in various ways. Some people might appear to be ordinary individuals with no cultivation, yet could determine life and death with a word, or possess the ability to see through all illusions, revealing the essence of things with a single word. And the harm caused by these talents was something that couldn't be defended against by strength or cultivation. When Wei Li first saw this legend, he had dismissed it as absurd. After all, he had lived for over 20,000 years and had never encountered anyone with such talents. However, the behavior of Shang Xiang and Nian Nian made him reconsider this legend, especially in light of recent events. Wei Li could now conclude that these two little girls were definitely extraordinary. These thoughts flashed through Wei Li's mind, igniting a growing sense of greed in him. If he could capture these two little girls, his power might rise to a higher level. And if he could seize these talents, he might become the most powerful among his peers. These thoughts brought a strange smile to Wei Li's face. Seeing this expression, Shang Xiang and Nian Nian felt a chill in their hearts and quickly hid behind Yan. "Mom, this big villain's eyes are so scary." Yan comforted in a soft voice, "Don't be afraid, Mommy is here." Wei Li chuckled, then quietly stepped back half a step, and said in a cold voice, "Surround these few people. I want to see how long they can hold out." Due to his greed for Shang Xiang and Nian Nian, Wei Li changed his mind and decided not to launch a direct attack. Instead, he planned to force Yan and others into submission through this encirclement. With a command, the members of the Wei family, as well as many powerful figures from the ghost realm, moved forward to surround Yan and her companions. As for the various lords of the punishment grounds, they exchanged glances and also approached. Despite their fallen strengths, they knew they couldn't afford to provoke Wei Li, a real immortal king-level powerhouse. In a flash, Yan and her companions were completely surrounded. Wei Li sat among them, leisurely reclining on a ghost carriage, slowly recovering his strength, then coldly smiling. Once his strength was slightly restored, at that time, all these women would become his captives. Meanwhile, Yan and the others, surrounded by the crowd, were also slightly restless. Zhang Xiaoyu and Hu Ying were already injured, so Yan whispered to them, "Yinger, Xiaoyu, you to go back to the talisman treasure tower first. I'll watch over here alone." Hu Ying shook her head firmly, "That won't do. Sister Yan, you can rest assured. I'm fine." Zhang Xiaoyu's tentacles were all broken, but she still smiled and said, "That's right. What's a little injury? I used to tug on my own tentacles to eat." Yan looked at the two smiling girls, her gaze gradually softening, and then nodded gently, "All right, then we'll stay here together." At this moment, Shang Xiang and Nian Nian whispered, "Mom, when will Dad be back?" Yan glanced deeply at the silhouette of the sword in tent, then whispered, "He should be back soon." Yan remained calm and composed, because she could clearly sense that Zuin had not left, but for some reason, he was temporarily unable to return. The sword in tent that had guarded her before was proof of this, which was why Yan was so calm while waiting here. She believed that her husband would surely return safely. Endless desert, the same small bridge and flowing water, the same setting sun's remnants of light, as if time had come to a standstill in the small courtyard. Meng Yao sat in the flower hall, staring blankly as usual. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by a flurry of frantic footsteps. Meng Yao snapped out of her reverie and furrowed her brow slightly. She detested being disturbed while lost in thought. At that moment, her close attendant Dong Han gasped for breath as he rushed into the courtyard. Meng Yao sighed softly. "What's the matter? So agitated. Didn't I tell you to remain calm no matter what happens?" Dong Han finally caught his breath and, upon hearing Meng Yao's words, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Yes, my lady. Now, get to the point. What's going on? Meng Yao lounged leisurely against the railing, speaking slowly. My lady, just received news that the Dark Sovereign's hidden treasure has been revealed. Oh, isn't that normal? Although the Broken Land is dangerous, with all the prominent families in the Central Ghost Realm gathered this time, there must be a solution. Meng Yao remarked indifferently. And then what? Dong Han took a deep breath. Then the Wei family ancestor suddenly appeared, accompanied by the long-lost Lord of Flame and Ghosts. Meng Yao remained indifferent upon hearing about the Wei family ancestor, but it was the mention of the Lord of Flame and Ghosts that seemed to strike a nerve. What? Say that again? Meng Yao rose abruptly, excitedly demanding. Dong Han inwardly commented, Didn't you just say to stay calm no matter what happens? How come you're more agitated than me upon hearing this news? Of course, he dared not say such words, only lowering his head and saying, My lady, I have confirmed the news. Indeed, Lord of Flame and Ghosts has returned. Before he could finish, Meng Yao's face turned as pale as paper. She swayed slightly, almost falling to the ground. Dong Han cried out in shock, hurriedly supporting Meng Yao. My lady, I'm fine. Meng Yao waved her hand, regained her composure, took a deep breath, and a hint of killing intent appeared on her beautiful face. Dong Han, yes, this desert city is now under your command. Dong Han was stunned, understanding immediately. My lady, no need to say more. My mind is made up. With that, Meng Yao waved, and a token flew into Dong Han's hand. She stomped her foot, and the small courtyard with its bridge and flowing water shattered like an illusion. Meng Yao then flew up, paused in midair, and said to Dong Han, If I don't return, remember to pour me a cup of wine in memory of the past. With that, Meng Yao turned into black light and dashed towards the distant horizon. Dong Han stood dumbfounded, tears streaming down his face. My lady, I'll wait for your return here. Meanwhile, Meng Yao had flown thousands of miles away. The vast desert extended endlessly, but at her current speed, it would take at least half a day to fly out. Anxious, Meng Yao suddenly raised both hands. A dazzling light shone in her eyes, and a long tail of light trailed behind her. This was a sign of her burning her cultivation madly. Where the light passed, a myriad of strange flowers and grass sprouted on the barren desert, turning it into a green sea in moments. With this almost frenzied speed, Meng Yao's pace increased tenfold, almost crossing tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. A strange sight appeared before everyone's eyes. A dazzling light spread across the sky and earth, followed by the rapid growth of a boundless green sea. In another dimension adjacent to the Central Ghost Realm, Jinju walked on the earth with a few new disciples. After a long period of tempering, Jinju's aura became more profound, his eyes as clear as a newborn, pure and flawless like crystal. Suddenly, Jinju sensed something and stopped in his tracks. His disciples flying behind almost collided, unable to help but ask, Master, what's wrong? Jinju looked towards a certain place in the void, his eyes shining. He then clasped his hands together. Namo Amitabha, a friend in trouble. How can Jinju stand idle by? He turned to his disciples, saying, Wait here, I must go help a friend. The disciples nodded, but the one who had followed Jinju the longest and stood in the front asked, Master, are you going to rescue that benefactor from before? Jinju nodded and a hint of desolation appeared on his face. My disciple, if I can't return this time, you will take care of your younger brothers. These words shocked all the disciples, their faces filled with sorrow. Then they knelt down, crying out, Master! Jinju shook his head. Silly disciples. Life and death are part of life. There's no need to be like this. I'm going now. With that, Jinju chanted scriptures quietly, and in an instant, golden lotuses surged from the ground beneath him. Then golden light emanated from his body, and when it faded, there was no one left in the scene. The remaining disciples looked bewildered, but the one who had been with Jinju the longest sat cross-legged on the ground, whispering softly, We will wait here for our master to return. Understood. Today, Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi still invited her to come and discuss matters together. Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi understood clearly that Luo Jingxi was entrusted to them personally by Zuan. This also indicated that Luo Jingxi's status was very important. So, despite Luo Jingxi repeatedly expressing disinterest in these matters, they still invited her when it came to distributing benefits or other major issues. Today was no exception. Just as the three of them were engrossed in their conversation, a black letter suddenly appeared in front of them. Luo Jian was stunned, because this letter was obviously the highest priority urgent letter. What could have happened to warrant such a message? But when Luo Jian took a look at it, his face instantly changed. What's wrong? Ren Tianqi asked hurriedly from the side. Luo Jian handed the letter over to Ren Tianqi, and when Ren Tianqi looked at it, she immediately stood up and let out a cry of shock. What? A major battle has broken out in the central ghost realm, and it's highly likely that the leader has fallen. Luo Jingxi was also shocked by this statement, hurriedly leaned over to take a look, and then froze as well. What do we do? The leader's fate is uncertain now, and I've heard that the leader's family has already been surrounded by Wei's family and other powerful families. Ren Tianqi asked with a serious expression. Luo Jian remained silent, but then suddenly slammed the table with great force after a moment. With a loud bang, the table was shattered into pieces. Then Luo Jian spoke with unwavering determination. No matter what, we cannot stand idly by in this matter. Even if the other party is stronger, we must confront them head-on. Ren Tianqi's eyes also flashed with a dangerous light as she nodded. I understand. I will go organize our forces and rush over now. Good. I will gather more people too. Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi acted separately, leaving only Luo Jingxi in the room. She stood still for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, gritted her teeth, and took out an ancient mirror from her embrace. Trembling, she transmitted today's events through the ancient mirror. When the message reached the chat room plane, Zhang Zuling was the first to receive the news, and she couldn't help but turn pale with shock. What? It's Wei's ancestor. This is bad. This old guy was extremely powerful from the beginning, and now he has definitely become a supreme immortal level powerhouse. For the leader to engage in conflict with him and fall into his trap, this is bad. Zhang Zuling was truly anxious and didn't bother to conceal her feelings. Next to her, Qu Wenyuan approached and looked at the ancient mirror, his face turning pale, eyes red, almost on the verge of tears. Sister Zuling, what? What do we do now? Qu Wenyuan was completely at a loss. By now, she had let go of all her previous illusions, but that didn't stop her from feeling grateful towards Zuan. However, the current news clearly indicated that Zuan was facing great danger. How could Qu Wenyuan not feel fear and worrying? Zhang Zuling gradually calmed down, then suddenly stood up and spoke in a solemn voice. No matter what, this matter must come to an end. Moreover, when I was imprisoned before, the main culprit was Wei's family, so this matter concerns me as well. I must go there. Qu Wenyuan immediately said, Sister Zuling, take me with you. Zhang Zuling gave Qu Wenyuan a deep look. Aren't you afraid? You have to know that the opponent is likely the strongest expert in the ghost realm. Even I dare not say that I can return safely from this trip. Qu Wenyuan shook her head, without hesitation. I'm not afraid. No matter what kind of expert it is, I'm not afraid. Zhang Zuling laughed. Good. Since that's the case, let's go now. With that, she flew up, breaking through the space with Qu Wenyuan and heading towards the central ghost realm. Meanwhile, the entire ghost realm was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by this series of explosive news. What? Wei's ancestor suddenly appeared, and he's a true supreme immortal powerhouse, a lord of the dark. Someone gasped. Yes. Not only that, even the long-disappeared god Fire Ghost Venerable has reappeared. However, it's said that this great figure has experienced significant decline in power, as he was sealed by this Wei ancestor with just one move. Hey, to say he's sealed. I reckon this god Fire Ghost Venerable almost dead. After all, how could he have a good outcome by opposing a supreme immortal powerhouse? Someone sneered? But this way ancestor did not act without consequence. Afterward, he did not make a move, but instead directed the powerful families to surround the hidden cache. What do you know? Although the god Fire Ghost Venerable is dead, he still has his family, and my friend who was there at the scene said the family of the god Fire Ghost Venerable extremely beautiful. The reason this way ancestor didn't make a move might be due to his own intentions. With various opinions being shared, almost everyone believed that Zuin had already lost completely. Some even thought he was beyond death. Wei's family, on the other hand, was seen as rising to prominence with the sudden appearance of a Lord of the Dark, and potentially could even unify the Ghost Realm. All eyes were now on the central Ghost Realm. Some clever minds even activated the water mirror technique before the hidden cache was opened, transmitting various news in real time through this method. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out as Inyan displayed his might, directly sending a sneaking Ghost Clan member flying. Due to the Thunder Lord's power hidden within the flat pan, the Ghost Clan member burst in midair, turning into nothingness. This was the 27th Ghost Clan member to fall at Inyan's hands in just one day. At this point, many Ghost Clan members looked at Inyan with deep fear in their eyes. Throughout the day, they had tried various means, but none of them could even touch a hair on Inyan's head. Some Ghost Clan members, still unbelieving, attempted to curse Inyan with the secret technique. However, this only triggered the protective power within Inyan, and countless sword energies directly reduced the cursed Ghost Clan member to minced meat. In the eyes of many, Inyan had already been equated with trouble. Many people were amazed that despite being only a half-step true immortal in cultivation, Inyan stood guard in front of the hidden cache with an invincible air, preventing anyone from approaching. This is actually a very normal thing. After all, Inyan's current cultivation is only half a step away from becoming a true immortal. It's already a miracle that she has been able to hold on until now with this level of strength. However, as time goes on, signs of her spiritual power running low are becoming unavoidable. When she completely runs out of spiritual power, it will be the perfect time to make a move. At that time, these two little girls will be his best spoils of war. Thinking about this, a strong smile appeared on Wiley's face, and he casually gave an order. She can't hold on much longer. Send over the Master of Punishment from the punishment grounds. With this command, the 8 Masters of Punishment from the grounds couldn't help but exchange glances. Although they were all from the Ghost Clan, they still had their dignity as strong individuals. It was easy to negotiate when they fought against Zuin before. But if they were to use their strength to deal with a woman, they still felt hesitant. However, they didn't dare to disobey Wiley's words, because out of the original 9, there were now only 8 left, as the one with the most explosive temper, the Frost Emperor, had been sealed by Wiley for disrespecting him. Faced with powers that could easily crush them, the several masters of the grounds exchanged glances and reluctantly sent Rongyang. He now deeply regretted his greed for the so-called Emperor's hidden treasures, which led to his current situation. But circumstances were stronger than people, so he could only grudgingly push through the crowd and head straight for Enyan. After a day of battles, Rongyang had already figured out Enyan's weaknesses and knew that her strength was limited, relying mainly on her inexplicable immunity to the Ghost Clan's various arts and her protective power when in danger. So this time, Rongyang simply chose not to use any Ghost Clan arts and purely relied on his strong power to confront Enyan. As expected, with this strategy, Enyan instantly found herself in a dire situation, struggling to fend off attacks with only a frying pan and no means of counterattack. Despite this, Rongyang felt no sense of satisfaction, just a sigh, as he reached out to grab Enyan. But at that moment, behind him, Huying suddenly appeared from the void and struck out with a palm. Zhang Xiaoyu also waved her tentacles wildly, trying to confuse Rongyang's attention. This was the most effective method they had discovered over the past day. However, in the face of absolute power, all these tactics appeared weak. Rongyang didn't even turn around. Just a slight movement of his body sent Huying flying back with a powerful force. As for Zhang Xiaoyu's tentacles, Rong Yang didn't even bother looking, as before she could get close, they were shattered. At the same time, Rong Yang reached out to grab Enian. But then, in the distance, a light suddenly appeared in the sky, rushing towards them at high speed. In an instant, a figure with a long trailing light tail appeared in everyone's sight as the light pierced through the sky. Seeing this scene, the whole place erupted in commotion, and even Wiley couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. As for Rong Yang, he was thunderstruck, standing there dumbfounded. By this point, the figure had rushed into the field and stood still. It was Meng Yao. Seeing her, several masters of punishment from the ground were at a loss. Master Meng. Meng Yao paid no attention to anything else, focusing all her attention on the faint outline of a figure. Despite the faintness of the outline, Meng Yao could still recognize it at a glance. It was the person she could never forget. But she never imagined that after waiting so long, she would see them like this. This realization filled Meng Yao's eyes with tears. Enian naturally noticed this scene, and her heart stirred. Who is this woman? Why is she looking at the virtual image left by her husband like that? Think and Nyan, who had been paying attention to the virtual image along with Meng Yao, also noticed this. In fact, over the past day, these two little girls had not been idle and had been by the virtual figure's side, hoping for their father to wake up soon. So, when they saw Meng Yao, Think couldn't help but ask timidly, "Andy, why are you crying?" This question woke Meng Yao from her grief, and when she saw Think, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, she was first stunned, then realized that this was the child of the person she had been thinking about. The resemblance to the person could be seen in every feature. Meng Yao silently came to this conclusion and smiled at Think. Andy is not crying. Think also peeked out and asked, "Are you here to help us fight the bad guys, Andy?" "Yes, I'm here to help you fight the bad guys," Meng Yao said with a smile, then turned to look at Enian. Although Enian's face was pale, when she noticed Meng Yao's gaze, she brushed her hair away from her ear and gave her a faint smile. Meng Yao's heart warmed, nodded gently, and said softly, "I've seen sister." With that, she turned around, coldly staring at the stunned Rong Yang, and coldly said, "Wrong master, I never expected someone in your position and with your character would willingly become a lackey for others." Rong Yang shuddered, awakening from his daze. Of course, he understood why Meng Yao had come, just as he knew that Meng Yao had been waiting for someone all along. So he was very clear that if Meng Yao knew the Godfire Ghost Emperor had returned, she would definitely rush over immediately. But he hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. So he took a deep breath, with a bitter smile, said, "Master Meng, Meng Yao waved her hand, saying coldly, "Enough of that. If you want to deal with them, defeat me first." With that, Meng Yao took a step forward, blocking Enian and the others, her momentum increasing steadily. Rong Yang's face grew even more grim, a tinge of pain appearing in his eyes. "Master Meng, haven't you noticed that the Godfire Ghost Emperor has already fallen?" "You, shut up." Meng Yao couldn't contain her anger. "I won't allow you to talk about the Emperor like that, and I believe the Emperor must be fine. Cut the nonsense. Let's fight." At this moment, Meng Yao's killing intent was as solid as a substance. However, Rong Yang wore an increasingly desolate expression on his face, a sense of indescribable despair creeping over him. He understood Meng Yao's intentions very well, but he didn't expect her resolve to be so strong. Just then, Wiley sitting in the ghost chariot suddenly scoffed, saying, "You're looking for death." With that, he snapped his fingers, and a burst of light rushed towards Meng Yao at lightning speed. Boom! Even though it was just a flick of Wei Li's finger, the huge gap in strength directly shattered Rong Yang's arm. The whole scene fell silent. Meng Yao's eyes widened in an instant. "You?" Rong Yang's face turned slightly pale, but he still smiled confidently. "You're right. With my status and strength, how could I be someone's lackey? So, I've figured it out. Even if I die, I'll die standing tall." This statement caught Meng Yao off guard. Then her gaze softened, and she nodded. "Thank you. Thank you for what?" Rong Yang turned to Wei Li in the distance with a smirk. Wei Li, I'm done with this. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Wei Li's expression gradually darkened. His strength had not fully recovered yet, although he could still overpower everyone present. If he were to act recklessly, this avatar might not be able to hold up. This would be an unacceptable loss for Wei Li, who had spent 1,000 years refining this avatar. But faced with Rong Yang's betrayal and taunts, he couldn't remain indifferent either, as it might make the other masters in this place rebellious. So he sneered a few times. Very well, Lord Rong. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Unfortunately, the person you like seems to have no feelings for you at all. So what? I like her, that's enough. What does her liking me or not have to do with me? Rong Yang said calmly. Sounds good, but do you think you and her can survive? With that, Wei Li raised his hand and drew a mysterious spell in the air. 9 hells, ghost spirits. As soon as he finished speaking, the spell emitted an extremely evil light, and a huge vortex appeared in the void. From the vortex crawled a pitch-black, ferocious ghost spirit, standing respectfully in front of Wei Li. Kill him and that woman. Wei Li pointed at Rong Yang and Meng Yao. The ghost spirit nodded and instantly appeared in front of Rong Yang. The speed was so fast that even Rong Yang was startled. But he was a master-class powerhouse after all, so he shouted angrily and threw a punch with his remaining hand. The punch was fierce, but the ghost spirit didn't budge, letting the punch hit him. However, Rong Yang's expression changed as he found that he couldn't pull his hand back. At the same time, the ghost spirit let out a chilling laugh and extended countless ghostly tentacles from where he was hit, grabbing Rong Yang's arm and forcefully pulling it off. Snap! Rong Yang's arm was torn off, and the ghost spirit picked up the arm, chewing on it. In a few moments, the arm was devoured by the ghost spirit. Rong Yang stepped back in horror because he had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying creature. However, the ghost spirit wasn't satisfied with just an arm. With a mouthful, numerous tentacles emerged from its mouth, heading straight for Rong Yang. Rong Yang cried out in shock, but at that moment, Meng Yao rushed forward and delivered a swift chop, cutting off the tentacle that had entwined Rong Yang. Before she could rejoice, several tentacles wrapped around her. The slippery slime quickly corroded her body. Rong Yang roared, "Lava hell!" A blazing fire appeared in front of him, but before the molten lava fully emerged, a tentacle snuffed it out. Simultaneously, a pan from minion smashed onto the tentacle, emitting a flash of lightning. The ghost spirit let out a scream, and smoke rose from its head, but it was relatively unharmed. Instead, Yan was pushed back a few steps, looking shocked. What kind of monster is this? Wei Li burst into laughter. Monster? No. This is my favorite pet. Kill them all. The ghost spirit pounded its chest, and then tightened its tentacles, about to crush Meng Yao completely. Suddenly, a soft sigh was heard. Namo Amitabha, with so much resentment. How many sins has the donor committed? With these words, dozens of radiant lights came rushing in, led by a monk, Jinju. Behind him were Luojian, Ren Tianqi from the Ghost Realm, Zhang Zuling, and Qu Wenyuan. Though they set off at different times, they coincidentally met on their way here and, having the same goal, joined forces immediately. Jinju appeared in front of the ghost spirit, clasped his hands together, formed a virus seal, and chained it softly, Amitabha, eradicate all demons. Boom! With his command, a dazzling light wheel appeared behind Jinju, like a bodhisattva descending, and the boundless golden light turned into a Buddhist seal, directly striking the head of the ghost spirit. Bang! Following a thunderous roar, the ghost spirit let out a deafening scream and then dissolved into nothingness. One strike, the ghost spirit perished. Wei Li's face darkened, then he spoke in a cold voice. Buddhist practitioners, do you also want to meddle in this mess? Jinju's face paled slightly, but he still clasped his hands together and said softly, I am a friend of Master Zhu. So, Jinju showed his white teeth, I must wade into this mess. At the same time, Luojian, Ren Tianqi, Zhang Zuling, and others all stood behind Jinju. That's right, we all must wade into this mess. Watching these dusty arrivals, and Yan felt a pang of emotion, nearly shedding tears. However, Zhang Zuling then turned to Yan, winked, and whispered, "Don't worry, Sister Anne, Master Zhu will be fine for sure. After all, he is the Red Lotus Immortal Venerate." Drawing a deep breath, Yan nodded slowly, "I understand." At the same time, Wei Li, seeing so many people arriving, including Buddhist monks, couldn't help sneering, "Very well. It seems like this God Fire Ghost Lord has quite a network of friends. Since you're willing to accompany him in death, I will grant your wish." With that, Wei Li raised his eyebrows and shouted sharply, "Nine hells, manifest." Boom. This time, a vortex that appeared in the void was many times larger than before, and within moments, hundreds of ghost spirits crawled out of it. These huge ghostly beings densely filled the sky, with Wei Li standing imposingly in the front, pointing his finger. "Except for that woman and the two little girls, kill the rest mercilessly." Bang! The ghost spirits turned into a surging flood, charging straight at the group. Jinju was about to say something, but Zhang Zuling couldn't help slapping him on the back, shouting, "Monk, no time for chanting now. Get ready to fight." With that, Zhang Zuling activated her entire cultivation base and dashed towards a ghost spirit. Jinju was taken aback for a moment, then smiled self-deprecatingly and joined the fray with a lion seal. Despite everyone's efforts, the sheer number of ghost spirits this time was overwhelming, and each one possessed terrifying strength. Within moments, Ren Qianxi and Luo Jian's group had taken considerable losses. The remaining people were also forced to back off continuously. Finally, they retreated to the outline of the virtual image of Zuan, and then, looking at each other, they saw the determination in each other's eyes. "We can't retreat any further, or Master Zhu will be exposed to these ghostly creatures." Meng Yao spoke calmly. Rong Yang spat out a mouth full of blood, nodded silently, and Yan's pan had turned into a leaking ladle, and the unfortunate Thunder Venerable was left with only a strand of divine consciousness. Even Jinju, protected by golden light all over, like a bodhisattva with a golden body, now had terrifying cracks appearing on his body, and the halo behind his head had dimmed considerably. Zhang Zuling, panting, said, "Monk, can you still fight?" Jinju nodded, holding up 3 fingers. "I can eliminate 3 more." Zhang Zuling laughed heartily. "Great. I can take out 1 more. Let's fight together." As soon as she finished speaking, the countless ghost spirits once again rushed towards them. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they prepared for the final battle. However, at that moment, a faint sound of boom was suddenly heard from behind. Although the sound was soft, it seemed to possess infinite magical power, causing all the approaching ghost spirits to freeze in their tracks, then shatter into pieces and disperse with the wind. This scene left everyone in shock. Anian suddenly turned as if she had sensed something and saw the virtual image gradually solidifying with points of radiance and heard another boom inside. "It's a heartbeat." Foxing suddenly spoke, her tone filled with relief. Indeed, blood lines spread from the beating heart position where they passed. The virtual image condensed, and the outline became clearer. Everyone gradually widened their eyes, staring blankly at the scene. Wei Li's expression turned pale in an instant, hysterically screaming, "No, this can't be. How could you still be alive after being hit by my Grand Exile technique?" But before he could finish his sentence, the outline of the phantom had been completely drawn. As the light spread, a lively and distant color suddenly appeared in Zuan's eyes, like the finishing touch on a painting. In the blink of an eye, Zuan had fully restored his original appearance, then smiled slightly at Yan. "Yanner, thank you for your hard work." 6 simple words made Yan's nose tingle. But in front of so many people, she forced back her tears and smiled. "It's nothing, as long as you're safe. Dear husband." The 2 little girls couldn't wait and rushed up, throwing themselves directly into Zuan's arms. "Dad, you're finally awake. We've been so worried the past few days." An emotional whisper came from them. Thinking about it, tears streaming down their faces, and in Zuan's arms, they rubbed their tears and snot onto Zuan's clothes. Zuan affectionately patted their heads. "All right, Alright. Dad is fine, and I saw everything that happened in the past 2 days. You two did great. Really? Thinking and Nyan looked up at Zuin in unison. Zuin nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. Our Thinking and Nyan have grown up, bravely standing up to protect Mom in the face of so many enemies. Dad is proud of you both. The two little girls blushed at Zuan's praise, but their eyes were filled with happiness and pride. Wei Li's expression couldn't decide between cloudy and clear as he watched Zuin chatting and laughing with his daughter. He couldn't understand how Zuin managed to break free from the grand exile technique of time and return unharmed. Wasn't his cultivation only at the half-step level of Great Luo? The grand sealing technique of time was invincible at the same level. Even the powerful immortal king was likely to be completely expelled and perish from it. Perhaps he still had some unknown trump cards? This thought caused Wei Li's expression to gradually become serious, with a hint of madness shining in his eyes. Regardless, this child cannot be allowed to live. At the same time, after kissing the two little girls, Zuin put them down. Go to Mommy's side and see how Dad deals with these evildoers later. Okay. The two little girls responded in unison, and then happily returned to Yan's side. Zuan, still ignoring the escalating momentum and the hidden killing intent of Wei Li, instead smiled slightly at Jinju. Master Jin, you're here too. Jinju pressed his palms together. Namo Amitabha, when a friend is in need, it's only natural for me, a friend, to come and help. Zuin looked at Jinju's already somewhat broken golden body and the dim light wheel behind his head. Nodding. Good, I'll remember this friendship, and I will surely give Master Jin a satisfactory reward in the future. Jinju smiled and nodded. In that case, thank you, sir. Without any false modesty, as if everything should be as it is, Jinju naturally agreed. But he did not yet know how astonishing the reward promised by Zuin would be. It was only at this moment that the rich and powerful families, who were in shock, gradually regained their senses, and the scene erupted with noise. How is this possible? This guy ain't dead even after taking a hit from an immortal king. How powerful must he be? Someone said in shock. It seems that this matter won't be resolved easily. Yes, the Wei family ancestor has been silent, but his momentum is gradually rising. Obviously, the next step will be another all-out battle. Amidst these exclamations, behind the crowd, Wei Qingxiao and Wen Mulian, who had already changed their appearance, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since Zuan's sealing by the grand exile technique of time, they had not shown themselves. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but because Wei Qingxiao knew very well that with their strength, rushing in would only mean death. It was better to wait in the crowd for an opportunity. This was also thanks to Wei Yuhua and others focusing all their efforts on the hidden treasures, ignoring them. So Wei Qingxiao and Wen Mulian were able to conceal their figures and hide among the crowd. When they saw Zuin back from the seal, a big weight was lifted from their hearts. They glanced at each other, then quietly retreated into the darkness, disappearing. At this moment, seeing his ancestor Wei Yuhua silent all along, couldn't help but step forward, sneering at Zuan. You surname Zhu. Surviving after the blow from our ancestor is considered lucky for you, but don't get too cocky, because no matter what, you will still die. But if you surrender obediently, and offer your wife and 2 daughters, well. As he spoke, a greedy and sinister look appeared on Wei Yuhua's face. He had long been lusting after Yan's astounding beauty, but before he could finish his sentence, Zuin suddenly looked at him. As his gaze swept over, countless intensely cold sword auras appeared around Wei Yuhua, then cut straight through. Wei Yuhua never dreamed that Zuin would be so audacious, daring to act like this even in front of his ancestor. Caught off guard, under these countless sword auras, he was directly cut through. In a splatter of blood, Wei Yuhua screamed, "Ancestor, save me!" Wei Li, who had been concentrating on improving his own clone's strength, was stunned at the words, then became furious, raising his hand in an attempt to rescue Wei Yuhua from the surrounding sword auras. But he was a step too late. In just a few breaths, these sword auras were as corrosive as maggots, completely slicing Wei Yuhua into mincemeat. In a splatter of blood and flesh, Wei Li's ghostly grasp could only bring back the shattered pieces of Wei Yuhua's soul. With Wei Li's protection, Wei Yuhua managed to cling to a thread of life. But at this moment, he was truly miserable. Not only was his human body shattered, even his ghostly body was fragmented, trembling in fear within Wei Li's grip, unable to utter a word. Wei Li burned with rage. As soon as the words fell, Zuan smiled. Wei Li, you don't believe these words yourself, do you? You just want to numb me in this way, to delay time to improve your own cultivation. Zhu An's words made Wei Li's face change slightly, about to say something. Zhu, and waved his hand, and with a lack of interest, he said, all right. I'm not interested in what you have to say. If you want to delay time to enhance your cultivation, fine. I'll give you this opportunity. Wei Li was stunned, almost thinking she misheard. What did you say? Zhu An said lightly, I said I'll give you time to recover. This statement not only confused Wei Li, but also made An Yan and others look bewildered. Husband, you. An Yan was about to say something. Wei Li had already burst into laughter. Good. Truly worthy of the fire god respected in the ghost realm, indeed courageous. Then, when I have restored the cultivation of this clone, we will have an honorable rematch. Zhu An smiled lightly. All right. His actions left many people feeling absurd, especially those prominent families in the ghost realm, who looked at each other, then began whispering among themselves. Isn't Zhu An being too arrogant? Yes. Instead of acting now, he's giving the Wei family ancestor time to recover. Has he lost his mind? These discussions were like a tide, and many of them reached Zhu An's ears. However, Zhu An paid no attention to them and instead gave a meaningful smile, then turned to the puzzled Yan and said, Don't worry, Yanner, I know what I am doing. Hearing Zhu An's words, Yan wisely closed her mouth and did not ask further. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt that her husband, after experiencing the turmoil of being sealed, seemed to have changed somewhat. This feeling was extremely subtle and hard to describe. Only Yan, who was closest to Zhu An, could perceive it. If the previous Zhu An appeared like an immortal descending to earth, awe-inspiring, then the present Zhu An carried a sense of detachment and farness. Yet this feeling gave off an ominous sense of seeing through everything. It was as if an all-knowing deity stood at the pinnacle of the heavens, overseeing all beings, vast and unfathomable. Besides Yan, there was another person who had been staring blankly at Zhu An since his return, not even blinking. Sensing this gaze, Zhu An couldn't help but turn his head and give a slight smile at Meng Yao, who stood dazed in the distance. Little Yao, long time no see. A simple little Yao, but to Meng Yao's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Despite repeatedly telling herself not to cry when she met the adult, at this moment, she couldn't help but break down, tears streaming down her face. But amidst this downpour of tears, she nodded and smiled. Adult. Seeing this scene, many people looked a bit strange. Jinju and Luo Jian turned away very tactfully, starting to admire the surroundings. Hu Ying snorted through his nose, his face dark, but still, he led two young girls to another place. However, some didn't leave. For example, Zhang Zuling, who now looked at Meng Yao with some surprise, then at Zhu An, but finally her gaze settled on An Yan. Unexpectedly, An Yan did not explode as Zhang Zuling had imagined, but instead, with a gentle expression, she said to Zhu An, Husband, you chat with him first. I'll go over there for a bit. Saying that, she actually turned and left. Zhang Zuling's eyes widened gradually. Could she play like this? Sensing Zhang Zuling's thoughts, Zhu An turned his head to look at her, and said lightly, What are you thinking? Oh, nothing. Nothing. You to talk. Zhang Zuling hurriedly left. Zhu An stood in the void, looking at Meng Yao who had already burst into tears, and smiled lightly. So many years have passed, and the crying girl has become a master-class powerhouse. Meng Yao didn't say anything. She thought she would have a lot to say after seeing Zhu An, but when it came to it, she found she couldn't say anything. Alright, stop crying. If others don't know, They'll think I did something unspeakable, Zhuan said somewhat helplessly. Meng Yao gradually stopped her grieving voice, gazing foolishly at Zhuan, then whispered softly, "Adult, was that girl you mentioned earlier, and Yan, Zhu?" And nodded. "Yes, she's so beautiful." Meng Yao smiled, but her eyes turned very dim. But soon, she recovered her composure, then extended her hand boldly. "Adult, congratulations, you have finally found your beloved." Zhuan looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile, and instead of shaking her hand, he pinched her nose lightly. "All right, don't be so formal. In my eyes, you'll always be the little girl who never grew up." Meng Yao smiled brightly, nodding. "Okay." But as Zhuan turned to leave, Meng Yao lowered her head, mumbling in a voice only she could hear, "Adult, in my eyes, you will always be the big brother who saved me from the water and fire." In the distance, Rong Yang watched this scene quietly, his eyes filled with a melancholy and sadness. At that moment, Jinju appeared beside him, and whispered, "Is the master troubled by love?" Rong Yang turned to look at Jinju, feeling stunned, but eventually sighed. "What if I am?" Jinju chuckled, looking like a boss of a pyramid scheme. "Master, in my Buddha's teachings, there are plenty of ways to break free from romantic troubles. Are you interested in learning more?" Rong Yang had intended to refuse, but for some reason, he found himself nodding inadvertently. Jinju beamed with joy and immediately began to teach him earnestly. Just as Jinju was trying hard to impart teachings, attempting to guide this masterly powerhouse into the realm of Buddhism, the aura around Wei Li grew more majestic and powerful. The force was so strong that it agitated the clouds, causing even the prominent families of the ghost tribes to retreat. A look of fear plastered across their faces, and Yan and the others also wore expressions of concern. Zhuan, however, lifted his head to gaze at the sky, now obscured by the heavy radiance, and said lightly, "It should be almost time." "Huh? Almost time for what?" Enyan asked, somewhat bewildered. Just then, a cold laugh rang out from the storm. "Fire God respected. Now show your abilities." Each word of this sentence seemed to be a heavy hammer, pounding on the void, causing the space to crack. "Huh?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was surprised. What does it mean? Could it be that this mysterious and powerful figure, the god of fire and ghosts, is afraid of a battle? Wei Li burst into laughter. "God of fire and ghosts, you are indeed a clever person. What's wrong? Don't plan to fight with me. So, you want to admit defeat and surrender Azu?" And shook his head. "Of course not." Now everyone was a bit confused. Wei Li was even more stunned. Then he sneered, "It's neither this nor that. What exactly do you want to do?" Zhuan suddenly smiled. "Do you not find it strange at all?" "What issue?" Wei Li's figure emerged from the vortex of the storm, asking coldly, "Why is it so coincidental that the secret treasury of the Dark Sovereign suddenly appeared at this moment?" Wei Li's expression suddenly became strange. Just as Zhuan mentioned, he did feel a bit strange before, because this battleground secret realm had existed for a long time, but there had never been any hidden treasures appearing before. Until recently, this hidden treasure suddenly appeared, with the aura of the fallen Dark Sovereign. There was indeed something suspicious about it. However, due to the strong temptation of this hidden treasure, which could possibly completely unlock his own seals, he wouldn't need to sneak around as a split spirit anymore. So, even though he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. It was only until Zhuan mentioned it again now that he suddenly felt a bit shocked. At this moment, Zhuan gently opened his arms as if embracing everything, and said softly, "Haven't you noticed that this hidden treasure is rejoicing, as if welcoming back its master?" Wei Li was suddenly shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. That Dark Sovereign guy is already dead. How could he possibly come back?" Zhu, and smiled, "Impossible. Wei Li, you are also considered a strong individual. You should know that anything is possible in the heavens." Wei Li's expression was extremely ugly, because he discerned the implications in Zhuan's words. The sudden appearance of this hidden treasure was obviously related to the Dark Sovereign. It was even very likely that it was because the fallen Dark Sovereign was about to awaken that this hidden treasure suddenly appeared. But was this really possible? At this moment, Wei Hua, who had quietly reconstituted his body with Wei Li's authority, showed up with a face full of resentment and sneered. Zhu, stop talking nonsense here. What awakening of the Dark Sovereign? Pure nonsense. If you have the skill, why don't you figure out who this Dark Sovereign is? Are you trying to say that this Dark Sovereign is you yourself? Wei Hua at this moment obviously loathed Zhu to the extreme. Thus even his tone of speech was a bit hysterical. Upon hearing this, Zhu simply laughed, and for this clown like Wei Hua, he couldn't be bothered to rebuke. He just casually said, I am certainly not the Dark Sovereign, but someone else is. Who? Wei Li and Wei Hua asked simultaneously. Zhu looked up at the silent hidden treasure gate and calmly said, Haven't you all seen who I threw into it before? This sentence suddenly reminded everyone. Yes. Before Zhu started fighting with Wei Li, he threw a person into the hidden treasury. However, Wei Hua burst into laughter soon after that. Wei Heokang, are you saying that idiot? Are you trying to say he is the Dark Sovereign? You are really funny. Ha ha ha. Wei Hua laughed heartily, because he thought it was pure nonsense. Not only him, but many people present showed a strange expression when they heard the name Wei Heokang. Although the Wei family had always concealed the matter of Wei Heokang among the prestigious families present, who didn't know about this once-in-a-millennium fool of the Wei family. If such an existence were the reincarnation of the Dark Sovereign, it would be simply laughable. Therefore, many people burst into laughter. But Wei Qingchao, who had quietly left the crowd, suddenly shook violently, and then an infinite shock appeared in his eyes. Could his foolish younger brother be the Dark Sovereign? How was that possible? If it were someone else saying this to Wei Qingchao, he would also think it was ridiculous. But now, the one speaking was Zhu. After all the turmoil, Wei Qingchao already regarded Zhu as almost divine, not daring to doubt every word he said, especially since Zhu had promised before to cure his brother's illness. After the sudden act of Zhu throwing Wei Heokang into the hidden treasury, a thought gradually emerged in Wei Qingchao's mind. Could it all be true? At that moment, Wei Li frowned and sneered. God of fire and ghosts, do you think I will believe what you are saying? You should know that I personally destroyed that Dark Sovereign soul, leaving no trace. Zhu smiled lightly and then calmly said, Do you know, I and that Dark Sovereign guy were very good friends. Wei Li didn't say anything because what Zhu said was indeed true. This was no secret among those present. So what? So, I want to remind you, my friend the Dark Sovereign may be lacking in other abilities, but when it comes to manipulating souls, he can be said to be unparalleled in the world. No one can match him. So, Zhu revealed a cold smile. Do you really think he would fall so easily? These words instantly changed Wei Li's expression, as this was also a worrying he had buried in his heart all this time. But soon he adjusted his mindset. God of fire and ghosts, you are indeed articulate. But even if that fool is the reincarnation of the Dark Sovereign, I had secretly monitored him after his birth and found that his soul was incomplete. With such an existence, do you think he could retake the position of Dark Sovereign? Zhu remained silent, instead gazing quietly at the hidden treasury gate, his smile growing. And then he said softly, Indeed, his soul is incomplete because the rest of that soul is right inside this hidden treasury. This sentence stunned Wei Li as if struck by lightning. Before he could speak, the whole heaven and earth suddenly shook. Then, the silent hidden treasury gate shattered with a bang, and a radiance soared into the sky. In the radiant light that penetrated heaven and earth, a figure was appearing. As the radiance dissipated, this figure completely appeared before everyone. The originally dead silent crowd instantly erupted with excitement. Heavens, it's really him! Someone almost moaned in a despairing scream. The numerous powerful figures and nobles were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with infinite terror. Because this man was once the deepest nightmare in their hearts, they thought they had completely rid themselves of him through that earth-shattering battle. But they never expected him to be reborn once again. and to appear in front of everyone in such a manner. Thinking of the unfathomable sins their families had committed in the past, a hint of despair arose in the hearts of almost every powerful figure. As for Wei Yuhua, he was stiff all over, his face pale without a trace of color. The person who appeared in the void was Wei Haokang. But at this moment, Wei Haokang had undergone significant changes from before. Although his facial features remained the same, a kind of almost eerie evil aura had been added. The source of all these changes lay in his eyes. What kind of eyes were these? Calm without a ripple, yet containing infinite killing intent. It was a contradictory feeling that made one almost want to spit blood. Wei Haokang's eyes were like a Tai Chi diagram, with black and white energies flowing unpredictably in them, exuding such a powerful aura that it was practically impossible to look directly at them. In this moment, Wei Yuhua suddenly felt fear and despair, but immediately, all these feelings turned into overwhelming jealousy. Why? Why could this fool-like guy be the reincarnation of the Dark King? Why wasn't it me? If it were me, then all of this would be mine. In this nearly frenzied jealousy, Wei Yuhua had already lost all rationality. From childhood to adulthood, Wei Yuhua had always been extremely self-confident and arrogant, so he never took someone like Wei Haokang, this waste, seriously. But he never expected that the former fool had transformed into one of the few prominent figures in the entire ghost realm, and himself would become a mere ant beneath his feet, not even worthy of catching his eye. This colossal gap, like that between the sky and the earth, easily crushed Wei Yuhua's psychological defenses. He almost hysterically laughed. Wei Haokang, no matter how you change, you are still the same fool you were before. The greatest waste of the Wei family for 1,000 years. And what's so special about you, with our ancestors present? Ha ha ha. Faced with this frenzied rant, Wei Haokang, no, at this moment, he should be called Yi Hanchang, remained cold-faced and slowly spoke. Today, I shall reclaim my true name, Yi Hanchang. Stop the nonsense. No matter what you're called, you're still a waste. What, you don't agree? Then come and fight me. Wei Yuhua's face flushed with excitement, his eyes filled with madness. It was evident that he had completely lost his mind. Yi Hanchang. No, at this moment, Yi Hanchang furrowed his brow slightly at the tirade. Everything you have is bestowed upon you by me. Now, kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong and irresistible pressure suddenly descended upon Wei Yuhua's head. With a thud, Wei Yuhua was directly pressed to his knees. Seeing this scene, Wei Qingxiao, who was standing far away, couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Many past humiliations passed through her mind, especially the shame Wei Yuhua had brought upon her. Wei Qingxiao had also dreamed more than once of the day when her brother's illness would be cured, and how triumphant he would appear. But she never expected that, when that day truly arrived, she couldn't be any less happy. Because she suddenly felt that her brother had become so strange. Strange as if he were a different person altogether. The person who used to smile foolishly and call her sister had disappeared. Now, there was only a Dark King who overlooked the world and feared no one left. That was why Wei Qingxiao felt so sad, as if a child had lost its most beloved possession. At the same time, Wei Yuhua, who was forced to kneel on the ground, struggled madly, trying to stand up, but under this immense force, all his struggles were in vain. Wei Yuhua's eyes had turned bloodshot, emitting a beastly growl. I do not yield. Wei Haokang, whoever you may be, I will never yield. Oh, Yi Hanchang lightly responded, then raised his slender finger to a point in the air. Swish! A beam of light flashed across the sky at an incredible speed. As the light passed, Wei Yuhua shuddered all over, stood still instantly, dumbfounded as he looked at Yi Hanchang, then lowered his head to look at the gaping hole in his chest. Because Wei Yuhua's essence was of the ghost clan, no blood flowed from the wound, only a faint black aura was dissipating. Wei Yuhua looked dazed, as if he couldn't believe it was true. You! Wei Yuhua was about to speak. Since you don't yield, then go to hell. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yi Hanchang snapped his fingers like playing a musical instrument, pointing to the void in succession. Swish, swish, swish. Countless beams of light rushed forth like a meteor shower. Wei Yuhua's eyes widened instantly, finally realizing what he had just done. There was a look of fear and regret in his eyes. However, it was too late. He only managed to let out a brief and sorrowful scream before being engulfed and evaporated into nothingness by these lights. Thus, Wei Yuhua, who had schemed and attempted to seize his chance for unparalleled greatness, was completely annihilated body and soul. After all of this, Yi Hancheng clapped gently as if he had just squashed an ant, not even bothering to raise an eyelid, just coldly staring at Wei Li. Wei Li's expression changed rapidly until after a moment, he slowly exhaled a breath. I am somewhat puzzled. I have clearly cut off your soul with my own hands. Why are you still not dead, Yi Hancheng? A cold smile crept onto Yi Hancheng's lips. Wei Li, you instigated the entire Ghost Realm's major families to attack me. Your plan was deep and your schemes were venomous. But in the end, you still miscalculated one thing. Oh, what did I miscalculate? In this realm, I am the true immortal being, and you are nothing but a specter manipulating things from behind, too afraid to reveal your true self. Upon hearing this, Wei Li's expression turned extremely ugly, but then he chuckled strangely and glanced at Yi Hancheng and the nearby Zuan. The numerous powerful figures from the ghost world present were all astounded by the situation. The mastermind behind all of this could be said to be Wei Li, and now he wanted to leave, causing the wrath of the rulers of the underworld and the god of ghost fire to be directed at them. Shouts and cries filled the air for a moment. Ancestors, you can't just abandon us like this, cried the members of the Wei family. Wei Li, you can't just leave like this, shouted the other powerful families. However, in the midst of the chaos, Zuan suddenly stepped forward, crossing the distance to stand before Wei Li in an instant. Wei Li's figure had already become almost transparent, fading into the void. So when he saw Zuan approaching, a hint of a mocking smile appeared on his face. God of Ghostfire, why are you being so polite? Coming to see me now? Zuan smiled faintly. Yes, I have to see you off properly, because the netherworld is not a good place, isn't it? This sentence seemed like a thunderclap on a sunny day, causing Wei Li, who had been confident, to change his expression greatly, and even his almost completely disappearing figure began to fluctuate. You, how did I know? Heh, do you know? Before entering the ghost world, I once visited a place. That place was very peculiar, with various powers canceling each other out, and I was puzzled. It wasn't until I met you. Zuan spoke confidently. The netherworld is actually the origin of this ghost realm, where all the planes of the ghost world originate. All evil spirits and ghost clans are born from the souls there. However, the anomaly in that place clearly indicates that the netherworld is now in trouble. So, if I'm not mistaken, the evil spirits you summoned before came from the netherworld. Right. And your real body should be sealed there and unable to move. That's why you've been traveling as a fragment of yourself. Am I right? At this point, Wei Li was almost about to disappear into the wind, but even so, one could clearly see the horror in his eyes. And at this moment, Zuan gave a faint smile, then suddenly bent down and whispered softly in Wei Li's ear, "Don't rush. Clean your neck and wait patiently when you go back. I'll be there soon. Count me in." Suddenly, Yi Hancheng behind them spoke, "Zu," and smiled, then raised his hand, and a clean white flame floated above his finger, stabbing directly into Wei Li's forehead. A faint, but terrified scream could be heard from the depths of the void, followed by Wei Li's fragmented figure shattering like a soap bubble. The whole place fell into a deathly silence. Although many people did not hear what Zuan had just said to Wei Li, many had seen Zuan destroy his fragment, which made many people's eyelids twitch. But what followed next made all the powerful figures in the ghost world as well as those watching through the water mirror technique shudder. Zuan turned around and looked quietly at Yi Hancheng, who had regained his soul's memory. Yi Hancheng remained silent. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, then Zuan's lips curled up into a faint smile. "Welcome back, Yi friend." Yi Hancheng's lips also lifted into a big smile, Likewise, Zianzi. Zhu-An's smile froze. Hey, I'm the one who saved you. You don't even thank me. And you dare to call me like this. Do you have no conscience? Conscience. Heh. You disappeared without a word back then. And it's been so long. Where's your conscience? Yi Hanshang suddenly became very agitated. There were special circumstances then. Urgent matters. Urgent matters. So urgent that you couldn't even leave a message. Yi Hanshang became even more emotional, his eyes even turning slightly red. Speaking sorrowfully, do you know how long I looked for you? How much effort it took? If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have fallen for Wei Li's deception so easily and perished. These shouts made many people's faces look strange, especially Zhang Zuling, who looked perplexed at Yi Hanshang, who seemed to be ranting and raving in the air like a scorned woman, then glanced at Zhu-An, who stood there looking bewildered. Suddenly, many indescribable scenes popped into her mind, and she revealed a sinister smile, thinking she understood everything. Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, how could the Lord of the Underworld go to such great lengths to find Zhu-An? It's truly a touching asterisk story. Just as Zhang Zuling thought she understood everything, Zhu-An rubbed his nose in surprise. Then, with a sudden movement, appeared beside Yi Hanshang, who was still gesturing wildly. Zhu, and swiftly executed a shoulder throw. Bang! Zhu-An acted quite ruthlessly, throwing Yi Hanshang into the ground, leaving a large human-shaped crater. Zhu-An, with black lines on his face, said, "You name Ji. Can you not speak with such Ji-like spirit? I am a straight man." Soon after, Yi Hanshang crawled out of the ground, dusted off his body, restored his elegant demeanor, nodded calmly, and said, "Understood. Actually, I'm a real straight man too. I was just a bit excited earlier." Zhu-An looked at him skeptically, took a few steps back without changing his expression, and then pointed to the powerful figures on the opposite side who were still looking confused. "Hey, how do you plan to deal with these people?" Yi Hanshang's gaze swept over these people, causing everyone to shudder and hastily retreat as their eyes met. After a moment, Yi Hanshang lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Those who participated in attacking me before should end their own lives. I won't pursue their families." This statement eased the extremely tense atmosphere. Although many people still showed signs of sadness and despair, not a single person dared to harbor any hope, and they began to kill themselves, one by one in a hurry, because they knew this was the biggest gift Yi Hanshang could give them. According to normal practice, Yi Hanshang should have wiped out all the powerful figures in the ghost world at this point. Even Zhu-An was slightly surprised when he heard this decision. However, soon after, all those who had participated in the attack on Yi Hanshang perished. Yi Hanshang waved his hand. "Go." Yes, Lord of the Underworld, Ghost Master." The many powerful beings trembled as they spoke before hastily departing. In an instant, those who had occupied the majority of the secret realm had all dispersed. Only Wei Qingqiao remained in the distance, silently watching. Zhu-An raised an eyebrow at Yi Hanshang, who naturally saw this and gave a faint smile, then flew to Wei Qingqiao's side in an instant. Wei Qingqiao was startled and about to say something when Yi Hanshang grinned. "Sis, come with me." When Wei Qing heard the title of sister from her brother, Wei Qing was stunned with a smile. In fact, she had already prepared herself to lose her own brother. After all, the foolish little brother from before had now become a ruler in another realm. Despite feeling reluctant, Wei Qing still felt genuinely happy and blessed for her brother. This is how true family is. Feeling reluctant to see you go higher, yet filled with joy and comfort. So when she saw the imposing figure of Yi Hanshang, appearing like a king before her, showing that familiar smile, and calling her sister, Wei Qing's heart naturally trembled. At the same time, Yi Hanshang reached out his hand naturally to hold Wei Qing's hand and said, "Sister, for these decades of your care, enduring many grievances, let me take care of you from now on." These words struck Wei Qing like lightning, and tears started to flow. Because at that moment, she suddenly felt that her memories of her brother were still vividly standing in front of her. The past flashed through Wei Qing's mind, culminating in a low murmur escaping her throat. Seeing this scene, Zuin couldn't help but show a faint smile on his face. This is the ruler she knew, not bullying the weak and being grateful to those who helped. For example, in this situation now, if it were any other strong individual, they might have dismissed Wei Qing with ease. After all, no strong individual would recognize their relatives in a reincarnated form. But Yi Hanqing did it, and did it flawlessly. Years of waiting finally paid off, and Wei Qing received the reward she deserved. Thus, when Yi Hanqing held Wei Qing's hand and came before the crowd, Zuin couldn't help but smile and say, "Miss Wei, your brother's illness, I finally cured it." Wei Qing blushed, bowed deeply, and apologized. "Lord Gui, please forgive my previous offenses. I am truly sorry." Yi Hanqing, however, casually said, "Enough, sister, you don't need to be so polite to this guy. He's just pretending. Who knows how much he enjoyed being my mentor during this time." Exposed in his little scheme, Zuin remained calm and said, "Shouldn't a mentor help their disciple? Anyway, I did save you." Zuin shook his head slightly with a hint of helplessness. "Save you and then act like it never happened. Truly a disobedient disciple. Hey, don't act like you're so wronged. I admit you helped me a lot, but calling me a disciple, aren't you at fault too? How about we settle this now?" Zu, and smiled. "Settle it? How? I don't want to bother with you." Yi Hanqing's frustration grew. At this moment, Wanting and Nianian curiously approached, first peering at Yi Hanqing shyly, then tilting their heads and eagerly asking, "Tall guy, are you still a ruler of the underworld here?" Wanting asked eagerly. Don't be fooled by Yi Hanqing's banner with Zuan. When he met these two young girls, his face instantly lit up with a smile, overflowing with tenderness in his eyes. "Yes, I am still the ruler of this underworld." "Wow, that's amazing," Wanting exclaimed in admiration. Nianian then asked, "Can we still play together in the future?" "Big guy." This question reminded Wanting, and she also looked at Yi Hanqing hopefully. "Yes, can we still play together?" Yi Hanqing nodded with a smile. "Of course. Can we ride big horses too?" Wanting continued. Many people couldn't help but show strangeness on their faces as this question was raised. The mighty ruler, wielding the power of life and death in a realm, was asked if he could ride a horse. Isn't that a bit too much? However, Yi Hanqing's face burst into a radiant smile and nodded heavily. "Of course, because we are friends." "Wow, that's great." The two girls cheered. Soon, the two girls became serious again, extending their hands. Wanting solemnly said, "We pinky promise." "Okay, pinky promise." Yi Hanqing happily pinky promised with the two girls. Satisfied, the two girls left happily. As for the other onlookers, they were puzzled. They exchanged glances, seeing the genuine relationship between Yi Hanqing and Zuan. Otherwise, Yi Hanqing wouldn't cherish Zuan's daughters that much, even treating them as his own daughters. Only Yi Hanqing looked at Wanting and Nianian's backs with emotion, while others thought he was indulging the two girls, who could see the extraordinary qualities within them. At the same time, the two girls were like chirping sparrows, excitedly introducing their big friend to Anyan. Anyan smiled, understanding Yi Hanqing had a good relationship with her husband, and nodded slightly towards him. Yi Hanqing, who was trying to disentangle his relationship with Zuan, revealing his reluctance to be known as a disciple, suddenly became serious and respectfully bowed to Anyan. "Sister-in-law, things were hectic just now, and I didn't get a chance to greet you. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me." He looked as meek as a young boy. Anyan looked a bit puzzled and glanced at Zuan, who smirked. "Come on, Yan, you don't need to mind him. He's almost as impudent as Fox Knight. Just think of him as a rascal." Yi Hanqing glared at Zu, and ruefully, "Hey, give me some face. I'm definitely better than Fox Knight. He's the one truly shameless." Ahem. Suddenly, Hu Ying, among the crowd, gave a cough. Yi Hanqing was startled, looked up, and then realized, "Oh gosh, I forgot about my sister." "Hu Ying, don't be mad. I didn't mean anything. Your brother isn't shameless." The words sounded awkward. Hu Ying was speechless and not good at interacting with people other than Zuan, so she nodded slightly and said, I'm a bit tired. I'm going back first. Holding despite being pale and weakened by the hidden injury, Zhuang Xiaoyu, who was still enthusiastic to watch the show, went back inside the Talisman Treasure building. Seeing the place crowded with people, Yin also turned to Zuan and nodded slightly. Honey, I'm going back too. After all, with so many women present, many people dared not be the slightest bit disrespectful, especially Yi Hanchang, who suddenly relaxed and then narrowed her eyes at Zuan, as if she had something to say. However, at that moment, when Muling tremblingly walked forward, full of excitement, and knelt down in front of Yi Hanchang, saying, Dark Shadow Guard when Muling pays respect to Lord of the Underworld. With that, when Muling heavily knocked her head on the ground, visibly overwhelmed with excitement, for when Muling, today was the happiest day of her life. She had thought that the Lord had perished, but to her surprise, he had returned. How could she not be overjoyed with loyalty and devotion to the Lord of the Underworld? Furthermore, with this battle, almost everyone who had once opposed the Lord of the Underworld was now defeated, with her long-awaited revenge achieved, when Muling was moved to tears multiple times. After hearing Wen Muling's words, Yi Hanchang was first taken aback, then remembered that she still had the Dark Shadow Guard under her command. Zuan briefly explained Wen Muling's past to Yi Hanchang, who sighed and nodded, saying, It has been tough for you all these years. Tears fell from Wen Muling's eyes. Lord, you are too kind. This is my duty. Yi Hanchang nodded, then waved his hand abruptly, and a light entered Wen Muling's forehead. Wen Muling trembled all over and felt a huge black mark in her sea of consciousness. Yi Hanchang said calmly, This black mark is a magical artifact I used in the past, as well as the orders for several major units including Dark Shadow Guard, Diting, Bian Cha, and Fu Guang. I now bestow it upon you. Wen Muling was shocked because these units were once famous and powerful in the underworld. To think they were now all under her command. But these units are now defunct, so keep it as a memento for now, Yi Hanchang added calmly. However, no one believed that Yi Hanchang genuinely meant this. His return was marked by giving the orders of the major units to his loyal subordinates. What could this mean? It was not hard to imagine. When Muling took a deep breath and solemnly said, Yes, I will not disappoint you. Yi Hanchang nodded, then cast his gaze over the people present. Soon, his eyes landed on the several masters of the punishment ground. These masters trembled, bowing their heads in a panic. Yi Hanchang had just ordered all those who had once besieged him in the underworld to commit suicide, which these masters had witnessed, causing them great fear. When Yi Hanchang glanced at them, their fear intensified, and they dared not move a muscle. Yi Hanchang asked, Did you come here for the treasures I left behind? These masters trembled, unable to speak. No reply. Yi Hanchang showed a faint smile. At that moment, Rong Yang sighed lightly and stepped forward, saying, Lord of the Underworld? Yes, we did covet your treasures. So, whether you want to kill us or punish us, please go ahead. Yi Hanchang looked at Rong Yang deeply, gradually smiling. Rest assured, I will not kill you. This statement left the masters stunned. But you must pay a price. Do you all understand? Yi Hanchang said calmly. Finally, after making solemn oaths and submitting to soul contracts, these masters left feeling humiliated yet lucky to have saved their lives. However, Rong Yang was an exception. After experiencing emotional turmoil, he unexpectedly found his Buddha nature and became a half-disciple of Buddhism. Due to his connection with Jinju, Yi Hanchang let him leave with only a soul contract, without requiring him to make vows, breaking the usual procedure. This made the other masters envious and respectful of Jinju, extending invitations for him to visit and lecture at their places. Jinju was delighted with this change and respectfully bid farewell to Zuan and Yi Hanchang. Zu nodded, saying, Very well. Jinju then left with the other masters. Yi Hanchang watched Jinju leave and remarked, This monk is quite an interesting person. Coming to the underworld to save souls. Isn't it a thankless job? Zhuan replied nonchalantly. I asked him the same. Can you guess his response? What did he say? He simply said, no matter how difficult the task, someone has to do it, right? Yi Hancheng fell silent for a moment, then sighed lightly. This fellow has indeed done us a great favor. How do you plan to thank him? Zhuan's eyes flickered uncertainly as he replied softly, I'm not sure yet, but I have a rough idea. Let's discuss it later. Yi Hancheng nodded. All right. Count me in then. With that, Yi Hancheng took a deep breath, turned to Wei Qing with a slight smile, and said, Sister, let's go home. Wei Qing smiled, feeling a warm surge in her heart, and nodded. All right. Let's go home. Although the hidden land was far from the Wei family, for Yi Hancheng, Zhuan, and the others, it was only a brief journey. Soon, Zhuan and Yi Hancheng's group had returned to the Wei family. At that moment, the Wei family was in a state of fear and anxiety, awaiting their arrival. After all the high-ranking members of the Wei family had participated in the struggle for the treasures. Upon his return to the hidden land, Yi Hancheng had only killed the raving Wei Yuhua but ignored Wei Jinglong, the head of the Wei family, and the many other elders, even letting them leave. This gave Wei Jinglong and the others a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld did not plan to kill them after all? Yes, that must be it. Wei Li has disappeared. The current Wei family obviously has fallen into chaos. After all, Wei Li's sudden disappearance had offended almost all the powerful clans in the Ghost Realm. But if the Lord of the Underworld sincerely considers the past, the situation will be very different. After Wei Li's disappearance, the only powerful figure in the Ghost Realm now is Yi Hancheng. In addition, this resurrected fire spirit lord also has a good relationship with Yi Hancheng and Wei Qing's. If they can build on this relationship, the Wei family could dominate. With this far-fetched idea in mind, Wei Jinglong and the other elders actually returned to the Wei family. Just as they were earnestly planning this, Zhuan and Yi Hancheng and others also returned. When their figures appeared above the Wei family, the entire Wei mansion boiled over. When they saw Yi Hancheng holding Wei Qing's hand with smiles on their faces and standing beside them, many who used to look down on Wei Qing's, even those who thought she had sacrificed too much for that fool, were now envious with red eyes. Soon, they lowered their heads, not daring to show any jealousy. They knew that from now on, Wei Qing's would soar to great heights and become someone they would not dare to look up to. Meanwhile, some were so scared that they hid under the bed trembling. These people, without exception, were those who had mocked and plotted against Wei Haokang and Wei Qing's. But now they felt the deepest fear and could only pray continuously, hoping that the young master, now a lord of the underworld, would forget their existence. At the same time, Wei Jinglong and the elders ascended into the air, welcoming Yi Hancheng and Wei Qing's with smiles on their faces. Lord Kang, Lord of the Underworld, and Qing's, welcome back. Wei Jinglong's fawning expression was about to overflow. Yi Hancheng gave a cold smile, then turned to Wei Qing's lazily and asked, Sister, how do you plan to deal with these people? Wei Qing's face turned icy, staring at Wei Jinglong, not saying a word. Wei Jinglong trembled and knelt in midair. Lord of the Underworld, Qing's, I was wrong, please. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Hancheng raised his hand, revealing a black vortex on his palm. Wei Jinglong and the others felt a great force rushing towards them, and then they were horrified to find that their cultivation was rapidly draining out of their bodies. This discovery made them scream in terror. No, please, Qing's, I am your father. Please spare me. Wei Jinglong screamed in fear, but before he could finish, he disintegrated due to the intense suction force. The other elders fared no better. In a few breaths, including the patriarch Wei Jinglong, all of the high-ranking members of the Wei family were swept away. And, all this, the black vortex in Yi Hancheng's hand increased slightly. Are you satisfied, sister? Yi Hancheng asked. Wei Qing's trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes. Then she took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, in truth, If it were up to Wei Qing's smile, she would never have done this. But now she had other concerns. As the eldest daughter of the Wei family, she knew the high-ranking members like Wei Jinglong very well. For the sake of their own interests, they would do anything. Wei Li's disappearance was a prime example. When he vanished, Wei Jinglong and others immediately changed their attitude and started to ingratiate themselves to Yi Hancheng. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Wei Qing's was thinking about a lot of things now. Her brother was now a lord of the underworld ruling a domain. Just based on his strength, no one should be his match. However, fortresses are always easier to break from within. People like Wei Jinglong could not possibly be loyal. Now they might submit to you because of your power. But when someone stronger, or with greater interests comes along, they will turn against you immediately. To avoid these hidden threats, Wei Qing's made a decisive move without hesitation, cutting off any hint of familial affection, showing her resolute determination. Because she knew that Yi Hancheng spared the Wei family members during the secret realm experience out of consideration for her feelings. But after she took this stance, Yi Hancheng would not show mercy. Sure enough, after Yi Hancheng swiftly killed Wei Jinglong and the others, the entire Wei family fell into silence. Everyone, from servants to privileged masters, stared blankly at the ruthless Yi Hancheng and Wei Qing's seemingly unable to believe what had just transpired. Wei Qing's then turned her head and calmly said, "Little brother, go ahead." Yi Hancheng's mouth curled into a fierce smile. Nodded. "All right." With a wave of his hand, the black vortex flew out and expanded rapidly over the Wei family. In an instant, it grew to the size of a football field. Then, with a flash, an incredibly powerful suction swept through the entire Wei family. Countless members of the Wei family, who harbored guilt and hid away, turned into nothing without even a hum. However, this chilling power was selective. Those who had no conflicts with the Wei siblings were unharmed. In a few breaths, the entire Wei mansion was thoroughly cleansed. The casualties in this operation were depicted as catastrophic. After all this, Yi Hancheng lightly clapped his hands, smiled faintly, and said, "All right. The trash has been cleaned up. Let's go home." With that, Yi Hancheng led everyone back into the Wei family. Soon, news of what had happened at the Wei family spread like wildfire. In the past, such a major event would have captured everyone's attention. But this time, it did not cause a major stir. Not because people didn't care about it. It was simply due to the abundance of recent shocking news. As Zuan and Yi Hancheng returned to the Wei family, the entire ghost realm had already exploded in commotion. "What? The Lord of the Underworld has also been reborn?" someone asked incredulously, their face full of confusion. Yes. Who would have thought that the reincarnation of the Lord of the Underworld would be the dim-witted young master of the Wei family? This revelation has completely stunned everyone. Someone said with a bitter smile. "I don't think so. After all, although this Lord of the Underworld has been reborn and returned, he did not indiscriminately kill innocent people. He just made those who once participated in attacking him commit suicide. So, do we still have hope? Let's hope so." In short, the fierce struggle for hidden treasures has nearly overturned the entire ghost world, sparking various discussions. In the Wei family's tea room, Yi Hancheng, who was brewing tea excitedly, heard the words and was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "These fools, do they really think I plan to let them go?" Wei Qingsha, who came to deliver the message, was also puzzled at the words. "Huh? What do you mean?" At this point, Zuan lifted the prepared tea and began pouring it into the cup, speaking slowly and deliberately. "It means your brother never intended to let those influential families in the ghost world off the hook. Then how?" Wei Qingsha still didn't quite understand what was going on. Zuan smiled slightly, handed a teacup over, and said lightly, "You see, strong individuals like your brother usually bear grudges, especially since he has suffered losses at the hands of these influential families. How could he easily let them off the hook?" Yi Hancheng, who was impatient by this time, immediately picked up the teacup, drank the tea in one go, then closed his eyes in contentment and let out a sigh. "Ah, this taste." Truly nostalgic. Then he smiled at Wei Qingsha. Sis, just as old Zhu said, these influential families actually thought I would spare them. They are too naive. Why did you? Wei Qingsha was about to ask why he didn't take action directly in the secret realm. Yi Hancheng seemed to have guessed what Wei Qingsha wanted to ask and chuckled. Sis, I have just returned, and my strength has not fully recovered. Besides, there were many influential families at the time. If I had forcefully acted, they would have resisted. While they wouldn't have been my match, it would have still required some effort. So, it's better to let them live a little longer, stabilize the situation, and then dismantle them one by one. Wei Qingsha suddenly realized and finally understood what was going on. And after understanding all this, Wei Qingsha couldn't help but look at Yi Hancheng with relief, silently admonishing herself. Her brother was no longer the easy target he used to be. He must have his reasons for acting as he did. She resolved not to meddle anymore. At this moment, Zuin took a sip of tea, chuckled lightly, and said, Qingsha, you still don't know him well enough. You'll see in the future. This guy is really cunning and ruthless. Who are you calling cunning and ruthless? Yi Hancheng raised an eyebrow. Me, with an opinion. Come on. I'm just kidding with you, old Zhu. Look at you. Why so serious? Yi Hancheng immediately changed his tone. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wei Qingsha's mouth. She suddenly felt she had seen a brilliant sunshine for the first time in her life. She nodded approvingly and then got up to leave. As Wei Qingsha walked away, Zuin watched her back and suddenly said, Honestly, I never thought you would still address her as sister. Yi Hancheng sipped his tea leisurely, fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a calm voice. Although I sealed my soul for decades, I witnessed everything that happened. This woman was willing to sacrifice everything for me back when I was worthless and could barely speak. This favor is too significant. So, Yi Hancheng smiled slightly. She will always be my sister. Zuin remained silent for a moment, then raised the teacup in his hand and said softly, To your sister. Yi Hancheng smiled, sincerely, and lifted his teacup as well, whispering, To you too. The hot tea flowed down like a fiery thread, entering the lungs, making one feel relaxed throughout the body. This made Yi Hancheng sigh with satisfaction. Then he chuckled, Honestly, I never thought I'd drink tea handcrafted by you again. But here you are, drinking it, Zuin said with a faint smile. Seriously? Yi Hancheng looked up, gazing earnestly at Zuan. What have you been through all these years? Why has your strength declined to this extent? Zuin looked at Yi Hancheng with a smile that wasn't a smile. Want to plead for me? Yi Hancheng didn't laugh but nodded seriously. Of course. No mercy for those who dare to insult my brother. Yi Hancheng was never known for being a mild-mannered person or having a good temper. So, when he said those three words, no mercy, the temperature of the surroundings dropped suddenly. Even a few snowflakes floated in the air. A single thought caused an anomaly in the world, showing that Yi Hancheng's strength had significantly recovered. Zuin watched the snowflakes outside the window and said lightly, How far are you now from your peak strength? Yi Hancheng pondered slightly. I've recovered about 3/10. Why? Do you have a tough opponent to deal with? Zuin turned to him with a smile. Somewhat. Till now, I haven't found any real clues, and even Wei Li is just a pawn of the real mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Hancheng was surprised. Wei Li was a powerful fairy king, but Zuin referred to him as a pawn. How powerful must the mastermind behind the scenes be then? But then, a sly smile appeared on Yi Hancheng's face. Great. No matter who the opponent is, since dared to harm my brother, I will make sure they regret coming into this world. Zuin looked down, smiled lightly, and said, Thank you. Between brothers, there's no need for thanks. Tell me what's going on now. Yi Hancheng said seriously. Zhu, and nodded, then began to speak in a calm tone, recounting his experiences after leaving the underworld. This time, Zuin did not hide anything. So when he mentioned being the Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Yi Hancheng was shocked. Yes, until now, Yi Hancheng had never known Zhu An's true identity and had always referred to him as the God Fire Ghost Lord. Zhu-in was also somewhat surprised by this revelation. Huxi didn't tell you? Yi Hancheng shook his head, grinding his teeth. That bastard didn't say anything. Even when I asked him after you disappeared, he didn't reveal your true identity. Next time I see him, I will definitely dig out his foxtail. Zhu-in couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, I asked him not to tell you. And your strength. Zhu-in sighed lightly and began recounting how he failed to reach the peak due to a heart demon, but ended up back on Earth 4 years ago through a rift in time, seeking his wife and child. Yi Hancheng became more and more fascinated as he listened, until Zhu-in mentioned the blood feud suffered by the Hui clan and the elusive mastermind they couldn't find. Yi Hancheng couldn't contain his anger and slammed the table. A bunch of despicable scoundrels, daring to act like this. After saying that, he looked seriously at Zhu-an. Lao Zhu, rest assured, I will help you get to the bottom of this. No matter who the opponent is, even if it's those starry sky sects in the depths of the void, I'll make them regret it. Zhu-an raised his teacup and said sincerely, Thank you. Upon hearing this question, Zhu-an was immediately speechless. There was a sly smile on Yi Hancheng's face. You two wouldn't be. Zhu-an immediately shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that despicable to make a move on my brother's sister. Besides, I have a wife and children. Okay. Is that so? Then why would she be with you? Well. Zhu-an suddenly didn't know how to explain. Should he say that Hein was picked up from some dimension and wanted to return, but she refused no matter what? Heh. Yi Hancheng had a knowing smile on her face, then gave a thumbs up. Alright. Lao Zhu, stop hiding it. That girl's eyes practically tell everyone what's going on. Do you really think I can't see it? See what, Zhu? And continued to play dumb. See that she likes you. TSK. No wonder you're so capable. But aren't you worried that Huya will come after you once she knows about this? Come after me for what? Ye surname. Don't falsely accuse a good person. I haven't done anything. You haven't done anything but ran away with someone's sister. She insisted on coming along. And once things are settled, I'll send her back to Chinku. Yi Hancheng gave a look that said, Do you really think I'd believe that, Zhu? And decided to stop explaining further, because he found that the more he explained, the guiltier he seemed. Anyway, he thought, being righteous, there's no need to fear casting a shadow. It's better to just stay silent. Honestly, if there's really something going on between you and Haya's sister, I guess Huya might have a hard time accepting it, but he won't be too against it. Yi Hancheng said leisurely. Zhu-an raised his teacup and took a sip. Since when did you become a matchmaker? Yi Hancheng self-deprecatingly smiled, with a hint of desolation in her eyes. I'm serious, because some things or people, once missed, can never be regained. Zhu-an looked at the contemplative Yi Hancheng and chuckled. Honestly, this doesn't seem like your style at all. What style of mine? At least not like the melancholy style you're showing now. Is this melancholy for spring and autumn? I'm just speaking from my feelings. Another round of banter ensued, and then the two shared a smile again. Lao Zhu, my two nieces. Yi Hancheng hesitated. What about them? Those two are not ordinary people. Yi Hancheng said meaningfully. Of course, the daughters of the Red Lotus immortal ancestor. How could they be ordinary? Zhu, and laughed. Yi Hancheng shook her head. That's not what I meant. Have you not noticed that these two girls possess talents that are unique even among the myriad realms? Zhu-an's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. Then he lowered his head and lightly manipulated the charcoal fire in the brazier with a silver needle. You've noticed it too? Zhu-an said nonchalantly. Yi Hancheng nodded. It's not just me. I reckon that Wei Li, that guy, has also caught on. Otherwise, why would he patiently wait without using force for several days? Zhu-an chuckled. You know, if that Wei Li dared to act then, he would have been done for by now. I believe so. Yi Hancheng nodded. But the issue is, with such extraordinary talents, whether it's a boon or a bane for these two girls is truly unpredictable. Zhu-an didn't even lift his head, but with a calm yet unquestionable tone, he said, with my daughters, It doesn't matter if it's a boon or a bane, because as long as I'm here, in all the realms and worlds, no one dares to harm them in the slightest. That's what I say, and no one can change it. Saying this, Zuan's eyes were filled with a chilling determination, causing the charcoal fire in the brazier to freeze instantly. Yi Hancheng couldn't help but shiver. Then she nodded. I understand, and with me around, I won't allow anyone else to harm my two nieces, otherwise, no matter who it is, they will be killed. Zuan's lips curved into a slight smile. Then he whispered softly, Thanks, but I have something to ask you. Zuan raised his head and said plainly, What is it? About your matter. My matter. Yi Hancheng was surprised. Zu, and nodded, then leaned back on the soft couch, fingers intertwining as he casually asked, If I'm not mistaken, you should have some unclear relationship with the lost alchemy civilization? Right. This question caused a sudden change in Yi Hancheng's expression, as she stared at Zuan blankly. Zuan remained silent, just smiling at Yi Hancheng. After a while, Yi Hancheng's eyes softened gradually, and a wry smile appeared on her face. Lao Zu, do you know, if someone else said that, they would have been dead by now. Zu, and nodded. Of course, after all, this should be the biggest and most important secret on you. Yi Hancheng nodded. That's right, but I'm a bit surprised. How did you know all this? I've never told anyone about these things. It's simple. The armor worn by your legion of malevolent spirits is clearly from the alchemy civilization, or else it wouldn't have such powerful lethality. But that's not the key point. The key is, Zuan sat up, his gaze piercing as he looked at Yi Hancheng. If I'm not mistaken, those iron web mountains on the borderland ghost realm should also be from the alchemy creation. Yi Hancheng looked at Zuan. How did you know that? Don't worry. I guessed it too, because even if you have the cultivation of an immortal king, the scale and power of the iron web mountains have exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. Even immortal king level experts can't handle it. So at that time, I inferred that this was not solely your doing. Yi Hancheng nodded with a wry smile. It seems nothing can escape your notice. Yes, I indeed have a deep connection with the alchemy civilization. Forgive me for not mentioning these to you before. Zuan waved his hand. No need to say more. I understand. The meaning of a civilization that has been lost, but once magnificent, is clearer to me than to you. Yi Hancheng looked at Zuan gratefully for a moment, then hesitantly asked, Then why did you ask these things? Zuan's gaze shifted to a certain spot in the void. I asked you these things because there's an unresolved guess in my mind that hasn't been confirmed yet. But if the guess is true, then the alchemy civilization behind you might be the key to saving the entire ghost realm. Yi Hancheng was puzzled, but she knew Zuan's character well. If he didn't want to say, no matter how you ask, he wouldn't say. Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi are now very excited. They initially thought that their gamble of risking everything in one move would not bring them any rewards, but they were pleasantly surprised by the generous returns. Shen Huguizun and Zhu Shiming Jun, both are influential figures capable of influencing the situation in the ghost realm. Now, because of their actions, they have become friends. Such a friendship is enough to make all the prominent families in the ghost realm jealous. Therefore, both of them are feeling much more confident now. They know that once they return to the depths of the ghost realm this time, those powerful families who are secretly plotting and restless will no longer dare to stir up trouble. They will also become the recognized rulers of the depths of the ghost realm. How can they not feel excited about this? This kind of emotion reached its peak when Zuan personally sent them back to the depths of the ghost realm. Gentlemen, go back. Luo Jian and Ren Tianqi respectfully said, Su, and nodded. All right. After you return, manage the depths of the ghost realm well and remember not to act recklessly. Understand? Zuan's words startled the two, and they both bowed their heads and replied, Yes, we understand. Then Zuan turned to Luo Jingting, with a faint smile on his face. Miss Jingting, thank you for your help this time. Luo Jingting blushed and hurriedly bowed, saying, Sir, you praise me too much. It's just what Jingting should do. Go on. If I'm not in the ghost realm in the future, you can go to Yahanchong for any issues, Zhuan said lightly. Luojian and Ren Tianqi's eyes showed excitement, and they both bowed, saying, yes. They left along with their group. The ones who were saying goodbye and returning next were Zhang Zuling and Quen Yuan. Zhuan couldn't help but feel a bit amused at Zhang Zuling, who had an active imagination. However, this time she took a great risk and even turned against the powerful immortals to stand by Zhuan's side. Zhu, and admired and appreciated her for it. Sir, we are leaving, Zhang Zuling said. Quen Yuan, on the side, cast a timid glance at Zhuan. At this moment, she had already given up all unrealistic thoughts. But when she saw Zhuan, she couldn't help but look at him a little longer. Zhu, and nodded and suddenly said, if you happen to meet that guy Zhuge Zhang again when you return, tell him I've returned. Understood, Zhang Zuling replied solemnly. Soon, everyone had started to leave in different directions. Meng Yao was the last one to leave. At this moment, she was filled with joy and contentment. Regardless, the Ghost Lord she had longed for had finally returned safely. This was already the biggest joy for her. So Meng Yao dared not ask for more. But as she prepared to bid farewell to Zhuan and leave, her heart was overwhelmed with emotions, such that when she tried to speak, she found herself speechless. It wasn't until Zhuan cleared his throat that Meng Yao snapped out of her trance and asked softly, with her head lowered and fiddling with her clothes, Sir, will you leave again this time? Zhuan looked at the girl, visibly uncomfortable with her head down, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes. Meng Yao's face turned pale instantly, and she forced herself to stay composed. Oh, then, I wish you a safe journey, sir. Her voice trembled slightly towards the end. Seeing her reaction, Zhuan sighed inwardly. I will tell you before I leave, and this time will be different from before. I will come back often. Okay. Meng Yao replied softly, her slender fingers twisting the corners of her clothes with force, causing her knuckles to turn white. Suddenly, Zhuan smiled and said, by the way, I haven't tasted your brewed drunken dust in a long time. Let's have a drink together when we have the chance. This made Meng Yao look up abruptly, staring at Zhuan in disbelief. What, don't you want to, Zhu? And asked with a smile. Meng Yao's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she nodded vigorously. I'd love to. Silly Yaoer, go on. Remember to be happy. Okay. Meng Yao smiled happily, but as she turned around, tears streamed down her face. She raised her head, flew into the air, and disappeared into the sky. After she left, Zhuan stood silently in place, speechless. Just then, Yi Hancheng's voice came from behind. Lao Zhu, sometimes you really are a scoundrel. Zhuan didn't turn around and said, and what do you think doesn't make one a scoundrel? Giving her unrealistic hopes. Don't forget, I have a wife. Yi Hancheng looked up at the eternal horizon and said, that's why love is such a bastard thing. No matter how brilliant a strong person is, once entangled in it, they'll sink forever and never be able to escape. Zhuan stood in silence for a moment, then turned and left. Just as he was about to disappear into the darkness, he said without looking back, I will go back to the symbol treasure tower to handle some things. So, you should clean up here quickly, and then we will go to the 9 underworlds together. Although the mastermind behind the scenes hasn't been found, karma must be settled one by one. Okay. Yi Hancheng responded decisively. The symbol treasure tower. After the previous turmoil, Zhang Xiaoyu and Hu Ying were exhausted and fell into a deep sleep when they returned. Fortunately, the spiritual energy concentration in the symbol treasure tower was now comparable to that of a flourishing starry sky. Because of the existence of the divine symbol orb, the spiritual energy would continue to be generated, enough for their recovery. However, this also made the symbol treasure tower much quieter. When Zhuan returned to the tower, he found Anian sitting in the living room watching TV in a daze. Anian quickly stood up to greet him. Miss me. They are exhausted, so they have already fallen asleep. Zhu, and nodded, noticing the tired look on Anian's face. He couldn't help but embrace Anian with great tenderness. Silly Yanner. Why aren't you resting? And Yan's arms circled around Zhu An's waist, and she gently rested her head on his chest, whispering softly, because I wanted to wait for you to come back. Zhu An's heart was filled with infinite tenderness and moved by her words. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Yan on the forehead. Good, I'm back now. Speaking of this, Yan raised her head, tears shimmering as she looked at Zhu An. Husband, that way Li said you were hit by the great exile spell of time, and would never be able to retrieve your own time in this lifetime. I was really scared at that time, but I knew you wouldn't abandon me or the memories we had together. So I persevered. And sure enough, you finally came back safely. Zhu An smiled. What Wei Li said wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed fall into his time-secret art. If it were someone else, they might have perished without a burial ground. But he underestimated one thing. That is, even though my strength has not fully recovered, because I experienced a time baptism, my vision and understanding are beyond his imagination. Besides, I still need to thank him. Thank him? Why? And Yan was puzzled. Zhu An gently rubbed in Yan's head and said softly, because this spell allowed me to see many things that are normally unseen, and helped me grasp many valuable truths. So, what did you see? And Yan curiously asked. Zhu An chuckled and looked out the window, his gaze suddenly becoming distant and profound. I saw a lot, from the very beginning light of the universe, to the resounding explosion that launched the colorful journey of the universe, and then time began, matter condensed, and the heavens and earth and all things began to form. As Yan listened to Zhu An's narrative, her eyes gradually widened, filled with incredulity, because the scenes Zhu An described were truly astonishing. It was clearly a chronicle of the universe from its birth to the present. At this point, Zhu An calmly said, and these scenes also unraveled many of my doubts, such as why thousands of years have passed in the heavens, but only 4 years on earth. Yes, why is that? Yan asked, tilting her head. Because in the universe, the flow of time is not fixed. Some places are faster, some are slower, and in some places, one day may be equivalent to a year in other places. I know. As above, so below. And Yan suddenly exclaimed. Zhu An smiled. That's the idea. But it's not absolute. Because the speed differences in the flow of time are not constant. And Yan's eyes gradually became misty with confusion as she dumbly looked at Zhu An, clearly not understanding what he meant. But she did not know the charm of her appearance, which was simply adorable. At least Zhu An couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek, then chuckled. Don't understand, right? And Yan nodded. It's simple. If we use a river to describe time, then the speed of time is like the whirlpools in the river, large and small, and it may even be blocked by something, causing the flow of a small area of water to almost stagnate. But this phenomenon is not fixed. It could be due to slight disturbances from something, or for some other reason, causing these whirlpools to come and go, making time unpredictable. And Yan nodded as if understanding. I think I understand. Husband, why has time on Earth been stagnant for thousands of years? Zhu An shook his head. I don't know. And Yan looked surprised, as she had never seen Zhu An so straightforwardly admit not knowing. It could be a coincidence, or it could be intentional, and if it was intentional, then the capabilities of that person can only be described in 4 words, beyond comprehension. As he said this, a hint of seriousness flashed in Zhu An's eyes. This was his biggest gain in this time seal, as he faintly sensed a hint of conspiracy. But the exact truth of it all was still unknown. Seeing the solemn expression on Zhu An's face, Yan couldn't help but feel sorry and rubbed his furrowed brow. Okay. Whatever the reason, let's not think about it too much for now. Okay. Following that, the two embraced each other, whispering things that readers wouldn't know, enjoying their sweet moments together. Finally, Zhu An suddenly remembered something and whispered, Yanner, is your cast iron skillet broken? And Yan immediately remembered the sorry state of her handy weapon and nodded, a bit regretful. Yes, it's almost beyond repair. Take it out, let me have a look. and Yin brought out the cast iron skillet, which now had a large hole and cracks all over, resembling junk in a scrap heap. Nothing like its previous appearance. Zuin took the skillet and ran his fingers over it. Normally, he could clearly sense the presence of the thunder ancestor inside the skillet, but now, he struggled to find a nearly extinguished divine sense within. This was the only trace left of the thunder ancestor. This was only left by a fluke. Otherwise, given its strength, facing the immortal king-level cultivator Wei Li, a mere glance from the latter could have destroyed it entirely. Can it be repaired? And Yan blinked, hopeful. Zuin shook his head. It's very difficult. And Yan looked a bit disheartened. Then, before she could finish, Zuin smiled faintly, but it's not entirely impossible. Geez. And Yan realized she had been fooled and couldn't help but give Zuin a playful glare. Heh, wife, with your current strength, even if this skillet isn't destroyed, it won't be able to keep up with you soon. So, it's not entirely a bad thing that it's been damaged like this. After all, there can be no growth without destruction. With that, Zuin flicked his wrist, and a drop of bright red blood, exuding immense power, appeared in his palm out of thin air. What's this? Enian asked curiously. Heh, this is a drop of pure immortal king blood that I took from Yihan Shang when he wasn't paying attention. Yihan Shang's blood. What's it for? And Yan was puzzled. Ha, Yanner, you don't understand. This is genuine immortal king blood, much more powerful than any celestial treasure. Using it to refine the skillet will easily elevate its quality by several levels. As he spoke, Zuan's eyes suddenly lit up with enthusiasm. He enveloped the dim divine sense within the skillet with his turbulent divine sense and carefully extracted it. With a low muffled sound, the drop of the still struggling blood of the immortal king quickly merged into a mass of blue light mist, under the coercion of the divine flame. With the successful fusion, the mass of blue light mist suddenly burst into bright light, exuding an extremely powerful aura that swept through the entire talisman treasure building. The blue light mist began to condense, gradually revealing a brand new flat-bottomed pan. Meanwhile, outside, Yihanshang, who was preparing to open a slaughter against the dominant families of the ghost world, suddenly stiffened. Then his spiritual consciousness scanned his body. Sensing the lack of a drop of blood in his body, Yihanshang was first stunned and then gritted his teeth and muttered, Zuan, you bastard. You actually stole a drop of my blood. I won't let you get away with this. Zuan, of course, was unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he lightly shouted, raised his hand and engraved numerous intricate and complex talismanic seals on this flat-bottomed pan. When all of this was completed, the flat-bottomed pan appeared brand new and exuded an incredibly powerful aura. Zuin then extended the fingers, directly clamping the faint spiritual consciousness and sending it into the flat-bottomed pan. With a crisp sound, the faint spiritual consciousness merged perfectly with the flat-bottomed pan. In Yan's perception, the aura belonging to the Thunder God began to surge madly. In an instant, the Thunder God, who was on the brink of death, was restored to full health. At the moment of regaining consciousness, its first thought was to shout, Do not harm the master, I will fight you. In a wild roar, flashes of lightning flickered on the flat-bottomed pan, its power so strong that it even pierced through space. However, Zuin calmly said, Enough with the act. As soon as these words were spoken, the Thunder God's shout suddenly stopped, and its virtual form appeared on the flat-bottomed pan. The Thunder God, resembling a chubby figure like Baymax, nodded and bowed to Zuan, saying flatteringly, Master. Zuin chuckled, looking at it with a smile that was not a smile. What? Just awake and already acting. Do you think I'm a fool? The Thunder God trembled with fear, waving its hands repeatedly. No, I dare not act in front of the master. It's just that my heart is full of resentment towards that Wei Li. So I blurted it out. Oh. Well, in that case, good timing. In a few days I will go to conquer Wei Li. Since you hate him so much, you can be the vanguard. With these words, the Thunder God suddenly exclaimed, I may be still severely injured. Madam Master, I will hibernate for a year or so. Call me when the time comes. Without waiting for Yan's reaction, the thunder god hid in the flat-cottomed pan and dared not show itself again. Yan looked dumbfounded, Zhu, and chuckled, then handed the flat-cottomed pan to Yan. There you go. Yanner. This is the flat-cottomed pan I have reforged for you, and I have transferred the soul imprint of the thunder god to you. If it misbehaves, just think about it and it will die, such as being lazy or something. Ah, I suddenly don't want to hibernate, Madam Master. What shall I do now? Who should I cut? The thunder god immediately asked, and Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are really a drama queen. The thunder god grinned. Thank you for your compliment, Madam Master. Meanwhile, as Zuan and Yan lived a sweet life in the Talisman Treasure Building, a massacre was spreading through the entire ghost world at a terrifying speed. Yi Hancheng used thunderous methods to slaughter 99 central dominant families of the ghost realm in a single day. The entire ghost realm was in shock. The dominant families were in danger, and many people chose to flee out of fear. However, Yi Hancheng was true to his word. Since he had vowed to cleanse the dominant families of the ghost realm, he would not spare a single one. Furthermore, after a few days, he had already regained half of his strength. Though this was far from his peak power, in the ghost realm, he was a formidable and unstoppable force. Whether powerful families tried to resist out of despair or ran away in fear, they could not escape his punishment. In just 3 days, the central ghost realm was completely massacred. But this was only the beginning. Yi Hancheng's thunderous power was spreading rapidly outward, and with the full cooperation of Luo Jian and Ren Tianxi, the depths of the ghost realm were soon completely pacified within a day. This was followed by one ghost realm after another. As numerous dominant families of the ghost realm were completely overturned, rivers of blood and fear were reshaped into the throne of King of the Underworld for Yi Hancheng. This man had once again asserted his dominance over the ghost realm, wielding the power of life and death. Wherever the news spread, countless ghost tribes all knelt down and trembled, afraid to speak. No matter how talented they were now like mice seeing a cat, quivering and unable to speak. However, because the ghost realm was vast, many remote areas had not yet received the news, such as the border ghost realm. Qing, bored and idle, sat on the already deserted Heavenly Destiny platform, her eyes vacant, staring blankly at the horizon. This had become her daily routine. It had been 5 months since Lord Wei Chong and the young man had left. With no news for so long, King's heart couldn't help but grow heavy. Miss Qing, are you waiting for Lord to return again? A female voice came. Qing didn't even need to turn her head to know who was speaking. She sighed and said, Yes, Miss Jingyu, you're here too. The speaker was Matron Jingyu. Since following her sect to this place to celebrate the birthday of the Lord of the Heavenly Ghost Realm, she had been unable to leave due to Zuan's blockade of the Ghost Realm, and she came to this platform every day waiting for news. Jingyu sat down next to Qing and whispered, He should be coming back soon, right? My master said that our realm is still far from the depths of the Ghost Realm, so it's normal for the news to be a bit delayed. But despite saying so, there was a melancholy look on Jingyu's face. Obviously, those words were not only to comfort Qing, but also to comfort herself. Qing nodded. I know. That's why I'm not in a hurry. The two girls fell silent at the same time, then looked up at the sky, anticipating the return of someone. As the sun set, another day was about to end like this. The two exchanged a bitter smile, knowing that this day would probably end in vain. Then they stood up to leave. But just then, the void trembled incessantly, and Warmu Ling walked out from it, standing above the void, overlooking the entire realm, and shouting in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire border ghost realm instantly boiled. In the horrified eyes of countless people, Qing and all the other shadow guards stood up and bowed, saying, Reporting to the head guard, the shadow guards are here.